Chapter 1, The Agency and the Players. Sun Yifeng, after a fierce battle with Li Peinan in Starship Troopers 2 and a narrow defeat, was somewhat uninterested. Facing everyone's teasing, he could only sigh and open a bottle of mineral water from the table, preparing to take a few gulps. Just then, he noticed his penguin avatar blinking, so he quickly dragged his mouse and clicked it open. Shui Hen Duo, Ocular Implant Freeze Frame JPG. Assassin couldn't be NIGE. My goodness, brother Shui? The dead have risen. Everyone, look, the dead have risen. At everyone. Yuran Yuquan, who at me? Holy cow, A Shui. Get online, brother. I recently learned a two-ship soldier tactic and just stomped Sun Ji. I have to show it to you at Shui Hen Duo. Sun Yifeng was furious, his hands flying across the keyboard, his APM soaring to 300. Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiu, you dog, I just accidentally fell for your trick, okay. I won't lose to you a second time with the same move. If you've got guts, let's go again. May you bozy I to tudo, oh, forget it, you noob. You can't even beat me in Starship Troopers 2, and you want to fight Yuran? You're just asking for humiliation. Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiu, damn it, so annoying. I was in the top 10 of the national server back in the day, okay? DJ, Laboxian who haven't I beaten? Hey, A Shui, where have you been these past 2 years? Haven't seen you in ages. Send me your address, and your brother will send you 2 caddies of hairy crabs. Shui Hen Duo, I'm working at a game company, and the game is about to open its first batch of test slots, so I immediately thought of you guys. May you bozy I to tudo, such a stiff topic change. Assassin couldn't be NIGE, there's such a good thing? I don't believe it. You're not trying to trick us into going to northern Myanmar to have our kidneys harvested, are you? You were the fastest one to run in PUBG, would you really be so kind? Shui Hen Duo, why would I lie to you? The slots are limited but free, no money needed, just an appointment. Website. The company even made a promotional animation for the game. If you don't believe me, watch. Sun Yifeng clicked on the website A Shui sent, but after he pressed the mouse, the entire computer seemed to freeze. The screen directly became motionless, then began to flicker, displaying string after string of binary characters. The screen gradually turned red, and a red frame with intruding appeared in the center. Holy cow, an $18,000 computer is lagging? Is this a virus website? Was A Shui's account hacked? Sun Yifeng wiggled the mouse and tapped the keyboard, but there was no response. He was about to shut down and restart when a glass-shattering animation suddenly appeared in the middle of the screen. After a moment of darkness, it returned to the game's official web page, and a video began to play. Good morning, Night City. Yesterday's death lottery results were a grand total of 27. Seeing the images and sounds appearing on the player, he was stunned. It took him a long time to realize that the previous animation was a special effect for entering the website. He quickly pressed pause and opened Penguin on his phone to ask. Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiu, holy cow, it looks awesome, A Shui. What are all those numbers in the background? Yuran Yuquan, holy cow, that's amazing. Brother Shui, where do you work to have such a powerful intro animation? Shui Hen Duo, nothing, just a little special effect. It came out after some work. May you bozy I to tudo, idiot Sun Yifeng, you're a computer science graduate, but you can't even recognize binary code. Assassin couldn't be NIGE, I'll tell you guys a secret, brother Sun actually majored in Druidism at Trient University, so being illiterate is normal. Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiu, damn it, so annoying, you dogs. Watch the CG, watch the CG. I'm watching it with my son. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. 3 minutes later. Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiu, damn it, A Shui, why didn't you tell me this game's promo had 18+ content? My wife beat me. She said I was watching adult films with my son. Jet. Lin Miao thought back. He might be referring to the sex doll sex and the adult shops on Westbrook's Japantown Street that accidentally appeared in the shot. He could only say sorry to Brother Sunday. Assassin couldn't be NIGE, haven't watched it yet, but never mind that, Brother Shui, I'll just make an appointment, okay? Get us brothers some more exciting content. Don't be like that idiotic ULU, making a NIGE assassin in Edo Neon. Yuran Yuquan, now I have no choice but to watch it. Shui Hen Duo, we are a holographic projection, immersive game, with 1:1 sensory reality replication. And it's compliant and legal. Some things can be there, but some things really aren't. Once the appointment is successful, the virtual projection equipment will be sent to you. Assassin couldn't be NIGE, brother, I'm uneducated, but I believe you, really. May you bozy I to tudo, oh, let's help A Shui with his performance. Anyway, he said it's free. If it really costs money, we can just throw the stuff away. Yuran, or rather, Li Peinan, finished watching the CG and shook his head with a smile. The visuals were exquisite, so refined they looked real, every detail was incredibly lifelike. Even the CGS from traditional AAA studios would probably pale in comparison. The editing was also good, it seemed to be live-action shooting with set dressing and then post-processing. Only the camera work wasn't great, he didn't know why it was shaking so much, maybe trying to imitate a documentary style? All the gunfights, brawls, and car chases had rather distant camera angles, with no first-person views. But for what Shui Handuo said about holographic projection and immersive senses, he didn't believe a single word. Are you kidding? AR and VR were old, overhyped things from years ago. The products released were one worse than the next, and the equipment was ridiculously expensive. How could such a game exist? If it really did, he'd live stream eating his computer, okay? Everyone in the group was old school single player and online gamers, they'd seen every kind of garbage. No one would believe what A Shui said. But this game CG was really well made. Maybe A Shui joined a big game company and released this to generate hype. Yuran Yuquan, try it and die. Don't harvest my kidneys, my dad is still counting on me to carry on the family line. As a longtime Q group friend, they used to play together often. Out of loyalty, Li Peinan still clicked the appointment button below the player. The number of appointments immediately jumped from 0 to 4. Exiting the group chat, Lin Miao stretched. From waking up until now, he hadn't even washed his face, rushing to open his computer and join the chat to recruit people. There was no help for it, time differences existed even in another world. Seeing the appointment numbers start to tick, jumping to 7 in a few minutes, it seemed there were quite a few lurkers. However, he didn't plan to continue chatting idly in the group, because he still had important business to attend to. Lin Miao was going to meet a lady born in the 2000s, and he couldn't be late and leave a bad impression. Though the room was small, it was fully equipped. Beside the bed was a small, sunken circular sofa surrounding a holographic TV. Next to it were a bathroom and an agency desk. Opposite was a small storage room. The entire area was no more than 30 square meters, a standard single dormitory. He took a quick shower, styled his hair in front of the mirror, then carefully took out the used suit he bought for $100 from the wardrobe and put it on. He meticulously groomed himself, and finally, put on a pair of sunglasses, pulling down the corners of his mouth to reveal an arrogant, contemptuous expression, a quintessential corporate drone stereotype. I forgot to mention, the lady Lin Miao was about to meet was 69 this year and would be celebrating her 70th birthday next year. Her name was Akata Wakako, a famous fixer, or intermediary, in Night City. She was known in the underworld as the hostess of Westbrook, and the key point was that she had outlived many husbands. Such a person clearly yearned for the nourishment of love. Speaking of which, by birth time, Lin Miao was 10 years older than her, by physical age, he was 42 years younger than her. Cough. Don't misunderstand. Although Lin Miao in the mirror looked very young and handsome, looks were the least important thing in Night City. He also had no interest in being an old woman's boy toy and living off her, he was just going to discuss a business deal. A smuggling business. Speaking of which, we need to rewind time to a week ago, the day Lin Miao first woke up in this world. He only remembered drinking heavily with a company client in a bar private room, eventually blacking out. When he woke up again, he found himself in a Night City he had never heard of, and even this world was completely different from what he remembered. The face was still the same, the person was still the same, but the world had changed. The sounds in his ears were the noisy car horns and curses from the street outside the window, and he could even faintly hear gunshots. Lin Miao, who came from a peaceful country, initially thought someone was setting off firecrackers. But when he got up, stood by the window, and peeked out, he could vaguely see a body lying horizontally on the ground below, its skull blown open by a bullet, blood flowing everywhere, and the killer long gone. The pedestrians on the street merely walked around it from a distance, going about their business, as if accustomed to such sights. Some even furtively approached the body, intending to do something. Seeing this scene, Lin Miao felt as if his heart had been pulled out and left to dry in the wind outside a high-rise window, chilling him to the bone. Even the gentle breeze he breathed seemed to carry the metallic scent of blood. He quickly pulled his head back into the room and closed the window, terrified that the killer might shoot him in the head. Where did this bring me? Someone shooting people in the street. Is this still my country? What are these buildings? Why are they all in Japanese and English? After the initial fear subsided, he carefully examined his room. He had no recollection of renting such a place and quickly found the key item. There was a computer on the desk in front. Holy cow, holy cow. Good stuff. With the computer, there was likely internet. With the internet, he could quickly figure out where the heck he had been dragged to. He pulled out the chair and sat down, eagerly turning on the computer. After 10 minutes of browsing the internet, Lin Miao received good news and bad news. The good news was that the computer had no password lock and had internet. He recognized all the characters, it was all Chinese, and there were even forums. But the bad news was that the online content was very strange, completely different from the internet he remembered. The time in the bottom right corner was July 13, 2075. The internet browsing seemed limited to the city, it was a local area network, not a wide area internet, so he couldn't connect with people in other cities. Moreover, the websites and news of large corporations occupied almost all media sections. Colorful advertisements filled every corner of the web page, with everyone desperately promoting their goods. Various news articles were plastered with massive, sensational headlines, raw and uninhibited. Every image, every slogan, was designed to grab your attention to their product immediately. Among them, some things appeared with extremely high frequency, instantly drawing Lin Miao's sales instincts. Night City, cyberware, megacorporations, netrunners, and emails. The messages were either obviously online scams, ranging from I am Qin Shi Huang, send money to lottery wins, or they were rent and utility bill reminders, and someone named Old Captain selling used cars. After 2 hours of intense internet browsing, he roughly understood what kind of world he was in. A planet named Earth, yet it was both familiar and alien. Quiet War. Hunger Disease. Following the Fourth Corporate War, the netrunner god Bart Moss unleashed the RABIDS virus before his death, crippling the entire old net and all corporate databases. Arasaka Tower in Night City was reduced to ruins by a nuclear blast, and corporations, and even some nations, began to collapse economically. The environment deteriorated severely. During this process, due to the global weakening of nations caused by the bipolar Cold War, new energy sources emerged. Capital, through orchestrating war after war, gradually replaced national regimes, stepping onto the world stage and becoming the true de facto leaders. Biological weapons, one corporation or nation after another abandoned their bottom line, tearing the entire world apart. The environment continued to worsen, leading to mass extinctions of plants and animals. The oceans were polluted with oil and chemical waste, and the land was no longer suitable for farming or raising livestock. This harsh environment persisted for decades, with no one attempting to clean it up. In fact, to boost corporate stock prices and food prices, those food production companies deliberately continued to pollute the few remaining civilian farmlands. Either sell your land to a corporation, or starve to death. The upper levels of the city belonged to corporations, the lower levels to gangs and middlemen. The badlands belonged to nomads, and ordinary citizens were the lubricant, using their flesh and blood to keep the entire city running. To survive in such a harsh environment, everyone needed to install cyberware. Without cyberware, you couldn't even compete with others for work, including Lin Miao now. He looked at the base of his left palm, where a data cable was neatly retracted and stored. It was painless and felt so normal that he hadn't even noticed anything unusual until a few breaths later, when a single word escaped his teeth. Fuck. A dangerous world, an inexplicable situation, and an extra data cable on his hand. All these discoveries made his head spin. After a period of calming down, Lin Miao tremblingly used his right hand to grasp the data cable and slowly pulled it out. It was a unique sensation. He felt components in his left arm twisting with his movement, which must have been where the data cable retracted and extended. As soon as he let go, the data cable would immediately retract into his palm, without any discomfort. Let's try it. Let me see if that world is really as mysterious as they say. With that thought, Lin Miao pulled out the data cable again and inserted it into the obvious port at the bottom of the computer screen. At that moment, Lin Miao could clearly hear the static crackle of electricity in his ears, and his vision began to flicker, like a glitching computer screen. After his vision briefly stabilized, a line of green frame text and a progress bar popped up before his eyes. System is installing, please wait. System? Installing? Is it Windows? Or antivirus software? 360? Or HZIP 123? No way. Bro. If his brain got stuck with those sticky nuisances, he'd rather die. Would pop-up windows appear at fixed times every day? Oh, right, why hadn't he seen Microsoft in this network? Did it go bankrupt? Whatever it was, Lin Miao patiently waited for this so-called system to finish installing. Even if it was a virus, he wanted to die knowing what it was, right? The progress bar filled up quickly, in just a minute or two. At least it wouldn't get stuck halfway like some websites, ruining your mood. Agency system installation complete. Online. The green dialog box retracted and disappeared. Below Lin Miao's field of vision, a Metal Gear icon appeared, along with a jumble of chaotic information. Have some synthetic meat, and your whole family will be happy. Captain Caliente's corn tortillas. Real water, €99 a gallon. Big steel cannon all night every night. Apply now, say goodbye to weakness. What the hell is all this? Did it really install rogue software? After connecting to the network, Lin Miao's head was suddenly flooded with a chaotic mess of information, all sorts of content forcing its way into his consciousness, as noisy as old ladies dancing in the square downstairs. The intense sensory overload made his head feel like it was about to explode, his entire brain sparking and thundering as if he were having a seizure. Lin Miao's vision was filled with all the web pages he had opened on his computer earlier. Feeling like his head was about to burst, he gritted his teeth and concentrated, closing all those damned pages. Only then did the noise in his head subside. He lay sprawled in his chair, a burnt smell emanating from his ears, nose, and mouth. It took him a long while to catch his breath. Damn it, going online almost killed him. If word got out, wouldn't he be Night City's top comedy news story? Lin Miao didn't rest for long. He immediately experimented by calling up the data stream in his mind, opening the icon that appeared after the system installation. An interface immediately popped up before his eyes. Name, Lin Miao. Gender, male. Age, 27. Level, LV1. Occupation, Night City civilian. Reputation, nobody. Body, 4. Technical ability, 4. Cool, 5. Reflexes, 5. Intelligence, 6. Status, healthy. Skills, basic firearms proficiency LV5. Chip mod, not installed. Next to these numerical panels was an open human model, with every bone, every nerve, every muscle clearly visible. He could freely manipulate and zoom in to observe his body's health and cyberware installation, and even actively shut off pain. Lin Miao didn't know how this body came to be. On the surface, it looked exactly like his old body, and apart from a chip and interface in his head and the data cable installed in his left hand, his entire body seemed to be made of natural organs. It didn't seem like a physical transmigration, nor a soul transmigration, as he could still find the surgical scars from his previous life on his body, and they were identical. Besides these, there were many other interfaces on the system, but only the quest, character, forum, and inventory interfaces were lit up. Subsequent sections like architecture, skill tree, lottery, technology development, etc., were all grayed out, seemingly not yet open. He could see them, but not interact with them. Wait. Lin Miao noticed a yellow marker flashing in the quest log. He quickly opened it and found a completed main quest prominently displayed. Agency system installation completed. Congratulations on completing the first step of the agency construction's long march. The road ahead is difficult. Now issuing quest rewards, 1 newbie gift pack, dot. Hey? How are you? I am fine, thank you, and you? This little thing can talk? And answer him? Things were suddenly getting abstract. But no matter what, this was his capital to stand on. He didn't want to become that pathetic person who was shot dead in the street and whose corpse was sent to gangs for cyberware disassembly, as he had just seen. Information on the net showed Night City overrun by gangs, with black markets everywhere, and ordinary people living in constant fear. The choice before him was obvious. An ant doesn't even have the value to be exploited or deceived. Its only chip is its life, and even that life is cheap. Lin Miao's mind directly filtered out the words "the road ahead is difficult." He immediately accepted the reward, opened his inventory, and a gift-wrapped package was prominently displayed in a series of slots. With a thought, he opened the package. Old Unity Handgun *1, Magazine *5. 3000 Euro dollars. Light Bulletproof Lining *1. Chip *1. Intermediate Random Voucher *1. Many items suddenly appeared in the inventory, but what caught Lin Miao's attention the most was the handgun named Unity. What man doesn't love guns? He just thought about taking it out, and a handgun that clearly looked ancient appeared in his hand. Overall, it looked no different from the handguns Lin Miao had seen in movies and TV shows, somewhat resembling a US P45, just slightly larger. He held the gun and made a few movements, it felt very good in his hand. Lin Miao had some experience with guns. Because his business was in the southwest border region, every year when he went to Southeast Asia, he would spend some time at local training camps, enjoying shooting handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles. One magazine held 12 rounds. The inscription on the gun body read .45 ACP ammunition. This gun could definitely blow off a normal person's skull with one shot. After enjoying that, he looked at the other items. The 3,000 Euro seemed to have been directly transferred to his online bank account, but the next second, only 1,500 remained, as 1,500 had been deducted for rent. Truly capitalism, acting faster than he could. The bulletproof lining was made of Kevlar fiber, and it clearly bore the Militech logo of the new United States. It fit quite well when worn, not bulky at all, and completely undetectable when a jacket was put over it. However, Lin Miao didn't want to try the trick of using their spear against their shield right now. He then looked at the remaining two items, a chip and a voucher. After taking out the former, he inserted it into the side brain chip interface and transferred the files to his computer. He still wasn't used to seeing things in his head. But when he opened that folder, what was inside almost made Lin Miao's eyeballs pop out of their sockets. It didn't contain technical documents or installation packages, no messages from predecessors, and certainly no hidden network URLs. It was an internet forum. It was an internet forum. And it was the internet forum from Lin Miao's previous life. He was all too familiar with these things: Neo Geo, Taiba, Penguin, Red Eye Disease, Mop, and Your Mother. Because before he died, those forums were still discussing whether the goat should stand or not. But no matter what happened to the goat, Go Dong definitely suffered a heavy blow. But before browsing the forum, he had to use the last gift, that random voucher. After all, what was the use of browsing a forum? To ask if they had any transmigration experience. He never touched lotteries because he knew he didn't have that kind of luck. The mere words random were enough to lower Lin Miao's expectations. After all, it was a newbie gift pack, what good could come out of it? And just by looking at the lottery tab on the system interface, he knew he would have to deal with it often in the future. With the mindset that even a white-grade item would be good, he used the voucher. But after a flash of golden light, and Lin Miao's self-generated voice of wow! Golden legendary, in his head, the item that appeared still shocked his eyes. It was more outrageous than a forum being stored on a USB drive. Intermediate food voucher, 500 kg sealed frozen chicken *1. Wow! Frozen chicken. And it was 500 kilograms, damn it. Lin Miao gritted his teeth, almost exploding with anger. The good mood from getting the handgun and discovering the forum was completely ruined by this. Now, he just wanted to pull out a frozen chicken wing, slit the system's throat, and then say to it, "I don't eat chicken." Cao Shaolin's laugh. P.S. The protagonist's original world is also Earth, but not reality. It can be seen as an alternate reality similar to 2077, without CD Projekt Red, Blizzard, Paradox Interactive, Games Workshop, and other game companies. There is cyberpunk-related culture, but no Cyberpunk 2077, StarCraft, 40K, or their related cultural works. Chapter 2 Black-Hearted Enterprise? Pure passerby, YYSY. Lin Miao sat on the bed, rubbing his face weakly with both hands, but in the open system backpack interface, the 500 kilograms frozen chicken occupying one slot still brightly reminded Lin Miao of its existence. The interface was somewhat like a game, selecting that chicken in the backpack even offered a splitting option, precise down to a single piece. It seemed this chicken was sold by the piece, at least he didn't have to worry about getting all chicken butts, which was good news. He tried it with his mind, and the item appeared out of thin air on the table in front of him, plastic wrapped, pure white chicken meat, hard to the touch from being frozen. He didn't know what the person who threw such a bizarre item into the random pool was thinking. Even 500 barrels of instant noodles would have been better, he could have eaten those. 500 kilograms of frozen chicken? Was he supposed to set up a barbecue stall on the street? In this dreadful room, let alone a stove for cooking, there wasn't even an induction cooker, only vending machines for synthetic food. Perhaps he could perform magic with the chicken on the street. Next up, I'll be demonstrating how to make this chicken disappear. Wait a minute, synthetic food, a signal flashed in Lin Miao's mind. He wasn't someone who grew up in this world, so he didn't have a clear understanding of its current state. The device installed in the wall of his dormitory, listing various synthetic food menus, would dispense a synthetic meal for just €1. It was precisely this extremely cheap basic survival material that allowed the low-level workers, bottom-tier workers, to survive. Below that, there were protein blocks and vegetable paste, purely for the sake of staying alive. And in this world, due to nuclear war and industrial pollution, almost everything in the sea, in the water, crawling on the ground, flying in the sky, or growing from the earth had died out. There wasn't a single bird flying between the towering city buildings of Night City, they blocked all paths to free flight upwards. Only the cockroaches, which could never be completely eradicated, continued to diligently reproduce in this city. Food advertisements on the streets and online were, 9 times out of 10, for synthetic food, synthetic meat, synthetic starch, synthetic nutrients. Even the percentage of synthetic meat was the biggest selling point for every synthetic meal. Even All Foods factory actually used zombie meat or leftover scraps. Usually, only the middle and upper management of these corporations, the owners of power, could enjoy natural meat. Those chickens, cows, sheep, and vegetable gardens were all cultivated in fully enclosed ecological parks. Vegetables could only be grown in small quantities in hydroponic farms and were completely unaffordable for ordinary people. If this 500 kilograms of frozen chicken could be sold on the market, it would fetch a considerable sum, definitely, absolutely, more than €500, with 1 or even 2 more zeros attached. Lin Miao quickly went online to search for news about real meat. Sure enough, some high-end hotels and nightclubs were advertising organic food, as were the products of organic food companies. The prices were ridiculously high, even more expensive than he had imagined. A pound of cabbage dared to sell for €50, and meat was several times more expensive. There were also rumors circulating online about individuals or companies wanting to restart poultry farming or reintroduce birds to Night City, but comments and news and related sections were all negative. This was because whenever someone tried to re-establish a farm in Night City, it would coincidentally coincide with an avian flu outbreak, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths. Over time, no one dared to bring it up again. Interfering with other people's money-making ventures could lead to a very tragic end. Lin Miao's eyes grew brighter and brighter, but soon became serious again. This batch of meat couldn't be brought to market through legitimate channels with market monitoring. The production and processing of such luxury foods are generally very tightly controlled. Producers add a lot of useless but expensive costs to ensure the value of luxury food, and they would never allow the market to have channels other than their own selling similar products. They might not be delicious, but they were definitely expensive, because this was how the manifestation of class differences was ensured. In a place where corporations ruled supreme and murder happened on the streets, if Lin Miao were to casually sell these items outside, within an hour, a hole would appear in his head, and he would see his own brains and blood splatter. So, to get rid of this batch of goods, he could only go through the underground market, selling it through black market smuggling channels. Even if he got ripped off, it didn't matter, this was already the safest method. However, Lin Miao's gaze at the 500 kilograms of chicken meat transformed from initial disdain to, "It smells so good now." But smuggling needed to be planned carefully. As of now, he didn't even know what lay beyond this door. Lin Miao could only set it aside, because after the gift package was opened, a new mission arrived. Agency establishment first step, site selection. It's not just marriage that requires buying a house, starting a business also needs a place. But I'm not a woman, so I don't need a bride price, and I don't care what methods you use. Prepare a sufficiently spacious location to lay a solid foundation for the establishment of the agency. Sometimes, using special methods is not out of the question. Reward, Agency Stage 1 Blueprint, Small Hibernation Chamber Modifier, Biomass Extractor, Full, *1, Biomodification Pod *5, Unlock Lottery Page, Basic Card Pool Lottery Chances *10, Buildings, Employee Page. Some of the descriptions were a bit strange, but Lin Miao was happy to accept them. Buddy, can you talk? Yes, but I am not your buddy. Female? Miss or little sister? How should I address you? I have no gender, no image. You can call me whatever you like, you can even masturbate to me. I don't really mind, it's not like you can get it on me. Damn. This thing is too sharp-tongued. What do you want to do? Why me? I don't know. Hey. I don't know? Is that something a guy who can twist reality would say? Then what's your goal? Aliens? World domination? I don't know, but I can confirm I am not an alien. Good heavens, it's not denying world domination then. Alright, I get it. Anyway, I'm your #1 lackey for world domination, right? On this point, I can confirm to you that there is no forced labor agreement between the host and the system. Furthermore, what the host knows, I know. What the host doesn't know, I also don't know. You and I are one. A bad thing won't write its badness on its face, much less say it out loud. But what could he do? He couldn't just grab the system and instantly refine it. That was a fantasy trope, at least the content displayed on this website should belong to science fiction. Sci-fi and cultivation? No future, an instant flop, buddy. Host doesn't need to talk to himself. We can communicate telepathically, it doesn't necessarily have to be spoken aloud. Oh, wow. It even knows what I'm thinking. What's the point of playing then? However, the system didn't pretend not to hear, which was good news. At least in this regard, it was quite honest, and Lin Miao's malicious suspicions about this thing lessened significantly. If it had any ill intentions, pretending not to hear while secretly peeking every day, then grabbing him and refining him if he ever rebelled, that would be the move of a true villain. Some things might be poisonous, some might not, but to a person on the verge of starvation, it makes no difference. At least you have to eat it first to survive and then find out if you'll be poisoned. However, after these matters were dealt with, several hours had passed since he woke up. This body, already that of a modified human, had an empty stomach protesting. Lin Miao could only look at the synthetic food vending machine. The menu was sparse, with only a few types of beer and wraps, priced from 1 to 3 euros. It even played music. He didn't have much money, so he casually bought a wrap and a beer to settle it, and browsed forums online to relax. Chewing on the dry wrap, which clearly contained a lot of seasonings and additives, it tasted very salty but had a decent texture, like eating a flatbread dipped in brine. It was clearly meant to supplement basic nutrition, and the portion was generous. To eat better, he'd have to pay more, though it would still be synthetic food. To adjust his mood, Lin Miao could only force the food down with beer, focusing his attention on the screen. But across a whole world, he was like a strange outsider, unable to interfere with anything. What meaning could there be in that? However, Lin Miao also grew curious. Being able to connect to the internet of his original world surely wasn't just for passing time, there must be another use. System, what's the connection between the internet and that agency? And the system clearly possessed a certain logical thinking, though Lin Miao didn't know the upper limit of this thinking. The expansion of the agency requires employees. You can start recruiting employees after determining the agency location. You can recruit from the current world or from the original world. The difference between the two is that recruitment quotas in the current world are limited, require an employee contract, and need mutual agreement to sign to be effective, whereas recruitment from the original world does not. So, in your eyes, system, those people from the original world don't even count as temporary workers or employees. Not in my eyes. Their treatment depends solely on you, and the method of recruitment also depends on you. Once the other party agrees, a holographic projection device can be mailed. After wearing it, their consciousness can be drawn into the current world, but you need to prepare a physical body for them, which means a biomodification pod. Conversely, the summoned person's body in the other world will fall into a state of sleep. Oh geez. No need to sign labor contracts, no legal protection for their legitimate rights, and if managed properly, they wouldn't have labor unions or an 8-hour workday. This was practically a group of the best livestock to exploit. A sense of guilt arose in his heart. No, I can't do this. However, as Lin Miao looked at the corporate website icons on his computer screen, no matter how ruthless he was, how could he be more ruthless than these people? Arasaka, employees must work 16 hours a day, with no upper limit. Stimulants are drunk like water. Only after 20 years of service can they enjoy the company's latest cybernetic technology, and of course, they still have to pay. Biotechnica, praised by a group of people just for giving employees 6 days of paid leave annually. 6 days. Kangtao, after signing a 50-year employment contract, they will provide you with a free Trauma Team Gold membership. But make no mistake, this is not out of kindness, it's merely to ensure you survive until the end of your contract, so you don't die from overwork midway. So, when you pass by Kangtao's gate, please bow. Night Corp, the founding company of Night City, only they would consider the health of their employees. Here, you only need to work 80 hours a week. Yes, you heard that right, just 80 hours of high-intensity, high-focus work time can capture the hearts of employees. And earn their adoration. Other companies like Mealy Tech, Zeta Tech, offered 5 days off per year, unpaid, and no other breaks throughout the year. Those were exploitation methods that would make Foxconn weep and assembly lines in electronics factories cry out in pain. Compared to them, Lin Miao, at most, could only exploit, reutilize the sleep time of these original world employees. 8-hour or flexible work hours, with tasks freely assigned. What? You ask about salary and benefits? That hasn't been decided yet. There should, possibly, maybe, probably, be some. Or rather, the company gives you work, lets you grow, gain work experience and qualifications. How can you make such a vulgar demand for money from the company? Where is your conscience? Where are your ideals? You should be paying me. Just kidding, how could Lin Miao treat players like that? After all, he wasn't a demon or anything. They would still receive the treatment they deserved. Retrospectively, Lin Miao looked at the constantly refreshing forum posts on the screen and the flashing message icons in private groups. He was filled with emotion, realizing that after waking up, he and the netizens he used to chat, joke, and game with All Night were now separated by life and death. It was truly heartbreaking. But it's okay, I'll drag you all down to see me soon. Lin Miao looked at the QQ group on his computer, where only a few familiar people were chatting, and he already had an idea. System, can you interfere with the internet of the original world? Yes. It made sense, otherwise, how would it bring people in? Then create a game official website for us on the internet, named Future Vision. Don't put too much content, just a video player. Upload the promotional video, and at the end of the video, add an electronic logo in a neon style, called Cyberpunk 2075. Finally, add a beta test reservation button. Oh, and remember to add a suffix, -0.1. 2075 was the current time displayed in the bottom right corner of the computer. Lin Miao hadn't expected to have transmigrated 50 or 60 years, but it certainly wasn't the same timeline as his original world. Completed. From the moment Lin Miao finished stating his idea to the system completing the website design, only a few seconds passed. The website was very minimalistic, with a dark red gradient background and a large amount of visible binary data streams inside, making it look like a computer screen. After pressing the play button in the middle, the center of the background would collapse due to the accelerated data flow, appearing like shattered glass. The perspective would zoom in behind the data stream, which was an unfathomable darkness. Immediately after, following a familiar electric current sound and static, the game's name would appear in the darkness. Cyberpunk 2075 to 0.1 beta. It could only be said that it was indeed something capable of pulling people from another world. Even the cyber AI roaming the initial network couldn't match a single hair of the system's capabilities. So now, the task was to figure out how to get a promotional video up to trick, or rather, to attract new players. But before that, there was something Lin Miao needed to clarify. System, if these people I bring in die in this world, what will be the impact? There will be no impact. The player's consciousness is only digitized and connected to the body created by the bioreconstruction pod. Physical death will disconnect from consciousness. Afterwards, it only requires reshaping or repairing the body to reconnect. Additionally, sensory sensitivity can be set, reducing or amplifying pain. What about hacker? Will hacker harm their souls? Hacker and AI can only overload brain chips or neural components, they cannot bypass the system to attack or modify the player's consciousness itself. Lin Miao was both relieved and envious of the incoming players. Heaven knew how many lives he had. Lin Miao didn't want to put his head in front of someone's gun and gamble on how many lives he had. Even if he could revive, he wouldn't gamble. As a reward, it would be better to treat these players well later. System, you will overwrite the consciousness of those players, which means I can give commands to those players. Yes, but it's best not to issue mandatory commands, as without contractual restrictions, the system and host cannot affect players' freedom to go offline, nor can they harm them. If players become resentful, it could lead to widespread negative public opinion. It sounded like this system was even more concerned about the future development of the agency than Lin Miao. Don't worry. Since it's a game, there must be a panel and a quest system to incentivize players' subjective initiative. However, I'm not a coder, so I can only offer suggestions. The basic settings for each system can only be completed by you. Understood. Besides these systems, Lin Miao couldn't bring too many players in at once, or something might go wrong. There's a classic joke. A test engineer walks into a bar and orders a beer, no problem. Orders a coffee, no problem. Orders 0.7 beers. Orders -1 beer. Orders 232 beers. Beats up the boss. Dismantles the bar. Drives a car into the bar. In short, they tried various testing methods, and the bar had no problems until opening day when players entered the game and ordered fried rice at the bar. The bar exploded. Because even the game developers didn't know what those players were thinking, they could always find all sorts of ways to exploit bugs and do stupid things. Lin Miao didn't know if this world had any operational bugs, but if he didn't build a system of constraints and quests, these lunatics might climb Arasaka Tower on the first day and jump off, or even actively seek trouble with large corporations and gangs. It wouldn't matter if they died, but Lin Miao didn't know if he could revive, and if he really provoked people he shouldn't and got himself killed, it would be a huge loss. After fiddling in his head for a while with the system interface and logs he would eventually show to players, Lin Miao finally decided to go out and take a look. Without going out, how could he see the real world online? Moreover, this place was damnably eerie. A monthly rent of 1,500 euros was one thing, but it only covered lodging, not food or drink, and showering and laundry were all charged separately. It was ridiculously expensive. To be safe, Lin Miao put a jacket over his bulletproof lining, engaged the safety on his gun, and tucked it into his waistband. He walked to the door and took a few deep breaths. The electric door slid open to the right, and a blast of hot air, a mixture of urine, sweat, burning plastic, and other smells, hit him directly. The scent was so real, and in his ears, there was a cacophony of noise, cursing in multiple languages, the shouts of uniformed police pressing someone against a door, the clanging of mechanical parts, inexplicable cheers, and incessant GG words. The building's shape somewhat resembled the tubular, circular buildings of Kowloon Walled City in Hong Kong, but the internal space was several times larger. The wide corridor in front of the door, wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk abreast, was bustling with people. Some fearless individuals sat directly on the rooftop railing. In the open space at the corner of the stairwell was a boxing ring, surrounded by a cheering crowd. The fighters' physiques were more exaggerated than the last, 2-meter-tall giants were commonplace, and their bodies were increasingly muscular. Next to the ring were small shops and mobile restaurants. Across the central atrium, Lin Miao could even see what looked like gun shops on the lower floors opposite. It could only be said that Night City was truly simple in its customs and hospitable. But Lin Miao didn't linger at the entrance. He pretended to be uninterested in his surroundings, avoiding contact with anyone, and went directly to the construction elevator not far from the stairwell, riding down to the first floor with a few young women. Their bright red and green hairstyles and flamboyant outfits gave Lin Miao a sense of déjà vu, like being back in his QQ space 20 years ago. Their conversations were about crude jokes, like how a customer was too rough yesterday and almost ruined their cyberware. Ding! As the elevator reached the first floor, Lin Miao stepped out of the iron gate and immediately spotted a good spot. A small food stall, but with few customers. In the hopeful gaze of the stall owner, Lin Miao casually sat on a high-legged stool, and the owner immediately asked enthusiastically, "What would the boss like to eat?" Lin Miao glanced at the food in the glass display case and the menu: ramen, sushi, steamed buns, hot dogs, a complete hodgepodge. Unable to decide, he casually said, "Give me something you're good at, and tell me about things around here." "All right, boss, you must be new here. I know everything about this place, you've come to the right person." The stall owner grinned, pulling a handful of starch noodles from the cabinet and tossing them into the pot, all while talking non-stop. From the famous mercenaries and sex workers living in this skyscraper to the gang wars and news in the surrounding area, he spoke eloquently about everything. So many people came and went under this building every day that even casual remarks, whether true or false, were rich sources of information. Lin Miao didn't care that his newcomer status was obvious. While listening to the stall owner's bragging, his gaze swept around, searching for anything that might pique his interest. Soon, his attention was drawn to a 16 or 17-year-old boy. His somewhat mohawk-style hair might have been striking in Lin Miao's original world, but in Night City, it was merely unremarkable and wouldn't have made him turn his head. What truly caught Lin Miao's eye was the boy himself and how others reacted to him. The boy sat on the steps at the entrance of the building, watching everyone who entered and exited with a bored expression. Only when punk kids, or what you might call edge runners, wearing jackets and with obvious cybernetic modifications, passed by, would he show curiosity and longing. So-called punk kids or edge runners were actually bounty hunters, a term for mercenaries, outcasts living on the fringes of society and law. Crime was commonplace: theft, robbery, murder, escort, nothing more than that. But unlike the boy's curiosity, some people who passed by him cast glances of disgust and disdain. So Lin Miao asked the stall owner, "What's the deal with that guy? He seems out of place with everyone else." "You mean him?" The stall owner glanced over and knew immediately who Lin Miao was asking about. "A student." "A student? Do people here dislike students?" "It's not that they dislike him, it's that they dislike the Arasaka Academy he attends." Arasaka Academy. Lin Miao had seen online that Arasaka was Night City's leading megacorporation. However, in this world, people working for corporations didn't seem to be well liked, and the lower classes even resented them. It was easy to understand why this boy would draw the disgust of those around him. Not just a so-called path to advancement, in the eyes of others, this boy was probably equated with a traitor to the lower class. People living here can attend Arasaka Academy. Who knows, sigh, perhaps it was rare to find someone willing to listen to him ramble. The stall owner whispered, "Everyone says they hate corporations, but corporate dogs have money and power. For us ordinary folks, who doesn't want to squeeze their kids into a corporate academy, hoping they'll make something of themselves one day?" But heaven knows what method his mother used. After saying that, he gave a knowing look, just like an old woman who spends all day during Chinese New Year sitting at the village entrance, scrutinizing everyone who passes by. However, it also gave Lin Miao a better understanding of Night City's so-called corporations, and he began to form some plans of his own. He lowered his head and slurped a mouthful of ramen. Although synthetic food lacked the aroma of wheat, the seasonings were generous, and the taste was quite good. He then casually asked, "I've heard about Night City's fixers. Can you tell me about some of the more prominent ones?" "Then you've come to the right person. Those mercenaries brag to me every day about knowing so-and-so, like Akata Wakako, Faraday, the recently fled black-skinned fat Jesus, and old Captain Reyes, whom I even have to pay protection money to." "Are you a local of Santo Domingo?" "No, I used to be an old Caldo's nomad, living in Stone Ridge Mountain. I couldn't make a living there anymore, so I came into Night City with everyone else. That place is deserted now, not a single person left. P.S. Punk, bounty hunter, edge runner, mercenary are all synonyms in Night City. Also, the content about David comes from the edge runner's tabletop game setting. The novel will try to stick as closely as possible to the game and tabletop settings." Chapter 3, A Date with a 69-year-old post-2000 girl. "Put on my beloved little sunglasses, today I'm going to find some young girls from the 2000s. Lin Miao hummed a song as he walked out of the building, in a good mood, and even his posture was much more arrogant. He was integrating into the atmosphere of life in Night City, because everything was going according to his plan. It had been 7 days since he woke up. In these 7 days, he was not squatting in the room waiting to die, but was inquiring about the city, gangs, fixers, and company news. Of course, he wouldn't be like an idiot and directly ask people, but instead sit in those stalls and restaurants, listening to other people chatting, watching TV, asking the boss, and observing the city's situation while eating. Taking the subway, and only going to places with a lot of traffic, he wouldn't go to any alleys with fewer people, and he kept his pistol with him all day long. He also casually used his cybernetic eyes to film promotional videos. Night City has nothing, but gunfights, car chases, and gang firefights are definitely not uncommon, and due to its unique aesthetics, the entire city, whether it's people, cars, or neon GG signs, are all colorful. When it rains at night, it's quite charming. These days of hard work have also been quite rewarding. He knows that he lives in the Santo Domingo district of Night City, Super Skyscraper H4, which belongs to the territory of the 6th Street Gang. Most of its members are a group of veterans from the 4th Corporate War who claim to be dissatisfied with the incompetence of the NCPD, police department, so they formed a team with the purpose of protecting the security of the Vista del Rey district, but in reality, they are no different from other gangs, engaging in smuggling, robbery, extortion, car theft, and firefights. It can only be said, at least their image and slogans are good. However, Lin Miao's target for selling goods is not them, but Westbrook, located north of the Santo Domingo district, specifically Japantown. The most famous fixer in this area is Akita Wakako. Fixers are a group of guys who move between companies, mercenary punks, and gang members, but Lin Miao doesn't trust the small ones, who knows if they will be blinded by money. Instead, the big ones will care about their reputation and won't be too greedy. The black gloves of companies, the toilet paper for wiping butts, the intelligence point for mercenaries, a good place to take orders and earn money, with unclear relationships with various gangs and large companies, they can eat openly and secretly. All underground transactions in Night City must go through their hands. If you want to bypass them and establish private channels, unless you want to die. And they are not difficult to find, the problem is that not everyone can contact them. Even if you go to them, they may not pay attention to you. For example, Wakako and Rogue, everyone knows that Wakako is in the underground pachinko parlor in Japantown and Afterlife nightclub, but if Wakako doesn't want to see you, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse, you will only be thrown out, and you won't even be able to enter the door, let alone Lin Miao, a stranger. People may not pay attention to you at all. Ordinary fixers are everywhere, and there are fixers in the skyscraper, but Lin Miao doesn't trust these small ones, it's hard to guarantee that these people won't be tempted by money. As for people who are difficult to see, there will always be opportunities if you use the right method. And Lin Miao's method is very simple, find a homeless man, give him €2, and let him carry a cardboard box to the entrance of the pachinko parlor and then leave. As for running away with the box, did you see the gun in my arms? No one will go against money, even if it is €2, this can allow the homeless man to live 2 more days. The things in the box are nothing else, 2 kilograms of sealed frozen chicken, and a business card that Lin Miao spent €5 to customize, with his contact information on it. Sure enough, Lin Miao, leaning on the railing, watched the homeless man place the box at the entrance of the casino. The security guard drove away the homeless man, carefully pried open the box's packaging with a long knife, took 2 glances, and then stabbed it twice with the knife to confirm that there was no threat, and then immediately carried the box and turned to walk into the casino. The things inside are not too much, but being able to work as security under a fixer, they won't be blind. In less than 5 minutes, Akita Wakako's phone call came, but she requested to chat in person. Lin Miao also had this intention. The location was still in the pachinko arcade, but Lin Miao intentionally made Akita Wakako wait for 2 days, anyway, the things in the backpack would not spoil. After making all the preparations, he slowly walked to Japantown. The pachinko parlor is located in the underground shopping mall of Super Skyscraper H8, similar to Lin Miao's residence. Even during the day, it is gloomy here. The sunlight from the sky cannot penetrate the layers of high-rise buildings. Several buildings surround a huge 4-handed metal idol, and at its feet are projected cherry blossom trees that wither and bloom in the flower beds. Just as he walked down the stairs, Lin Miao smelled a strong broth smell. There are many Japanese snack shops in the underground shopping mall, sushi, ramen, yakitori, everything is available, 5 to 15 euros per serving. Although it looks like real meat, it is actually synthetic meat. When he first came here, he intentionally asked the owner of an izakaya with his own shop. Do you sell real meat here? The answer he got was, are you kidding me, friend? That stuff is not something we can afford. If you want to eat it, go to high-end nightclubs or hotels, they have it, but I don't know if you can accept the price. This also made Lin Miao more certain that real meat, even frozen meat, is definitely a luxury and a hot commodity. Crossing the snack street, further inside, the light becomes even darker, but the shop signs and GG signs on both sides of the street are covered with pink and red neon lights. Nude and sexy promotional posters and 3-dimensional projections are displayed unreservedly at the entrance of the store. Through the windows, you can see those outrageous toys inside, exaggerated sex toys, customers giggling and brain dance experiences, boldly dancing dancers, streetwalkers soliciting customers. The air is filled with hormones, mixed with the stench of vomit and garbage fermentation. Unspeakable GG words and moans, under the neon colors, in the red lights and green wine, Lin Miao only smelled one taste. The taste of losing hope and living in a drunken dream. The door of the pachinko parlor is open 24 hours a day. After walking in, dozens of pinball machines are constantly making clicking sounds of marbles. Every machine is filled with people. The gamblers' eyes are fixed on the screen, as if every steel ball fired carries their souls and heartbeats, and then falls into hell together. Lin Miao didn't look at them, but went straight to the back door next to the counter. A burly sumo wrestler stood in front of the door, looking down at the man who was a head shorter than him, and said in a buzzing voice in Japanese. Name. Lin Miao took out a business card from his chest pocket between his fingers. The brain implant can basically translate most common languages. For minority languages, you need to find the voice pack and install it yourself. Lin Miao, Future Vision Agency, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. If the cooperation is pleasant, you should be able to hear it often in the future. The wrestler wanted to reach out and take the business card, but Lin Miao immediately put it back in his pocket, without giving it to him at all. His tone was arrogant and disgusted, and he didn't even want to look at him more. The wrestler was a little unhappy, and the body blocking the door did not move away, until a mature, elderly female voice sounded behind him. Let the guest in. Only then did he reluctantly let go of the entrance. Reaching out to open the curtain, the decoration of the room is very Japanese style, wooden screens and Japanese wall paintings on both sides, not much luxurious decoration, a wooden desk, a sofa, 2 or 3 pieces of porcelain and potted plants. Clearly in the pachinko shop, this small room reveals quiet elegance. The faint scent of incense was illuminated by the dim yellow desk lamp next to the desk, making the smoke hazy. Lin Miao saw an old woman making tea. Her hair was grey and she was wearing round-framed glasses, looking a little old. But if you think she is really an ordinary old woman, you are very wrong. Large tattoos can still be seen on the neck that is not completely covered by the collar. That is a unique mark of the Tiger Claw's high level. Her 5 husbands were all Tiger Claw's high level, and she naturally is too. Kusuk neglected the guest, I'm really sorry. The filled teacup was pushed in front of Lin Miao, and Lin Miao was not polite. He pulled out the chair and sat down. As for the tea, he just picked it up, took a sip, and put it down, frowning slightly, and quickly put the teacup back on the table, not looking at it again. When doing business, especially negotiating, you must never show weakness and bow your head. His performance was naturally seen by Wakako. It seems that the guest is not very satisfied with my tea. But Lin Miao just smiled, crossed his fingers and placed them on his legs, and said in a calm tone. Tea can be drunk at any time, but business, it's not good to miss it. Wakako took a sip of tea and said, I haven't seen you in Night City before, sir. May I ask how to address you? From beginning to end, her eyes never left Lin Miao's face for half a step. Lin Miao, Future Vision Agency. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. If the cooperation is pleasant, you should be able to hear it often in the future. Seeing this, Wakako stopped beating around the bush and said directly, Mr. Lin, I want to know how much of that kind of goods you have in your hand, and is the fur plucked clean? The first batch, 500 kilograms, is very clean. No one will be able to find their origin. How can I believe you? As far as I know, there have been no reports of thefts in hotels and suppliers throughout Night City, and there is no one like you, Mr. Linear. When did I say that I and my things came from Night City? Lin Miao's tone and expression remained unchanged. In addition, you can inspect the goods now if you don't believe me, but doing business, after all, pays attention to fairness. Not from Night City. The first batch. Doesn't that mean there will be more in the future? Moreover, large-scale smuggling isn't something ordinary people can do. Wakako is also unsure because she did try to find out the origin of this batch of goods, but recently she hasn't heard of any frozen goods transport teams being robbed. Moreover, those chicken, how to say it, the quality is surprisingly good. After thawing, it's almost indistinguishable from freshly slaughtered, and there are no inspection marks from any company on it, nor is it from the Voodoo Boys. She took a chip from under the table and pushed it in front of Lin Miao, smiling and saying, how about this, Mr. Lin? As a token of sincerity, at the market price, 500 kilograms, I'll offer 50,000 eddies. This is the first payment, and the full amount will be paid after inspection. Wakako certainly knows what Lin Miao means by fairness. Money? She'll just give it. If there's a problem with the goods, Lin Miao wouldn't be able to leave the pachinko alive today. 500 kilograms of chicken certainly isn't worth only 50,000 eddies. The market price should be at least 200,000 or more, but this is, after all, the black market. Middlemen also need to grease palms and take the lion's share. In theory, giving Lin Miao 50,000 is about right. If it were a mercenary, they might not even get 30,000, and 20,000 would be enough to send them away. 50,000 eddies for 500 kilograms of ordinary chicken. Even the dumbest rich person in reality wouldn't be scammed by this kind of ripoff, but in Night City, it fucking worked. But 100,000, not a penny less. A hint of displeasure appeared on Lin Miao's face, and the corners of his mouth turned down slightly. Wakako-san, you and I both know that this batch of goods is worth far more than this price. Click. The sound of a handgun being cocked came from behind, and a hard object pressed against Lin Miao's head. Mr. Lin, you should be doing business with a Night City middleman for the first time. Wakako picked up the teapot and filled the teacup in front of her, her movements unhurried. In the dim light, Lin Miao could see her lowered eyebrows were slender, and a hint of sinister and venomous light was revealed below. In the not-so-bright room, she looked like an old fox hiding in the shadows, approaching its prey step by step. But Lin Miao's whole body relaxed, naturally leaning on the back of the chair, with his hands on his legs. He didn't turn his head, and there was no panic in his eyes. At this time, he couldn't shake his legs, and his hands couldn't be crossed over his chest. Showing any subconscious tension, timidity, or guarded movements in front of a predator is fatal. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it before. I'm new here, but in the future, you may see me and my people often. The most important thing in doing business is not what you have, but to make the other party think you have something. Confidence and assurance are the most important weights. Don't try to fool me like those idiot mercenaries under your command. 100,000, you can at least earn the same amount. This isn't a one-time deal. If the cooperation is pleasant, I will continue to consider maintaining contact with you. Lin Miao's body suddenly leaned forward from the chair, making a very aggressive posture. His eyes stared fearlessly at the fox hiding in the darkness. In addition, Wakako-san, I would like to remind you to think clearly before you act. After all, there are many people eyeing your position. For a small amount of money, capsizing in a ditch will be ridiculed by your peers, and not everyone is so lucky to be able to retreat completely from a crushing defeat. Lin Miao's last tone was a bit regretful. He certainly didn't know Wakako's background and connections. He only knew that Wakako's backer was the Tiger Claws, and she had several dead husbands, but the problem was that she was too old, and the gang's biggest problem was insubordination. In this organization, which is basically synonymous with chaos, no one's position is secure, not even the boss, let alone someone like Wakako who deals with mercenaries all day long. So Lin Miao was actually bluffing her. Sure enough, Wakako's hand holding the teacup paused for a moment. Although it was only a moment, there was no doubt that Wakako hesitated. 50,000 was indeed a small amount of money for her. Even the monthly revenue of this pachinko was more than 50,000. This small amount of money can make dozens of mercenaries fight to the death and gamble their lives, but in Wakako's eyes, it may just be the cost of a full body maintenance. There's no need to risk ruining her reputation. Wakako chuckled, got up and poured another cup of tea. Her face, illuminated by the table lamp next to her, changed from sinister and cunning to kind. With a slight movement, she was completely different from before. Lin Miao felt the back of his head relax, and the muzzle that had been pressed there left. Wakako took another chip from under the table and handed it to Lin Miao along with a cup of tea. This is the deposit, and the other half will be given after inspection. I wonder where Mr. Lin used to work? Arasaka? Or Kangtao? The past is like the wind. It wasn't easy to escape from that hellish place, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. Lin Miao picked up the chip and inserted it directly into his side brain interface. He wasn't afraid of any viruses. He had already asked the system before coming here. Virus? Hacker? Non-existent. 50,000 eddies credited in 1 second. Even in another world, Lin Miao had never done such an outrageous business. Santo Domingo District. That car in front of the restaurant at the intersection of Brandon and Martin Luther King Street. He naturally reported a place name, then held his forehead, and a blue light flashed in his cybernetic eye, remotely unlocking the car door. Let your people check it out. Wakako also cooperated and dialed her subordinate's phone. In less than 10 minutes, the car that Lin Miao had rented from the car dealership for the last 150 eddies was opened. Through the camera, he could clearly see 5 or 6 Tiger Claws members. After the other party counted the number loaded in the trunk, they opened each box, checked, and scanned it again, confirming that there was no rotten meat or diseased meat, and then cut off a strand of pink meat with a knife and put it in their mouths. The goods are pure. A few minutes later, Wakako said meaningfully, Mr. Lin, there are only 248 kilograms there, but, it is indeed clean. As she spoke, she took out another chip and pushed it in front of Lin Miao. Lin Miao chuckled, inserted the chip, and transferred the money. The remaining 50,000 was in hand. The rest of the stuff is in the abandoned trash can next to the restaurant. I hope you don't mind. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, those Tiger Claws thugs immediately walked to the trash can in the corner and rummaged through it, taking out one black trash bag after another dripping with water. After weighing them, they also confirmed that they were correct, adding up to the first box, not even 1 gram short. You are really careful in your work. After confirming that all the goods were in hand, Wakako breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in her chair naturally. However, I can understand doing this kind of business. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. There will be opportunities, Wakako-san. You are a beautiful and mature charming woman. Lin Miao gave a professional smile, got up and walked out of the pachinko without looking back, and Wakako also got up and saw him to the door. Watching the young man's receding figure, Wakako's expression became serious. The big man outside the door was also standing behind her. Wakako took off her glasses and wiped them. That expression, style of movement, and attitude, he must be someone from the company, but the NCPD's files only have basic information, nothing else. Should we send someone to take care of him? Cheap clothes, it's possible he's faking it. Kusuk was a little dissatisfied with Lin Miao's previous attitude. Just as Wakako said, Lin Miao was full of the arrogance that only company dogs have, and not even those low-level company dogs. He didn't even want Kusuk to touch his business card, and he didn't drink Wakako's tea. Forget it, Kusuk. It's also possible that he's someone from those company secret departments. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Just follow him slightly and find out where he lives. Clothes, maybe he's a loser in a company struggle, and now he's preparing to make a comeback in Night City. As long as time passes, he will naturally know our rules. Wakako could tell at a glance whether he was faking it or not. Taking 100,000 eddies so lightly, Wakako could tell that Lin Miao didn't take this money seriously at all. She was sure that Lin Miao must have worked in some company, and at least was a middle-level manager or above, and had handled a turnover far exceeding this amount. Moreover, he didn't even bat an eye at 500 kilograms of real meat, and even his smile was fake. Most importantly, Lin Miao only had a few cybernetic modifications, such as cybernetic eyes and brain-machine interfaces. At 27 years old, he was very healthy. Only those company executives could have this condition. Ordinary people probably wouldn't live to adulthood doing this, let alone talk to her face to face. This world has never been one where the more cybernetic modifications you have, the higher your status. On the contrary, many company executives don't like to mess with their bodies. Even if they want to install them, they can only install the company's goods, such as Saburo Arasaka, a pure natural person, who now relies entirely on Biotechnology to extend his life, and hasn't even installed the most basic brain chip. The elusive identity made Wakako reluctant to continue provoking Lin Miao. As a subordinate, Kusuk couldn't disobey Wakako's orders, and didn't say much. He turned around and went to arrange manpower. Chapter 4 Meaning, what does it mean? Exiting the pachinko parlor, Lin Miao walked down the sidewalk, hands in his pockets, without a backward glance. Perhaps it was the suit he was wearing, and his arrogant, head-held high demeanor, that made many around him assume he was some corporate drone. But only Lin Miao knew that the suit was newly bought second-hand. Corporate drone? He hadn't worked a single day here. The reason he acted that way was purely to prevent Wakako from seeing through his facade. A small-time thug or an ordinary person, carrying 500 kilograms of real meat worth hundreds of thousands of euros to do business with a middleman in the grey area, would be lucky to even know how he died if things went south. But a corporate employee was different. The lower-class people and gangs of Night City detested employees who worked for corporations, but no one would question the origin of the money and resources a corporate employee brought out. Therefore, the more arrogant Lin Miao acted in front of Wakako, the higher he held himself, the safer he would be. This was the result of a week's observation in Night City. In a way, Lin Miao was indeed a corporate drone, just not from this world. He used to be a project manager in the marketing department of a company. As for acting skills, which marketing department negotiator didn't have a few tricks up their sleeve? Crying and acting subservient came naturally. Did they really think corporate veterans were like those young idols on TV who even faked their tears with water? It was all for money, there was no shame in it. As for faking it, just watch your boss's scenes of scolding people and bragging a few times, and you'll know exactly how to act. Even the tall, skinny, shifty-looking guy who had been following him from not too far behind was well within Lin Miao's awareness. He stopped at the entrance of a small alley by the street, glanced into the alley, then immediately turned into the side path, his figure disappearing from the street. The subordinate sent by Kosuk to follow him, seeing that the person was gone, quickly gave chase. He only saw a few trash bins and cardboard boxes in the alley, and the suited figure was jogging towards the exit. The subordinate immediately ran after him. No kidding, if he lost the target his boss assigned him, he'd be finished. But as he stepped over a trash bin, a gun was suddenly pointed at the thug's head. Lin Miao, wearing a white undershirt, stepped out from behind a pillar in a trash can, tilting his head at the thug. Hands up, turn around and get on the ground. The sudden threat made the thug tense up. He quickly stopped, raised his hands, turned around, and said with a forced smile. Hey, little brother, don't rush. I don't mean anything by it. If it were a city with good public order, he might gamble that the other party wouldn't shoot. But unfortunately, this was Night City, where at least double-digit numbers died in gunfights every day. If someone like him died here, no one would even collect his body. Then what do you mean? You followed me for 3 blocks, it can't be just a coincidence. As Lin Miao spoke, he pressed the gun barrel directly against the thug's forehead. I know you're listening, Akata Wakako, give me a sign. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. The thug was forced against a trash can by Lin Miao, and Lin Miao even disengaged the safety right in front of him. But he still suppressed his fear, his legs trembling, not daring to reveal what his boss had told him to do. He wasn't one of those enforcers equipped with combat cyberware, and at this distance, unless he had a Sandevistan, he wouldn't be faster than a bullet. What do I mean? No meaning means no meaning. Lin Miao's smile was very calm. His index finger, outside the trigger guard of his right hand, directly returned to the trigger and gently pulled. Bang! Ah! A gunshot and a scream echoed in the alley. The thug, leaning against the trash can, slowly slid to the ground like a pile of mud. A bloody hole had exploded in his right arm, muscles torn, his humerus directly broken. White bone fragments could be seen from the wound, and blood flowed incessantly. The bullet passed through his arm and hit the wall in the gap between the 2 trash cans. Smoke rose from the pistol's muzzle. Damn! You really shot me. Beep. At this moment, a communication request appeared in the upper left of Lin Miao's vision. It was a familiar number, an old woman's avatar. Lin Miao waited for more than 10 seconds before answering. Oh. Long time no see, Wakako-san. You're still as charming as ever. Without a camera, Akata Wakako could only hear a hint of pleasure in the voice on the other end of the video call. She had to admit, having been in this business for decades and met countless people, someone like Lin Miao was no small fry. Heh, Mr. Lin is still so eloquent. If I were 50 years younger, I would surely be completely captivated by you. Just get a rejuvenation surgery. A younger Wakako-san would certainly be peerlessly beautiful. People are visual creatures. If you keep a younger mindset, the people pursuing you would line up from Night City to Tokyo and Osaka. Their conversation seemed like old friends who had known each other for a long time. Only the subordinate lying on the ground shivered, like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered, awaiting his final fate after their negotiation. Their lives were never in their own hands. Lin Miao would absolutely not let himself end up like them. Wakako first chuckled a few times, then showed a regretful expression and said, "It's my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. They were dishonest and came to bother you on their own. I'm very sorry, Mr. Lin. His life is yours to dispose of. Is that your meaning?" "Of course not. This is the punishment he deserves, and this is my apology, Mr. Linier." As she spoke, Lin Miao saw the transfer request sent by Wakako. After accepting it, another 10,000 euros were credited to his account. Not a lot, but it was enough to show goodwill. "Oh dear. Look what a mess this has caused. It's making me feel quite embarrassed." Lin Miao's voice rose a few degrees. He reholstered his gun and then kicked the thug in the butt, gesturing with his eyes for the other party to scram. This money was certainly not for saving a life. The rotten life of a low-level thug wasn't worth that price, it might not even be worth 100. Even if Lin Miao had killed him, Wakako wouldn't have said anything, nor would she have bothered him. But doing so would definitely sow a rift in their future relationship. Moreover, it was hard to guarantee that a corpse wouldn't attract the NCPD or some other trouble. Maintaining good customer relationships is a golden rule in business. There's no need to push the other party too hard unless absolutely necessary. For the next business deal, I'll definitely come to Wakako-san again. Let's find a place to talk slowly. Then, Mr. Lin, it's a deal. My word is my bond. Their call finally ended. The thug had long since disappeared, though he would most likely be dealt with by Wakako upon his return. The gunshot earlier also made passers-by afraid to approach. The homeless had all fled. In the silent, empty alley, Lin Miao leaned against the wall, his legs a bit weak, his shirt soaked with sweat. He was far from as calm and composed as he had appeared earlier. "Damn it. Old hag, son of a bitch, the suit I just bought, I didn't even get to wear it for a day before I threw it to the homeless." After cursing, Lin Miao's hands were trembling, his shirt drenched in sweat. This wasn't his first time firing a gun, but it was his first time shooting at a person. From beginning to end, he had been under immense pressure. This damned place was almost as chaotic as northern Myanmar. Maintaining calm communication with a middleman from Night City's notorious tiger claws, and being pointed at with a gun while still having to forcibly control his fear instinct, it was impossible not to sweat. After resting for a while, he turned and walked out of the gloomy alley, without stopping, because he still had to meet the next middleman. This time, however, he didn't walk, because Lin Miao believed that even if Wakako went crazy, she wouldn't send anyone to follow him again. Instead, he turned and got on a bus, heading for Santo Domingo. His car was rented. If it was lost or damaged, he'd have to pay. Although Lin Miao now held a large sum of money, he had to save where he could in the early stages of his venture. Fortunately, the Tiger Claw's subordinates had been clean with their work. After moving the meat, they hadn't touched his car and had even kindly closed the door. People around, seeing that the Tiger Claws were conducting business, didn't dare to get any ideas about the car. Lin Miao naturally opened the car door and got in. A Columbus V340F, a common cargo van. Although it was 2075 in another world, the driving methods for vehicles in both worlds were exactly the same, even being a manual transmission gasoline car. As for the driver's license, no. His argument was baseless, but his tone was strong. In Night City, they only check your driver's license in very rare circumstances, and that's usually when NCPD officers have nothing better to do. Lin Miao drove the car all the way to Coronado Farm in southeastern Santo Domingo. Although it was called a farm, no actual farming was done there. It was primarily a 6th Street gang activity zone. If he could, Lin Miao wanted to stay as far away as possible from such chaotic places, but unfortunately, the middleman who sold and rented cars, Old Captain, operated in this area. The streets here were littered with burnt and burning garbage, and a nauseating, foul-smelling black smoke permeated the air, yet no one seemed to care. Most pedestrians walked with their heads down, eyes vacant, swaying as they moved. Lin Miao worried these guys might just collapse and die on the ground. But it wasn't their fault. This was Night City's worst industrial zone. Factories were built, torn down, and rebuilt, looking like a dilapidated construction site. Ever since Arasaka dumped toxic waste into Santo Domingo's underground water system in '61, countless people had contracted Minamata disease, and the infant deformity rate had skyrocketed. Every household had sick people. Without a filter, every glass of water you drank could be your last. An Old Captain, a middleman born in this land, seemed easy to talk to, but only superficially so. "Haha, good brothers, how do you like my car? Are you satisfied?" When Lin Miao drove the car into the parking lot, a middle-aged man with a mushroom-cut fringe immediately greeted him with open arms and a wide smile. Of course, in Night City, who doesn't know Old Captain's cars and service are top-notch? You wouldn't rip off your own good brothers, right? The feel is great, just like new. I can't wait to buy it and drive it for miles. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Miao's eyes as he got out of the car, but he quickly opened his arms and embraced the other man warmly, his face completely devoid of the arrogance he had shown in front of Wakako, instead appearing as straightforward as a native Santo Domingan. The people around them were somewhat surprised by the scene. Old Captain, though not widely known among Night City's middlemen, was a prominent figure in Santo Domingo. Not everyone was entitled to be so close to him, yet this guy had only exchanged a few words with Old Captain 3 days prior, and certainly hadn't shown this attitude before. After they released each other, Old Captain Muammar Reyes chuckled, "It's fine, you're to old captain's liking. Drive the car as long as you want, and pay when you are satisfied. He then signaled his subordinates to inspect the vehicle for wear, damage, and anything else. Lin Miao knew these were just polite words, and only a fool would take them seriously. Without a word, he immediately transferred 10,000 of the 100,000 he had just received. No, I can't let my old captain suffer a loss. This is for this car, keep it well. And I want to buy another one, not a single euro less. 4,000 for a used black market car was honestly a bit expensive, but old captain's people would handle the relevant procedures, and with after-sales service, it was worth the price. Hey, that's too much, too much. Just consider it drinks for the good brothers. Lin Miao gave an extra 2,000, and while old captain said that, he had no intention of giving change. Normally, renting a car, a task handled by subordinates, wouldn't involve Reyes. It was just a coincidence that they met while Reyes was touring the dealership to collect cars. Lin Miao mistakenly thought he was the owner of the dealership, and only learned his identity through casual conversation. But even then, he only knew his name, so there was no reason for such enthusiasm. Reyes' business and reputation weren't as large as other middlemen, but he had a keen eye. The man in front of him spoke in a way that pleased him, everything he said felt comfortable. Of course, most importantly, during their chat, Lin Miao accidentally revealed that his people would be settling outside the city in a few months, hundreds at least, possibly thousands. There would be no shortage of money to be made, at least dozens or even hundreds of vehicles in a big order. Who could say no to money? And the business deal with Wakako naturally couldn't be hidden from old captain. Although he was in Santo Domingo, middlemen had eyes and ears everywhere. Someone sent out of the pachinko parlor by Wakako was worth this kind of treatment. Everyone, today you are getting bonuses. Aren't you going to thank the boss? The boss is generous. May the boss be healthy. With their boss speaking, the body shop and paint workers naturally grinned and greeted Lin Miao. Anything else you need, just tell me, you're good brothers. I'll take care of it all. Find someone to deliver the car with me to Stone Ridge Town tomorrow morning. Saying this, Lin Miao leaned in and whispered a few words into Reyes' ear, then transferred another 10,000 euros to him. In less than half a day, 100,000 euros hadn't even warmed up before 20,000 were gone. Fortunately, Wakako herself had given 10,000, otherwise Lin Miao wouldn't have been so generous, just giving money to Reyes. Reyes patted Lin Miao's chest and said directly, "Don't worry, these are all our own people here. I'll take care of it. What are a few firearms? One word from your good brothers, and you'll get new stock, and for bullets and grenades, buy 4 get 1 free. As much as you want, delivered with the car and guns tomorrow. Guaranteed to be newer than what those scoundrels at NCPT have." With continuous wars and military-industrial giants like Arasaka and melee tech, guns and ammunition flooded Night City like water. Bullets were practically worthless, found everywhere. Then I'll leave it to my good brothers. I'll come to you first for future business. They had only known each other for less than 3 days, and the words exchanged in the past few days combined were less than in these few minutes. Lin Miao acted as if old captain was his biological brother from a different father and mother, his face so shrewd it made one's scalp tingle. After transferring the money, he didn't mention what kind of guns he wanted or how many, leaving it all to the other party to decide, giving him full trust and face. Old captain called over a subordinate, "Yao Shi, take my little good brothers to pick out a car. Remember, the best one." The subordinate nodded repeatedly before pulling Lin Miao away from Reyes' side. After the two left, the tall man responsible for checking the car immediately walked over to old captain and whispered. "Nothing else is wrong, but there are water stains and a meaty smell in the trunk." Old captain's face also lost its previous friendly smile. "Human." The big man shook his head. The system detected chicken, and it was real meat. Judging by the water stains, it was a considerable amount, at least a few hundred kilograms. Real meat, interesting. This guy's background is deeper than I imagined. Why haven't I heard of him before? This is a dragon crossing the river. Old captain pursed his lips, then saw the subordinate make a throat-slitting gesture at him. "Should we? Your mother." Reyes directly kicked the subordinate, saying with a hint of frustration, "Seth, can't you be more observant? Someone whose background we can't figure out, and who Wakako personally saw off, could they be an ordinary person? If you had half his capability, you'd have made it big by now. Later, you drive him back for me. This guy is not simple, remember more things." As middlemen, they had to be well informed. They knew about all the major and minor events in the city. Lin Miao's name and mugshot were probably already in the hands of various middlemen by now. They knew very well what to do and what not to do. How could they fall out with someone over a transaction of a few tens of thousands of euros just because they didn't consult him? Moreover, Lin Miao had hinted at big deals in the future, and from their conversation, it was clear he wasn't an ordinary person, he definitely had connections. And taking the money not to install cyberware, but to buy a car and firearms, most likely meant something big was brewing. The scolded subordinate could only shrink his head, muttering inwardly. Who knows if this guy just pulled off a job and is buying a car to run away. Chapter 5 Madam, you don't want me to tell others about your affairs, do you? Reyes was an interesting fellow. Lin Miao was quite surprised that day when he learned from a street vendor that the person who mass texted him about selling cars was actually a well-known middleman in the area. However, old captain's name still carried some weight in Santo Domingo, and his reputation wasn't bad. Many struggling families had received financial assistance from Reyes. If you were from Santo Domingo and wanted to make a living, going to him was always the right choice, and he was the only one who didn't run nightclubs or bars. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to pay him protection money and absolutely could not do anything behind his back, otherwise, you would learn what it meant to cross the power broker of the gray area. When leaving the auto repair shop, Reyes thoughtfully arranged a driver for Lin Miao. Lin Miao politely declined multiple times but couldn't resist the other party's enthusiasm, so he could only let the big guy named Seth act as a temporary driver. He also knew in his heart that Reyes must have learned about the situation with Wakako, otherwise, he wouldn't have this attitude today. While marveling at how many informants these middlemen had, he also felt a bit annoyed. Compared to Wakako's firmness, old Captain's softness made it harder for him to refuse. "Boss, where did you used to hang out? My boss rarely treats others with this attitude." Opening the car window and feeling Night City's unique air caress his hair, he was truly exhausted after such a long day. Facing the driver Seth's probing, he could only casually say, "I wander around, helping my brothers make a living. Recently, I heard there's money to be made in Night City, so I came to scout it out." "It sounds like you have quite a few people with you then." "About 100 or so. So many mouths to feed, it's not easy." "That's right, my boss worries about these things all day long." The two chatted on and off, one with probing in his words, the other rambling casually. He didn't know how much Seth would believe, but Lin Miao wasn't lying. He really did have dozens of people under him before, and he had done quite a few jobs and businesses. Making a fortune was out of the question, but making a living and occasionally striking it rich was no problem. However, the past was the past, and now was now. Don't confuse the past with the present. But when they were still one street away from the H4 skyscraper, an incident at a street corner caught Lin Miao's attention. Several young punks were ganging up on a pier wearing a school uniform. The guy being beaten was fighting back fiercely, not even dodging the rain of fists, just chasing after one person to hit. As luck would have it, Lin Miao knew the person being beaten, and he was even his neighbor, though it was a one-sided acquaintance. However, this was a good opportunity given by heaven. "Stop the car!" Lin Miao called out to Seth, who pulled over and opened the car door. "Hey, what are you doing?" Called out, the punks stopped. The beaten youth's face was bruised and swollen, it seemed he had taken a severe beating. The leading punk saw Lin Miao and didn't want to lose face in front of his subordinates, so he cursed. "None of your business." "What, you're sleeping with his mom? Damn it, what were these guys saying?" Lin Miao's mouth twitched, almost ready to pull out his gun and shoot these brats. But before he could act, Seth got out of the car, leaned against the car door, and clapped his hands, drawing the punk's attention before simply saying, "Scram, don't make me say it a second time." The punk leader still wanted to talk tough, but his companion tugged his sleeve and pointed to Seth's red armband on his right arm. His face instantly changed, his mouth moved a few times, and his earlier momentum immediately deflated. He quickly called his subordinates to run away. "Forget it, let's go. We'll get this little corporate dog next time." Tisk. "It seems you have some reputation here." Lin Miao glanced at Seth, a little surprised. "Ah, I've been around for a long time, just a familiar face." Despite saying that, Seth still looked a bit smug, his lips curving upward uncontrollably. However, he couldn't understand why Lin Miao was helping this little corporate dog. Did he know him? Or was what those punks just said true? Lin Miao didn't know what Seth was thinking. He just opened the car door and said to the young man, "Get in, I'll take you home." Although rescued, the young man still looked at Lin Miao warily. "I know you. I've seen you at the bottom of the skyscraper." David longed for the life of an edge runner and didn't want to be a corporate dog in the future, but to fulfill his mother's expectations, he would endure any grievance. So, when he had nothing to do, he would go downstairs and ask the new punks all sorts of questions, listening to them brag. Because the old residents all knew this guy was studying at Arasaka Academy, after a while, no one paid him any attention. It wasn't even the first or second time he had been beaten and bullied by the 6th Street gang punks. Lin Miao curled his lips and said, "That's right, we're even neighbors. I live right next door to you. Get in the car quickly, or you'll have to walk home yourself." Perhaps David had often seen Lin Miao waiting downstairs these past few days and knew he was indeed a resident of the skyscraper, and Seth's performance just now had given him some trust. David peered into the car, confirmed it was an empty compartment, and that the door could be opened directly from the inside before jumping in. "Thank you." The car started again. David sat cross-legged in the back, but neither Seth nor Lin Miao paid any more attention to David. One didn't care, and the other was preparing to cast a line to fish. "Mr. Lin, why did you choose Stone Ridge Mountain?" "That's a dead town, nothing there. The Badlands are full of nomads or wraiths, and night walkers roam around. It's more dangerous than in the city, damn it." "Nonsense, wasn't it precisely because there was no one there that he went? If there were many people, he wouldn't dare go. And how expensive was land in the city, damn it. Even if Lin Miao sold himself, he couldn't scrape together a month's rent. And having done so much business, he didn't want to waste time haggling with those real estate companies and intermediaries. He knew the ropes too well here, without connections, being ripped off by half was considered good luck. Be careful they don't give you a grand slam. And as a lone wolf, before the players came out, if he couldn't afford to provoke these leviathans, couldn't he at least avoid them? Compared to visible threats like wraiths and night walkers, the unseen things were the most terrifying. So Lin Miao gave Seth a knowing look and said, some things are more convenient outside the city. As for night walkers, if friends come, there's wine and meat, if enemies come, there are swords and guns. What kind of waves can a bunch of second-rate nobodies who don't even dare to enter the city stir up? Then Seth also made an expression of sudden realization. As for whether he truly understood, only a ghost would know. Nothing else happened after that until the vehicle actually entered the H4 skyscraper parking lot. Seth said goodbye to Lin Miao and left. Only then did David in the back relax, even taking the elevator with Lin Miao. The two remained silent until David personally saw Lin Miao enter his apartment, finally believing what Lin Miao had said earlier that he was his neighbor. There were only 3 rooms between the 2 doors, indeed not far. David's situation was a small interlude for Lin Miao. He indeed chose to help because of the other party's mother, not for anything else, but for a channel. As for what kind of channel, if that mother had any foresight, it would be revealed tonight. However, before that, Lin Miao still sat back at his desk, preparing to check how his game's official website and game group's popularity were fermenting, and also to announce the first batch of winners. Even though it was rigged. By the time he got to Stone Ridge Mountain tomorrow, it would be almost time to unleash the mad dogs. The group was livelier than when he left in the morning. Many silent lurkers had emerged. What used to be less than 99 chats in a day had now floated up countless pages. The discussions revolved around the game, and many people had at Lin Miao during this time. However, due to the time difference, it was already early morning there, and only those who stayed up all night playing games were still active. The number of reservations had also grown from 7 to double digits. After all, there was only one promotional video Lin Miao casually shot, and the narration was cut from a TVGG show that day. But he believed that once the first batch of players experienced it, public opinion would explode, and there would be no shortage of cattle and horses. Oh no, players. Dog, this CG is just average. Besides the realistic graphics, there's nothing outstanding. There's not even a real-time gameplay demo. That holographic projection is just a gimmick, it can't be real. Zenshi Ji Chaijin Zenshi, the graphics look pretty good, very fitting for the cyberpunk style. The set design must have taken a lot of effort. Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiu, what exactly is cyberpunk? Can someone explain it? Zenshi Ji Chaijin Zenshi, it's cyber and punk, a cultural product of 20th century mechanical cybernetics, mainly spread in Japan and Europe. It's a niche culture. Back then, there were many similar things, like steampunk, atom punk, diesel punk, all emphasizing rebellion. But it wasn't very popular in China, there was no way to empathize with those foreigners. Shichiafa Bulet and Shigui, hearing you say that, this game sounds like it's doomed. May you bozi ida tudo, what's wrong with being niche? A game still needs quality to speak for itself. Dog, game companies these days, no one is willing to listen to player opinions. Test servers are not for testing at all. I don't think a company without even a name can make a good game demo. While Tudo was speaking up for Shui Henduo, Comrade Sun Yifeng, Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiu, was still typing into Baidu, letter by letter, what cyberpunk was and what cybernetics was. Yuran Yuquan, it looks like a shooter type, probably not to my taste. I prefer honorable melee and RTS. Assassin couldn't be NIGE, this website has problems. I've been trying all day. Whether it's screen recording software or browser downloads, this promotional video cannot be recorded. It can only be spread via URL, and even the IP address cannot be found. I don't know if it's encrypted or for some other reason. Just as everyone was chatting excitedly, Lin Miao finally spoke in the group. Shui Henduo, thank you all for your support. The first batch of lucky player slots will be announced soon, and the game will launch tonight at 7 p.m. The official website will be updated in advance to add features such as a forum, in-game screenshot display, and an encyclopedia. Shichiafa Bulet and Shigui, the main character is here. Quickly give me a spot, and I'll be your free word-of-mouth promoter. Shui Henduo, congratulations to Yuran Yuquan, Assassin couldn't be NIGE, May you bozi ida tudo, and Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiu. Winning players, please confirm on the official website. We will mail the gaming equipment to you as soon as possible. A second round of draws will follow. Dog, rigged. Absolutely rigged. I protest. Why wasn't I chosen? May you bozi ida tudo, give it a rest. From the moment I joined, you've been bad-mouthing Shui company, you scumbag. No normal person would pick a hater like you, alright. Yuran Yuquan, exactly. But aren't 4 a bit too few at Shui Henduo? I think it would be livelier if more people were included. Lin Miao's mouth twitched. Did they think he didn't want to? The reward after completing that mission was only 5 biological modification pods. According to the equipment description, 1 player, 1 slot. He also needed to keep 1 for himself, leaving no extras. But 4 is 4. Fewer people are easier to manage. He could always have the old ones mentor the new ones later. Yuran Yuquan didn't say anything more. The truth would reveal itself in a couple of days. However, after clicking on the official website and confirming on the winning page, he was dumbfounded. There was nothing to fill out, no shipping address, no contact number, not even a recipient name. Now even he felt uncertain. It didn't seem like a scam. Shui Henduo couldn't possibly be doing some social experiment, deliberately filming a promotional video to trick people, acting as a super prankster creating online performance art, could he? Besides posting 2 announcements in the group, Lin Miao didn't continue to speak there. More words, more mistakes. According to the system, if they won tonight, the items would be delivered tomorrow morning. Lin Miao had been tinkering with the system and official website interface functions he planned to show the players tomorrow for an unknown amount of time when a knock suddenly sounded at his door. Knock knock knock. Is Mr. Lin in? It was a woman's voice. The sudden sound made Lin Miao stop what he was doing. He immediately grabbed his pistol, tucked it behind his back, tiptoed to the door, and looked out through the peephole. Outside the door stood a red-haired woman in a yellow jacket, appearing to be in her 30s, with fair skin and resolute eyes. Beside her was David, whom Lin Miao had rescued earlier in the day. His face was already bandaged, making him look a bit disheveled. How to put it? If this woman was David's mother, Lin Miao was somewhat surprised. It was normal for her to know his surname, as Seth had called him that many times in the car. But she looked too normal, especially her hairstyle. In Night City, a world where demons and monsters ran rampant, this lady looked remarkably normal, like a lotus emerging from the mud, untainted. Her eyes, however, showed deep fatigue, indicating long-term sleep deprivation, though this was hardly unusual for people in Night City. Lin Miao tucked the gun into his waistband before opening the door. He glanced left and right, confirming no one else was there, then stepped aside and addressed the mother and son. Come in and tell me what's going on. Gloria hesitated, but after a thought, she pulled her son into Lin Miao's room. She was carrying a gift box. However, Gloria was somewhat surprised by how clean and tidy Lin Miao's room was. There were no discarded liquor bottles or piles of trash bags. The air had a faint scent of incense, and even the clothes were neatly arranged, as if a thorough cleaning had just taken place. The tidiness of a person's room can reflect their mental state. Lin Miao didn't have OCD, but he couldn't stand a messy room. The mother and son sat on the sofa. Lin Miao poured them a glass of water. After Gloria took the cup, she said earnestly. David told me about what happened today. I don't know how to thank Mr. Lin enough. Even if I hadn't been there, nothing would have happened. Lin Miao glanced at David, who was bowing his head as if he'd done something wrong, his foot tapping nervously. This guy was chasing someone and hitting them hard today. And it wasn't his fault, those small-time thugs were deliberately looking for trouble. Hearing Lin Miao praise him, David, far from being ashamed, felt proud. He lifted his bowed head and gave Lin Miao a grateful look. Humph. Lin Miao couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. Young people are all like this. So he pulled out €100 from his pocket and placed it in front of David. David, right? Do me a favor. I don't like the beer here. Go to the store and buy me a bottle of whiskey. You can keep the change. David looked at his mother and, with her approval, took the money and left. Gloria placed the gift box on the table and said earnestly, this is a thank you gift. Please accept it. But Lin Miao didn't even glance at the gift box. Instead, he leaned back against the sofa, staring at the red-haired woman. If he could connect to the NCPD's archive, he might see illegal sale of cyberware listed under this woman's name in the crimes section. Miss Gloria, right? It costs a lot of money to send your son to Arasaka Academy, and you work at Rio Emergency Company as a regular medical attendant. Unlike those mercenaries and thugs who lived in a haze of pleasure and despair, Lin Miao, from his first day in this world, had been furiously collecting all publicly available online data and trying to exploit information asymmetry. Some things were always there, you just hadn't looked at them yourself. The Rio company you work for has been suppressed by trauma team in the ambulance industry since 2020, forced to withdraw from the high-end market. It's been operating poorly for over 50 years now. It used to be able to hire 2 lone wolves as ambulance security, but now it's just you medical personnel, and even your salaries are below industry standards. Lin Miao didn't finish some of his sentences. He had asked several mercenaries, street vendors and even old captain to confirm the information. The answers he received were astonishingly consistent. Rio's patient survival rate was pitifully low. Life or death depended entirely on whether the doctor in the ambulance valued the cyberware equipped on you. If they did, and you had no self-defense capabilities or accompanying teammates for protection, then sorry, you would most likely be deliberately killed, and your cyberware would be dismantled and sold by the doctor. Although they were called doctors, sometimes what they did was no different from what scavengers did. Working for such a company and still having to bear the annual tuition of at least €200,000 for her son at Arasaka Academy, a top-tier institution in Night City, it was clear where Gloria's money came from. Most fools thought it was from being a doll or doing some unsavory, illicit things, but Lin Miao knew that if being a doll could send his son to Arasaka, then the street's flesh trade would be outrageously expensive, with gold-encrusted diamonds not even fetching that price. Gloria's hands on her lap clenched instantly. She bit her lip, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Although some things were unwritten rules, those mercenaries and thugs who subscribed to Rio membership were not unaware of this. They simply had no choice but to take a gamble. But illegal is illegal, and it cannot be brought into the open. Some things seem insignificant until they are weighed, then they become 1,000 pounds. They couldn't trouble the company, but couldn't they trouble Gloria? However, after a brief moment of panic, this strong woman quickly composed herself. As an Rio employee, Gloria's ability to send her son to Arasaka Academy wasn't without reason. She looked at Lin Miao. Mr. Linear, what do you mean? A smart woman. Lin Miao actually understood her completely. As an outsider, Lin Miao didn't have too much aversion to the company yet, and he understood Gloria's thoughts. Who wouldn't want their child to have a successful future? If it were him, he might even choose the same path. In Night City, where the average lifespan is barely 40 years, corporations dominate everything. Even living precariously within Arasaka, with its crushing power and severe internal struggles, was a million times better than dying in an alley like those mercenaries and poor people, uncertain of the day. Nothing much. Lin Miao smiled, pulled out a business card from his pocket, and handed it to Gloria. I just hope we can establish a good relationship in the future. Anything goes, regardless of quality, good or bad, I want it all. In return, I'll pay 5 percentage points more than what you usually get. Fair and just, how about it? Accusing others of crime? In Night City, wouldn't that be too ridiculous? Gloria looked at the business card, which read Future Vision Agency, and accepted it with trembling hands. At the same time, Lin Miao transferred €1,000 to Gloria and said, I'll accept the gift box for now. This is a down payment. You can call me with any news, at any time. At this moment, David returned, carrying a bottle of cheap whiskey. Lin Miao emptied the glasses in front of them, poured the liquor, handed one glass to Gloria, and kept one for himself. When faced with David's gaze, he simply brushed him off with a casual, you're underage, you can't drink. So, to our budding venture, cheers. May this bottle of wine and our worth rise together next time. Lin Miao's glass clinked against the one in front of Gloria. The amber liquid swirled in the glass, much like Gloria's tumultuous thoughts. After taking a deep breath, she chose to pick up the glass and drink it all. To whom she sold cyberware didn't matter. Having a stable sales channel was definitely safer than her previous private dealings with mercenaries, though a hint of unease still lingered on her face. David, meanwhile, had no idea what had transpired between his mother and Lin Miao in the room during his absence. He just watched, bewildered, as the two suddenly started clinking glasses and drinking. Chapter 6, Natural Disaster. Stone Ridge Mountain is located in the eastern suburbs outside Night City, about tens of kilometers away. The undulating mountain slopes in the Badlands Plain resemble the spine of this vast land. However, this spine has long been stripped of its flesh by humanity's continuous wars and shattered into pieces. Frequent nuclear wars, indiscriminate dumping of polluted waste, and biochemical weapons have contaminated every inch of land and water in this world. Rainforests have largely become extinct, ecosystems have collapsed, and the outskirts of California, and even North America, all look the same. The endless wasteland is devoid of any greenery, only the withered yellow color of dryness. Mountains of garbage, literally, emit an overwhelming stench. Only extremely resilient species like cacti and weeds can barely grow in such a place, but even they show no vibrant vitality, as if they would shatter at a touch. Not long after the sun rose, 3 cargo trucks rushed out of the steel jungle's maw and headed straight for the mountain range. Their tires kicked up clouds of dust on the loess, leaving only 3 clear ruts after the smoke dispersed. People also live in the Badlands, including nomad tribes and wraiths. In this seemingly remote wasteland, there are actually many remnants of nomad life, such as Lin Miao's destination today. A dead town on Stone Ridge Mountain, located on a gentle slope halfway up the mountain. When the convoy actually arrived, Lin Miao still felt that the merchant had described it too beautifully. Dozens of prefabricated houses or mobile homes made up this area, perfectly fitting the image of a small town submerged in yellow sand from American westerns. Many houses were already dilapidated, broken door panels blown askew by sandstorms or something else. The wrecks of vehicles, stripped down to their shells, were everywhere. Only larger buildings in the town center, like the saloon and gas station, remained intact, but they were like corpses with their internal organs hollowed out. Everything valuable had been taken. Antennas, solar panels, and air conditioner units on the houses were dismantled. The gas station platform was torn to pieces, and even the cargo plane was smashed beyond recognition, its contents looted. Nomads and wraiths had swept through cleaner than rats, leaving no usable resources behind. The desolate scene made even the wind in the Badlands sigh. Mr. Lin, we've arrived. Seth got out first, scanned the surroundings to confirm there were no threats, then opened the back of the truck with his younger brother and said, "These are the things old Captain prepared for you. Take a look." Lin Miao walked to the truck door and peered inside. Ha, old Captain really gave him face. It was all new merchandise in gun cases, 4 short and 4 long, and fully equipped. Gun control policies had long been used as toilet paper by military-industrial giants like Military-Industrial Technology. Their arms stores even had guns specifically for students and children. 4 Liberty pistols, 1 M2038 tactical pump-action shotgun, 2 Ajax assault rifles, A&D. 1 MA70 light machine gun produced by Midnight Military-Industrial. Behind them were stacks of ammunition and grenades. Night City lacked everything except firearms and expendable labor. After opening them one by one, Lin Miao realized that old Captain was not as honest as he seemed. The factory serial numbers on these new guns had been wiped clean, but Lin Miao could smell a very strong scent of police equipment on them. There was a high probability they had grown legs and run out of the NCPD logistics department. But what did that have to do with him? After moving the firearms and ammunition, Lin Miao said to the 2 men who were about to get back in the truck to return to Night City. He didn't make any money from me on this. Seth, please thank Reyes for me. I'll come to him for the next business deal in a few days. Not making money, of course, referred to buying goods through official channels from the factory. But if you robbed or stole them, that's another story. I'll relay the message. After Seth drove away, Lin Miao rubbed his hands together like a fly, looking at the firearms on the ground. All right, things are finally on track. Time to get ready to welcome our guests. For Sun Yifeng, Night City's morning was his evening. After the busyness of dinner, he walked out of the kitchen, ready to go back to his study, turn on his computer, and link up with his old buddies for a couple of rounds of gaming. But then his wife in the living room suddenly stopped him and said, "The security guard said your package arrived. Go get it yourself." "Package? I haven't bought anything recently," Sun Yifeng pouted. It was probably something his wife bought herself and didn't want to bother getting, so she pushed the task onto him. But what could he do? Was he going to slap Vivi's hand with his face and teach this ignorant woman a lesson? Go then. Who's afraid of who? However, when he actually retrieved the package, unwrapped it, and took out what was inside, he was still dumbfounded. Holy crap, what is this? A semi-enclosed black helmet, somewhat similar in design to the power armor worn by soldiers in sci-fi works, with a power cord at the back. With a try it and see attitude, Sun Yifeng plugged in the power, put on the helmet. His head was a bit large, but the helmet felt just right. What surprised him even more was the three-dimensional display inside the helmet. He felt like he was standing in a red data space, surrounded by constantly rising, changing code. Looking up, he couldn't see the sky, looking down, he couldn't see the ground. He felt as if he was floating in mid-air. In front of him, there was also a constantly decreasing countdown. 2 hours 13 minutes 55 seconds until the server launch of Future Vision, Cyberpunk 2075. Beta 0.1, Wilderness Town. Sun Yifeng was startled at first, quickly took off the helmet, returned to reality, and confirmed that the world around him was real. He then put the helmet back on, trying it several times back and forth under his family's gaze, who looked at him as if he were an idiot. Only then did he remember something and rushed to his study to open his computer and log into the chat group. Sure enough, the group was already in an uproar because the official website had updated, and the helmets of the other 3 people had also been delivered. Mayu Boziai de Tudo, I received a delivery text message, but I couldn't find the postal code on the package. When I asked the delivery station, they said they didn't know either. Scanning the QR code on the box led directly to the official website. Assassin couldn't be NIGE, it's even more exaggerated here. When I got home from work, it was sitting at my door like a ghost. I never even entered my home address. I need to install a camera at my door now. Zinchi Ji Chaijin Zinchi, holy crap. Box. Daoji, really? Are you guys collaborating on a hype campaign? The winner list was announced this morning, and it arrived tonight? Do you think this is ugly Tuan delivery? Shichiafabulet and Shigui, and the official website. Go look at the official website. It just updated. Sun Yifeng didn't have time to chat with the people in the group and quickly opened the official website. Besides the rudimentary promotional video that had been there since the beginning, the website now had new features, an encyclopedia, a forum, and a creation zone. The encyclopedia included categories like map, characters, gangs, corporations, cyberware, weapons, vehicles, buildings, and a blurry map. However, most of the entries under these categories were marked with question marks, only displaying the main category name. The entries below were locked, and only the Stone Ridge Mountain entry on the map was lit up. Opening it revealed photos of Stone Ridge Mountain and the ruins of an abandoned town, along with a brief introduction. The content of the encyclopedia will unlock synchronously as players expand their exploration range. This is an abandoned ruin outside Night City. Its former owners have abandoned their past and everything here, choosing a new life, and have never returned. But today, this abandoned land may welcome new guests. And the images were precisely the photos of Stone Ridge Town on Stone Ridge Mountain taken by Lin Miao. An abandoned town standing solemnly in an endless desert mountain range, with the faint outline of a city in the distance, GG projections shooting straight into the sky, occasional floating transport vehicles appearing in the sky, and solar panel arrays shimmering in the sunlight at the foot of the mountain. This seemingly distant alternate world finally unveiled a corner of its veil to the players. Below the Stone Ridge Mountain entry, there were also many comments, all recent, including some familiar names. Yuran Yuquan, holy crap, is this actual gameplay footage? I don't believe it. How could it be real? Zinchi Ji Chaijin Zinchi, Wilderness, Gobi, mobile trailer towns. The style is a bit like the American Federation, hey? Is it a game set in a future American Federation? Daoji, this modeling is too detailed. How high-end of a setup would it take to run? A large number of players also flooded into the forum. Many were constantly adding Lin Miao, wanting him to open up another batch of beta testers. Lin Miao naturally posted a sticky thread in the forum. Shui Handuo, thank you, players, for your enthusiasm and eager reservations. The official plan is to open a second batch of test slots shortly after the server launch. Please stay tuned. Daoji, you must give me one. If it's real, I'll go to my department head and persuade them to cooperate with your company, to provide you with promotional channels. Silver-haired natural curl, I hope the official developers will honestly develop content we all love, such as bubble baths, maid cafes. Beautiful girls are humanity's treasure, without them, middle-aged men will lose their hair and go bald. Maydeo, how is the game's freedom? Can I beg for food with a bowl and play dead? Surely no one will fight me for old newspapers on the street. Assassin couldn't be NIGE, you guys can chat slowly. I'm going to lie down and prepare to cross over. I'll come back and tell you about the real-time experience after I've played. May you Boziai de Tudo, +1. Don't envy us. This machine is incredibly awesome, it's so damn exaggerated. The immersion when you put it on is just like the real thing. Zinchi Ji Chaijin Zinchi, please, stop talking. Haven't you considered us poor souls who can only watch you enjoy yourselves? No, you don't care, you only care about yourselves. Shichiafabuletan Shigui, I can't get into the game, it feels like Sakurajima Mai is crawling all over me. Soon, the netizens' topic shifted to a wave of deranged comments, and there were many newcomers. During this time, many people in the forum still questioned the game's authenticity, suspecting that the promotional images were CG pictures taken by people in the American Federation and then post-processed and composited. They also dismissed the statements of Urin and the others, as well as the uploaded helmet photos, as hype. Because when the server was not open, the helmet itself did not have live streaming or recording functions, so even if they wanted to argue, they were powerless. This was because the helmet only turned on when they put it on, and the space was just right, making it impossible to accommodate those head-mounted cameras. While the few people had already put on their helmets and were lying in bed, on the other side, Lin Miao had also prepared to welcome this first batch of players. He found a good spot. The bar in the town center had a basement, a very large space, at least over 200 square meters and more than 3 meters high. It should have been used to store drinks, food, and as a staff resting area. However, when Lin Miao went in, it was a mess and completely empty. Forget drinks, even the shelves had been dismantled, not a single hair left for later comers. Agency location selection complete. Reward has been issued. Phew. Lin Miao glanced at his backpack and the system interface. There were many new things, but unfortunately, this system was not a true game world system. It merely displayed some materials or performances as data, it couldn't actually give you experience points directly or allow you to level up instantly by completing tasks. Even players must gain experience and master new skills through practice, neural chip insertion, or self-development. Of course, some people already know many things in reality, and it's not impossible for them to automatically acquire skills like basic firearms mastery after entering the game. There are still 2 hours until players come online. System. Let me see your limits. Buzz. As Lin Miao finished speaking, a buzzing sound began to echo throughout the basement. Waste paper, without any wind, started to fly around, and currents flickered in the air, making his hair stand on end due to electromagnetic forces. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Lin Miao seemed to see a pile of blue data code appear out of thin air on the ground, flickering on and off. However, it only lasted for a very short time before the data stream disappeared, and 5 coffin-like biological modification pods appeared on the ground. They appeared to be made of metal and transparent polymer, with a large internal volume, more than enough to fit a single-door refrigerator. They resembled the hibernation and medical pods seen in sci-fi movies. There were also retractable mechanical arms on both sides of the pod's interior. The system mentioned that these things came with functions like cyberware modification and biological treatment, so this must be it. System, do these things not need electricity? The modification pods can generate electricity from biomass or be connected to a power cord, and they have wireless power transmission capabilities, which can supply a small amount of power to nearby system devices, but long-term use is not recommended, a power supply is still required. Biomass power generation, so these things run on meat. Lin Miao really wanted to ask if he could take these things out and sell them for money, as he figured that burning people or burning oil shouldn't make much difference to this world. But he immediately shook his head, pushing the thought out of his mind. Taking these things out would definitely be a death wish. As for powering them up now, it was unlikely, the power company had already cut off this area, and even if there was power, he couldn't use it. Those companies would come knocking like sharks smelling blood if they detected unusual power consumption. After a sigh, Lin Miao honestly released the other mission reward, the biomass extractor. Its appearance was similar to the modification pods, but its volume was much larger. Moreover, the system was very intelligent. It seemed to have already scanned the entire underground warehouse space. A biochemical mechanical device, occupying 1/3 of the space, directly integrated with the entire basement. Cables were neatly laid out, with a large enclosed container on the right side. The huge polymer tank on the left was filled with an unknown yellow solution and directly connected to the 5 biological modification pods. The overall structure was a regular white, but some areas still retained blue strip indicator lights. Basement modification complete. Begin generating player bodies. Yes. As Lin Miao clicked agree, the biomass extractor's indicator lights began to flash. The liquid level in the tank gradually dropped and was fed into the modification pods through the connecting pipes. As the liquid slowly filled the pods, a faint blue glow also emanated from the inner walls. These glows seemed to be performing human body design within the pods. Bones, nerves, muscles, organs, brain. Those blue lights formed a virtual human body. Immediately afterward, pink filaments began to appear in the yellow solution, wiggling like amoebas with the liquid, and growing into nerves at a visible speed. White granular matter began to emerge, forming bones. 5 pods simultaneously carried out the miraculous biological manufacturing. This was not cloning but the creation of a human body from scratch. Lin Miao watched blankly for over 10 minutes. Complete human skeletons and partial nerves had already formed within the liquid, and muscles had begun to attach to the bones and grow bit by bit. How long is it expected to take? 30 minutes. Lin Miao retracted his gaze and focused on the new page that appeared on the system. First was the building system, which was structured like a tree diagram, divided into 3 major stages, with countless sub-branches in between. It started from the automatically activated most basic design blueprint for a rudimentary agency and extended upwards. There were small staff dormitories, small hydroponic workshops, power stations, and later steel mills, chemical plants, protein synthesis projects, armories, nuclear power plants, and even space orbital ports. It was incredibly detailed, but there was no sequential connection between them. If one had the ability, they could even skip technology tiers. However, it was rather unfortunate that everything was grey. These things required blueprints to activate, and they couldn't be directly conjured like the current equipment. Players needed to form engineering teams to build them, and the more people, the faster the construction. If similar equipment was added, it could also speed up progress, but not everyone could build them. Buildings after the second stage required at least an engineer to lead, but that already fell into the realm of player professions. The system was only responsible for providing building blueprints, the previous modifications and extractors were existing physical cards. Where do the blueprints come from? Lottery. The lottery page was also divided into 3 stages of card pools, basic, intermediate, and advanced, essentially corresponding to different stages. Several other pages should also be similar. And Lin Miao had just completed the mission and received 10 basic card pool voucher. Without a second thought. Let's do this. He threw in 10 coupons directly. Wow. Blue skies and white clouds. Just kidding, this lottery system has no guaranteed minimum, and the basic card pool only contains grey and white and a small chance of green equipment. Everything else is unranked produce, and it seems the card pool is limited. Once items are drawn, they're gone. There were 2 small food voucher, but they weren't for frozen meat or vegetables, they were for canned goods. Braised beef cans 150 grams *100. 5 types of fruit cans 150 grams *100. Waste recycling separator *1. Small press *1. Multifunctional manual platform *1. 3-grade bulletproof vest *1. Employee recruitment contract, can be signed with current world creatures, PS, requires mutual consent. Medical kit *1. Dagger *1. Old unified pistol *1. The system also popped up the next mission. Agency establishment step 2, employee recruitment. It's no good to only have land but no people. How can you run rampant in this wicked world without lackeys? How can you be called a qualified capitalist without employees? So hurry up and find some low-wage, hard-working slaves. Reward, basic employee uniform * number of employees, basic card pool lottery attempts * number of employees. Lin Miao looked at the items that appeared in his backpack and nodded. He didn't know if this luck was good or bad, but the players wouldn't wake up for over an hour, so Lin Miao simply walked out of the basement, preparing to figure out the uses of the items he had drawn and find a more secluded place to release and test them. He would come back later. Besides that, he also had to act as a copywriter, writing a clumsy story to at least barely explain the game's opening premise. Even though most players wouldn't care about such things. As for the mission, it would probably be automatically completed when the players came online later. It was a bit small, but there was nothing to be done in the starting phase. The data space of the game login page looked very peculiar. Yuren, in this unknown space, couldn't see his own body but could feel the existence of his limbs. However, no matter how he moved, his body lying on the bed in reality remained still, and it was truly like he was asleep, breathing steadily. When he woke up, he even felt the drowsiness of having just fallen asleep and being woken up. All signs indicated that the developers of this so-called future vision were playing for real. He didn't know which company Shui Handuo worked for, and he had never heard of such an awesome company before. Yuren looked at the countdown about to reach 0, his heart pounding, and said excitedly, almost there, Cyberpunk 2075, I'm coming. Finally, when the time reached midnight, the data world before Yuren's eyes began to shake continuously. His body, which had been floating in midair, seemed to lose its support, and his entire being plunged into a bottomless abyss. His vision simultaneously turned black. Holy crap! A strange cry came from the basement. A shirtless young man abruptly sat up from an open modification pod, clutching the pod wall tightly and gasping for air, afraid of falling to his death. After all, the data space had no leap of faith or haystacks. The people in the other 3 pods also woke up simultaneously. After they discovered each other, they exchanged glances. One of them tentatively asked. I am assassin couldn't be Nige. Who are you? The other 3 also replied one after another. I am Yuren Yuquan. Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tio Yu. I am Mei Yu Bozi I Tu Do. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have used a screen name to register for the forum. Ugh, there isn't even a function to create a character or choose a gender. It's so f***ing heartbreaking. Ju Tio Yu touched his face. Holy cow, I think I've gotten younger. This face seems to be random. His original face, which had started to become rough due to middle age, was now like a young man's, and his belly, which had started to get fat, was also gone. After touching it, he exclaimed. This is good. Holy crap. Nige desperately wiggled his nose, as if he had never smelled such murky and humid air before, and carefully scrutinized his surroundings and his body, which was only wearing a pair of shorts. This air, these walls, this modeling, it's amazing. Could it be that Jensen Huang was seized by this company, instantly refined, and this is the ultimate color rendered by an RTX 10086 that burst forth? Hearing assassin couldn't be Nige's shock, the others also realized that they were in a world that seemed very close to reality. Yuren shook his head. Hard to say. We're in a confined space right now, and the lights aren't on. We'll have to go outside to see what it's really like. Ju Tio Yu, however, said, even like this, it can beat every game on the market right now, alright? It's awesome. When I get back, I'm telling my wife we're sleeping in separate rooms. Women are nothing compared to games. While the four were conversing, the basement door was pushed open. A strong light shone into the dim space, and a man wearing a blue-black military uniform and sunglasses, with a bulletproof vest over his jacket and a pistol at his waist, walked in from the bright light behind him. In the eyes of the four, there was only a blurry, humanoid silhouette. Lin Miao surveyed the four, nodding slightly. No strange species. You're awake. It seems your operations were very successful. The four exchanged glances, with Zhu Tiaoyu muttering softly, is this an NPC? He looks pretty badass. I thought it was the Terminator knocking. Lin Miao pretended not to hear their mumbling and pointed to the pile of cheap clothes stacked nearby. These are the clothes prepared for you. Put them on, then come out with me. Basic survival supplies in Night City were incredibly cheap. As long as you could endure sleeping on the streets, not showering, not worrying about getting sick and needing medicine, and maintaining the bare minimum for survival, you could absolutely live on 3 euros or even 1 euro a day. Of course, that was just living. Chapter 7 What? My intelligence is only 3? Of course, after completing the recruitment mission, the system had prepared uniforms for the players. But seriously, would Lin Miao give them clothes so easily? You all go wear those 1 euro roadside stall clothes, I haven't even worn them yet. Yes, he embezzled the players' work uniforms and wore them himself. Want a work uniform? Fine, earn it through work. What best motivates players? First is stats, second is appearance. Of course, if it's a gacha game, then you also need a waifu. Perform well, shine for the company, and Lin Miao naturally wouldn't mistreat them. And the subsequent mission came out, aligning perfectly with Lin Miao's thoughts. Agency Establishment Step 3, Complete Agency Type 1 Construction. May there be thousands of grand mansions, sheltering all the poor scholars with joyful faces. Allow one person to have a house first, then renovate the residences of those who come later. Of course, the later arrivals must buy them with money. What? You say you can't afford it. What does that have to do with me? It only means you're not working hard enough. Reward, Biomodification Pod *5, Biomatter Extractor Upgrade, Basic Gotcha Ticket *10. 101kan.com, fully hand-typed, error-free site. The few of them crawled out of the modification pods, hastily putting on the cheap shirts Lin Miao had left for them. They didn't rush out, but continued to scan the environment of this spawn point. The observant NIGE immediately noticed there were 5 pods in the room, but only 4 people were present. He immediately walked to the silent modification pod and, seeing the empty interior, said, "This one's empty." Zhu Tiaoyu, who had just finished putting on a plaid shirt, was a bit confused. Isn't it normal for it to be empty? There are only 4 of us on the winning list. NIGE, however, shook his head directly. You don't understand. In AAA games, every environmental detail usually has its own meaning, especially the starting environment. It's impossible to spend extra money on useless things for no reason. There are 5 pods here, but only 4 people woke up. What does that mean? Yeren immediately understood his meaning. It means that person just now should have woken up from a pod, just like us. Mayu Boziai de Tudo asked, so he's a player too? No, no, no. NIGE shook his head, denying the idea. He shouldn't be a player. Brother Shui's company wouldn't need to manipulate the player list. That's illogical. So, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the opening CG, and he is our guide NPC or GM, responsible for familiarizing us with this world. It's also possible he's both. Zhu Tiaoyu patted his shoulder and said, not bad, NIGE. Looks like your years of playing single-player games weren't for nothing. Remember to explain more to us when we go out. NIGE's face immediately turned green, and he quickly corrected, don't call me that name. Who would have thought that the in-game name and form name would be synchronized? Thankfully, the game AI didn't actually turn him into a black dragon, he was already grateful for that. But the other 3 suppressed their laughter, and as they walked towards the basement door, they didn't forget to pat his shoulder. Alright, NIGE. Got it, NIGE. See you outside, NIGE. Convex, fuck dish fuck. The lighting on the basement stairs wasn't very bright. Lin Miao had deliberately added special effects when opening the door, creating a mysterious image with the bumblebee drone hanging behind him and shining a strong light. So, when the 4 climbed to the top of the dim stairs and pushed open the door, the sun, which had just risen above the distant horizon, made them all feel a dazzling sensation, and they couldn't help but shield their eyes with their hands. But after a very short time, they adapted. When they looked through the open bar door at the desolate town in the rising sun, they praised it from the bottom of their hearts. May you Boziai de Tudo, forgive my limited vocabulary. Holy crap. Zhu Tiaoyu, you dog, you stole my line. Yeren, me too. NIGE was particularly excited, all other companies can go to hell. I'll never play any other games in my life. To hell with your diversification. While in shock, the 4 didn't forget to rummage through the bar, wanting to touch everything they came across. Yeren even pressed against a dust-covered arcade machine, ready to lick the screen clean with his tongue. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Miao had to speak up and remind these guys, who were acting like monkeys from Mount Imei. If you're out, hurry up and come over. What are you dilly-dallying for? The few of them saw that the NPC was urging them, so they quickly reined in their unseemly behavior and scurried over to Lin Miao, sizing up this somewhat special forces dressed guy and waiting to trigger game dialogue. Nige even reached out, seemingly intending to touch his NPC. Lin Miao glanced at him. Anyone causing trouble will have their game qualifications revoked and be forcibly logged off. Nige sheepishly retracted his unruly hand and stepped back, saying, I couldn't help myself, couldn't help myself. I understand your feelings, but please note that we are in the treacherous Badlands. Threats are everywhere around Stone Ridge Mountain. To rebuild the Future Vision Agency here and change the current state of this world, everyone needs to work together, understand? Lin Miao's words were vague, leaving the four a bit confused, but they vaguely understood that they were in a place called the Badlands, and they seemed to have some connection with an organization called the Future Vision Agency. Unlike their unrestrained Great Western King mentality when playing other games, I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, but I'm going to kill everyone. The four dared not move recklessly now, fearing they might anger the NPC and GM in front of them and get kicked out. Understood, we understand. After nodding like pecking chickens, Nige was the first to reach out and ask, then what do we need to do to rebuild the agency and change this world? Lin Miao was very pleased with this sensible fellow, so he nodded, gesturing for them to look around. This is on a desolate mountain in the eastern suburbs of Night City, rarely visited by people. However, there are still some usable resources. I have already prepared the initial resources. Follow me. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the gas station next to the bar. As the four followed closely behind Lin Miao, they also looked around at this so-called wilderness town. For a game's 0.1 test server, such astonishing graphics were already incredible. The distant, faintly visible city, the spider web-like roads below the hillside, and the gleaming solar arrays, everything was exactly like the official website's illustrations. It wasn't a CG, it was reality. However, the town they were in was truly desolate. The plywood of the houses was scattered everywhere, broken. The gas pumps at the gas station had been dismantled and pushed over. The repair shop didn't even have a wrench left, it had been thoroughly picked clean, just like the bar, leaving only an empty shell. But in the innermost room of the gas station, there were several pieces of equipment that seemed out of place with the surroundings. One was a massive piece of equipment, connecting the roof and the floor. Its middle part was a cylindrical, thick furnace body. The opened box on its left was over 2 meters wide and more than a meter high. On its right, a track-like mechanism connected it to another piece of equipment in the room that looked blocky, somewhat like a rolling mill or a plate pressing machine. Its function was unknown. An unfolded workbench was also placed at the entrance, fully equipped with tools. These items were in the same style as the equipment they had seen when waking up in the bar's basement. Several suspected steel plates were also placed nearby. Lin Miao stood by the machine and said with a tone of emotion, "We paid a great price to gather enough resources to piece these things together." We? Nige keenly noticed the unusual pronoun. So, there were others before. Lin Miao nodded, his eyes somewhat dim. Yes, my comrades were also your predecessors, but they all died. To procure resources, sometimes we had to steal, or even rob. But the company's secret equipment isn't easy to obtain, so in the end, only I was left. I had no choice but to activate the machines again and create you. Then, Lin Miao looked at the four of them, using acting skills worthy of a Golden Horse Award, a hint of sadness in his eyes as if recalling a painful past, but quickly changing back to determination. The doctor entrusted everything to me before he died, so even if it costs everything, I will rebuild this world. Just a few words painted a tragic and heroic past for Lin Miao in the minds of the four, taking on the heavy burden of the deceased, watching his companions fall one by one until only he remained. A wave of emotion swept over them. Players are actually a very easy group to fool. As long as you cooperate with them a little, they will shower you with praise and gladly serve you. Lin Miao looked at the four people, who were deep in emotion, a slight smile playing on his lips before he quickly suppressed it. With a stern face, he began to introduce the machines in the room and the mission. Our most critical mission right now is to establish an agency outpost in the Badlands, and these devices can help us with that, he said. He walked over to the largest machine in the room. This is a scrap recovery and separation electric furnace. It can recycle most solid waste products we encounter: polymer plastics, scrap metal, composite panels, and even rubber and glass. In a vacuum environment, it uses high-pressure ionization and a centrifuge to reduce and separate them into usable materials. However, before use, you need to set the waste type and desired output on the panel. It can only process one type at a time, other materials will be discharged as residue and cannot be recycled a second time. With that, Lin Miao tossed a piece of scrap steel he had picked up from the ground into the container on the left side of the scrap recovery furnace, then demonstrated it in front of the four. If you set it like this, the scrap steel will be reheated to a molten state by ultra-high pressure current. After centrifugal separation, it will be poured into a mold and cast into metal ingots. We don't have the conditions for quenching and tempering right now, so we'll make do. There should have been other metal processing facilities outside the recovery furnace, but Lin Miao hadn't drawn them, so he could only temporarily combine the two devices for use. Sure enough, after a few minutes of a low, humming sound from the central furnace, a dull red, hot steel ingot was ejected from the output port onto a conveyor belt and entered another machine. Then, after a series of ear-splitting metal hammering sounds, the steel ingot was pressed into a steel plate and stacked on the ground. Once the steel plates cool, you can further press them and combine them with high-density fiberboard to form composite panels, which will be the main material for building houses later. However, there was clear material loss during this process. The result of separating a single substance was that other materials would likely be scrapped. The chute on the side of the recovery furnace spat out some unrecoverable steel slag. Because different melting temperatures can cause other materials to denature or even be scrapped, the recovery rate depends on the material content. The problem is even more severe with composite materials. So, this is the beginner's tutorial. Wildman blinked. This was somewhat different from the cyberpunk he had imagined. Where were the cybernetics? The gunfights? Shouldn't there be some thrilling, large-scale scenes? Then he looked at the four of them, dressed in loose, sloppy clothes, looking like delinquents, and he understood. In this state, no grand scenes would involve them. But no fear, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, right? From Lin Miao's few words, it was clear that the future plot of this game would be epic. Moreover, even if it was a survival building game, he had played those before. Plus, this was the first fully holographic game, he would even eat shit if he had to. And the game system was also very sensible, stepping in at this moment to guide the players. A green border, somewhat similar to Lin Miao's system, simultaneously popped up before their eyes. Mainline novice mission, build a new home. Mission description, you awaken in a wilderness town. Under the guidance of the pioneer Lin Miao, you have taken your first step. The urgent task is to jointly build the agency as a foundation, in order to activate more functions. Mission objective, 1. Learn how to use the scrap recovery furnace, pressing machine, and multifunctional manual platform. Mission reward, unlock player panel. The four exchanged glances, understanding dawning on them. Ah, this is more like it. What kind of game doesn't have a main quest? Zhu Tiou of Westlake immediately said, alright, I understand. I guarantee we'll complete the mission. The other three quickly echoed his sentiment. Lin Miao found it a bit amusing. If real-life employees were this obedient and inexpensive, company bosses would probably be replacing their Mercedes every month. However, he naturally wouldn't leave the players here alone and unsupervised. So, after he nodded, a spherical drone the size of a casserole dish flew out from behind Lin Miao. It had a turbine fan mounted in each of its three directions, providing power for flight and directional correction. This is our agency's auxiliary AI, W. If you don't understand anything, you can ask it. I'm going out to scout the nearby area. If anything happens, I'll also use it to notify you. At the same time, it will warn you what you can and cannot do. If you violate the rules, the punishment will be a warning for minor infractions, and very, very severe for major ones. I don't think you would want that, would you? This was a bumblebee drone Lin Miao had bought before leaving, and he had overridden its native system with his own AI. This was a parenting robot specifically designed by Zetatech. In Lin Miao's eyes, these players were no different from 4 or 5-year-old mischievous children, unpredictable, difficult to control, and extremely destructive. Moreover, AI was not a rare commodity. Autonomous devices in Night City all had simple intelligent systems to varying degrees. If it weren't for urgent matters, Lin Miao really didn't want to leave these people alone here. Tossing an Ajax and some ammunition into the passenger seat, Lin Miao drove the cargo truck, hidden in a collapsed garage, out of the town. Although he had learned the location of Stone Ridge Town from a street vendor, he knew very little about the surrounding environment. He had only heard that the Badlands were ruled by nomads and the wraiths, and even corporations often suffered losses at their hands. However, Lin Miao didn't know much about their distribution or modus operandi, so a thorough search of the area around the town was necessary. Moreover, his money was running out, so he had to find a way to generate income. And his actions, naturally, were constantly observed by Wildman and the others. Mayu Bozii de Tudo watched Lin Miao's car disappear at the end of the town before turning back and saying, that NPC left. He even took a rifle with him when he left, so it seems it's indeed a bit dangerous around here. But when he turned around, the other three were already gathered around the machines, tapping and knocking on them. Wildman asked, does anyone here have a major in mechanics or metallurgy? How does this thing work? There's so much on the panel, steel making, iron making, plastics, cement, it seems to have too many functions. Zhu Tiou of Westlake, who was fumbling with the numerical control panel, said, why bother with all that? Isn't that how building and assembly line games always are? As long as it works, it's fine. That's not how it works, Nige, the assassin, said, standing in front of the manual platform and picking up a boring tool to examine it. This game has an absurdly high degree of freedom. Look, this manual platform has boring tools, reamers, grinders, everything. It can turn, mill, plane, grind, drill, and bore. The structure is intricate and complete, and when fully folded, it's only the size of a table. It's practically a miniature machine tool. It's probably the most realistic game equipment I've ever seen. Wildman took a two-handed sledgehammer from the side of the platform, swung it a couple of times, and found it quite handy. You studied this? No, I just like doing handicrafts in my spare time, taking on orders to make cosplay props. After a while, you pick up a bit of everything. They had all met in a gaming group, but their interactions were limited to playing games together and trash talking. The only ones who were truly familiar offline were Tudo, Zhu Tiou, and Wildman. While chatting, the four also tried to operate the machines to produce things. These devices were completely idiot-proof to operate, the panels were in Chinese, and there was even a parenting drone guiding them. As long as they weren't mentally challenged, a few tries would be enough to get the hang of it. However, no one cared how the machine actually worked. They probably assumed that you put raw materials in the left, the program deleted them, and then a piece of steel magically appeared from the right exit. The internal model was likely just an empty shell. Most production line games were like that. The so-called settings were just for show. When all four had successfully operated the machines in turn, the system deemed the mission complete, and the panel unlocked. Zhu Tiaoyu let out a cry, "Holy crap, I've awakened the system. Look at the panel. Look at the panel. Nanny. My intelligence is only 3. Chapter 8 Real estate is the foundation of everything. The character panels for the four were imitations Lin Miao had organized from his own panel, but the data algorithms were the same, they had everything they should, their levels were all 1, only their attributes differed. For example, Wildman's intelligence was only 3, but his physique was a full 6 points, and reaction was 5. Potato and Zhu Tiaoyu's data were more balanced, though Zhu Tiaoyu's intelligence was also 3. NIGE, however, was more impressive, Tech 5, Cool 5, Reaction 6. While his physique and intelligence were 3, they were still quite outstanding. While the three were complaining that NIGE's physique was only 3, W also released the second phase of the player quest. Mainline Novice Quest, Building a Home. Objective, 2, according to the blueprints provided by W, carry out architectural modifications to the bar and complete the construction of Agency Model 1. Reward, Lin Miao will reward players individually based on their contribution. Zhu Tiaoyu complained indignantly, with attribute point differences and levels, it means we can level up, right? So why didn't we get any experience after completing the quest just now? And why are my intelligence and potatoes only 3? I don't think I'm stupid. Because you're inherently a retard. Have you forgotten that year when your photo was entered into a competition and won an award, and the judge's comment was even retards have their spring? Potato couldn't stop laughing, only Zhu Tiaoyu was both ashamed and angry, but faced with the facts, he could only blush and change the subject. Damn it, you're digging up old dirt, aren't you? Huang Tudo, you just wait for me. Hey, W, how are we supposed to do architectural modifications? No one here has ever built a house. Jokes among players didn't affect W. Please follow me. Because the front door was closed, W circled in the air for a while before flying out from the back door of the gas station's garage. Its 3 propellers whirred like fans, and its flexibility was much higher than any drone they had seen in reality. When they returned to the front of the bar, a blue light shot out from W's front scanner, sweeping over every inch of the bar's walls, not missing a single corner. From the player's perspective, wherever this light swept, light blue virtual structures appeared. They were like pieces of a puzzle, undergoing secondary renovation on the original foundation of the bar's building. Each piece had unique markings, width, length, thickness, material composition, riveting or welding, cable troughs, pipe interfaces, air ducts, everything was clearly marked, even more detailed than on-site construction blueprints. After W scanned it thoroughly inside and out, a complete blue virtual building took shape in the eyes of the four. Its overall blue-black color scheme made the building appear very robust and sharply angled. Sentry posts, sniper positions, machine gun emplacements, and everything else were all present, and its heavy exterior had a distinct military fortress style. My god, this thing could be replicated one-to-one in reality, couldn't it? We're not going to hire a professional construction team, are we? Can we build this? Remember the fastest novel site on the entire network, 101gon.com. Potato and NIGE were dumbfounded. Instead, Zhu Tiaoyu, who had been mocked for his low intelligence earlier, looked at the two of them inexplicably. Why can't we build it? Isn't this a game? Cough. Well, sometimes low intelligence means not overthinking things. The excessively impressive graphics had led the two to mistakenly believe they were still in reality. However, Zhu Tiaoyu was indeed right, it's a game, nothing is impossible. Some people can even jump on rotten apples with blocks while building a Dyson sphere, so what's building a house? W also said. You only need to find suitable materials, refine them using the recycling furnace, and then perform rough processing. You just need to meet the requirements. After confirming there were no issues, Wildman excitedly said, then what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Isn't this what playing games is all about? NIGE, however, was a bit reluctant. No, shouldn't we be exploring the vicinity right now? At least look for map boundaries or hidden treasure chests or something. Or identify resource points, enemies, or side quests. Why follow the quest flow? Freedom, do you understand freedom? It is well known that if developers don't set boundaries or force execution for novice quests, players might finish all available side quests and reach max level before the novice quest is even over, resulting in a fully geared character fighting a starter village boss. For Zhu Tiaoyu, who hadn't played many open-world games, he felt it was better to honestly follow the process. So he advised, but that NPC just said he could kick us out of the game, and he left a drone watching. Do you want to bet if he has that authority? You're a bit brave, brother. NIGE immediately cowered. Then forget it. He didn't want to be disqualified from the game right at the start. Losing face was secondary, if he couldn't play this game, he might as well be killed. This world-first hot commodity, which he had some doubts about before playing, but after entering the game, he could only say that this was a game qualification that might not be obtainable for any amount of money. If he messed up and lost it, he would regret it too late. The players were highly motivated and immediately got to work. The four immediately returned to the gas station's parking garage and started tinkering. No steel? Everywhere were derelict cars stripped down to their shells, and those arcade machines. Smash. If they couldn't smash it, they'd cut it with the chainsaw from the crafting platform. No wood? They'd demolish houses, throw the plywood into the recycling furnace to remelt polyurethane for composite board pressing, then cut and assemble it on the crafting platform according to their needs. The small town, which had been abandoned for some years, began to echo with clanging sounds. Sparks from tearing steel sprayed onto Ju Tianyu's face. Far from flinching, he became even more excited by the slight burning sensation on his face. Reflected in the firelight was a lewd yet excited smile. Holy crap, it actually hurts. This is so damn real. Ha 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 ha. Bang. Wildman, wielding a sledgehammer, smashed through house after house. Walls or doors, anything he set his eyes on was doomed. Damn, this destruction effect. I could play this for 100 years and not get tired of it. Rainbow Six wall destruction level is far inferior, alright. If someone were to come to the town, they would see two madmen, one wielding a sledgehammer, smashing everything in sight, the other holding a chainsaw, wanting to take a slice out of anything he saw. Cars, doors, arcade machines, even utility poles were doomed. And their faces were plastered with maniacal grins, born from the satisfaction of their destructive urges. They were the type that a normal person could instantly diagnose with cyberpsychosis. Potato, responsible for collecting materials for the recycling furnace, glanced at these two unrestrained fellows and shook his head. Damn it, worthy of being two idiots with only 3 intelligence, they're so happy even doing manual labor. That's different, this isn't reality. Nige used a ruler and a marker to draw the desired shapes on the pressed composite boards, then began cutting with a small handsaw. He had some crafting skills in reality, often taking orders for game cost props. Regardless of quality, they at least looked the part. Low intelligence isn't necessarily a bad thing. Since there are attribute differences, perhaps there will be class divisions in the future. Different attributes might represent different career paths. Since quests aren't the leveling channel, what if training like this is the way to upgrade and increase physique attributes? That makes some sense, brother. As expected of a man whose attributes are a bit higher than ours, you're just different. With Nige's hint, Potato's speed in transporting and cutting scraps increased significantly. Meanwhile, Lin Miao also encountered something different. It was people, and they were enemies. 2 night walkers had parked their car by the roadside to pee and smoke. The car's paint job was too recognizable. Lin Miao hid in a pile of weeds on the other side of the road, his car was hidden in a mountain hollow. The number of night walkers was unknown. Like the scavengers, they were a chaotic gang that accepted no order whatsoever, second-rate thugs. They enjoyed customizing cars and street racing, often raiding nomad camps in the wilderness. They were untrustworthy, even if someone hired them to transport people or goods, it rarely ended well. They basically killed the employer and stole the goods along with the payment. This was essentially all the information Lin Miao could find. Their styling was also very avant-garde, shirtless, vests, mohawks. They were the type who would ride motorcycles, waving chains, circling Lin Miao, sticking out their tongues, and laughing maniacally. Then Lin Miao would burst out of his clothes to the BGM of a bowl of shrimp, revealing his muscular upper body with the Big Dipper scars, and beat them all to death with the Hokuto Hyakuretsuken without the slightest sense of incongruity. However, Lin Miao didn't know Hokuto Hyakuretsuken. Although his upper body was muscular, he certainly couldn't defeat a night walker equipped with cyberware. How could a mere trained body compare to steel? Serious face. The distance between the two sides wasn't far. Crouched in the dry grass, Lin Miao could faintly hear the idle chatter of the few people. He held his breath, trying his best to distinguish their conversation. A red-haired mohawk lying on the hood said, "Damn it, I've run this road dozens of times a day for a week, and there's not even a feather. I'm almost bored to death." The bald night walker next to him, leaning against the car door, took a puff of his cigarette, then impatiently snuffed it out and tossed it away. "Who the hell told you to almost lose the boss's goods last month? Now I'm unlucky with you, watching the boss give the lucrative job to those dog-like Chris guys. That was a whole convoy of pure two, a business worth hundreds of thousands. If it had gone through, even just getting a share, I could have lived it up for months. Alright, what's the use of complaining here? You make it sound like it's all my fault. If your aim was even a little bit better and you'd taken out those idiots chasing us, would I have crashed the car into a pole? Bullets were hitting my face." The red-haired mohawk's face also darkened. He rolled off the hood and clapped his companion on the shoulder. Pointing to the small road leading up the mountain behind them, he said, "I heard there's a town on the mountain. It used to belong to the old Caldos, but now everyone's gone. Let's go up and see if there's anything valuable." His companion rolled his eyes at him. "If you can find anything, those people must have been blind dogs. Going? What are you afraid of? It's better to mess around up there than look for some damn fat sheep on this road. I'll drive after I take a piss." With that, the Mohawk night walker pulled down his pants by the roadside. Listening to the two men's conversation from across the road, Lin Miao's eyes also grew cold as he looked at the two night walkers. Originally, he hadn't intended to act against them, but now that these two wanted to go up the mountain, that was unacceptable. With brain chips, they could contact their boss at any time. Lin Miao absolutely couldn't let them go up the mountain. After confirming there were no other people around, he carefully took Ajax from his back, disengaged the safety, moving as lightly as possible, fearing any sound might draw their attention. He didn't even dare to scan, God knew what cyberware these two might have. What if one had a Sandevistan, even a low-end one? If they reacted, it would become very troublesome. Lin Miao didn't shoot directly. Instead, he took a grenade from his waist, pulled the pin, cautiously extended his hand from the grass, placed the grenade on the road, then gently pushed it. The handle flew off, and the cylindrical grenade rolled towards the opposite side of the road. The road was less than 5 meters wide, and it would only take 2 or 3 seconds to roll across, but to Lin Miao, it felt like an eternity. He watched the grenade roll all the way to the bald man's feet. The bald man felt something touch his heel. He looked down and saw a pitted cylinder, palm-sized. His lips moved slightly. Shit. The last 2 words couldn't be uttered. A violent flash of fire erupted from the cylinder, directly blasting him completely into the air. The night walker who was still pulling down his pants to relieve himself was stunned by the explosion. He didn't even dare to pull up his pants, instinctively wanting to duck back behind the engine, using the reinforced car body for cover. But Lin Miao, in the instant after the grenade exploded, had already risen from the grass, raised his gun, aimed, and, risking being grazed by grenade shrapnel, pulled the trigger, sweeping out a burst of bullets. Although basic firearms mastery LV3 wasn't high, he understood the fundamental principles of firearm usage. At 5 meters, against a stationary target, the green-haired Mohawk's left chest was directly shredded by bullets. To counter the bulletproof capabilities provided by cyberware, the current arms market sells only full-power rounds, high-explosive rounds, or incendiary rounds, and even hand cannons that can kill an elephant with one shot. As for areas not protected by cyberware, one can only say, hee hee. From the grenade explosion to the end of the shooting, it took no more than 2 seconds. But Lin Miao didn't stop there. He immediately jumped out, holding his gun, and emptied a magazine into the night walker who had been blasted several meters away by the grenade. The bullets directly blew out his neural components and skull fragments. After emptying the magazine, he threw the gun to the ground, drew the pistol from his waist, and delivered a finishing shot to the green-haired Mohawk, similarly not stopping until his head was shattered. The entire process was smooth and fluid. Lin Miao didn't even blink. His first kill, apart from feeling a bit nauseated by the sight of the corpse with its head blown apart, left him completely unfazed. He didn't even feel a trace of pity for these 2 dead men. The pressure they put on Lin Miao wasn't even as much as the effort it took to speak a few words with Akita Wakako yesterday. Phew. After a few seconds of pause, Lin Miao knew he couldn't stay here. The night walker's car was also unusable, God knew if it had a tracker. He had also heard that some advanced optical implants could scan tire tracks to track vehicles. Lin Miao hung his gun at his waist, dragged the 2 bodies aside, then pulled out a grenade and threw it into the car. The massive flames caused by the explosion directly consumed the entire metal chassis, sending the modified car sky high. Friends who often kill know that killing is easy, disposing of bodies is hard. In front of the scorching flames, Lin Miao looked at the bloody, brain-splattered corpses. After a moment's thought, he moved the 2 bodies and stuffed their heads and wounds into the bonfire, roasting them for a long time. He took off his blood-stained jacket and threw it into the fire to burn clean. Finally, after confirming that the wounds were charred and wouldn't bleed, he dragged their bodies and carried them all the way to his car, which was hidden in a distant mountain hollow. To avoid being tracked, Lin Miao even drove around on the road for a good while before heading towards the town from another direction. One could only say that caution is always right. Before gaining strength, one must lie low. There was just one small problem. The car compartment was filled with the smell of burnt flesh and the pungent odor of leaked chemicals, which made Lin Miao feel nauseous, yet he had to endure it. He didn't know why, but Lin Miao felt no guilt whatsoever about killing people and even roasting them in a bonfire. His actions were smooth and natural. And when he drove back to the town and witnessed its tragic state firsthand, he gained a new understanding of the destructive power of the player group. Although the buildings in the original town were dilapidated, most of the houses had not suffered structural damage. Nomads and night walkers had no interest in these wooden boards and tin sheets, so they at least maintained their original form. But he had only been gone for 5 hours, and the entire town was like a locust plague, gnawed to pieces. Only a few isolated, relatively intact mobile trailers around the bar shivered in the cold wind, while other buildings had become a pile of ruins. The better ones still had a few walls left, and the worse ones were reduced to just their foundations. And Wildman was still there, wielding a sledgehammer, muttering incomprehensible 80. As he mercilessly hammered the composite board wall lying on the ground. His 6 points of physique allowed him to persist until now with energy to spare. Chapter 9, Scavenger? Little brother, step back a little. Goodness, this efficiency is almost on par with a professional demolition crew. Lin Miao was astonished by the player's efficiency, but when he saw their results, he became a little unsettled. Because without the aid of professional technology and equipment, high efficiency often meant low quality. That bar, how should I put it, it was like a dilapidated shack made of mismatched colored steel tiles and wooden boards forcibly bound together with tape and glue, a piece of trash that would fall apart with a kick. Roughly cut composite boards, not even sanded at the edges, were crudely assembled. Even with the help of a ruler, many panels had gaps ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters to a finger's width. Composite boards that wouldn't fit were hammered in, and parts that were prone to falling were nailed firmly to the bar's original wall panels, resulting in a wall covered in patches of all sizes. Even the poorest homeless person probably wouldn't dare to live in it, fearing that the house would collapse and bury him while he slept, turning Cyberpunk into wasteland punk. System, are you sure something like this will work? Lin Miao felt he was getting his comeuppance. Perhaps he should have hired a team of more professional technicians instead of exploiting free players. For a basic agency, extreme precision is not required. The current results have met the minimum acceptable standard. When all parts are assembled, I will perform an information entity integration, including the equipment in the basement, integrating all components into a single entity. However, blueprints for agency type 2 and above, or other buildings, are more complex, and the current construction level is far from meeting the minimum integration standard. That's good. At the initial stage of the game, if players were required to rework their creations, it would be a huge blow to their enthusiasm for the game. However, Lin Miao still caught a key point in the system's reply. Information entity integration, so you mean other equipment can also be integrated into a factory, just like those pieces of equipment in rooms are merged into a whole? Yes, but the current quantity of equipment you possess is far from meeting the minimum standard for a small factory, and factory information integration requires a stable power supply, which you currently cannot meet. It's becoming more and more like a game, but for the system, manipulating the changes between matter and information is probably as simple as humans casually pouring a river in front of an anthill. What will others think? I mean, will people in this world discover an anomaly if they witness the information entity integration process? No, they will only believe that the construction was completed by an engineering team composed of players. A kind of pseudo-cognitive barrier. Lin Miao roughly understood. He had previously worried about whether players killing people in this world would have any impact, such as being too realistic to act, but the system's answer was no. In the player's eyes, combat or killing would add a cognitive filter, preventing any feelings of disgust or fear. Unlike farming simulation or city building games, or war games that develop slowly, Lin Miao's reality is a world with complete order. Although this world is somewhat chaotic, corporations hold absolute dominance. Finance, military, and politics are firmly in their grasp, and they are not leviathans that he or some players can provoke. Updates are not easy, remember to share 101kanshu.com. From the beginning, both sides were not on the same starting line, which is the biggest reason why Lin Miao chose to come to the Badlands instead of developing within the city. If any clues were detected, corporate agents or armies could easily flatten a force composed of hundreds or thousands of players. After all, they truly have aircraft carriers and nuclear bombs, and killing a few thousand people is like child's play. It's worth noting that in the Fourth Corporate War decades ago, urban massacres were already not uncommon for corporations. In 2023, corporations intervened in the peninsula's civil war, and Busan is still a dead city shrouded in toxic fog. Less than half of the 4 million people escaped, and to this day, anyone who enters, except robots, dies. But now, there was undoubtedly good news. Seeing Lin Miao return, several players also scurried over, shamelessly claiming credit around him. Assassin couldn't be Nige was the first to rush to him. Report, we have completed 60% of the first floor's wall renovation. Then, he, with only 3 in physique, was immediately pushed aside by Zhu Tiaoyu. In just 3 days, no, just 2 days, before logging off tomorrow night, we'll have the prototype of the agency built. They weren't actually building a house, they were just covering the bar inside and out with a layer of composite panels, and since quality wasn't an issue, the speed was naturally fast. The savage, carrying a large hammer, interjected, I'm almost done demolishing the resource point. Should we demolish the remaining good ones too? But it seems even demolishing everything won't be quite enough. Where should we go next? Can we open a new map? Potato originally wanted to say something, but his sensitive nose immediately caught a strange smell as he approached Lin Miao. He frowned and twitched his nose. Is it barbecue? Or something else? It's really strange, this smell. The other 3, hearing this, also immediately reacted. Indeed, a strange burnt smell permeated the air. So, the group looked at Lin Miao, knowing that the smell was related to him. Lin Miao's face, meanwhile, wore an expression of deep emotion, trying his best to control his gaze from looking at the dilapidated bar to avoid laughing out loud, and then he spoke in a corporate-style pep talk. I've seen all your efforts, everyone. Keep up the good work. After the agency is established, I certainly won't mistreat any of you compatriots. Persistence is victory, and we will surely change the world. Lin Miao, of course, knew that just giving pep talks wouldn't satisfy these players. At the very least, he had to take the chicken meat out of the soup and let them see it to get these guys working like they were injected with adrenaline, and incidentally, test the effect of the so-called cognitive filter. Now, stop what you are doing and help me with something. There are 2 things in the car, help me carry them to the basement. With that, Lin Miao opened the back door of the car, and a long-settled smell of burnt flesh wafted out. 2 bodies, completely charred in the upper half, with half their skulls missing, appeared before the 4 players. One of them also had its left chest completely mangled, the flesh of the wound burnt into a lump of charcoal. Contrary to Lin Miao's expectations, Zhu Tiaoyu, with an intelligence of 3, was the first to exclaim. Holy cow, did you go out to grind monsters? But why bring the bodies back? The savage was a bit confused but immediately had a flash of inspiration. Do you want us to help destroy the evidence? Is there a quest reward? Nige even used the wrench in his hand to poke the body. Look at that hand, it's metal. Is this a cybernetic body part in the cyber world? The 4 looked at the completely deformed bodies, each reacting differently, but without even a hint of physiological discomfort. Instead, they wore expressions of course, which completely put Lin Miao at ease. So he said. These are 2 night walkers. I found them when they tried to approach the camp. They still have some cybernetic body parts on them. Taking them off might add bricks and tiles to our cause. Potato reacted, holy moly. Does that mean killing monsters can drop equipment? This game's tutorial is pretty good. Where's the monster grinding spot? Can we go try it? The other three, hearing this, immediately became eager to try, especially the savage, who held his hammer as if ready to crack someone's head open at any moment. Cough. Lin Miao almost couldn't hold back. That's roughly the idea, but first help me take them to the basement. We'll remove their cybernetic body parts with the biological modification pod. As for night walkers, there will be opportunities to encounter them later. However, this also reminded Lin Miao that players must be restricted, otherwise this group of people might kill anyone they see on the road, disemboweling them for cybernetic body parts, turning into a second scavengers, or something even more terrifying. Nige seemed to suddenly remember something and shouted, I have a cart. I built a handcart. With that, he ran back to the gas station and rushed out pushing a four-wheeled flatbed. It had no bearings, no gears, not even rubber, just 4 iron wheels and 2 iron pipes inserted under the board, making it quite clunky to push. Fortunately, the passengers had no complaints. However, when transporting them down the stairs, the passengers accidentally rolled down the stairs and were immediately carried into the basement by the kind savage. After being stripped of their clothes, they were thrown into the modification pod, their heads accidentally hitting the pod's entrance, and a bit of brain matter splattered on the ground from the cracked wound. Maintaining the virtue of frugality and not wasting, Lin Miao reached out and grabbed the bit of brain matter that had fallen on the ground, throwing it into the modification pod. No waste could be afforded at this stage. Although it was impossible to see the user's expressions, Lin Miao and the savage didn't receive any negative feedback from them, so they took it as tacit approval. Then, under the expectant gazes of the four, Lin Miao activated the biomass extractor. According to the system's description, this thing can completely dissolve the flesh of organic creatures, skin and bones included, turning them into biomass containing minerals, carbohydrates, fats, inorganic salts, and water, just like how the modification pod creates players, only the process is reversed. Using humans now is out of necessity, later, when there's an opportunity to open a farm or afford real meat, it won't be so outrageous. The full biomass tank had used up 4 units to create the 4 players before, plus a full day's worth of power generation, leaving the storage tank nearly half empty. The players' fervent gazes made Lin Miao feel a bit uneasy. The most notorious gang in Night City was the Scavengers, because this Myanmar-based gang loved to harvest kidneys for sale. The surgical process was very crude, with little regard for the victim's life or death, and there were even rumors that they sold human flesh. But at least they wouldn't eat everything, skin and bones included, like Lin Miao. Soon, Night City's lowest tier gang's title was about to change hands. Scavengers? Who are you? What a sin, what a sin. It seems I'll have to go to the St. Louis Cathedral more often to light some incense and tap an electronic wooden fish to accumulate cybermerit. Accumulating cybermerit in a cyberpunk world, no problem. I just don't know if there are any cyber bodhisattvas or cyber buddhas. Unknown liquid filled the modification pod, and the physical bodies of the 2 Nightwalker customers were completely submerged in it. At this moment, Nige couldn't hold back and proactively asked Lin Miao. In this world, if we die, will there be resurrection or death penalties? The other 3 also clearly had the same intention, and Lin Miao replied, yes, but the specific situation depends on different conditions. Zhu Tiaoyu quickly asked, what conditions? Normal death, such as dying in battle or during a mission, the resurrection time depends on the completeness of the body we recover, ranging from 1 to 3 days. Lin Miao looked at them with a warning gaze, if it's malicious behavior or disobeying my orders, there will be at least a 7-day ban, and in severe cases, permanent disqualification from playing. Specific regulations can be found by consulting W, and will also be posted on the official website later. Please note that the regulations will be continuously updated with new versions, and I hold the ultimate right of interpretation. The current basic regulations are nothing more than intentionally attacking neutral or friendly NPCs, running out of the map boundaries set by Lin Miao, intentionally ruining other players' gaming experience, or forcibly attacking enemy strongholds without a mission or threat. Of course, the ultimate right of interpretation means that even if you don't violate these regulations, and even if you really find a loophole, Lin Miao can forcibly take you offline to stop the crime. A thought simultaneously popped into the minds of the 4. Damn, it really is a GM dog. This guy is probably from the game company. NPC is an identity setting, GM is management authority, and they don't conflict. The game company will use artificial customer service to answer their questions. The body recovery was very fast. Mechanical arms on both sides inside the modification pod ejected sharp surgical knives, precisely and quickly cutting open the Nightwalker's flesh, prying open ribs, severing tendons, ribs, and neural connectors, extracting the cyberware and coating it with an anti-corrosion layer. The remaining flesh and bones began to melt at a visible rate, turning into the same yellow liquid as in the jar, with a pile of useless charred husks and broken brain components floating on top. And the Nightwalker's cyberware was naturally nothing good, a bionic mechanical right arm and 2 bionic joints. The bionic skin on the arm was gone, leaving only an iron hand dangling around. Moreover, both of their brain-computer interface modules, optical lenses, and cyber eyes were blown out by Lin Miao's bullets, leaving only a pile of charred neural component fragments. Besides that, there were 2 sets of leg-strengthening tendons and bionic joints. Whether you could win didn't matter, as long as you could run. 2 bionic lungs, whose blackened lobes looked quite worn and were low-grade goods, as in the Badlands, the air was only slightly better than in mines and chemical plants. As for shock absorbers, reinforced cores, and dense bone marrow, don't even think about it, the poor folks in the Badlands don't deserve them. Although not much was dropped, in the eyes of the 4 players, it was a genuine equipment system, and their eyes turned red with excitement. And this was a fully immersive simulation game, where you could actually equip and feel things on your body, not just simple numerical amplifiers or fashion items. Who didn't think the T-800 was cool as a child? Who hasn't had a robot dream? Men, had. And now, the dream seemed within reach, separated only by that thin layer of glass. Cough. Lin Miao's cough brought the 4 back to reality. He hadn't even given the players uniforms yet, they wanted cyberware? Work hard, and the company won't treat you badly. He opened the modification pod and, under the eager gaze of the 4, collected the cyberware into the empty boxes that had held guns that morning. Then he said to them. These are the current assets of the agency. Although not much and not of good quality, it's a first step. As long as you perform well and accumulate enough GP points, you can purchase cyberware or equipment from the agency's store. Lin Miao's words poured a bucket of cold water on the 4, and their ignited enthusiasm subsided, but they quickly rallied. Yes, this was equipment dropped by someone else's monster hunt. They hadn't even finished repairing a house, so why should they get the equipment? And GP points? Is it in-game currency for mission rewards? Or does it imply in-game purchases? Sure enough, they still needed to work harder, and grind a bit more. Their eyes once again blazed with fighting spirit, and they said in unison. We'll go fix it right away. However, Lin Miao didn't let them work overtime immediately. Instead, he patted their shoulders and said with a caring tone. Alright, you've been busy for most of the day, it's time to rest. It's also time for lunch. This meal is on me, my compatriots, let's go. His generosity and invitation to a meal were full of human touch. Although Tu Do and Zhu Tiaoyu were seasoned veterans who wouldn't fall for this in real life, this was eating in a game world, a first-time experience in the entire world. How could they think so much? They immediately followed Lin Miao out of the basement with excited hearts. The 4 came together to the intact bar counter, each grabbing a stool and sitting down. Lin Miao, meanwhile, ran to the garage, rummaged through the trunk of another car for a long time, and returned to the bar with 4 €1 burritos and beers, placing them on the counter. Eat up, no need to pay. There's also beer, consider it a celebration of your new lives. Actually, Lin Miao hadn't planned on giving them beer at first, but doing so made him feel genuinely uneasy. After all, even Arasaka couldn't find cheap labor for €1. Seeing them work so hard, it was better to reward them with a bottle of beer. But the wildmen didn't care about that much, as long as there was food, it was fine. And just seeing the packaged burritos made their eyes light up. Xihu Shui-chan Zhu Tiaoyu picked up a pack of burritos first and began to examine it in front of the 3. He intended to be the first to try it, opening the package to taste. But the burrito wrapper was written in English, which he, with an intelligence of only 3, couldn't read at all. Fortunately, there were pictures. Sun Yifeng looked at the bright red chili packaging and curiously said. Is it spicy? I'm quite good with spicy food. Open it and try. Hearing this, Tu Do could only bury his head under the table, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The plastic packaging tore open easily. Zhu Tiaoyu took out the burrito inside, unfolded it in his palm. It's quite big, and the portion is decent. I just wonder how it tastes. Seeing Xihu Zhu Tiaoyu about to tear off a piece and throw it into his mouth, Tu Do still looked up, trying to stop him. How about we don't, brother son? Let's not show off like this, okay? But this action instead provoked Xihu Zhu Tiaoyu's rebellious spirit. He tore off a small piece of the burrito, held it in his hand, and glared at Tu Do, saying. What? Looking down on me? I sell spicy crabs, okay. After speaking, he threw the burrito into his mouth and began to chew. Although the burrito was made from synthetic flour, it wasn't too bad for someone trying it for the first time. However, the seasoning on it was entirely industrial synthetic capsaicin, combined with an excessive amount of salt. When eaten, it was both salty and spicy, a stimulating sensation rushing straight to his nostrils and forehead. Xihu Zhu Tiaoyu felt every cell in his tongue and mouth screaming in agony. His face instantly flushed red, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he couldn't eat any more, only spitting out the tortilla and shouting for help. Holy crap, it's so damn spicy. After speaking, even his lips showed signs of swelling. Tu Do clutched his stomach and laughed. I told you not to eat it, but you insisted. Why is a Hangzhou person trying to act tough with spicy food? You deserve it, you idiot. However, Xihu Zhu Tiaoyu's reaction still shocked the others. After all, he really seemed to taste it. They all picked up a burrito, tore open the packaging, and stuffed it into their mouths. Holy crap, it's salty. It's salty. I can taste things in the game. Mine is sweet, a bit like it's brushed with sweet bean paste. Let me try a piece. Let's swap and eat, I'll try a bite of yours. The 4 of them looked like hungry ghosts reincarnated who hadn't eaten well in their previous lives, somehow making 4 dry industrial burritos with beer feel like a Manchu Han imperial feast. Halfway through eating, Tu Do realized Lin Miao hadn't taken his own portion, so he asked, Hey, aren't you eating? But Lin Miao just shook his head slightly, I'm not hungry. I already ate on the way back. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the bar, not forgetting to say as he left. After you finish eating, you can rest for a while. I'll teach you something when I come out later. Watching him leave, Nige took a swig of beer and sighed. Tisk. Just like the Big Brother protagonist in a movie, he's so damn cool. I bet 50 cents he didn't eat at all. The wildman stuffed the last bit of burrito into his mouth, clapped his hands with puffed cheeks. It's an old movie trope, and game writing is much the same. But it's effective, and knowing that makes it touching. Do was also deeply moved, although NPCs don't really need to eat, it's just a formality, but it's still quite moving. However, after seeing Lin Miao completely leave, Xi Hu lowered his head and whispered to the others, I'm telling you, when I was welding the composite panels just now, I went down to the basement for a look. Guess what I found? A diary, written by him. What? Quick, let me see. You dog, you were slacking off again. Slacking? I just passed by. I didn't bring the diary out, what if I got caught? But I remember what was written inside. Chapter 10 This gaming stool can be sat on, and the food is not a sticker. This canned beef tastes really good. Lin Miao picked up a piece and threw it into his mouth. The high-quality brisket was stewed until it was tender and flavorful. The taste was delicious, and with a bottle of beer, and then a can of fruit after eating, life is all about comparison, and he could say he was quite content. Although the army green can did not indicate the production date or manufacturer, since the chicken was fine, the possibility of the can having problems was even smaller. As for the players, why eat so well? When you're well fed, you think of lust. How can you work if you are too full? However, after eating, Lin Miao brought up the panels of the 4 players one by one and looked them over. There weren't any major changes, but the player named Assassin couldn't be Nige had an additional skill in his skill bar. Crafting LV2. Lin Miao remembered that this guy used to take orders for making cos props. He didn't expect that his craftsmanship would be inherited in the game after just one morning of practice. Those players, whose real-life skills entered the game and were used in related work, could gain experience faster and level up skills quicker than others. However, it's easy to learn but hard to master, destined to be a path of intense grinding. As for the 5 attributes, Lin Miao hadn't figured out exactly what they represented yet and needed to continue experimenting with players. They should represent more than just physical strength or skill proficiency. They might also include neural response, injury recovery, cyberware capacity, instantaneous computational power, and so on. However, they definitely represented different directions or professions. Not long after he finished eating the kin and put it into his backpack, the players emerged from the bar. The NPC said he would teach them something, which was a great opportunity to learn new skills. How could they keep Lin Miao waiting? As for gossip, it wasn't too late to chat about it on the forum offline. What excited them even more was that in the ruins of the house smashed by Yuan Yuquan, Lin Miao had already set up several targets with broken wooden boards and drawn a few circles on them with an oily pen. His intention couldn't have been more obvious. The incident with the Night Walker made Lin Miao realize that these Badlands were not a safe place. He had to get the players trained as quickly as possible to give them a fighting chance. He placed 4 unloaded pistols on the table behind him and waved for the players to come closer. You still have 2 hours before you go offline. Now I'm going to teach you how to use a gun. Yay! Awesome! Awesome! Normal, looks like white gear. Are there equipment grades in this game? The 4 immediately cheered with joy. In reality, where would they have the chance to touch a real gun? 10 years ago, they could still play with BB guns, but by the time they grew up, BB guns became illegal, and they could only play with sissy water guns. Don't get too happy too soon. Lin Miao sneered. Learning to use a gun wasn't that simple. He had suffered a lot under the instructors back then. He pulled Nige in front of him, shoved a pistol into his hand, his attitude more serious than before, and spoke quickly. Stand straight, tense your legs, raise your hands to shoulder level, grip tightly, 3 points in line. Lin Miao manipulated Nige into a 2-handed aiming posture. Nige should be glad his skin color and name were different, otherwise, this pose alone would be enough for others to empty a magazine of 17 rounds into him in 2 seconds. And it wasn't over yet. Under the player's embarrassed gaze, he stood a shell casing on the barrel of the pistol in Nige's hand. The swaying brass casing looked like it could fall off at any moment. Lin Miao smiled and said to the 4, maintain this posture for 10 minutes. Don't let it fall. If it falls, start over. Only when you can hold the gun for 10 minutes without dropping it can you practice shooting at a fixed target. As soon as he finished speaking, the casing on Nige's gun fell to the ground. A thought simultaneously popped into the 4 players' minds. Am I here for military training? Actually, if it weren't for drawing facilities like the recycling furnace in the 10 pole, the first thing Lin Miao would have done after they loaded into the game was teach them how to steal, and once they learned, he would find ways to ambush and kill people in the Badlands to steal cyberware for modifications. By the time the remaining 2 hours of training were over, at 5 p.m., none of the 4 players had the chance to fire a single shot. Instead, the 3 players besides Yuan Yuquan had shaking arms from soreness. After sending all of them back to the modification pods for hibernation, Lin Miao prepared to leave W here and drive back to Night City. After all, who would spend the night in this god-forsaken, waterless, and powerless wilderness? But before he went back, there was one thing he hadn't done. The 4 lottery tickets he got after welcoming the players in the morning hadn't been used yet. He had no habit of hoarding things and needed to seize every opportunity to acquire resources now. Infrared scope *1. Old M10AF Lexington. Future vision, standard titanium alloy skeleton *1. Special water purification tablets * 100 tablets. How to put it? It was Lin Miao's first time drawing cyberware. Ignoring the prefix, it looked no different from the items displayed in clinic windows. The silver-white full-body skeleton felt like carrying a cadaver in his backpack. Moreover, the new type of titanium alloy skeleton was no longer the same concept as the titanium alloy bone pins or fillings that helped bones heal in the last century. In the past, titanium alloy could not replace calcium bones at all due to problems such as the absence of bone marrow, inability to transmit nerve signals, inability for tendons to attach, and its own weight. Its 2.5 times self-weight could cause great pressure on cartilage just by standing up, leading to difficulty in height growth. However, with technological development, bone marrow can be transferred through Biotechnology, cell delivery through drilling, nerve signals replaced by electronic signals, and tendons can use adhesives. As for cartilage and soleus, there are naturally bionic joints and subcutaneous armor to replace or strengthen support. Even so, Lin Miao still had some resistance to modifications. He wasn't a player, he couldn't view his body as a toy for equipping gear and chasing stats. He had seen the animals on the street with numerous surgical repair marks on their skin. They were burly, over 2 meters tall, and people weighing 200 to 300 kilograms were common. But in Lin Miao's eyes, they looked like rag dolls cut up and casually pieced together. And this was still considered restrained, at least they still had a human form. In the full-body modification surgeries recommended by various corporate officials, it was common to see people turn themselves into monsters, their feet becoming elastic balance rods, 5 fingers growing aquatic webs, their skin replaced with optical fish scales or plated with a layer of chrome, shining brightly, no longer resembling a human. How much flesh and blood remained under that skin? Even fingertips had to be modified into light bulbs, sprayers, or even injectors. More cunning ones could even house miniature drones or cameras, making them utterly and completely machines. But what could be done? In this world, without modification, one cannot survive. Even for Saburo Arasaka, who could say that a stray bullet wouldn't hit his forehead one day. That old man of his, one push and he'd break 20 bones. Will I get cyberpsychosis? Your humanity value has no possibility of decreasing, and the system will overwrite the original version within the cyberware, so there will be no software conflicts, but hardware interface differences still need attention. Are you indirectly calling me inhuman? You misunderstood, the system does not speak indirectly. Yuri Awesome Lin Miao didn't want to dwell on this matter. Since he had decided, there was no turning back. What does the future vision prefix on the cyberware mean? It is an iterative product of the system's modification of current market cyberware. So it's a pirated version, what's the difference? Lin Miao pursed his lips, saying it sounded good. The system has initially optimized the crystal structure of titanium alloy. The bones are a dense porous structure, reducing self-weight by 30% while retaining original strength, and the bone marrow can still freely transport differentiated cells to the outside world. Note, due to your overly weak physique, it is recommended to use it with bionic leg joints and reinforced tendons, otherwise it will reduce flexibility and stamina. Even if the system didn't say it, he had already planned to. Although from the system's perspective, the wear and tear on these 2 items was even worse than the old pistol he had drawn, shouldn't he use the equipment that dropped instead of saving it to lay eggs? White grade is white grade, he could always change it later. Lin Miao walked to the basement. In the cold environment, 5 coffin-like modification pods were arranged. The players sleeping inside had peaceful expressions under the faint white light. The whole atmosphere was incredibly eerie and terrifying, perfectly suitable for a horror movie. Actually, even without the modification pods, if you just threw the players' bodies into some obscure corner, they would still come online tomorrow. It's just that they would inevitably be sore all over when they woke up. If it weren't for the insufficient and hard-to-control biomass, Lin Miao would have loved to directly summon a legion. Following the system's instructions, he opened his own modification pod, took out the cyberware dropped by the Night Walker from the box, and placed it on the surgical table pulled out from the left side of the pod. Then he released the titanium alloy skeleton from his backpack. The item, once in his hand, sank, and he almost dropped it. This cadaver swayed in Lin Miao's hands, every bone creaking. Holy crap, it's so heavy. It must be at least 60 pounds. No wonder it needs to be paired with reinforced tendons and bionic joints. A normal person would struggle to walk carrying something like this. After dropping the cadaver onto the table, Lin Miao gasped for a moment to rest before stripping off his clothes and lying into the modification pod. He initiated the surgical modification. The unknown soft gel cushion was quite comfortable to lie on, and the diffused light from above made him drowsy. Pale white anesthetic gas sprayed from the vents on both sides, and soon, he lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. When Lin Miao woke up again, it was already 8 or 9 in the evening. What he didn't know was that, although this set of titanium alloy bones looked no different from those in stores, in reality, no one would modify their spine unless they decided on full-body cyberware. That's where the central nervous system connects, any careless movement would immediately cause paralysis. At most, it would be encased in a layer of titanium alloy shell or reinforced with a nail. What he saw in the cyberware GG full-body skeleton was actually just a titanium shell. Most people only undergo partial modifications or simply plate their bone surfaces with titanium alloy. And the one he held was a solid piece with a hollow space for the central nervous system. No one but a cyberpsychosis would use such a thing. But Lin Miao, who awoke and stood up from the pod, felt nothing. He looked at his body in confusion. There were no surgical incision marks, no bloodstains. He didn't even feel anything, as if he had simply slept. He touched his back, and it was incredibly smooth. System. Is this all the surgery is? Don't mess with me. If you wish, I can play a song good luck for you as a congratulation. Of course, you can also look to the side, that is a souvenir I left for you. To the side? Lin Miao turned his head, somewhat puzzled. Holy crap! He was so startled that he jumped directly out of the modification pod, because on the surgical table where the cyberware had originally been placed, a stark white skeleton sat conspicuously. It was seated on the operating table, chin resting on its arm, striking a pose like the thinker. From the direction of its skull's eye sockets, it seemed to have been watching where Lin Miao had just been lying. Lin Miao almost spewed, this can't be mine, can it? There should not be a second person undergoing surgery simultaneously here. If you feel uncomfortable, you can recycle it. Recycle it. And don't keep the cyberware modification remnants from players either. No, wait, keep theirs for me. Lin Miao chose to recycle without hesitation. That thing looked too damn creepy. The naturalness of its pose made him wonder if the skeleton would suddenly come alive and say something lewd. As for the players, then maybe they can be sold to them at a high price as souvenirs, or made into specimens and displayed in a museum for an entrance fee, which isn't impossible. Okay. The robotic arm, originally used for surgery, began using tweezers to dismantle the bones from top to bottom, like taking apart building blocks, and dropping them into the modification pod. Lin Miao felt, whether it was an illusion or not, that the robotic arm's movements and the system's response carried a hint of regret, as if its work wasn't understood by others. Lin Miao watched as the robotic arm deposited all the bones into the modification pod, where they dissolved into biomass, before he finally left. But he probably wouldn't sleep well tonight. As he drove towards Night City, the return of the four little white-headed players caused another heated discussion on the official forum, as the compendium had updated along with the players' exploration. First, there was the map. Although the map hadn't expanded, several new images appeared, all taken by W, showing Yuan Yuquan and the other three constructing agency Type 1. The players who reposted these images to the forum all mocked the four's terrible construction skills. Silver Hair Tian Ranwan at Meideo, they're building your home. A patched-up slum and you, a tramp, are a perfect match. It's truly thoughtful. Why don't you give them a good review? Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiu, damn it, it's so noisy. If you're so capable, come into the game and build it yourselves. We worked all day and built it like this, which is already amazing, okay. Daoji, with all due respect, my dog lives better than this. Meideo at Daoji, sir, do you still need a dog at your house? Shichiafa Buletin Shigui, what? Dogs can use computers now? A human crisis. However, despite the complaints, the game screenshots taken by W sparked a lot of discussion, though skepticism still remained. Zinchi Ji Chaijin Zinchi, but speaking of which, why is your game content so different from the promotional video? Where's the city? Why are we still in the mountains? Jiyan Buletin Hui, relax, I've gotten used to it after pre-ordering Saint God, Scene Kong, Succubus 2, and Sunglasses 2. I'm going to write a huge tragic on the legs of all developers with my blood. Assassin couldn't be NIGE, the city map probably hasn't opened yet. On the edge of the town, you can see a particularly large city in the distance. The town's GG seems to call that city Night City. Soon, a post revealing game content, published by Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tou, was pushed to the top by players. Shocking. Players are actually androids. The untold past of the first NPC we met, and multiple systems. Taste. Prosthetics and human modification. Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tou, after entering the game today, this NPC, who is also the GM, gave us the task of building the agency. I worked very hard, but while sweating, I also looked around for game-related information. Then I found the diary written by that NPC in the basement where players are born. The diary content roughly states that in that world, continuous nuclear wars and biochemical weapon wars led to frequent disasters and severe environmental degradation. The player's creator, an unnamed doctor, was born in that era. Later, because he was good at biology, this doctor was recruited into a biotechnology company, but the diary did not specifically mention the name of the company. In short, this company wanted to restore the replicant technology lost in cyberspace in 23, so they had the doctor lead the research. Although the doctor developed android technology, he didn't want to give it to these companies to be used as a tool of war. So, he destroyed all servers storing the technology in the research institute, and escaped the company with 5 androids. However, the doctor eventually died from a gunshot wound, and the NPC leading us is the only one who survived. The androids originally had no consciousness, but later learned emotions through their interactions with the doctor, and the doctor stored a large amount of technical data in his head. He and the other 4 androids teamed up to seize company resources. One day, after all 4 companions died, he finally restored the equipment that could create androids, which is our identity as players. May you bozi ida tu do, you son of a bitch, I knew you were slacking off when building the house. No wonder I didn't see you halfway through. Zinchi Ji Chaijin Zinchi, androids developing consciousness and emotions due to the death of their creator, thus embarking on a path to fight against corporations and this world, indeed a very punk-flavored backstory. Moreover, a reasonable identity can give players a strong sense of immersion, preventing thousands of saviors and footmen from jumping around together, which would be too jarring. Yuan Yuquan, also prosthetics. When we were building the house today, the NPC went out and killed some wild monsters called night walkers. These monsters can drop equipment, like mechanical arms and legs, and it seems there are even lungs. Maybe these are things we can use in the future. Assassin couldn't be NIGE, this is awesome, okay? If it weren't for the game time being up, I really wouldn't want to wake up. Just let me sleep forever in sync with the memories of my ancestors, amen. Doji, I saw screenshots of you eating biscuits in the game. Is it just a cutscene or something else? Mayu Bozii de Tudo, it's not an animation, we actually tasted those biscuits. There were spicy, sweet, and salty ones. The beer also had a taste, but it seemed to lack the intoxicating effect of alcohol. Drinking a bottle of beer didn't even give a slight buzz. Yuran Yuquan, speaking of which, I have to mention how the NPC gave us food but didn't eat himself. It was so touching, he treats me like a brother. Xi Hu Shui Chan Ju Tiou, brother, he really is a brother. He even taught us how to use guns. Enough said, okay. From now on, I'll follow him through thick and thin without a single frown. Mayu Bozii de Tudo, burning yellow paper and becoming sworn brothers +1. Lin Miao smiled as he drove, watching these players praise him. That diary was a story he had concocted in half an hour and deliberately left near the modification pod, only to his surprise, it was discovered so quickly. The effect was simply too good. Players generally wouldn't doubt the text content they found in the game world as long as no contradictory information appeared. And the story Lin Miao made up, apart from some far-fetched technical aspects, was entirely within the realm of what these corporations would do. The deeper players delved into this world, the more credible his story would become. In fact, those corporations could do even worse. The issue with alcohol actually stemmed from the players' dulled senses. Just as they could watch Nightwalker corpses dissolve in the modification pod without feeling anything, players' consciousness would selectively filter incoming information. It wasn't just alcohol, even if you intravenously injected them with massive amounts of illicit drugs, it would at most kill them. Expecting them to feel anything was asking too much. This also applied to future conversations with NPCs, they would only perceive these NPCs as overly intelligent. Furthermore, in some special areas, if players were to try, there would even be Easter eggs. There were also very few doubts, because in the official compendium's characters section, Lin Miao's relevant entry had been illuminated, and the character description was largely consistent with what Zhu Tiou had said. Additionally, in factions, the Nightwalker entry was also lit up, and in equipment, the pistol Liberty appeared. However, the descriptions were only a few words, and many items still required players to explore them themselves. The number of reservations and new forum users was also increasing, showing signs of breaking 500 within a few days. In this era of exploding internet information, the speed of information dissemination can be said to be growing exponentially. However, while browsing the forum, one particular post caught Lin Miao's attention. Among all the posts, its content was unremarkable, just a picture of the town specifically, the Badlands plain on the town's edge. There wasn't much in the picture, only some iron pipes and a solar panel array. I am tall nut, what are these iron pipes, almost as thick as a person? Doji, they should be oil pipelines. In remote areas, these things are used to transport oil or gasoline. But because the transport distance is too long, there are exposed inspection points along the way. However, they are also frequently targeted by oil thieves, who will drill holes in the pipeline walls to steal oil during transport. I am tall nut, I guess the oil thieves you are referring to are US military. Oil thieves. There was an abandoned gas station in the town, so there were indeed oil pipelines, but they were already disused. Not only were the valves closed, but the transport route had long been rerouted. It was just an empty iron pipe, and the underground oil depot at the gas station had long been empty. But for some reason, Lin Miao suddenly recalled the conversation he overheard between the two night walkers on the roadside at noon today. A convoy carrying hundreds of thousands of units of alcohol 2. Alcohol 2 is a new type of energy, a high-energy liquid fermented from new wheat developed by Italy's Biotechnica in the late last century during an energy crisis. It is highly flammable and explosive. If it weren't for the irreplaceable chemical properties of oil, oil's position might really have been usurped by alcohol 2. Petrochem, which held significant shares in Biotechnica, thus started its second corporate war with Petrochem, and Biotechnica itself became one of the world's leading corporations. And Night City, surely uses alcohol 2, and there's no local production of alcohol 2, so it's mostly transported from Texas via pipelines. So, are the night walkers planning to act as oil rats when Petrochem opens the valves this time? Lin Miao thought it was very possible. A deal worth hundreds of thousands, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted, but the problem was that he couldn't afford to provoke the night walkers right now. Although they were a second-rate gang, it depended on who they were compared to. They still had hundreds of people, and above them was the behemoth wraiths. Lin Miao was currently just one big cat and 4 small cats, they could just drive a car over and run him down. But to give up, he was unwilling. He was very short on money right now. The agency was currently in an investment phase, unable to produce any value. Even if the 4 players worked themselves to death, the market value they could create in a day was essentially zero. Damn it, the bold get rich, the timid starve. I'm doing it. He slapped the steering wheel, and the honking horn startled the car in front. The driver immediately stuck his head out and cursed, but Lin Miao ignored him completely, overtaking and driving off. After much deliberation, Lin Miao felt this deal was necessary. At worst, he'd take a hit, and once the agency was built, he'd recruit a batch of players and throw all the remaining money into it. Moreover, if he couldn't even handle the night walkers, how could he survive in the Badlands? As long as he could control the situation, he could use the equipment dropped by night walkers to arm players, fighting to sustain the fight. Anyway, they were all expendable cannon fodder. No matter how many died, as long as enough corpses could be recovered, Lin Miao wouldn't feel bad. Players would have dungeons to farm, gaining game experience. He would earn alcohol too, as well as night walker equipment and vehicles, bringing in large sums of money. A win-win. Chapter 11, use this, to chisel it out? Yes, use this to chisel it out. He parked the car downstairs, but Lin Miao wasn't in a hurry to go home and lie in bed. Instead, he took a shower to wash away the sweat and then went out. It was only a little past 10, so there was still plenty of time, not to mention that just waking up to see a skeleton made of his own bones sitting by the bed would make anyone unable to sleep. He certainly didn't want to dance disco with his other half in his dreams. He drove all the way to the seaside park in Haywood's Wellsprings district. Compared to the backward and impoverished Santo Domingo, this area was much more developed, being close to the city center. Tall buildings stood in rows, businesses thrived, neon lights flashed, and the pedestrians on the streets didn't have that gloomy, downtrodden feeling of Santo Domingo. Most were agency workers or corporate dogs. There were no giant Arasaka corporation factories or pervasive industrial exhaust fumes here, but there were things even more disgusting. A few towering skyscrapers in the distant city center stood out even among the surrounding high-rises. At first glance, they seemed to be 400 or 500 meters tall, and actual measurements would likely show them to be even taller. No building in the entire city center, including the municipal building, was higher than these corporate towers. Their silhouettes could be vaguely seen even from tens of kilometers away. The majestic buildings were hidden in the darkness, and from afar, one could see the eye formed by corporate logos and aviation warning lights above the city. These corporations seemed like unspeakable deities, floating above the city, looking down on everything in Night City, their eyes filled with contempt and the arrogance of dominating the world. Doing business to this extent was probably a scene that the corporations of his previous life wouldn't even dare to dream of. But Lin Miao didn't like it. It wasn't that he possessed some lofty sentiment or morality. It was simply because he was the one being trampled upon. This feeling of being trodden underfoot, powerless, and only able to survive by desperately mobilizing the few resources he had, made his mood utterly terrible. That's why Lin Miao came to the seaside park to clear his head, but as he walked along the railing by the road, he didn't see what he wanted to see. Even in the dark of night, Lin Miao could feel the ocean's pollution. Black, turbid substances, whether oil or other chemical waste, floated in the no longer blue sea water. The salty sea breeze, carrying a faint chemical stench, blew across Lin Miao's face. All he heard was the whistling of passing cars and the city's clamor. There were no flying fish, no birds, and even the beach was black and yellow. This ocean was like the decaying corpse of a long-dead giant, its tides merely the waste gas expelled from its swollen body. No wonder people here were addicted to brain dance, reality had completely rotted away. After a slight sigh, Lin Miao made a call. Beep, beep. Soon, a surprised female voice sounded in Lin Miao's ear. Mr. Linear. Do you need something? Upon hearing Gloria's voice, Lin Miao's troubled mood actually improved a little. This resilient and independent woman had left a deep impression on him. After all, they both sold cyberware, and while Rio had many employees, finding the right person to sell to and getting a good price instead of being ripped off was an art. HMMPH. Didn't expect me to contact you so soon, did you, Gloria? Lin Miao leaned against the railing, his tone a little teasing. No. What do you need? Gloria hesitated. She was very wary of Lin Miao. Doing business with random people could lead to not even knowing how you died. She had to use her work connections and spend a long time to find reliable mercenaries to sell cyberware. I need to buy something from you. But I don't have anything valuable at the moment. Her voice was a little nervous, which gave Lin Miao a touch of mischievousness, so he said. Haha, you're joking, Gloria, is there anything more valuable than yourself? Phew. Gloria, of course, heard the playful tone in Lin Miao's voice and relaxed a little. She was changing clothes in the locker room, her body, usually hidden under her jacket, was now only in underwear, surprisingly well endowed. However, people nowadays pursued novelty, so this traditional figure wasn't very attractive. Gloria urged. Mr. Lin, please don't tease me anymore. Tell me what you need quickly, or you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Nothing special, just wanted to chat with you, and then discuss a deal. I won't beat around the bush. Lin Miao looked at his palm and said with a smile, I need 20 sets of neural interface connectors and external brain computer slots, for 2,000. If you have basic network access ports or Kiroshi optics, I'll add another 2,000. They don't need to be good quality, as long as they work, even if they're from a petty thug's head, I'll take them. Neural interface connectors, external brain computer slots, Kiroshi optics, and 20 sets. Gloria's head was a bit muddled. Although the names sounded impressive, these were undoubtedly junk that no one would pick up if thrown on the street. Because these three items are the foundation of all cyberware modifications. The former connects the neural network to other cyberware in the body, serving as a central coordinator, while the latter is for external connections, reading shards, or connecting to cyberspace. Anyone over 14 can go to a Ripper doc to have them installed. They're not sold separately, the doctor only charges a €500 surgery fee. In Night City, from octogenarians to minors, everyone has a set in their head. Because only when you have the connector installed will you spend money on subsequent cyberware. With an external slot, you can read shards. Without these, you can't even compete with others at work, you can't not install them. This is called creating demand. Only Kiroshi optics and network access ports are worth some money, but even the junk versions aren't worth much. Gloria swallowed what she wanted to say. 2,000 for 20 sets was several times lower than the retail price, but, these things piled up in the Rio warehouse, and no one bothered to even check them. Are you sure you want these 2 items? Haha, I've already paid the deposit, are you afraid I'm trying to trick you? Buying a large number of neural connectors individually could easily attract attention. Lin Miao buying them from her could avoid unnecessary trouble. Alright then, Mr. Lin, I'll bring them over shortly. Gloria sighed. Having changed her clothes, she planned to raid the warehouse, no one cared if these things went missing. However, this month's rent was at least covered, and she could even get David new brain dance equipment instead of that decades-old antique. The pressure on her shoulders suddenly eased a lot, and she felt a little joyful. Lin Miao looked at the time, it was almost 11. Corporations in Night City usually finished work around midnight. Since there was nothing interesting to do in this foul ditch, he thought of doing someone a favor. Why not drive to pick up Gloria from work? Bang. Damn it, find that hacker for me. How dare you steal my shard? Today I'm going to sell you, you bitch, to a pleasure house to be a sex doll. A sudden gunshot and curses interrupted his call with Gloria. Lin Miao immediately hung up, his right hand instinctively reaching for his waist. As he tried to find cover and crouch down, a tall, silver hair figure, illuminated by the moonlight, crashed into his arms. 2 hands grabbed the collar of his large jacket, trying to make a 180-degree turn and use Lin Miao's body to hide herself. But what she didn't expect was that this person, who seemed to have few cybernetic implants, was much heavier than he looked. She couldn't pull him at first, as if dragging a solid statue, and there was also a heavy bulletproof vest under his jacket. Hacker? Lin Miao looked down at the female, who was more than 20 centimeters shorter than him. Her silver, shoulder-length hair, red eyeshadow, and rainbow-colored pupils, combined with her mixed-race features, made her look like an elf born under the moonlight. But the atmosphere between them at this moment was a bit strange. The girl let go of Lin Miao's collar, revealing a slightly awkward smile. She knew the person in front of her was not someone to be trifled with, so she prepared to turn and run, pretending nothing had happened. But at this moment, a dozen Valentino's thugs had already rushed nearby. Their boss held a rifle, shouting curses, and the subordinates grabbed every person fleeing on the roadside, only letting them go after seeing their faces clearly. Lin Miao sighed, his luck was always bad. Oh. Sure enough, the girl's unique attire and striking hairstyle were immediately noticed by the Valentinos. A green-haired female thug with a bun pointed a machete at the 2 and shouted. Boss, she's over there, and she has an accomplice. Noyce was also furious. He had just gotten the shard from an Arasaka Corporation corporate dog, and before it even warmed up, that woman had fished it away with a monowire. That was a hard-earned commission. 8,000 euros. Gilipolas. Grab them all. After we're done with the man, sell him to the big bird go, and the woman to clouds. Damn it. Explanations were useless in Night City, and gangs were even less likely to listen to your pleas, so the best retort was bullets. Even at the risk of offending the Valentinos, Lin Miao didn't want to get entangled with these people. He immediately drew his pistol from his waist and fired 3 shots. But he wasn't a sharpshooter, and missing his aim was one thing, but drawing a gun and firing in front of others was even worse. All 3 shots missed, but it did scare the thugs, who scattered to find cover. Run. At this moment, Lucy, knowing she had inadvertently gotten a random passerby into trouble, felt bad about leaving him behind. She quickly grabbed Lin Miao's hand. Before running, Lin Miao didn't forget to fire 2 more shots back. The bullets hit the crash barrier, sending stones flying. The thugs, who had intended to return fire, had to duck their heads down. By the time they peeked out again, the 2 had already run far away. Feeling utterly humiliated, Noyce yelled at his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Grab your gear and chase them. The girl running ahead was clearly cybernetically enhanced and had undergone long-term training. Her lithe, leopard-like figure easily scaled the messy fences and crossed obstacles. Although Lin Miao had maintained long-term exercise and his body was quite sturdy, he definitely couldn't compare to someone with cyberware. Even with reinforced leg tendons, he could only barely keep up, not to mention he had just gained 30 kilograms, and he was getting tired after running for a short while. It wasn't until he saw his car parked by the road that he realized. Wait, why am I running? Don't I have a car? Lin Miao felt his brain had seized up. He quickly slammed on the brakes, hopped over the railing, got into the car, and floored the accelerator, catching up to the girl. Hacker was a rare profession in Night City, worth helping out. Maybe she could assist him with future matters. Hey, you, whoever you are, get in. He didn't know her name, so he just called her Hey. This address seemed to have a special magic. The silver-haired girl turned her head and saw Lin Miao had caught up to her in his car. Without thinking too much, she took a stride, grabbed the car door, and hung onto the side of the car before it even slowed down. The strong wind made her silver hair dance wildly, and a wild, unrestrained smile was on her face. Under the constantly flashing neon lights of the street, her whole body emitted a faint white glow, and time itself seemed to slow down. Lucy enjoyed the feeling of the strong wind blowing against her body, because it made her feel like she had broken free from all restraints and was completely free. Lin Miao glanced in the rearview mirror. The Valentinos were already catching up in their cars. Several of them were even half out of their car windows, holding rifles. He cursed his bad luck, wondering why he came to this cursed place and met this woman. Get in. They're catching up. Lucy's body was like a slender, boneless snake, easily slipping through the car window into the passenger seat, her flushed face still showing excitement. Thanks. Tat tat tat. The thugs fired forward with impunity, bullets clanging against the car door. The unarmored door couldn't stop rifle bullets, and several stray rounds even pierced the compartment, hitting the front windshield. Seeing the bullet holes and cracks on the car window, Lin Miao's mind buzzed. My car, which I just bought. It's not even insured yet. Damn it. Even a clay figure has some temper, and Lin Miao's hot temper flared up instantly. Hey, you drive. Lucy, not B. In Night City, those who couldn't drive died early. Lin Miao lowered his seat, one hand on the steering wheel, while Lucy, understanding the situation, leaned in. Their bodies, in an ambiguous posture, completed the driver's swap. Lin Miao, who jumped into the car compartment, was immediately grazed on the forehead by a stray bullet. The bullet ricocheted off his skull, but blood flowed from the wound into his eyes. His vision, dyed red, and his buzzing head instantly ignited his ferocity. He ripped off the oilcloth covering the weapons, held the MA-70 light machine gun that old Captain had sold him that morning at his waist, kicked open the battered car door, and pulled the trigger on the two pursuing cars that were hot on their heels. Bullets roared out like a floodgate opening. In 2 seconds, one of the front cars, along with its driver and gunner, was reduced to a bloody mess. Blood mist exploded all over the compartment, and Noise was also startled. He hadn't expected the other party to be able to return fire despite their barrage. The driver frantically turned the steering wheel, trying to dodge, but a tracer bullet arced through the air, blowing him and his driver to pieces in the car. The consecutive explosions of 2 cars sent other drivers on the highway into a panic. Some slammed on their brakes, others swerved, and one unlucky soul even crashed into a tree. Lin Miao, who was returning fire under the enemy's barrage, was not having an easy time either. Although his titanium alloy skeleton allowed him to easily control the machine gun's recoil, he could clearly feel at least 3 bullets hitting him. 2 impacts from the bulletproof vest on his chest made him wince in pain, and his right arm took a shot. However, the bullet was lodged in his titanium alloy bones and didn't hit the common carotid artery. But compared to the physical pain, Lin Miao felt more heartache. Everything lost was money. The guns in those guys' hands, their cyberware, their flesh, and their cars. All were valuable assets, and now he could only watch them slip away from his grasp, unrecoverable. Lin Miao was heartbroken. Mine. Mine. All mine. But it wasn't over yet. NCPD, Situation 0-3-4 at Coastal Park. Suspects found. Requesting police support. Several police cars, with flashing warning lights, rushed out from the intersection, attempting to pursue Lin Miao, who was engaged in a street shootout. Haha, this is great. Strong wind poured in through the bullet holes in the car window, blowing on Lucy's face. With a wild laugh, she shifted into 5th gear, stomped the accelerator to the floor, and somehow drove the battered Wuling Hongguang with the momentum of a speed demon, engaging in a tense and exciting chase with the NCPD police cars on the street. Boss, are you serious? At a repair shop in Santo Domingo, the young panel beater looked at the dilapidated car in front of him, which looked like it could fall apart at any moment, and was dumbfounded. He remembered that this car had only been registered for outbound use yesterday afternoon, it hadn't even survived 36 hours. Lin Miao laughed. A small accident happened, but it's already resolved. As he spoke, the blood on his head and arms hadn't dried yet. However, the dopamine secretion from his thrilling escape made him feel refreshed, and the system had just notified him of a level up, putting him in a great mood. Level, LV3. Profession, Night City Civilian. Reputation, nobody. Physique, 4-5. Tech, 3-5. Cool, 4. Reflexes, 6. Intelligence, 6. Status, right arm injured. Skills, basic firearms mastery LV6. Perhaps it was due to the afternoon and these 2 battles that he gained 2 levels, increasing 3 attribute points, but they were the 2 lowest. He wasn't sure if it was random or because a lower base meant a larger increase. Firearms mastery also went up 1 level. Alright, a small accident, it'll take about 6 hours. Please wait, boss. What else could the young panel beater do? He had accepted the tip yesterday afternoon. Such things happened every day in Night City. Even if it wasn't scrapped, they would salvage it. Meanwhile, Lucy was leaning against a pillar outside the door, smoking, her gaze constantly falling on Lin Miao. When she got out of the car earlier, she took the opportunity to scan him. Is this person a cyberpsycho? He actually has a full titanium alloy skeleton. What else could he have done with that money? Lucy knew that a complete set of titanium alloy bones, including surgery, usually cost between 300,000 and 450,000. Going through the black market would only make it more expensive, but no one would do that. That money could buy a decent full body modification or hire a whole van of super solo mercenaries. But then you say the person in front of you is rich, yet he drives a several $1,000 used cargo vehicle, and only his skeleton is high-end. Lucy wouldn't even bother with the rest of his body. But it's impossible for him to have no money. This guy has no traces of any surgical modifications, looking just like a natural human, something even the best Ripper Doc Lucy knew couldn't achieve. And it's not even necessary. Normal modifications always leave magnetic attachments around the eye sockets, jawline, and behind the ears for future maintenance or modification, unless this person was born with an iron skeleton. In short, she couldn't understand it. Lin Miao walked out of the repair shop, carrying a medical kit, and found a stool to sit on. Instead of watching, why don't you come help me remove this bullet? After all, I got hurt because of you. Remove a bullet. Lucy was surprised. Aren't you going to a hospital or a Ripper Doc? Don't be sarcastic, hurry up. I haven't even asked you for compensation yet. Lin Miao rolled his eyes. He didn't have that much time, and instead of spending money at a hospital, it would be faster to go back and lie in a regen tank. Although Gloria could also stitch wounds, how could he find her now? When she heard the words compensation, Lucy's expression was a little embarrassed. Because she didn't have much money. As an elite netrunner, Lucy should have had plenty of jobs, but she didn't dare take on big contracts, fearing that Arasaka hackers would find clues and track her down. She could only steal Arasaka Corporation dog chips on the subway or in busy areas to sell them on the black market to make a living. Paying rent and living expenses was fine, but saving money was a pipe dream. Recently, Lucy had been thinking about finding a reliable bounty hunter team, but now she probably had to put that idea aside for a while. If Lin Miao demanded a huge sum, thousands or even tens of thousands, she couldn't afford it and would have to run away. Lucy walked over to Lin Miao's shot right arm, crossed her arms, and sat down. All right, you're a really strange person, but let me say beforehand that I won't perform surgery. If anything goes wrong, you're responsible. I'll tell you what to do. Of course, Lin Miao didn't expect her to know how to perform bullet removal surgery, nor did he. But he could look at his panel, precise down to the blood vessels and nerves, and tell her what to do as she did it. After all, she was a hacker, she should at least have steady hands. He opened the medical kit, which also contained a dagger he had drawn. After simply disinfecting it, Lin Miao picked up the dagger and gestured at the wound on his right arm, then cut it open with one slash. Hey, aren't you going to use anesthetic? Lucy was dumbfounded. She remembered not scanning a pain editor on Lin Miao. Anesthetic? Lin Miao had long since had the system turn off his pain sensation. If it were truly 1:1 sensory experience, players might not even be able to continue playing, they'd be crying for their parents after one death. But he certainly couldn't tell her that. He just brought the wound closer to her. It's fine, I can bear it. Help me hold the wound open. Lucy's lips parted slightly, wanting to say something, but she held back. She used 2 fingers of her left hand to hold open both sides of Lin Miao's wound. The scorching hot blood made her feel burned. Lin Miao focused intently on the panel of his right arm, fine beads of sweat beginning to appear on his forehead. The pain was only severed at the nerve level, his physical reactions were still there, but he persisted in directing, do you see the bullet? Is it the black one? The black one is a tendon, ignore it. Is it the silver-white one? Lin Miao paused for a moment before remembering, that's bone. I've had my bones replaced, they're titanium alloy. The brass-colored one next to it should be the bullet. Lucy adjusted her Kiroshi optics brightness and zoomed in for a closer look. Sure enough, she saw a brass bullet lodged between 2 bones. I see it, but it's very deep. Then Lin Miao picked up a hammer he had just borrowed from the repair shop. Help me chisel it out. Chisel. Yes, chisel. Taking the hammer used for car repairs, Lucy thought she had misheard. Her small mouth slightly open, she held the hammer and dagger in both hands, making a striking gesture with a bewildered expression. Just chisel like this. Just chisel like this. My bones are titanium alloy, it's fine. Chisel hard. Lucy felt like she was going crazy. Was this person really not a cyberpsycho? Are you really not going to use anesthetic? Sigh. Lin Miao was almost speechless. Why was this person so talkative? How about this, we'll chat, and it can serve as a distraction. All right. Lucy nodded repeatedly. At least this way she would feel better. She threaded the blade of the dagger through the titanium alloy bone seam, pressing it against the bullet, and only then did she feel like she was crazy. She was actually listening to him and preparing to chisel out the bullet this way, but it had come to this, so what else could she do? I'm really sorry about what happened earlier, dragging you into that. And I still don't even know your name. Ding. Lin Miao, President, CEO, and Director of Future Vision Agency. Any title works. Agency. Is it your own studio? Ding. You could say that. My business is just starting, short on people and money. The car I bought this morning almost got scrapped. Sorry. Lucy found it somewhat amusing, wasn't this just a one-man show? Ding. No need to apologize. I just heard those guys say you're a hacker. Yes. Ding. With the last hammer blow, the brass bullet was finally pried out. The bullet head, no bigger than a pinky finger, rolled onto the table with blood. To be honest, Lin Miao had to be grateful that this bullet was lodged between the radius and ulna, otherwise, if it had directly hit one of the bones, the lead core inside would have exploded out, resulting in at least a chunk of flesh being lost. Lucy quickly took hemostatic cotton from the medical kit to wipe away the blood around the wound, then painstakingly stitched the wound with needle and thread. Her movements were light and careful, the girl surprisingly serious, but her technique was terrible. If Lin Miao had known it would be like this, he would have just grabbed a stapler to close the wound himself. And finally, Lin Miao revealed his wicked claws. How about this, I won't ask you for compensation. Help me with a job, and we'll call it even. After that, we'll be square. What do you think? If it's successful, I can even give you an extra cut. As long as Lin Miao confirmed that Nightwalker did indeed intend to steal oil, then having a hacker assist would certainly make things twice as easy. Chapter 12, Carrot Fishing Donkey. Are you alright, Mr. Lin? Early in the morning, downstairs from skyscraper H4, Gloria, carrying 2 large boxes, saw Lin Miao leaning against a car, waiting for her. He was wearing a jacket with his right hand hidden inside, clearly injured. He opened the passenger door, gesturing for Gloria to get in. Get in, I'll drive you to work, and we can chat. This. Gloria hesitated for a moment. She had intended to say she had her own car, but since it concerned business, his car was clearly safer. After a moment's thought, she got into Lin Miao's car. The car door closed. Lin Miao gripped the steering wheel with one hand, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle slowly picked up speed. Gloria looked at Lin Miao's right arm, hidden under his jacket, and asked with some concern, "Are you injured? Do you need my help to take a look?" "It's nothing, just a minor injury. It'll be fine in a few hours." Although Lin Miao said that, she didn't believe it was just a minor injury. The lingering smell of gunpowder in the car clearly indicated a major battle yesterday. However, the astute Gloria didn't press the issue. Instead, she opened the boxes she was holding in front of Lin Miao. "The 20 neural link UPS and basic Kiroshi optics you requested are all here, but the network access ports are insufficient, there are only 2 basic Arasaka Type 1S. Gloria, holding these items, felt a bit exasperated. She had come downstairs carrying 2 large boxes, attracting stares and suspicions about valuable contents. But she believed that if she opened the boxes, the items inside would be scorned even by low-level mercenaries, they'd probably consider them too much trouble to use as decorations. "Very good, the items are fine." Lin Miao glanced at them. Gloria had even thoughtfully prepared small cardboard boxes for this junk. She was indeed very diligent. What did it matter if the items were a bit trashy? After all, he wasn't the one using them. The money will be transferred now. When €4,000 were transferred into Gloria's account, her head spun. This might be the easiest money Gloria had ever earned in her life, so easy that she felt like she was dreaming. But living in Night City, Gloria understood one thing, every euro-dollar earned here comes with a price. Behind lucrative deals often lurked demons that could devour your soul. What could these devices be used for? Of course, for people without neural link UPS and Kiroshi optics, and they could only obtain them through illegal channels. But how could there be people in Night City who could only acquire neural link UPS through illegal channels? Lin Miao didn't seem like someone without money, and where would he find an Ripperdoc? Could they be from the old Caldos? Gloria's hand was tightly clenching her clothing. When she turned her head, she met Lin Miao's eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Their deep gaze seemed to penetrate all her defenses, reaching deep into her heart, seeing her completely. Gloria. Gloria, startled by her name, quickly responded, "Is there anything else, Mr. Lin?" Lin Miao looked at her deeply, knowing that this woman had probably figured something out. However, he didn't care much, this kind of thing was on the level of smuggling a few pounds of salt. Even if the NCPD found these items in her trunk, they wouldn't give them a second glance. "Nothing, just wanted to lament that Night City truly isn't a place for people to live," Lin Miao said, revealing his bandaged right arm from under his jacket. He looked at his arm, which Lucy had almost bandaged into a mummy, and continued, "In this city, every step requires extreme caution. Ordinary people can end up dead in the streets or become meat on a scavenger's chopping block with the slightest misstep. Opportunities to climb are few and far between, most people just live a mediocre life, watching opportunities slip away. You enrolled David in Arasaka Academy because you also wanted him to escape this bottom-tier hellish life. Although life in the corporation isn't necessarily great, it's always better than joining a gang or being a punk kid. Say no more, Mr. Lin. Secrecy is the first thing I learned in this line of work." Gloria understood in her heart what Lin Miao used those items for had nothing to do with her, wasn't she also involved in smuggling? She placed her hand on Lin Miao's arm, unraveling the haphazardly tied bandage. Upon seeing the wound, stitched up like a poorly wrapped zongzi, her tense expression relaxed, and she let out an uncontrollable giggle. "Mr. Lin, you should find a more professional medical personnel to do this. If it's inconvenient, you can also come to me." It was emergency treatment. Don't ask for too much. Lin Miao really wanted to record Gloria's words and make Lucy listen to them. "Is this how you treat your savior?" He drove with one hand, placing the other in the middle for Gloria to rebandage the wound, and said, "However, since your attitude is so good, I'll just have to add another order." "You mean you need another batch of those items?" "No, I mean help me find a sufficiently excellent team of bounty hunters. They need to be strong and reliable, the kind who don't ask too many questions. The mission location is the Badlands, the target is a night walker. Money is no object, but the specific mission time awaits my notification. Here they come, brothers." After dinner, Brother Sun swiftly completed a series of tasks, washing dishes, mopping the floor, hanging clothes, walking the dog, and tutoring his son with elementary school homework. Finally, before 9 o'clock, he lay down in bed, under his wife Vivi's bewildered gaze. This game was good in every way, except that it could only be played at night. For someone like him, who didn't work and had plenty of free time, it was too unfriendly. And precisely because he could only log on at night, it was fine for a day or two, but over time, his wife would eat him alive. Once again entering that red, empty space, and after a brief stay, the familiar sensation of weightlessness came from beneath his feet. Then everything went dark, and when he woke up again, it was the same basement, with 3 other players waking up with him, and the drone W, which had just been powered on. Climbing out of the modification pod, Do complained, "Do you know how I spent those 16 hours? After leaving here, I opened my company computer and sat there, looking at a dozen icons on the screen, not wanting to play a single game for a long time. I was completely deflated. Same here. If I hadn't just woken up feeling incredibly energetic, I'd want someone to punch me so I could sleep straight until night." After putting on his clothes, Ye Ren jumped a couple of times. After such intense physical labor yesterday, he woke up today with no backache or leg pain, and his strength even seemed to have increased slightly. One could only say it was truly a game, there was no such thing as muscle fatigue. As the 4 walked out of the basement from the stairs, Nige suddenly said, "Yesterday, when I logged off, I noticed a handicraft LV3 passive skill on my panel. I think it might be because I often do manual work in real life. What about you guys?" Zhu Tiaoyu looked incredulous, straining his narrowed eyes at Nige. "What is it? You have a skill, and it's directly level 3? That's impossible, isn't it? What's impossible about it?" Tudo, on the other hand, could understand. He had been helping Nige all yesterday, watching him cut boards on the handicraft platform. He picked it up quickly after a few tries. A level 3 skill was perfectly normal. Then it's over, darn it. Zhu Tiaoyu rubbed the back of his head. What specialty could a rich second-generation seafood magnate have? Throwing traders into the lake to feed crabs? Or street racing? Street racing was fine, it might even be useful, but what good was aquaculture in this game? Forget it, he'd just spend 100,000 on microtransactions to test the waters once the game's internal beta opened up its payment system. When Lin Miao saw the 4 of them standing before him again, full of vigor, he secretly nodded. Although they dressed like hooligans, their spirit was different from the people of Night City. If he asked them to be free cannon fodder, no one would say no. "Everyone, I've seen the results of your hard work yesterday. Work hard today, and the organization will certainly not treat you unfairly." Regardless of anything else, he first poured chicken soup down their throats. But chicken soup alone wasn't enough, Lin Miao also needed to show them the chicken meat. He opened the car's trunk and displayed the cardboard box Gloria had sent, containing the neural interfaces and cybernetic eyes, in front of the 4. Lin Miao casually took out a small cardboard box and opened it. Inside were a pair of white mechanical eyeballs and a web-like neural pathway. The lenses inside the cybernetic eyes were a bit cloudy. High-end new products were usually stored in specialized freezing equipment, but if you're salvaging second-hand from a junkyard, what more could you ask for? "These are basic cybernetic eyes and neural interfaces I got through a friend in the city. With these, you'll be able to undergo cybernetic surgery later on." What they heard made the 4 players' eyes widen, almost to the point of drooling. "But..." Lin Miao drew out the end of his sentence, keeping them in suspense, "the supplies aren't free. You still need to work hard and make enough contributions to the agency to earn the chance for modification. The same goes for future cybernetics." Mission accomplished. "I'm ready. I'm ready. Even if it kills me, I'm going to fix this house before I log off today." The 4 players were like roosters on steroids, their burning enthusiasm for work practically overflowing from their eyes. They didn't even need Lin Miao to urge them, they immediately threw themselves into production, with efficiency several points higher than yesterday. Lin Miao's urgency was naturally to repair the agency as quickly as possible, freeing up limited time for them to practice shooting. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how to fire a gun, making them pretty useless cannon fodder. Although behavior chips were sold on the market, allowing many basic skills to be learned instantly upon insertion, most were for life skills. At best, a few martial arts series chips were sold. Genuine combat simulation chips were hot commodities everywhere, and the vast majority flowed out from corporate armed divisions, circulating in the order of corporation, regional black market, gang, mercenary thugs. Lin Miao couldn't get his hands on them for a while. After greeting the 4, Lin Miao drove out of the town again. He had to figure out the specific operational details of the Night Walkers as soon as possible. The early stages of his venture couldn't afford a moment's pause. As for food and drink, it was all at the gas station, though only 4 portions were left, they couldn't eat more even if they wanted to. As for going to the toilet, there was no shortage of waste newspapers in the town. The Sunset Motel. This is a 2-story motel located on the highway on the eastern outskirts of Night City, with over 20 small rooms and a bar. Because of its low prices, many people, whether entering or leaving the city, are willing to stop here for a rest and a drink. Especially the Aldcaldos, these nomadic tribes like to rest here before doing business or smuggling into the city. Thanks to the high foot traffic, several vans are parked next to the motel, with their doors half open, piled high with guns and ammunition, openly selling firearms here. These Badlands arms dealers wouldn't miss any business opportunity. Some contraband that couldn't even be bought in the city could be obtained from them, though the price would certainly be much higher. Although there was another Sunlight Motel further down the road, it had been abandoned and was being used by Melee Tech as a temporary outpost to protect corporate assets along the route and search for smuggled vehicles. Pushing open the bar door on the second floor, the white-haired bartender and owner wiping glasses behind the bar heard a customer enter and asked without lifting his head. "Hello, what can I get you?" The place, barely 20 square meters, was crowded with 5 or 6 tables, a liquor cabinet, and a bar. And because it wasn't even noon yet, there was hardly anyone in the entire motel except for guests who had just woken up and were on their way. Lin Miao found a high stool in front of the bar and sat down. "A bottle of whiskey, 2 glasses." After speaking, he placed a few Euro-dollars on the table. The bartender glanced at the money on the table. Over 400 Euro-dollars was enough to buy 4 bottles of liquor. This wasn't some high-end bar, only cheap liquor was sold, so he said, "You've given too much, sir." Though he said that, he still turned around and took a bottle from the liquor cabinet, sizing up the stranger in front of him. Everyone in the Badlands was a regular, he should have seen him at least once or twice. Lin Miao had no intention of taking the money back. He reached out and took the bottle, poured 2 glasses, and pushed one towards the bartender. "First time out, just paying my respects. The extra is a tip." Tonks had been working here for a long time and had seen this situation too many times. He didn't take the money either, but merely leaned slightly over the bar and asked. "Thank you, sir. What can I help you with?" "It's like this," Lin Miao said, taking a sip of his drink and putting on a distressed look. "I have a batch of goods to transport out of the city in a couple of days, but this damned Badlands isn't safe, as you know. Nomads, wraiths, night wraiths, these guys even dare to rob corporate goods. My small business can't afford the trouble, so I was wondering if there's a safer route, or if you could tell me roughly where they operate, so I can avoid them." As soon as Lin Miao said that, Tonks understood. The wraiths were indeed notorious in the Badlands. The best outcome for ordinary people encountering them was to be robbed clean, worse, they'd die out there with no one to collect their bodies. It was understandable for the stranger to ask these questions. Tonks's mind eased, it wasn't any vital information. These things would be known after spending a year or 2 in the Badlands. As long as your car doesn't have a big corporate logo, the Aldcaldos won't bother you. If you encounter danger, you can pay some money to ask the nomads to escort you for a distance. As for the night walkers, they mainly operate in the southern part of the Badlands Highway. Stone Ridge Tunnel is one of the night walkers' few strongholds in the north. Of course, a bit further, following the highway south for dozens of kilometers, there's an abandoned factory, that's the night walkers' main base outside Night City. The bartender's words, however, piqued Lin Miao's interest. It sounds like the Aldcaldos aren't the savage barbarians that the city's propaganda makes them out to be. Lin Miao's information about the nomads mostly came from the internet and corporate propaganda, which essentially equated nomads with savages. And that small stall owner didn't seem to want to discuss his past, so he didn't ask much. Hearing Lin Miao's words, the bartender's tone became a little heavier. "Don't listen to those media blabber. News corporations are a bunch of bastards who can't stand to see people do well. They're in cahoots with the big corporations and don't need brains or evidence to speak. Even if there's a rat in front of them, as long as they get paid, they'll call it a duck. Most nomads simply don't like living in cities controlled by corporations. They have their own rules. Only those who don't follow the rules are expelled and become members of the wraiths. In fact, the 2 sides have always disliked each other." Oh. Lin Miao had thought the nomads and night walkers were just 2 different gangs. He didn't expect such a complex relationship. This just got interesting. Lin Miao pulled out 2 more bills from his bag and placed them on the table. "Then, may I ask, how can I hire nomads for help?" Looking at the 600 Euro-dollars neatly stacked on the table, the bartender couldn't hold back anymore. His hands swept across the table like autumn leaves, grabbing all the banknotes. This amount of money was almost equal to his daily profit. The poor folks in the Badlands weren't so generous. "You seem like a sensible and honest businessman. How about this, I'll give you a contact, Pan Am Palmers. I'm an old friend of hers, just tell her Tonks introduced the job. You can discuss the specific payment with her. Oh, and she has a bit of a temper, so you need to be careful how you talk to her." Chapter 13 Should I Get a Dog? Agency Type 1 construction completed. Because he had gathered enough intelligence, Lin Miao returned earlier today than yesterday, but what he didn't expect was that halfway through his drive, a mission completion announcement rang in his head. This news surprised and delighted him, because according to yesterday's work estimates, players wouldn't be able to build the agency until tomorrow noon at the earliest. Yet, this group of workhorses finished it today. This work efficiency would make even the corporate dogs of Arasaka and Miletech curse them as roll dog scabs. However, what was strange was that no subsequent main mission popped up. Instead, 3 side missions appeared: build defensive facilities, complete at least 30 kilowatts of independent power supply, and build 3 different independent blueprint buildings. When he returned, the 4 players were sitting on the first floor of a blue-black fortress, playing Fight the Landlord with a deck of cards they had found. Wildman, 3 with 1. When I can get cyberware modifications later, I'll first turn myself into a T-800, wear a jacket and sunglasses, speed on the highway every day, and punch anyone I don't like to death. Jutiu, pass. A T-800 has no appeal. You're Wildman, not the robot Fujita Go. A real man becomes a Gundam, okay? Isn't an F91 much cooler than a T-800? Potato, 4 jacks. Humph, with your intelligence, if you piloted a Gundam, I'm afraid you'd rip off your own balls before taking 2 steps. Jutiu, what? Do you think everyone has balls as big as yours, Huang Xiudong? The boss is here, the boss is here. Nige still had good eyesight. Although his body was only 3, his reaction time had always been maintained at a relatively high level. At his words, the other 3 also quickly got up from the ground. Zhu Tiaoyu even said excitedly, I knew completing it would trigger a story CG. Guess what rewards we'll get later. Lin Miao was also very surprised to see the building behind them. Unlike the dilapidated shack full of patches and potholes from before he left, all the scattered components had been integrated. The exterior was covered in blue-black metal armor plates. The bar's original wooden plywood and compressed high-density board served as an insulation layer, with 2 more layers of steel plates inside. The bulletproof effect should be good, at least ordinary 7.62mm rifle rounds wouldn't penetrate it. The only problem might be its rather poor fire resistance. The wooden floor of the hall shimmered with a waxed luster under the sunlight. The liquor cabinet, which originally stored alcohol, had become an electronic gun cabinet. The bar counter had transformed into a white reception desk. A large screen for DJ music and dancing hung above the reception desk. The tattered sofas had been renovated, and the billiard table had become a large tactical command table. The transparent groove in the middle seemed capable of displaying a pseudo 3D projection map for combat coordination as soon as it was powered on. Under the staircase leading to the second floor on the diagonal, there was a row of tables and chairs, seemingly for electronic equipment, but they were empty. Going up to the second floor, in addition to 5 guest rooms, there were also sentry posts on the outer balcony and machine gun emplacements. Once the main door was closed, this place would be an impenetrable steel fortress. Lin Miao couldn't see the basement, but there must have been significant changes, as the modification cabin, originally a reward, did not appear in his backpack. It was clearly installed directly in the basement. The entire building was out of place in this small town, even the art style had changed, from a western town to a military training base. If it were in a game, it wouldn't be strange to build anything as long as resources were invested. For players, it wouldn't be an issue either, because it's a game, they could even conjure a Yamato-class battleship out of thin air, which would be within the realm of understanding. But for Lin Miao, seeing this scene in what was reality for him still had a strange sense of disharmony. The system called this change information body integration, but in Lin Miao's eyes, it was magic. Perhaps a primitive person entering modern society and seeing iron boxes driving everywhere would also have the same strange feeling as him. Facing the players who surrounded him, ready to turn in the mission, Lin Miao wished he could hug and kiss each of them, but unfortunately, he couldn't, because he wasn't gay. You truly prepared a surprise for me, my compatriots. As Lin Miao said this, he always had the illusion that he had become the system. With a casual gesture, a notification popped up simultaneously in the eyes of the 4. Mainline novice mission, build a home, completed. Rewards are now distributed according to contribution. Assassin couldn't be NIGE received €750 and 500 GP points while the remaining 3 each received €500 and 350 GP points. Contribution points were directly issued to the players' systems, while the Eurodollars were, of course, a stack of pre-prepared cash that Lin Miao pulled from his bag, counted, and then distributed. However, Lin Miao's skilled counting technique still genuinely surprised the 4. It was their first time receiving physical currency in a game. The feeling of holding cash in their hands was completely different from simply watching account numbers change before, and the sense of accomplishment and excitement far surpassed the latter. Zhu Tiaoyu quietly asked Nige, why are there 2 types of currency for mission rewards, one paper and one virtual? What does this mean? Nige thought for a moment and said, it might be for different uses. This paper currency should be the common currency of this world in the game, usable elsewhere, like for trading with NPCs. GP points might be like the in-game purchase points or special shop coupons in old online games, game pay, anyway, it's money for buying limited items. But €750 is quite a bit. Considering we've only worked less than 2 days, if Eurodollars are euros and converted to a monthly salary, it's roughly over 12 or 13,000 euros. Just dreaming. It might be Korean won or Japanese yen, and do you think missions happen every day? This must be the starting capital given for the opening novice tutorial, it must be useful. Their murmuring was heard by Lin Miao. His reason for doing this was also very simple. The Eurodollars, short for European Community Bank issued European dollars, are the most widely circulated currency in this world. At the same time, the European community is currently the world's unipolar power, both Neon Arasaka and New Militech must bow before it. He has no capital to contend with the current world's financial system. If he simply used Eurodollars as game currency, these players would probably collectively defect to those large corporations within 3 days. Because the other party could always throw a large sum of money to crush him, causing players to experience a huge psychological imbalance. Even if Lin Miao controlled the power of players logging on and off, the internet society could not block their information channels, making players blind. Forcibly restricting players with such power would only lead to players slacking off or even abandoning the game. After all, everyone is here to play a game, no one genuinely wants to be a slave to others. To make them willingly work for Lin Miao, he had to offer something others couldn't, GP points and the related services. This would give players the illusion the intuition that Eurodollars aren't important, GP points are. For example, equipment binding. It's fine for them to be cannon fodder in the early stages, but in the later stages, once everyone has capital, they will inevitably fear dying and losing their equipment. GP points can bind equipment, and upon death, the agency can issue an equipment retrieval mission, to be undertaken by other players. Only bound equipment can be assembled using the modification cabin. Of course, using the modification cabin also requires GP points, otherwise, you'll have to find a ripperdoc outside yourself, and don't even think about brushing the cyberware system. Without brushing the unified system, without using the modification cabin, and using various brands of cyberware from ripperdocs, even for players, the upper limit of physical modification will be greatly reduced. Cyberpsychosis will still occur in players, but instead of going mad and killing, they will fall into a physical coma and be kicked offline directly. At the same time, all future agency limited industry consumption, production of rare cyberware, enhanced cyberware, special equipment, buying houses and cars will require GP points. By building an independent financial system exclusively for players on the periphery of the European community's finance, all players can be firmly tied to the agency. Of course, Lin Miao doesn't have that many Eurodollars to squander, and players don't have production value, so the money given to players, he now has to take back. Mainline Novice Mission, complete basic modification. Mission objective, the modification system is online. Players can now purchase modification qualifications at the agency for basic cyberware modification, includes basic neural interface, nape slot, basic optical implant, dot. Basic modification surgery qualification, €500 plus 200 GP points. GP points can bind cyberware, modification cabin usage times, medical/surgery 100/1 time. Note, each body part can only bind one piece of equipment. The cost fluctuates based on equipment quality. Bound equipment can trigger a retrieval mission upon player death, with mission costs borne by the game official. Mission reward, get one free equipment binding. Sure enough, NIGE had an I knew it expression. The rewards for beginner tasks are basically for the next tutorial. Giving you money is for you to buy quest equipment, and giving you apples is for you to bake apples. Then the four of them looked at the only NPC here, counted the money, and handed it back. Damn it. I think I forgot about that. Lin Miao did have an employee recruitment contract in his hand, but the problem was there were no suitable candidates and too few players. There was no way to set up positions. This place didn't even have electricity yet, so getting a robot cashier to substitute wasn't an option. Starting a business is tough. Lin Miao took the money, turned around, and retrieved 4 sets of neural interfaces and kiroshis from the garage, placing them in the player's hands. He then said, "You've got the items, but I don't recommend undergoing body modification right now." Zhu Tiaoyu was a bit confused. Why? Is there something else we need to prepare in advance? If you undergo body modification surgery now, it might take at least half an hour. So it's best to wait until you're in slumber for the surgery. This way, it won't affect your limited activity time. Oh, I see. Zhu Tiaoyu suddenly understood, nodding repeatedly. That's right, we can't waste our game time. We'll wait. The hassle of equipping items was a bit more than they imagined. In their opinion, it would be more convenient to have a skippable cutscene. Not everyone likes slow-paced games like Red Dead Redemption, where even skinning an animal takes a long time. However, considering the realism of this game, no one said anything. Tudo, so what do we do next? We're not going to fix the house again, are we? After a morning of work, he was starting to wonder if he was playing a carpentry simulator. For players, doing the same thing repeatedly can easily become boring. No. Lin Miao shook his head. I'll teach you how to shoot, and then we'll prepare for a reconnaissance mission. I just found a Nightwalker stronghold nearby. Not many of them, about 4 or 5. We have to clear them out. Lin Miao's €600 weren't wasted. Besides the contact information for the nomads, the bartender also marked areas on the map where Nightwalkers had been sighted or were stationed recently. Coincidentally, Stone Ridge Town was located between the Nightwalker and Aldcaldo's activity zones, but leaning more towards the Nightwalker side. Moreover, Stone Ridge Tunnel was only a few kilometers from here, and it wouldn't be long before friction arose between the two sides. There's no other way, that's how this world is. If I eat one more bite, someone else has to eat one less. You have to pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. Instead of competing for food with the big corporations in the city and their gangs, it's better to step out of that circle, develop outside the city, and enter the fray when the time is right. So, before Lin Miao returned, he found traces of a Nightwalker encampment in a mountain hollow outside the landfill south of the city highway. There weren't many of them, about 3 or 4, which was just right for the players to practice on. Side quest, reconnaissance mission. Mission content, we have some unfriendly neighbors who smuggle, plunder, and kidnap, committing all sorts of evil. For the long-term development of the agency, we must take immediate action, limited time equipment trial. Mission objective, follow the administrator to clear out the Nightwalker stronghold. Reward, $500/200 GP points. At this site, the annoyance they felt from not being able to undergo modifications immediately vanished. Yeren, holy crap, are we leaving the beginner village to do a quest? NIGE, I bet those unfriendly guys are the 2 the boss brought back yesterday, from the organization called Nightwalker. When Lin Miao handed them pistols and led them to the temporary firing range, the 4 were even more delighted. They hadn't had enough time to handle guns yesterday, and there aren't many opportunities to touch real guns. Even for a rich second generation, some things are simply off limits, regardless of status. No matter who your father is, if you're exposed outside of designated special zones, it means death. After 2 hours of practice yesterday, although their gun-holding postures were not yet standard and their grip wasn't steady enough, they at least knew how to hold a gun. And practical experience is the best teacher. Die a few more times, and you'll know everything. The biggest difference between players and real humans is that they can constantly accumulate experience with their lives, finding your weaknesses through repeated deaths, and eventually beating an impossible enemy to death. But basic operations still need to be learned. The crackling of gunfire and Lin Miao's reprimands constantly echoed through the training ground. Don't disengage the safety or chamber around for no reason. If you do, remember to re-engage the safety. If you've chambered around and aren't sure if you'll fire, don't put your index finger on the trigger. Don't point your muzzle at teammates. Try not to expose your body within the enemy's line of fire. If there's cover, hide behind it. If there's no cover, crouch or lie down. Aim? What are you aiming at? Just raise your gun and shoot. In a close encounter, as long as you fire first, unless the other side is made of iron, they'll definitely flinch when they hear gunfire. Once they flinch, you'll have a chance to fire a second shot, and you'll have a greater chance of killing them first. Don't obsess over headshots. This isn't an FPS game, headshots don't give bonus points and will only lower your accuracy. Without body armor or defensive cyberware, hitting the torso with one shot will incapacitate anyone. Just try not to miss the target. The gun. It might be the most terrifying weapon invented by humans, without a doubt. Perhaps in terms of destructive power, there are 10,000 weapons in modern warfare that can surpass it. Even without considering any additional conditions, a bullet's short-range lethality might not necessarily be stronger than an arrow shot from a compound bow. But, any normal person can fire a gun. Simple to operate and extremely lethal. No training required, no education, no specific wrist strength, no vast logistics support. A bullet fired by an 8-year-old child pulling the trigger is just as deadly as one fired by an adult. After teaching the 4 the basic operations of the pistol, Lin Miao returned to the agency alone, leaving the players there to practice shooting. Marksmanship is fed by bullets, and these bullets could simply be deducted from their quest rewards later. Before today's operation, he decided to do his draws and check the subsequent quests and panel after the agency's construction was completed. His personal panel hadn't changed much, except that the profession column had become agency administrator, and he had unlocked a salary and a set of attire. Yes, he also had a salary, but it wasn't money, it was lottery draws. He received 1 basic gacha ticket daily, and this salary would increase with the overall expansion of the agency. The more operational facilities and equipment, and the more players, the higher his salary, precise to 2 decimal places. Furthermore, every 10 basic tickets could be upgraded 1 tier, while a premium gacha required 100 basic tickets for a single draw. Heaven knows what's inside. However, Lin Miao wouldn't blindly save up for mid to high tier gachas. What if he drew food coupons or some blueprint? That would be a disaster, meaning a long period of wasted effort. Even if it was equipment, it might not be useful. Drawing a tank that you can't drive is also pointless. Administrator attire. As an excellent administrator, your attire should be elegant and capable of facing sudden and varied external environments. An Italian-style suit jacket made of carbon nanotubes and high-strength, tough special fibers, combined with a tactical inner lining, allows you to maintain elegance amidst gunfire. However, remember not to attempt to directly confront large-caliber weapons, or your demise might not be very elegant. Well, after Lin Miao put on this outfit, he struck a few poses in front of the bathroom mirror, always feeling something was missing. After pondering for a while, he finally understood. He was missing a pencil that could kill someone and a dog that would get him killed. However, the bulletproof vest that had 2 ballistic plates shattered yesterday could now be retired. He'd find an opportunity to sell it to the players at a high price later. This bulletproof vest saved my life. Shouldn't it be marked up 100-fold and bought back as a souvenir? Perhaps because Agency Type 1 was completed, the items drawn this time felt a bit better than the previous ones. However, the exact variety of items in the basic gacha pool remains a mystery, and he still doesn't know if this counts as lucky or unlucky. Electric Drive Optical Drone *1. Chocolate 1.5 kg. Future Vision, Kiroshi. Dragon Eye. Nutkin 5 kg. Small Hydroponic Workshop Blueprint. Ballistic Helmet. Water Purifier Blueprint. Besides these, there was also a pistol and 2 daggers. Chapter 14. Haha, do you feel cold down there? Lin Miao's least desired item, in fact, was industrial design blueprints. Because, other than selling them, they were temporarily useless. Every industrial creation, even a common television, often has behind it an industrial chain composed of several mines, several steel and chemical plants, dozens of machine tool assembly lines, and tens of thousands of workers. Lacking any link would not work, even ready-made industrial machine tools would be useless to him. This is also why small countries cannot industrialize on their own. You don't have that many high-quality workers, you don't have the resource reserves, and you don't have the internal market. How can you compete in the market with already established major powers? By relying on looks? It can be said that a superpopulous country that has completed full industrialization and military autonomy can block the path of all latecomers, and even siphon off already industrialized countries, causing their industrial decline. Small countries? Still trying to resist? They can crush you more easily than crushing a chicken. Are you kidding, brother? Lin Miao faced a similar situation. He had almost no chance of developing industrially under the noses of numerous corporations. Mines were in their hands, the metal smelting industry was in their hands, and the processing industry was also in others' hands. He would have to curry favor if he wanted to get involved. It's impossible to develop solely through finance and agriculture. The Fourth Corporate War has proven one thing: if your fist isn't hard enough, you don't even have the right to do business here. And you must fight the Jutiu, only after fighting do you have the right to sit at the table and eat, at least you can't lose. In this world, relying on military power is the only hope for future development. So. 1st Airborne Division. Move out. The replacement of the optical implant was quick, finishing in a few minutes. It made Lin Miao suspect his eyes had become hot swappable, perhaps one day he might even draw a mangekyo, then laugh maniacally while bleeding from excessive pupil power consumption. And when he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim. Remember the fastest novel site on the entire network, 101gon.com. Holy crap! Extremecolor.jpg. His eyes, compared to before, seemed to have been thoroughly cleaned, the whole world became much clearer. It also came with infrared, ultraviolet, low-light vision, and night vision functions, calculating ammunition count, marking special targets, highlighting threats, defensive mechanisms, and gaze sensing. Anyone looking at him within his field of vision could be individually marked, and there seemed to be dynamic vision and auxiliary aiming, but there was no place to test them. Lin Miao didn't know how these eyes compared to high-end ones, but he thought they should be pretty good. When he walked out of the agency, he realized these eyes seemed even more powerful than he had imagined, even looking directly at the sun caused no discomfort whatsoever. And the 4 players, seeing Lin Miao emerge from the agency in a change of clothes, also exclaimed in admiration. This outfit! I definitely have to get one custom made exactly like it after I leave. Forget it, with that belly of yours, the buttons won't even close. Damn it, I'm going on a diet when I get back. Starting tomorrow, no more seafood. Lin Miao ignored the players' chatter, merely glancing at their panels. All of them now had an additional basic firearms mastery LV1. Skills like this are easier to master at lower levels, upgrading is the most difficult part, requiring extensive practice and combat experience to gain experience. Glancing at the time again, it was 3 in the afternoon, 2 hours until the players logged off, which was roughly enough time. Lin Miao's target was not on Stone Ridge Mountain. Following the bartender's directions, he found a secluded valley near the landfill south of the highway. The night walker's car was parked there. Being too close to the town might cause trouble, if the night walker discovered him, he would suffer a great loss. Tudou leaned against the car window, watching the Badlands Desert flying by, and the garbage mountain getting closer, sighing. New map, oh my god, this is only the 0.1 closed beta version, and they've made such a huge map. His industry also had a slight connection to games, so he knew that closed beta versions equaled a massive number of bugs and limited content. Therefore, he could completely understand being born in a wilderness town with not much content. Hearing him say this, the other 3, who were still engrossed in fiddling with their new guns, quickly looked into the distance. But the scene before them had no relation to words like beautiful or exquisite. The piled-up garbage stretched like mountains, truly mountains in the literal sense, not a metaphor. Abandoned vehicles, rubber, plastic products, electronic instruments, rusted and deformed containers, and countless household waste, totaling millions of tons. Many places were still burning fiercely, and the burning plastic turned into black particles in the air, polluting the sky with smoke. Just looking from afar, the 4 could smell the suffocating odor. Besides this, loaded trucks occasionally transported more waste to be dumped here, seemingly endlessly. Few people consider how much garbage their city produces in a day, and even fewer choose to recycle or specifically dispose of this garbage, because the resources consumed by recycling often exceed its inherent value, and profit-driven capital will not do such thankless tasks without external coercion. They couldn't even be bothered to dig a pit and bury it. Take this. Nige stealthily pulled out 3 daggers from behind and handed them to the 3. Ju Tiou's eyes widened as he snatched a dagger, asking somewhat surprised, damn, where did you get this thing? Made it myself from discarded scraps, Nige said excitedly, it's sharpened. He used to make hidden blades and cosplay weapons, but none of them dared to sharpen them, most were iron-wrapped wood. The 3 tucked the daggers into their waistbands and gave Nige a thumbs up. Lin Miao glanced at them in the rearview mirror but said nothing. Daggers crafted from resmelted scrap steel, saying they were great would certainly be false, but stabbing someone would definitely not be a problem. He just didn't think these players would have the initiative to do so. Ju Tiu also fumbled in his pants pocket but decided against it after some thought. Dishonorable. When Lin Miao parked the car by the roadside, after Wildman got out, he picked up an empty paper noodle box from the ground. He looked inside, saw it covered in black US military, and sniffed it, almost making him vomit. This garbage smells just like the real thing, ugh. But Nige, unlike the other 3, wasn't covering his nose, instead, he was somewhat excited. This might be the place we'll be coming to often in the future. Hearing this, the other 3 looked at him as if he were an idiot. Tudou looked at the dirty and terrible environment ahead and grumbled, what the hell do you mean often come here? Are you trying to die? He also came from ordinary people and knew that those who stayed in such places for long would have their skin corrode and fester, their mouths develop sores, and their stomach, liver, in short, none of their internal organs would be good. Heavy metal poisoning or organ failure would be minor, perhaps one day you'd wake up with maggots growing on your festering skin. What do you know? Isn't this a resource point? What's a little dirt and smell? Nige looked at the vast garbage mountain and wasn't disgusted at all, marveling, from this, you can see how ambitious the development team is. That night city, it's definitely a large city map, otherwise it wouldn't produce so much garbage. Resource point. Lin Miao looked at Nige with some surprise. This guy made some sense. He indeed couldn't compete with large corporations for mineral resources or afford to buy resources from them, and it seemed no one would want this pile of garbage. Although he lacked the energy and only had one recycling device, if it could operate in the future, it seemed like a good alternative. As for the environment being so harsh that even vagrants wouldn't come, that wasn't something he would consider. Just let the players do the work. What's a little bad environment? Even a sulfuric acid pool, they could wade through it. Aren't players meant to be cannon fodder? Enough said. 50 yuan a day. Suppressing this thought, Lin Miao appeased the players who were growing increasingly excited about discovering a new map and new resource point. Alright, quiet down. You can lower your sense of smell in the panel, and your pain sensation too, of course. Our target is in there. Don't let them discover you, and then act according to the plan, understood? If he didn't speak, these few might try to climb to the top of Garbage Mountain and act like monkeys. You, understand? Understood, understood. The four nodded repeatedly. While Lin Miao was driving, he repeated it over and over again, and they couldn't skip the dialogue, so they just had to listen, their ears almost calloused along the way. Facing this situation, Lin Miao could only sigh, because players would never obediently follow his demands. But it didn't matter, they were just cannon fodder. Smelling the stench of burning and rotting garbage, Lasse felt very displeased. He got up and returned to the tent, rummaging through a box in the corner for a long time before finding 2 unopened bottles of alcohol. Josh, catch. He tossed one of the bottles to the guy sitting on the container on the other side. The two immediately opened their bottles and guzzled them down. Another person, standing on the hillside with binoculars, clearly the leader, turned around and saw his 2 teammates starting to drink in broad daylight, and reprimanded them with some displeasure. Hey! 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 It's not dark yet. To hell with it not being dark, Ixis, I can't stand it in this godforsaken place without drinking. Lasse, putting down his bottle, let out a burp, his cheeks instantly flushing. Without alcohol to numb his senses, this stinky garbage dump was no place for a human. He complained. Been here for 3 days, haven't seen a single hovercar come by, and you won't even let us drink. You might as well just let me die. It wasn't just trucks transporting garbage, occasionally, there were also hover garbage trucks with 4 vector thrust engines, canopies produced by Zetatech. However, these were only used by the rich or large corporations. There might be some valuable things in the garbage they dumped, such as the corpses of corporate dogs who lost a power struggle, unfinished pastries, but the most valuable thing was the hovercar itself. Although not as expensive as a proper passenger hovercar, 4 engines disassembled could still sell for tens of thousands, making a fortune. However, the probability of seeing one was low, and the probability of shooting one down was even lower. Jensen, who was sitting in the car listening to music and bobbing his head, said, "No matter how much you complain, it's useless. Only 3 days of this week have passed, it's still a long way until the shift change." After speaking, he took out a small spray can, placed it at the edge of his nostril, pressed it carefully, and then released, afraid of using too much at once and running out. Blue mist surged from the nozzle and was quickly inhaled into Jensen's nasal cavity. A few seconds later, his mouth began to emit an inexplicable groan, his eyeballs rolled back revealing large whites, his whole body trembled, and his hands constantly clawed at the seat cover, his expression as ecstatic as could be. Damn it! Ixis cursed inwardly. Drunks, addicts, none of them reliable. He had been hoping to make a fortune and then turn his luck around at the casino. A second-rate smuggling gang? If they were reliable, they wouldn't be in this state. Bang! Bang! In the quiet garbage mountain, where only the crackling of flames could be heard, several gunshots suddenly rang out, followed by a person's scream. Ah! Huang Xiudong! You bitch, you ambushed me! With the voice pack's enhancement, even though it was Chinese, the 4 of them could understand it. However, the AI's simultaneous translation voice was somewhat stiff, so the slightly exaggerated tone didn't arouse anyone's suspicion. A large amount of garbage blocked their view. Ixis could only shout to the person still chugging alcohol below, "Something's happening, go out and check." The gunshots weren't intense, and they were from a pistol. Judging by the sound, it was likely a double cross during a deal, or an assassination due to betrayal. Josh, who also heard the scream, was the first to put down his bottle, grabbing his gun and heading outside. Lasse reluctantly followed. Ixis, on the other hand, ran towards another garbage mountain in the distance, trying to find a suitable observation point. Only Jensen, when he opened the car door and stepped out, had an excited expression, bloodshot eyes and a bulging crotch. Feeling full of power and needing to vent, he grabbed a watermelon knife and followed behind the two. The drug's effect would last at least 10 minutes. During this time, the chemical agents would continuously stimulate his nerves, causing hallucinations, excitement, and irritability. Ixis was the first to discover the body. Using his bionic eye's magnification function, he immediately spotted the person lying motionless face down on the road, seemingly dead. He then directed his subordinates through the communication channel. Over there, on the road. What he didn't know was that a figure was bending down and quickly running towards the garbage mountain at his feet. This same figure also greatly surprised Lin Miao, who was observing the battlefield from a garbage pile 100 meters away. Because that person was Nige. According to the plan, he and Tu Do should have been ambushing at the road fork, ready for support and rendezvous. Damn it, I knew these players wouldn't follow the plan obediently, but Lin Miao couldn't do anything. They hadn't even installed their bionic implants, so they couldn't even communicate. They could only improvise. Nige was crouching, his two legs running incredibly fast. He immediately saw the gunman who had jumped to a higher position. The other party was fully focused on Zhu Tiaoyu's body in the road, completely oblivious to Nige getting closer and closer. Woohoo! Nige's heart was racing at this moment. With a physical strength of only 3, he felt his breathing becoming rapid, but even so, he stabilized his breath. He only slowed his pace when he got close to the garbage mountain, a dagger clenched in his mouth, carefully climbing towards the gunman above, treading lightly, fearing to make any sound. Lin Miao was somewhat surprised by Nige's movements. He had climbed halfway up the mountain, yet he hadn't made a single sound that the gunman on the garbage mountain could hear. Holy cow! This guy is good. As expected of the player with the highest total of 5 dimensions among the 4, even if it was only slightly higher. He suddenly wondered if he had underestimated these players. Nige climbed all the way to the top of the garbage mountain without noticing anything unusual. He scanned the area around the body but didn't find too many anomalies. The killer seemed to have fled. Josh, who had walked to the body, roughly poked the person with his gun barrel. There was no reaction. He then put his gun behind his back and reached out to try and flip the body over to see who the dead person was. However, at the moment he bent down, the body suddenly flipped over. The hand that had been pinned underneath flung out a plastic packet, and a large amount of grayish-white powder splattered onto Josh's face. His vision was suddenly obstructed, his eye implants couldn't see anything, and there was a slight burning sensation. What the hell, what is this? In a panic, Josh wanted to grab the gun from his back and spray wildly, but then a sharp pain suddenly shot through his lower body. It felt like something had pierced him, and very deeply, accompanied by a lewd cheer in his ear. Haha, told you to stab me, you bastard. Isn't it nice and cool down there? Josh, who fell to his knees in pain, had his mouth wide open, unable to speak. He gasped for air like a fish out of water, tears streaming from his eyes, which only made the burning pain in his bionic eyes worse. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out a few words, Lasse. Although Lasse was drunk, he wasn't completely stupid. He immediately prepared to shoot the revived dead man. Bang! Bang! Continuous gunshots rang out from the garbage pile behind him. The night walker, who had been hiding in the garbage pile, suddenly threw off the garbage bag on him and frantically pulled the trigger at Lasse. Although only the second of 14 bullets hit, with the rest missing, the one that hit went straight through Lasse's shoulder. The distraction and intense pain prevented him from firing back immediately. He only thought to dodge when the third gunshot rang out behind him. Then, Zhu Tiaoyu, who pulled a gun from his crotch, shot him in the face. Ixis, who should have reacted immediately to kill Zhu Tiaoyu and the night walker, was now clutching his throat, blood flowing freely, collapsing on the garbage mountain. He looked back in disbelief at the person who had climbed behind him at some unknown point, but with his throat slit, he couldn't utter a single word. Air entering his bloodstream only accelerated his death. And he didn't feel a thing. The night walker looked regretfully at the gun in his hand. He couldn't help but empty the entire magazine at once, but only one shot hit, and it wasn't even a vital spot. All the others missed. In the end, Zhu Tiaoyu finished the job. As he was about to reload, curses and a strong gust of wind suddenly sounded behind him. He quickly dove forward to dodge, but was still severely cut in the back. You bastards! Jensen's eyes were bloodshot, and the blade of his machete still had the night walker's blood on it. Damn it! The night walker didn't feel much pain, nor could he see the wound on his back. It felt like someone had scraped his back with a sharp piece of paper. He also didn't understand what the other party was saying. Zhu Tiaoyu, who was holding Josh down nearby, quickly asked, Holy crap, Pei Nan, are you okay? Lin Miao had said to capture someone alive, so he didn't dare kill anyone. What if the mission failed? Moreover, because they didn't have the habit of conserving bullets, players almost always emptied their magazines before stopping. I'm fine, I'm going to kill you, you bastard. The night walker simply flung away his empty pistol and pounced on Jensen, not even dodging the machete, relying entirely on his internal strength. Anyway, it didn't hurt. He directly used his left arm to block Jensen's powerful machete swing. One was chopping hard, the other was blocking hard, and the result was that the machete got stuck in the night walker's arm bone and couldn't be pulled out. Shit. The night walker clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand and punched Jensen in the face, completely flattening his nasal bridge, causing blood to flow incessantly. Perhaps the intense pain jolted Jensen out of the drug's effects. He looked closely and realized all his teammates were dead, leaving only him. Moreover, the person in front of him was incredibly fierce, the knife cutting him seemed to cause no pain. He might be a cyberpsycho. So Jensen gritted his teeth, activated the neural synapses in the back of his head, and his movement speed suddenly increased. He ran towards the base's car, which had a mounted automatic machine gun and bulletproof body. This was the only thing that could save his life now. His figure was so fast that it left after images in the eyes of the 3, disappearing around a corner in a dozen meters. Tudo, who arrived late from the intersection, looked at the battle that was almost over in the afterimage of Jensen, and asked in surprise. Holy crap, what's going on? Why is this guy running so fast? Bang. Perhaps it was the recent drug use, making his nerves hazy, or perhaps he was too nervous and wasn't watching where he was going. Jensen, who was only focused on running, seemed to have tripped over a piece of rebar with his right foot. His body instantly lost control and he rolled like a ball, crashing into a garbage pile, convulsing continuously, with electrical sparks flashing on his back. Lin Miao, who had been observing the entire battle from the sidelines, wished he could jump out and applaud, shouting bravo. He had truly underestimated these people. As expected of players, they feared neither death nor pain. Most people would flinch just seeing others swing knives and raise guns, but these people truly dared to stand their ground. Getting cut once was bad enough, but they even dared to clash with a knife using an unimplanted left arm and still counterattack. Moreover, even he hadn't noticed when Zhu Jiuyu had brought quicklime, demonstrating the old schemer to the fullest. As for Tu Do, he seemed to have played a minor role, but also not. Lin Miao had known of Huang Dexian's reputation for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be effective here too. And Lin Miao, who had originally considered himself the main force, actually did nothing. The players finished off everyone, and the entire battle ended in just 20 or 30 seconds. Leveled up! Leveled up! Haha! Zhu Jiuyu shouted excitedly. Although his panel attributes hadn't changed, he gained a skill point that could be used to upgrade skills. Me too, but does this game not have attribute points? I got a new skill, Stealth LV1. Poisonous milk? Damn it, this thing won't let me go even in the game? Does this world also have a Brazilian team? Ah Shui, I want to complain. You must be doing this on purpose, I swear. Only then did Lin Miao, carrying his gun, arrive late from a distance, like every NPC who slacked off in a battle scenario. Everyone, this battle truly exceeded my expectations. I thought it would be a tough fight, but it ended so easily. This is all thanks to you, it's all your credit. The key player in the entire battle was Nige. He was able to silently run behind the vigilant gunman and take him down, which was incredibly outrageous. Otherwise, at least one of Zhu Jiuyu and the Nightwalker would have died, and Lin Miao might have had a chance to shoot him down. Before this battle began, Lin Miao only knew that there were a few Nightwalkers here, but he knew nothing about their equipment or personnel configuration, and he didn't even know what bionic implants they had. He purely intended to use the players as bait and cannon fodder to draw everyone out, then sneak in and ambush during their engagement. As it turned out, he didn't even exert himself, and the opponents were all down. Moreover, only one person was injured, and he even gained experience and leveled up to LV4. His intelligence increased by 1 point, and his calmness increased by 1 point. Judging by the players' tone, they seemed different from him, their attributes didn't seem to increase so easily, but they had skill points which he didn't. However, these Nightwalkers were also incredibly weak. Lin Miao smelled alcohol before he even got close. Chapter 15, Crying. Crying also counts as time. Josh, severely wounded and lying on the ground, felt someone sit on his back. He could only hear a flurry of intense gunshots and curses before it fell silent. But the outcome was already clear, his 3 teammates were all done for, their fates unknown. As for him, his crotch had been brutally stabbed, making him wish he were dead. Just then, footsteps approached him. Even though he couldn't see, he could feel someone squatting in front of him, pointing a pistol at his head. You have 30 seconds. Tell me whatever I ask. Lin Miao looked at the other party's bleeding lower body and the lime on his face, feeling a phantom pain himself. These players truly had no martial ethics. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Zhu Jiuyu assumed he was trying to act tough and kicked his butt again. Damn it, my boss told you to speak. Wah. The dagger still hadn't been pulled out. The excruciating pain of his torn lower body finally made Josh, who had been too pained to open his mouth, scream out, tears streaming down his face. Nige, who was holding the gun to the other party's head, chuckled, crying. Crying counts as time too. I'll talk. I'll talk. What the hell am I supposed to say? Just ask, damn it. Ah. The captive's voice was filled with pain and grievance, truly heartbreaking to hear. Unfortunately, the players were emotionless. They looked at Lin Miao because they couldn't even understand what this guy was saying, there was a language barrier. Lin Miao asked, I heard your Nightwalkers have been eyeing a batch of alcohol lately. Tell me everything you know, time, location, manpower. Ugh. Where the hell did you hear that news? Josh panted urgently, then heard. Time's up. Wrong answer. I'll ask the other one instead. Lin Miao gave Nige a look, and Nige immediately understood. He picked up his pistol and cocked it. The sound of the metal slider sliding made Josh flinch, like death knocking at the door. In his pitch-black vision, he was even more terrified and no longer dared to act tough. I'll talk. The boss did mention stealing alcohol recently. He said he hired an expert to drill holes in the oil pipeline, and they could make a lot of money from one job. Location. I don't know either. Lin Miao took Nige's pistol. Bang. Are you going to talk? The bullet passed Josh's ear and struck the ground. The loud noise and dirt made his head buzz, but Josh suddenly remembered everything, like a final burst of clarity. After a shriek, his mouth spewed words like a machine gun. Ah. In the Tiaoyuan mountain ridge. I remember it's in the Tiaoyuan mountain ridge. I heard the boss say when I was peeing that a brother found a petrochem oil pipeline in a cave in the Tiaoyuan mountain ridge. It seems to activate once every Saturday. The rest I really don't know anymore. Lin Miao believed he had told the truth. Even if he hadn't, it didn't matter. Bang. Red and white matter, along with bone fragments, splattered out. The 4 players stared at Lin Miao in astonishment, they had thought Lin Miao was going to let him go. Lin Miao blinked and said. I just told him to say what he knew. I never said I would let him go if he did, so it's not breaking my word. The four suddenly understood and nodded, thinking Lin Miao had done the right thing, and applauded. He flattered the players, and the players flattered him back. This was mutual benefit, everyone was happy. As for a wild monster, who cared? If Lin Miao hadn't spoken and had actually let the person go, the four of them probably would have chased after him and killed him anyway. That was living equipment, how could they let him escape? How dare you? This operation could be described as quite fruitful for Lin Miao. Not only did he get clues, but he also seized 3 guns, some ammunition, and it seemed there was also a modified car. Yesterday, he had asked an old acquaintance, and he said that gangs rarely spend money to install trackers on unimportant cars. The acquaintance also said that if he was afraid of trouble, he could just dump the car to him, though the price would be low, about 1,000 for a junk modified car. Can any of you drive? I can. Zhu Tiaoyu quickly raised his hand. Seeing him so eager to show off, Mei Yu Bozi de Tu Do said to Nige, damn, this guy always has 2 sets of keys hanging from his waist when he goes out, one for his house, one for his car. He's extremely experienced in driving. What nonsense? Who the hell has 2 sets of keys? Huang Tu Do, don't slander me, I'm telling you. Zhu Tiaoyu glared at the rumor-spreading Mei Yu Bozi de Tu Do, then scurried to the modified sedan, opened the door, and sat inside. He looked at the familiar steering wheel, gearshift, and accelerator and brake pedals, muttering. This future vision is a bit outdated. I already drive automatic cars. Where's the key? Why is there no key, and what are all these buttons for? After searching for a long time without finding a keyhole, he leaned out of the car door and shouted to Lin Miao. This car doesn't even have a place to insert a key, how do I drive it? Lin Miao heard the sound and, pointing to Jensen lying in the trash, said, it should be on that guy. Go search him for something like a card. Mei Yu Bozi de Tu Do pulled down Jensen's pants, shook them twice, and a white card fell out of his pocket. He picked it up and threw it to Zhu Tiaoyu. Try this. Zhu Tiaoyu took the card, looked at it for a moment, then inserted it into what appeared to be a card slot. The engine immediately ignited, and the car body emitted a faint roar. Holy crap, it's a bit advanced. It doesn't even need a key. Lin Miao checked the time. There were still 50 or 60 minutes, which should be enough for a 20+ kilometer journey. Alright, load all 4 of these bodies into the car. We're going back. Haha. I have another driver LV1 skill. After the players took their €500, returned the guns to Lin Miao, and logged off, he began to tally the spoils. The loot from this operation was undeniably generous. To make it more game-like, Lin Miao divided the equipment system into 6 tiers. White and grey were generally generic, old, second-hand goods. Newly introduced common equipment ranged from white to green, custom or special equipment between blue and purple. Only equipment with commemorative significance would reach orange or red. The grading was also easy to understand. Even guns would have differences in accuracy and bullet power due to years of use, barrel wear, airtightness issues caused by manufacturing differences, and bullet propellant load. Equipment from large corporations was definitely better than black market street vendor second-hand goods, and custom equipment was stronger than common goods. The grading of cyberware was even more pronounced because its inherent differences in model and price led to clear tier differences in power and effect, a much larger gap than with guns. For the same Sandevistan, the physical acceleration effect varied between 20% and 80%. The one Jensen just used was the lowest quality, and it had a significant load. Who knew when he would turn into a cyberpsychosis? A modified sedan, kept for personal use. 2 pairs of decent generic cyber eyes, probably white tier equipment, would sell for €1,000. A Kerenzikov, which was supposed to be paired with the Sandevistan, seemed to be broken. No wonder that guy stumbled and fell earlier. Without the neural acceleration of a Kerenzikov, solely accelerating the body meant the nervous system couldn't react in time. 1 damaged, 1 grey. Selling them for 1,500 wouldn't be excessive. 6 cyber limbs, grey, 600. Big steel cannon, discarded. 4 pairs of synthetic lungs, heavily worn, grey, 600. Tyrosine injector, a tool for hackers to speed up, white, 1,200. 3 rifles, 1 submachine gun, 2 pistols, around 400 to 800 each at market price. 2 braindance headbands? Confiscated. Junk cyberware was really cheap in Night City, so cheap that anyone could install it. As long as you could endure the negative effects of junk cyberware, there was an abundance of these items. Whether the software version was compatible, if there were internal viruses, if there was hidden ice, black ice/offensive firewall, whether it would lead to cyberpsychosis, if the manufacturing company had gone out of business, if there were replacement parts, these things had a ton of problems. Meanwhile, new cyberware at Ripperdocs cost thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, completely unaffordable for ordinary people. Some second-hand cyber limbs on the market might have been passed down for many generations, goods from 10 or even decades ago. Even the wrist and arm might not be the same model, and one shouldn't expect any flexibility, being able to move was the best outcome. As for cyberpsychosis, people who installed such things and went mad didn't even qualify to be called cyberpsychosis, they were directly executed in the street as rioters by friendly neighbors or the NCPD. Lin Miao certainly wouldn't sell them in Night City, because very few people in Night City would buy such things. And players? Heh. What? You said this was equipment dropped by players? Nonsense, the guns were still his. All drops had to be recovered by him for wealth redistribution, understand? The 4 bodies recovered 2 units of biomass, now totaling about 9 units of biomass. He could also update the game version and call 5 more players online to prepare for the oil stealing operation 5 days later. Thinking of this, Lin Miao opened the official website, ready to update the 0.2 version content, and also update the junkyard photos on the official website. Shui Han Duo, first, I want to thank Yuan Yuquan and the other 4 players for their experience in the 0.1 closed beta version, which provided us with great help and laid a solid outpost for subsequent players. Agency picture. Next, we will release the 0.2 closed beta version above the Badlands update and simultaneously distribute 5 game testing slots. New map junkyard and new hostile force Nightwalker have been added, as well as a new cyberware modification shop and vehicle system. Players can acquire in-game currency by working, completing quests, etc., which can be used to purchase bound weapons or cyberware equipment. In the upcoming versions, we will continue to distribute more experience slots to pre-registered players, so please be patient. Even though it was 5:30 AM in another world, many night owls were chatting in the forum. After this game announcement was released, they immediately gathered to discuss it with Yuan Yuquan and his team, who had just logged off. Pandora who likes to open boxes, interesting website. Junkyard. So smelly. Xi hu shui chan ju tou, you wouldn't know, but just now we battled 4 night walkers here for 300 rounds. It was all thanks to my divine power and ingenious strategies that I managed to cut them down one by one. May you bozi I to do, what are you talking about? First, you played dead, then you threw quicklime powder to ambush them, and then you used a knife to stab them below. Only someone like you could use such underhanded tactics. Xi hu shui chan ju tou, what's wrong with that? As long as the tactics work. I'm a man who only cares about results. Pandora who likes to open boxes, agreed. Daoji, really? Is this game's freedom so high? You can even throw quicklime powder and play dead to ambush people. And little sis, why are you speaking so intermittently? Assassin couldn't be NIGE, holy crap, big brother, aren't you sleeping? Daoji, I set an alarm. Who told this game's game time to be so ungodly? And I just like watching you guys brag at this time. But the number of pre-registrations has exceeded 1,000, and I don't know if it will be my turn. They didn't even respond when I discussed finding a publicist with them. This game developer is really weird. Oh, by the way, about the cyberware you mentioned yesterday, did you install it? How was the effect? Yuan Yuquan, don't even mention it. We each bought a pair of Kiroji optics and a neural link, basic grey equipment. But installing cyberware takes up game experience time, and it can't be skipped. We can only undergo the surgery when we log off. We'll only know the specifics tomorrow. But today I punched one of the wild monsters, and the impact was absolutely amazing. Then he seemed to use some skill, and sparks flew from the back of his head. He accelerated so fast that he left after images, feeling even more incredible than Usain Bolt. May you bozi I to tudo, what's the use? He still ended up falling to his death. Yuan Yuquan, I think it's because of your jinxing, brother Huang. May you bozi I to tudo, we need to believe in science, okay? There's no such thing as jinxing in this world, it's all coincidence. Assassin couldn't be NIGE, I assassinated a wild monster standing on a high place, slit his throat with a dagger I made myself, and even gained a stealth skill. I think I'm a born assassin. I've decided, from now on, I'm joining the Brotherhood. Xi hu shui chan ju tou, the wild monster we interrogated seemed to be speaking English, but we didn't understand it. We could only listen to the NPC communicating with him. It seemed to be about stealing something, but the screams were quite horrific, giving me goosebumps. And that pistol, damn it, it's completely different from what's shown on TV. Not only is the sound incredibly loud, but the recoil is so strong you can't even hold it, and you can't even shoot straight. And those NPCs seem to understand what we're saying, but what he says isn't English, so we can't understand it at all. Virtual world, cyberware, skills, assassination, gunfights, interrogation, construction, highly intelligent NPCs, all these things combined with extreme freedom. Daoji was heartbroken at this moment. If only they could handle the publicity for this company, even if it was free. Why was this damn company so laid back? Zero publicity, IP lock, prohibition of spreading game promotional videos and game screenshots, it was simply insane. If they had promoted it freely, the number of pre-registrations would have soared to at least 6 or even 7 digits by now, instead of the current 4 digits. And these were genuine pre-registration numbers, not considering water armies to boost the count. Besides the forum, many people were also going crazy under the updated Lin Miao character profile. Mantu, oh my god. This can't be a game NPC, right? This appearance, this figure, this attire, gulp. God, please kill me quickly, I want to reincarnate to find him. Gao Shao Gao Shao Gao Gao Shao, Miss Mantu, pull up your pants, please note that this is a public place. Otherwise, I will have to arrest you. Daoji, I admit, he's a little bit more handsome than me universe between fingers. Good news brings good spirits. After getting the information he wanted, Lin Miao looked at Night City with much more affection. However, affection aside, things still needed to be done. Now was not the time to stop and enjoy himself. Night City's knights never knew what darkness was, various neon lights always shone continuously. Lucy sat on the balcony with her legs wrapped around her, a thin layer of glass separating her from the noisy, colorful neon world outside, creating two distinct worlds. Next to her was the braindance headset she had just used. The lights inside the room were off, so it was dim everywhere except for the side by the window. Her shadow, illuminated by the neon outside the window, stretched long across the room, enveloped by the surrounding lightless darkness. Lucy rested her face on her knees, looking at the old moon poster hanging on the wall inside the room, her eyes full of yearning. Lucy had once heard in an Arasaka Corporation dog's chip that there was a group of people called High Riders on the moon. They had escaped the cruel rule of corporations and Earth forces and established their new world in space. A new world outside the cage. But recalling the €250,000 ticket for a moon trip, Lucy buried her head in her knees again. The ticket to the new world was simply too expensive. 250,000. And what was the average monthly income of an ordinary person at the bottom of Night City? €500. Not even enough to pay the rent for the lowest floor of a skyscraper. You have to know that the legitimate employment rate in Night City is only 10%, if you don't break the law, you can't even survive. Lucy, of course, wasn't that poor. She stole behavioral chips from Arasaka Corporation dogs, earning 200 to 300 a day. Occasionally, if she got something valuable, she could earn 500 to 600. Of course, there were also times she came up empty-handed. After deducting rent, utilities, and daily expenses, her monthly surplus was probably 2,000 to 3,000. This meant that at this rate, she would only need 10 years to save enough money for a 7-day trip to the moon. 10 years, reality. The heavy pressure made Lucy feel a little breathless, so she buried her face in her knees, trying to escape reality. Just as she thought she would spend every night as usual, a communication request suddenly woke her up. Beep. Beep. Hey? Lucy looked at the caller ID with some surprise. It was that guy. Lucy had met many mercenaries, but someone like Lin Miao was a first. He seemed very rational, yet acted like a madman, actually letting her use a car repair hammer to chisel out bullets without anesthetic. This wasn't tough. This was crazy. But his voice always brought Lucy a little interest. Miss Lucy, where are you making a fortune today? Interested in meeting up? About yesterday. Lucy's voice was very cold. Lin Miao had invited her to take a job yesterday, but hadn't said what it was. Lucy hadn't agreed, only saying she would think about it. More or less. After a day of work, things are starting to look promising. She glanced at the moon poster on the wall, sighing slightly in her heart, come to my place to talk. Forget it. Come to the intersection of Martin Luther King and Brandon. There's a burger joint there, I'll wait here. Come to my place, otherwise, no deal. Lucy's attitude was exceptionally firm, as if she was afraid to go out and be double-crossed by Lin Miao. Of course, Lin Miao was probably afraid of the same thing she was. Who knew if he would open the door only to have several burly men rush out from the corner, pin him to the ground, and sell him to the big bird turn bar mentioned by the Valentinos yesterday. After thinking for a moment, Lin Miao asked. Address. I've sent it to you. West Japantown, many days, top floor suite, apartment number 703. Be right there. P.S. In the anime, it can actually be seen that Lucy is not wealthy. Coupled with the fact that David's stolen chips could only buy 2 days' worth of inhibitors, it's estimated to be at most a few €100. Also, her access port only has 4 slots, which is the most basic type 1, meaning it's a blank slate. P.S. Everyone seems to dislike one update being too little, but I actually update 5,000 to 6,000 words at a time. If you wish, I can also change it to 2,500 words per chapter, although it doesn't really make a difference. The author is an agency worker. Although I really want to write 10,000 words a day, my ability and time do not allow it. Chapter 16 I am greedy for her body, I am noble. Lucy was staying in a hotel next to the Westbrook Japantown skyscraper H8. The penthouse suite wasn't cheap, at least more expensive than Lin Miao's room. It's just, the color scheme was a bit ambiguous. Before entering the building, Lin Miao saw large and small pink hearts adorning the hotel's decorations, a brightly lit 18+ sign, and in the fully transparent rooms along the building's exterior, there were sex dolls with behavior chips inserted, performing erotic dances in public. Sex dolls lined the streets, making him briefly think he had gone to the wrong place. No one followed him along the way, nor did anyone pay him much attention, but the sex dolls' gazes, as if they wanted to devour him, made him feel awkward, because sex dolls weren't limited by gender. Muscular men in pink tank tops and thigh-high white socks shivered. Lucy must have notified the front desk. Lin Miao entered without any questioning and took the elevator straight to the top floor. The air in the hallway and elevator was filled with the strong scent of cheap perfume and hormones, forcing Lin Miao to hold his breath and quickly search for his target. 703. 703. Found it. Lin Miao stood at the door, pressed the electronic lock on the right, and said, Lucy. I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, a warning box immediately popped up in his vision, and a miniature camera was marked above the door frame. Unauthorized scan detected. Block. Dragon Eye's functions are truly comprehensive. Block. They had only known each other for one night, he had no intention of exposing his secrets. If she didn't open the door, he would just find someone else, he didn't lack one hacker. The mechanical gate slid open to the right, but there was no one at the door. He could only hear Lucy's voice from inside the room, come in. Lin Miao stood at the door, scanned inside for a moment, and only entered after confirming that there was only one person in the room. At this moment, Lucy, soaking wet and wrapped in a white bath towel, walked out of the bathroom. Her undried silver hair dripped water, flowing down her cheeks to her collarbone. Her smooth shoulders and neck were exposed, and her fair, tender calves and jade-like feet left watermarks on the floor. She walked indifferently to the refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of cola, threw one to Lin Miao, and chugged a mouthful from the other after opening it. The cold soda flowed down her throat, creating a sensory clash with her body, which had just been showered with hot water, and the stimulating sensation on her tongue made her feel like her soul was leaving her body. Woo-wah. Cola really tastes best after exercise and a shower. Lin Miao opened his and took a sip. He hadn't tasted this stuff in days. Twee. Shit. Toilet water. It was Coca-Cola. But out of politeness, he still didn't pour the cola in his hand down the drain. Turning his attention back to Lucy, she noticed Lin Miao sitting on the sofa, watching her. Lucy showed no trace of girlish shyness. Instead, she asked openly, "Do I look good?" "Not bad. At least in Night City, you're the first person worth me looking at like this." Lin Miao nodded, showing no intention of averting his gaze. He wasn't some pure, innocent virgin. The night before he transmigrated, he was still at a nightclub, being pulled by girls to drink with clients. Putting the toilet water back on the table, Lin Miao clasped his hands together on his lap. "But let's talk about business first, Lucy. What have you decided? Will you help me with this favor?" Tisk, a boring businessman. Lucy realized that when this man talked about business, he completely lost the passion he had shown last night, speeding through the streets with her in a life-or-death race, and the neuroticism he displayed while chiseling bullets. All that remained was cold business and transactions. Which one was the real him? Moreover, this guy seemed to have upgraded his firewall. The scan through the camera just now yielded no internal results. However, seeing that no outsiders were following him, she had let him into the room. Lucy didn't even change clothes, she just sat on the sofa, crossing her legs. 10 jade-like, moist toes still had water droplets on them. Her smooth, fair, long legs were crossed, and everything above her knees was covered by the bath towel. But hidden areas always aroused curiosity and a sense of adventure in explorers. Let me be clear, I don't take dangerous jobs, and I don't take anything related to Arasaka. Also, you need to tell me the mission details before we act. If I find any errors or deliberate concealment midway, I will abandon the mission and withdraw at any time. Quite a few demands, but Lin Miao could understand. After all, many mercenaries were killed because middlemen concealed information. But no missions related to Arasaka? Lin Miao immediately understood that the person in front of him probably had some unresolved connection with that Japanese corporation. Okay, I'll tell you now. The target is the Night Walkers, those smugglers in the Badlands. This mission will only involve Petrochem, has nothing to do with Arasaka, and the time is this Saturday. They rob Petrochem, I rob them. Understand? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Knowing the mission had nothing to do with Arasaka, Lucy relaxed a bit and asked again, I know the Night Wraiths, they have hundreds of people outside Night City. How many people will we have for this operation? I have a dozen subordinates. Besides that, I'll contact a team of bounty hunters, and, the Aldcaldos. The Aldcaldos, that nomad tribe. Lucy was a bit surprised. Don't look at how the Aldcaldos seem to be struggling in the Badlands, in reality, they were once a super large tribe with 1 million people. Their leader was the famous legend, the tough guy who stormed Arasaka Tower with Silverhand to save people Santiago. They had their own cultivation bases and military factories, the branch outside Night City was just a small sub-tribe. Yes, them. Although Lin Miao hadn't called the number the bartender gave him yet, he could shamelessly bluff now. When doing business, confidence is key. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter, as long as the other party believes it's true. Lucy eyed Lin Miao suspiciously, hoping to find some flaw on his face. A team of bounty hunters, a dozen unidentified individuals, plus the Aldcaldos, the Night Walkers, Petrochem. She was already the most inconspicuous person in this whole setup. Why did you come to me? I've only known you for a day. Why shouldn't I come to you? Lin Miao chuckled. And you still owe me a debt, remember? After speaking, he shook his right arm. Thanks to you, my arm still hurts. The doctor said whoever stitched my wound was definitely an idiot, the kind who should have their medical license revoked. Cough, cough. Lucy, who had just picked up her cola for a sip, nearly spat out the soda. Her previously aloof, cold, and glamorous image instantly vanished, her face flushed. Shut up. You told me to stitch it for you. I didn't expect your skill to be so bad. It made me go to the doctor again to have it removed and restitched, suffering all over again. Lucy now really wanted to pull out a monowire and dismember this annoying guy. It was the first time she had ever bandaged someone's wound in her life. Not only did he not appreciate it, but he also slandered her like this. Alright, so you've agreed then? And if you get any more excited, your bath towel is going to fall off, you know. While I'm not particularly bothered if that happens, I think it's necessary to remind you. You hateful guy. Lucy glanced at her slightly loose bath towel. Some things, if the other party didn't bring them up, she actually didn't care, but saying it out loud made her a bit self-conscious. She tugged at the bath towel and walked towards the bathroom. I'm going to change. Wait here. After Lucy closed the door, the rustling sound of a bath towel falling to the floor came from the bathroom, but Lin Miao didn't pay much attention to what was happening inside. He carefully surveyed everything in the room. The lighting and view here were excellent. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony offered a clear view of the super-large skybridge spanning hundreds of meters between Chinatown and the high-rises of the Civic Center. Countless GGs and lit rooms hung on it, appearing like a flowing bridge of neon from a distance. Beneath the bridge flowed the mighty river towards the Pacific Ocean, and during the day, yachts and cargo ships could be seen traversing the river. Although he didn't know why Lucy was staying in a love hotel, the room was kept relatively clean. However, Lin Miao didn't see the hacker chair he had imagined. As far as he knew, that was equipment every capable hacker would buy, costing tens to hundreds of thousands, with high-end models being even more expensive than custom cyberware. Poor guys who couldn't afford it could only lie in ice baths to cool and overclock their bodies and brains. Was Lucy too poor? Or did she lack skill? Lin Miao began to question whether his decision to find Lucy was correct. What if he had found an unwanted, noob beginner? No wonder she was being chased and beaten by the Valentinos. He suddenly noticed an old moon travel poster on the wall, dated in the 20s. This item was completely out of place with the room's decor. If it belonged to the hotel, they wouldn't have kept it, they would have torn it down and thrown it away long ago. So, was this Lucy's own? What are you looking at? Lucy, emerging from the bathroom, noticed Lin Miao's gaze fixed on that moon poster. Nothing. I'm just marveling that people in this era can travel to the moon so casually. In the past, even digging a spoonful of dirt from the moon was an incredible achievement. Lin Miao shook his head and sighed. Some technologies in this world developed at an unbelievably faster pace than on the other side. In the 20s, large-scale space construction and habitation of space stations were already underway, and the moon was being developed. On the other side of reality, let alone tourism, they hadn't even finalized a base yet. Why do you talk like an old man? Unlike Kiwi, he wasn't mocking her for being overconfident or old-fashioned, nor was he ignorant about space travel. Instead, he was marveling at the progress of technology. A brand new life is about to begin. It seems the person who edited this poster probably never imagined the future world would turn out like this today. Lin Miao read the words on the poster, feeling even more emotional. People in the past always let their imaginations run wild, envisioning what the future world would be like. But when that time truly arrived, digging up time capsules from the past and looking back, all that remained was a mess. Looking at their failure to complete their predecessor's legacy, would people today mock their naivete? Or would they grieve their own incompetence? Then what do you think the future world will become? Lucy skillfully lay sprawled on the balcony, looking at the moon in the sky, lighting a cigarette and tossing one to Lin Miao. Lin Miao took the cigarette but didn't smoke it. In fact, not just cigarettes, he didn't even like drinking alcohol. But doing business always involved unavoidable socializing, so he could only force himself to do things he disliked. He knew he wasn't powerful enough to make others conform to his habits. This world will change in my hands. Either it will be molded into the ideal image I have, or I will shatter everything, raise all the skyscrapers to the ground, and make everyone start from scratch. Is that your dream? Lucy laughed so hard she was shaking, almost dropping her cigarette. You're a bit too chiyunibu, aren't you? Dream? For adults, that's already an unattainable luxury. But luxuries are meant to be pursued. Facing the ridicule, Lin Miao flicked the cigarette, which he had pressed against his finger, towards Lucy's forehead, hitting her squarely. Amidst Lucy's inexplicably resentful gaze, Lin Miao's eyes passed over her, looking across the river, past the municipal center, and landing on the towering skyscrapers of Corporate Plaza. I always keep my word. One day, Arasaka, Militech, EBM, Zeta. I will take down these guys one by one, and then build a new world on their corpses. Either succeed and become a legend, or be destroyed and die in a gutter. This is the law of survival in Night City, I'm just adapting to life here. This was not only what he intended to do, but also what the players under him would do. This was an unsolvable problem. Lin Miao wanted to climb up, wanted to survive, and that would attract more and more players. Here, apart from him, there was no other set of laws that could restrain this group of lunatics. Even he himself couldn't completely control the players, because the most basic permission, whether to log into the game, was always in the players' hands. They were a group of strange observers, the most cold-blooded, the most rational, yet also the most emotional and passionate. Players could slaughter an entire city from top to bottom for a useless decoration or an achievement, and they could also spend all the gold they had accumulated over a long time and go to great lengths for a pitiful NPC. And Lin Miao knew, by just thinking about it, what kind of education these people received in reality and how they would treat those big corporations in this world in a free and open world setting. There was no way he could stop this group, and as the operations planner for this game, as a living person with a brain, how could he possibly go against the players? Instead of swimming against the current, it was better to ride the wave. Me against the world? No. It's us against this world. He's really a madman. Lucy had heard plenty of grand pronouncements. Every day, countless punks on the streets clamored about taking down corporations and becoming legends. All of them would either die in a gutter one day, forget their boasts and become villains, or return to ordinary lives. From the late last century until today, no corporation had ever been brought down by a punk. The most famous among them were nothing more than Johnny Silverhand, a rock star who rode Militika's coattails to his death at Arasaka Tower, and Bart Moss, who blew up the old net before he died. But in the end, nothing changed. In fact, these actions only led to a further expansion of corporate power. She tilted her head and exhaled a puff of smoke towards the moon in the sky. The bright, clear moon was instantly enveloped by the smoke, adding a hazy beauty. Heh, then I'll just wait to see your new world. Lucy picked up something from beside her and threw it towards Lin Miao. Take this. What? Lin Miao saw a dark shadow flying towards his face and quickly reached out to catch it. He saw that it was a braindance headset. He hadn't used this thing even once yet, mainly because seeing the customers in 18+ stores wearing braindance headsets with idiotic smiles made him somewhat resistant. This thing was completely a digital version of ice. Lucy tossed him another shard. Of course, it's a new world. Plug this in. Optical implant, activating defense mechanism. What is this? Lin Miao didn't listen to her and put on the braindance headset. Instead, he held the data shard and examined it. Hey? You don't think I'd use a black braindance on you, do you? Lucy looked at Lin Miao's actions, her voice a little displeased. No. Lin Miao shrugged, holding the headset in his hand and saying, I just, have never used this thing. Hey, you're not kidding me, are you? Lucy's eyes widened, looking at Lin Miao in disbelief. In this era, has anyone grown up without ever using a braindance headset? Is this guy an old relic who crawled out of a graveyard? Or a primitive hacker who just escaped from cyberspace? But Lin Miao's expression didn't look like he was lying at all, and who would tell such a lie? In this era, saying you haven't used braindance is as absurd as saying you haven't eaten food. This isn't braindance, it's just an environmental simulation shard, don't worry. Lucy jumped down from the balcony, walked to the sofa, and bent down to put the braindance headset on Lin Miao. After plugging in the shard, she connected the data cable to the slot at the back of his neck. Her soft hair brushed against Lin Miao's nose, making the tip of his nose tickle. He held back a sneeze to avoid breaking the atmosphere. He had indeed never used a braindance headset, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to use it. He was just teasing Lucy. Unlike Gloria, who was a mature, strong, independent woman, Lucy, with her cold exterior and warm interior, hiding secrets and dreams, was a rare commodity in this city. To be frank, Lin Miao coveted her body. There was nothing to be ashamed of, facing one's desires was normal. Should he pretend to be a saint who didn't eat grains? After the data cable was connected, an installation request for an unauthorized installation package popped up in Lin Miao's vision. After a brief system virus scan, Lin Miao agreed to install it, confirming it was just regular software. All right. Lucy had already put on her braindance headset, but while checking Lin Miao's headset, she realized that he really hadn't installed any related programs before, which surprised her even more. No way, you really haven't used it, ha 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 ha. What kind of willpower and self-discipline did it take for someone to grow up without ever using braindance? Are you a rogue AI? Then what? What do I do? Lin Miao pretended to be ignorant while letting Lucy set up the headset for him at close range. Humph, you just wait. After laughing, Lucy inserted the data shard into her headset, then got up and sat on the sofa opposite Lin Miao, somewhat smugly placing her legs on the coffee table. No matter how mysterious this person was, he was still a fool who needed her help even to install a braindance. As the headset's lenses flashed with bright light, replacing all the light from reality that entered Lin Miao's eyes, his consciousness also entered another world. P.S. The braindance in Lucy's hand in Edge Runners and the braindance in the Cyberpunk worldview are completely different things. You can't move freely in braindance, and you can't connect online. Sensory connection is advanced technology, somewhat similar to military technology like the Mantis. Usually, only top braindance editors like Judy can attempt to film such connected braindances. Ordinary braindances can only let you experience the recorder's own experiences. Yet David and Lucy could jump around freely together, ride in cars, and even drink the same drink Lucy had. So what they were watching was not a personal braindance at all, but a special braindance similar to a VR environmental simulation. This is what a braindance headset is like. Chapter 17 I'm really tired. After a moment of daze, Lin Miao felt the gravity that bound his body suddenly recede, and his entire being became light. He blinked, looking around, only to realize he seemed to have arrived in another world. There were no clouds, no blue sky, a vast, dark night and shimmering stars made up the entire firmament of this world. In the boundless universe, only a dazzling, scorching sun and a blue planet shrouded in a faint grey hung overhead. The ground beneath his feet, made of dust, was incredibly soft, a casual step would leave an indent the thickness of a finger. Is this, the surface of the moon? Lin Miao stared blankly at the distinct footprints beneath him, feeling a sense of shock and an inexplicable excitement. He seemed to finally understand the words of that great man from the last century. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. It was humanity's first reach beyond the cradle into the vast universe. But unlike the barren moon in Armstrong's eyes back then, the moon in Lin Miao's vision, apart from endless lunar dust and craters, also had human industrial bases and orbital ports. The buildings were emblazoned with large orbital era logos, and there were many workers in heavy spacesuits toiling, as well as soldiers standing guard around the workers, armed with rifles. This was a megacorporation that originated in Africa, the birthplace of humanity, and also the place where humanity in this world first flew beyond their planet. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up! Lucy thought Lin Miao was stunned from using a braindance headset for the first time, so she simply walked over, took his hand, and pulled him along. Being dragged along, Lin Miao constantly observed everything around him, feeling a myriad of emotions as he looked at this world that seemed indistinguishable from reality. No, just a bit surprised. This is really amazing. This technology, perhaps it could be used to train players. After all, with more and more players, where would one find so many novice monsters for them to practice combat? Given the players' killing efficiency, it probably wouldn't take a few years for all of Night City's population to be wiped out by them. In the future, the total death lottery in Night City for a year might not even be as much as what players kill in a single day. Haha, why are you acting like a country bumpkin from a small town? Don't worry, I've adjusted all the parameters here, so there won't be any danger. As the two passed a crater, Lin Miao pointed to the workers toiling within it and asked. Those people, can they communicate? Lucy, who was leading the way, seemed to have heard a very funny joke. She turned to look at Lin Miao, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up, and the virtual drink in her hand was squeezed out. Good thing you're here with me. If you'd made a fool of yourself at the Afterlife bar or another brain dance parlor, people might have thought you were an idiot. If Lucy on Earth was a bird bound by the gravity of that world, then on the moon, she had broken free from the shackles of the old world and was completely free. So, they can't. Seeing the disappointment in Lin Miao's eyes, Lucy could only offer comfort. That's not necessarily true, but it would require some very excellent network engineers to customize simple interactive programs. However, that wouldn't be something a regular braindance headset could handle, it would require a separate server for assistance. Just like Sega Dolly's Spirit World, they've been trying to revive online multiplayer games, but it's pointless. With braindance, who would still play those inferior games? Alright, we're here, why are you still so stiff, just like outside? Lucy suddenly grabbed Lin Miao's hand. Here, Lin Miao didn't have any titanium alloy bones, and the 1/6 gravity allowed Lucy to easily pull Lin Miao, who was a head taller than her, across the lunar surface. Her swift movements were no less impressive than a professional athlete's, and Lin Miao could only try his best to keep up. In this world where one jump could send him several meters high, Lin Miao suddenly understood why Lucy yearned for the moon. In this free environment, Lucy seemed to have become a wild child, driving a moon buggy and flooring the accelerator on the lunar dust, reaching a speed of 500 km per hour, which would be impossible on Earth. If Lin Miao hadn't clung tightly to the railing, he would have been thrown off, his ears filled with Lucy's excited shouts. No wonder you drove my car like that. You were treating it like a moon buggy, weren't you? Haha, don't you think it's fun this way? There's no NCPD, no traffic rules, no corporations, nothing. You can do whatever you want. Phew, Lin Miao sat on the dust, savoring the previous thrill, and didn't deny it. It certainly is a bit interesting. That feeling was even more exhilarating than his first gunfight and killing, and it was no wonder so many people were addicted to brain dance. He picked up a handful of dust and slowly scattered it in front of him. The tiny particles descended very slowly. Lin Miao had heard that lunar soil contained a large amount of helium-3, which was an excellent fusion fuel. Yet, even though this world could establish development bases on the moon, the first fusion power plant had still not been built. Lin Miao knew it wasn't due to a lack of technology. Rather, it was because someone was suppressing its development, preventing the birth of this technology. Biotechnica, Petrochem, and various large and small energy and industrial companies did not want the emergence of this pseudo-infinite energy source, so they deliberately ignored this technology. Whoever touches it dies. You ask where the Middle Eastern princes went? Haha, they've already gone to heaven, meaning they were plastered to a wall by a nuclear bomb. And the day nuclear fusion is born will probably be the start of the 5th corporate war. 50 years passed, forever. In the end, it wasn't technology that stood in humanity's way, but humanity itself. How ridiculous. Lucy looked at Lin Miao. She had only known him for a day, but she had a general idea of his temperament. Whenever his eyes became serious, he was definitely thinking about important matters, and it could happen at any time, even during a braindance experience. She tossed the drink in her hand to Lin Miao, complaining. You're such a boring person. You're so stiff even when you're supposed to be relaxing. How can I relax when my dream is so far out of reach? I can't not work hard, Lin Miao smiled, then looked at the drink pouch in his hand. The straw in it clearly had bite marks from her teeth, and, it also seemed to be Mr. Clean, Coca-Cola flavored. So, he solemnly stuffed the drink pouch back into Lucy's hand. Sorry, I'm a bit of a germaphobe. You. Lucy, who had just had a blast and was about to sit beside Lin Miao to rest, was stunned by his words. She froze in place, thinking she had misheard. An inexplicable anger flared in her chest. She initially wanted to stop the braindance immediately and kick him out, but then she heard Lin Miao stand up, pat his pants, and say seriously. All right, thank you very much for taking me on my first braindance. It was a truly wonderful experience, but I have important things to do, so I can't waste any more time here. I regret that it has to end now. Then he voluntarily disconnected. Lucy felt a sense of shock and frustration, like she hadn't even thrown a punch yet, and the opponent had already anticipated, dodged, and counterattacked. This was the first time in her life she had been disliked by someone. However, the blows from Lin Miao weren't over. Just as she followed him out of the brain dance, she received a transfer notification. A bit bewildered, Lucy subconsciously accepted the transfer, €4,000 deposited. This was equivalent to half a month's pay for her. Then she heard Lin Miao's voice, growing fainter. He had apparently taken off the braindance headset and was already at the door. This is the down payment. I'll notify you before the mission, Miss Lucy. Thank you very much for your hospitality today. It was truly an unprecedented experience, Miss Lucy. No need to see me out. Bye-bye. Then came the sound of the door closing, leaving Lucy alone again in the empty room. This guy. She suddenly had the illusion that he had played with her, then thrown money at her and run off. But he was gone, and there was nowhere to vent her anger. So, she rolled over, grabbed a pillow from the bed, and wanted to throw it at the door, but her hand paused halfway and then dropped. In Night City, mercenaries don't usually get down payments. It's always payment after the mission is completed, to prevent mission failure or mercenaries running off after getting paid. Unless it's a very close collaboration or someone they know well. And she and Lin Miao had only known each other for a day, yet he dared to give her a 4,000 down payment, which was almost the full amount for some small jobs. For the sake of the money, Lucy angrily beat the pillow until she was tired and sleepy. Feeling drowsy, Lucy simply hugged the pillow, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Miao, after leaving Lucy's place, was in a much better mood than when he returned from the Badlands. He felt completely joyful, both mentally and physically. He had definitely come to the right place. He glanced at the time, it was already 10 o'clock. He had been in Lucy's room for almost 2.5 hours, completely losing track of time during the brain dance. Now, calculating the time, Gloria should be getting off work soon. The thought of having to deal with so many people today, and possibly contacting the Aldecaldos tomorrow, made him feel utterly exhausted. Truly, to climb higher, no matter from what aspect, the effort he had to put in was simply too much. Mr. Linear. Gloria's voice sounded a bit tired. Megacorp often make employees work long hours not because they genuinely need them to create value, but for various other reasons they must keep employees busy. And for small companies like Arrow to survive, their staff often work even harder than the corporate dogs at larger companies. What's wrong? Nothing, just finished an emergency surgery, phew, the patient survived. Gloria took off her blood-stained gloves, feeling a bit relieved. Because if the person hadn't made it, his cyberware would likely have been stripped, and the body tossed into the Pacific Ocean. She actually hated this job, but had to keep doing it for David's tuition. As for the bounty hunter you are looking for, Mr. Lin, I've already found a candidate for you, but Maine wants to meet you in person. Gloria was a bit troubled, as she didn't understand why Lin Miao would come to her for something like this. Logically, he should go through a middleman, who would then arrange suitable mercenaries. A meeting? All right. Lin Miao immediately agreed. But, what I want to know is, Gloria, what's your personal opinion of these mercenaries you've arranged? Why didn't he go through a middleman? It's simple. Those bastards are hyenas who devour people whole, and he couldn't trust them. If Lin Miao told them about the Night Walker, who knew if those middlemen would suddenly turn on him and interfere? After all, a deal worth hundreds of thousands was enough for them to take that risk, and matters outside Night City were none of their concern. Mercenaries were actually the same, which was why Lin Miao approached Gloria. She was an Arrow employee with no backing or connections, yet she could guarantee safety. This indicated that the mercenaries she dealt with were honest, and worth trying to contact. Gloria walked into the bathroom, slowly speaking as she cleaned her gloves in front of the mirror. Maine, he used to serve in the new United States Special Forces. He retired before the Unification War because he disagreed with his superior's scorched earth policy towards local villages during operations in Central America. He then came to Night City to form his own crew and become a bounty hunter. I've known him for some time now. He's never defaulted on a payment or taken advantage of anyone. And I hear he has a good reputation at the Afterlife Bar, many say he's efficient. Afterlife Bar. Lin Miao knew this place was quite famous. Even street vendors had heard its name, mercenaries or middlemen without some real power couldn't even get in the door. The people who went there were all well-known bounty hunters, and they often caused trouble for corporations. I see. Lin Miao hadn't expected Gloria to have such a high opinion of this mercenary named Maine. After all, ordinary citizens rarely had a good impression of these troublemakers who could pull out guns and start a street brawl at any moment. And she knew quite a lot, which was normal. If Gloria knew nothing about Maine, she probably wouldn't dare to deal with him. So, did he say where to meet? Maine and his crew usually operate around Japantown. You should be able to find him in the plaza in front of the H8 skyscraper. I'll send you the information now. Japantown. H8. Isn't that right in front of him? Was it a coincidence or something else? Good thing he called Gloria before getting in the car, otherwise he would have had to drive all the way back if he had gone too far. Even though it was already 10 at night, Japantown was still bustling with people. For this city, only at night could its true face be seen. He descended the stairs and arrived at the skyscraper plaza. Due to its location at the foot of the skyscraper and its connection to the underground commercial street, the foot traffic here was considerable. Amidst the moving crowd, Lin Miao saw the bar in the center of the plaza. Many people sat scattered about, and laughter, cheers, applause, and the drunken shouts of revelers occasionally spilled out, making it very lively. In the small area in front of the bar, enclosed by several cars, a scrawny mercenary, clearly heavily modified, was publicly striking various outrageous poses amidst the cars. Yo ho, look, I can do this and even this. He used his two knee-length arms to vigorously shake a bottle of champagne, then threaded it through his crotch and positioned it below his waist. With a thrust of his hips. Pop. Driven by air pressure, the cork shot out of the bottle opening with a gush of white foam. The spraying liquor traveled a good 2 meters, comparable to a certain bodily fluid, even splashing onto some onlookers. But they were clearly regulars, familiar with his antics, and far from being angry, they burst into laughter. An onlooker suddenly jeered, "Pilar, with that much volume, you didn't install a hydraulic spray tank in your pants, did you?" The scrawny mercenary leaped in front of the man, face to face, putting on a very displeased expression, his mouth stretched long. "What are you saying? Are you looking down on me?" Then, he snatched the beer bottle from the man's hand, chugged it down, and placed it along with the original champagne bottle below his crotch. He took exaggerated steps like a clown in a mime, laughing loudly. "How can one be enough? It's 2. I installed 2. I can even keep this up all day long." The crowd erupted in another burst of laughter. What was this? Was Emperor Zai, with his arms reaching his knees, reincarnated in the new century to perform vulgar, raunchy acts? Lin Miao was speechless at what he was seeing. All he could say was that Night City was too free, you could truly witness any kind of abstract art. He shifted his attention away from the man, trying to find his target in the crowd. According to the information Gloria provided, the mercenary named Main was a supergiant, 2 meters and 23 centimeters tall, visible from afar even in a crowd. And he was currently sitting under a tree in a planter outside the crowd. Even sitting down, Main's impossibly burly back looked like an unbreakable mountain. And there was his distinctive blonde buzz cut. The area around him was empty, clearly, no one dared to provoke this giant. Lin Miao ordered 2 beers at the bar, walked over to him, and sat down, handing him one of the beers. Main. The beer bottle, which felt substantial in Lin Miao's hand, looked like a mini oral solution bottle in Main's hands. He even had to open the cap carefully, afraid of accidentally crushing the entire bottle. The blonde strongman tilted his head and took several gulps of beer, then glanced at the person beside him. Dressed in a suit and tie, wearing sunglasses, he looked like a corporate dog on the surface, but his demeanor was different. Moreover, corporate dogs' favorite thing was to wear corporate badges and accessories to display their status. This guy didn't have any. His suit was perhaps exaggeratedly sturdy. Main had never seen a suit of this caliber on any middleman, and the eyes hidden behind the sunglasses gave Main the feeling of being stared at by a beast, definitely top-tier goods from Melee Tech. "Just say what you need." Lin Miao didn't say he was introduced by Gloria, but stated directly. "I have a job. Are you interested? Time, location, objective." Main was not talkative with strangers, cutting straight to the point. "Saturday, the Badlands, Night Walker. It might be a tough fight. Besides you, there are the Aldecaldos and my people." "Saturday?" Main frowned. This timing was a bit tricky because a middleman had also said he would arrange a job for Main's crew for the weekend. From the sound of it, it seemed to be related to Zeta Tech, involving stealing something from inside. The risk wasn't great, and the money wasn't much. If done efficiently, they wouldn't even need to fire a gun. A middleman often had several reliable crews under them, and tasks were always prioritized for these people. Mercenaries couldn't put all their eggs in one basket, they would also take jobs from other middlemen. The relationship between the two sides was very delicate. After all, if something went wrong, the corporations would only go after the mercenaries, not care about middlemen, who were just black gloves. If Main turned down this mission, the next time the other party assigned a job, they might prioritize others. So, he had to consider it carefully. Even though Main already knew the person was introduced by Gloria, he couldn't easily agree. Price. If the job is done, 30,000. Main, I really want to agree. Chapter 18 New Leak, Player Login. $30,000. This amount wasn't particularly high for a mercenary crew of Main's caliber. He had taken on jobs with higher payouts before, but those typically involved stealing corporate secrets or assassinating executives. Offending a night walker, the risk wasn't even on the same level. For example, this time Falco asked Main's crew to steal technical data from the Zeta Tech building, and the commission was only $20,000. Of course, the middleman himself would receive at least 5 times that amount. If stealing data from Megacorp or robbing their transport vehicles was committing a crime right under the noses of heavily armed regular forces, where one wrong move could mean death. Fighting a night walker? That's roughly equivalent to kicking a stray dog on the street. While this stray dog is certainly fierce and has strength in numbers, Main would definitely lose in a direct fight. But as long as he doesn't leave Night City, they can't do anything to Main. After a while, they'll probably forget about it themselves. Even if they did enter the city, Night Walker, being a second-rate group, wouldn't dare make a big move on other gangs' turf. If too few came, they'd just be cannon fodder. However, this guy even called in the Aldecaldos, which indicates the matter is not small. Main didn't want to drag his crew into a ditch for a mere sum of money. Although mercenaries live by putting their heads on the line, Main valued his crew members more than money. With another gulp, Main chugged the 600 ml beer like water, then tossed the bottle by the neck. A scrawny mercenary juggling in the distance immediately caught the bottle and tossed it up, stacking 3 bottles on his head. They wobbled but refused to fall. Today is Monday the 22nd. I need to see the general mission brief before Thursday, and my people must participate in the pre-operation intelligence gathering. Otherwise, find someone else. Heh, I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Dealing with you people, one wrong step and you'll die without a burial place. This is our first time meeting, yet it seems Mr. Main has been scammed quite badly before. Lin Miao placed his half-finished beer on the flower bed, stood up, and patted the other man's shoulder. I always believe in win-win when doing business. As long as we're friends, I won't let a friend suffer even if I lose money. See you then, Mr. Main. Humph, easier said than done. Watching Lin Miao's back disappear into the crowd, Main turned his head slightly, somewhat displeased, to look at a woman nearby. She wore a burgundy leather jacket and had her mouth completely covered by an implant. She sat at a round table and had been watching them earlier. Kiwi, how is it? Did you find out his identity? No, the scan results only showed his name. The NCPD database had no reaction. Kiwi was Main's cruise hacker, taking over from Sasha. Technically, she was considered excellent in this line of work, but when she tried to wirelessly access Lin Miao's signal earlier, she almost burned out her port. And my scan just now must have been detected by him. The other party definitely has a very advanced firewall, I didn't dare attempt an intrusion. Then forget it. Main had no intention of causing trouble for Gloria, their relationship was quite good. The prices he paid for implants from her were considered favorable even in Night City, so there was no need to let this matter affect their transactions. By the way, Kiwi, tell Rebecca and Dorio to stop their reconnaissance of the Zeta Tech building for now. I'll talk to Falco about this and drag it out until Thursday before giving him a reply. Understood. Be careful of that guy, Main, he's not right. Kiwi stubbed out her cigarette. Her intuition was always accurate. Just now, when the thought of attempting to hack Lin Miao crossed her mind, every cell in her body trembled. The terror of facing imminent death almost made her collapse. Damn it, what kind of monster was this? She had competed with corporate ICE and high-level hackers before, but it had never been this terrifying. She even had the illusion of standing before the black hole built by Netwatch, feeling utterly insignificant. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! 3 consecutive holy shits. New Century Lousy Warrior jumped out of the modification pod, touching here and there, even lying on the ground, ready to lick the other person to polish them, until he got a mouthful of dust before squatting aside, spitting and sputtering. However, the other 4 who logged in with him weren't much better. The first thing silver-haired Natural Curl did after climbing out of the modification pod was to look down at the only pair of boxer briefs on his body. What? It's not that realistic. Shouldn't I wake up completely naked? Forget it, I shouldn't ask for too much. Let me open the treasure chest first. He lowered his head and reached out to pull open the elastic band of his boxer briefs, attempting to glimpse something that was considered a forbidden item throughout gaming history. But when those dead fish eyes truly saw what was inside, it was as if countless golden lights flashed before his eyes. This is... The wild men who woke up with him were all stunned. They had played for 2 days in advance, but they had never thought of checking their treasures. After the golden light flashed, silver-haired Natural Curl suddenly sat cross-legged on the spot, his hands forming a meditation mudra, looking like an enlightened monk who had seen through the mortal world. Only those dead fish eyes made him seem a bit out of character, and he muttered a slogan. Namo Amitabha, this humble monk has long been weary of joy, what desire could he have? Just kidding, how could Lin Miao not have thought of such a thing? For both male and female players, as long as a forbidden thought flashed through their minds and they attempted a forbidden act, a program would naturally force them to comply. Of course, things like using the WC or showering wouldn't be affected. Only after a few seconds did silver-haired Natural Curl crawl up from the ground and complain. What a joke. I can't even examine my little silver hair, that's a symbol of a man's courage. Give it back to me, you bastard. Only then did he look around at the players who had logged into the game with him, 8 men and 1 woman. And the only woman was a small wisp, less than 1.4 meters tall, looking no older than 12 or 13. What's going on? It's a washboard, and she's even binding her chest. Is this how the sacred place humanity yearns for is defiled? This should be the time for benefits in animation, but this game's designer really doesn't understand people's hearts. And the only female player, Pandora, who enjoyed unboxing, clearly felt the offensive words and gaze of that guy. Ah, what's wrong? Silver-haired Natural Curl looked at Pandora walking towards him, showing a bit of confusion in front of this little person who barely reached his chest. Let me tell you first, Uncle here, he's not really into flat figures like yours. Pain. So much pain. Pandora bent her knees and jumped, her body shooting out like a missile, her head slamming hard into the guy's abdomen, directly knocking silver-haired Natural Curl to his knees, almost making him vomit bitter water. What are these players doing? 3 of the 5 new arrivals were acting crazy, 4 old players were pondering the newly installed optical implants and connectors, and only Brother Deo and Soul bound by Red Bucket were dutifully putting on their clothes. Lin Miao felt that if he didn't go in soon, they would self-destruct in this basement. Could this group of people really meet his expectations for them? Damn it, he had already checked these people's backgrounds, so why did they all become so unreliable once they entered the game? Cough. The basement door was pushed open. After the agency was built, the door changed from a push-pull to a mechanical gate, which could also be opened manually. Lin Miao coughed, and the farce here finally ended. Then, another game-opening CG played, Fellow Countrymen, Change the World, a bowl of chicken soup was poured down, and Lin Miao estimated that these players would forget it as soon as he finished speaking. Lin Miao felt that once the background story was written on the official website, he could even skip this whole routine. And when the new players put on their clothes, Lin Miao realized he had miscalculated again, because the specific physical parameters generated by the modification pod were random. Pandora's height was just too many. Even the smallest clothes Lin Miao bought were loose on her. Her hands couldn't even reach out of the sleeves, the shirt hem dragged to her knees, and the pant legs fell to the ground, serving as mops. She was cute, but she clearly couldn't work properly dressed like that. Lin Miao said with a headache, "Nig, go to the workbench and help her tailor her clothes. Just a simple cut of the sleeves and pant legs will do." Nig, who was called, was a bit excited. Is this a mission? Is there a reward? Damn it. These players' faces were truly realistic. Lin Miao just pointed at Pandora. Nig looked, and that standard black, long, straight, emotionless, big-eyed loli, dressed in oversized clothes, instantly killed the competition. Nig stumbled and immediately shouted loudly. "I'm going right now. Nobody better try to snatch it from me." After saying that, he picked out a few pieces of clothing from a box and rushed out the door. He makes cos props, and sometimes cos costumes are also within his scope of work. Tisk, these game otaku are really easy to fool. Lin Miao was truly despairing over this looks-obsessed world. "The rest of you, come out with me." Daoji, who had been standing silently on the side, poked Ju Tiou next to him as they went upstairs. "Buddy, did you guys install those cybernetics when you logged off yesterday? Show me quickly." "Ah, there's nothing great, really. I just changed a pair of eyes and a connector." Despite saying that, Ju Tiou's voice was as smug as could be. He pointed to his eyes and directly showed Daoji how his two pupils rotated counterclockwise. The field of vision can also be magnified 2 times, it's just a bit blurry when magnified. Then he showed the chip slot on the back of his neck to the other party. Daoji even reached out and touched the metallic interface, the shock in his heart was beyond words. "Holy crap, what about the cybernetics? I heard you guys say there were cybernetics. You'll know when we go out. I'm telling you, yesterday I was incredibly cool, taking the biggest risk to be the bait." Ju Tiou bragged as he went upstairs, leaving the new players stunned. Only the other two knew how viciously he acted, but they didn't expose him. The original plan was for him to attract attention and for the savage to make the first move, but no one expected this guy to be carrying a bag of quicklime, and he even castrated that monster with a single knife. Potato and the others felt their balls ache just watching. The interior of the agency was decent, looking no different from a corporate lobby, but the guns neatly arranged in the gun cabinet made the new players frequently glance over. After all, men love cars, guns, and balls, and few can resist. There was also a storage room behind the counter, with an open door revealing many cybernetics hanging inside. Only Pandora, after leaving the door, kept her eyes on the Bumblebee drone in the lobby. Completely hidden IP address, unhackable server, even videos and pictures from the official website couldn't be copied. What was even more outrageous was that, under a multitude of surveillance cameras, it managed to deliver the item to her villa doorstep, and she couldn't find the delivery guy. The security guard also said he didn't know, which was utterly absurd. Unfortunately, Pandora's height was really insufficient. Even if she raised her hands and jumped, she couldn't touch the floating W, only waving her 2 long sleeves and spinning on the ground. "Alright." Lin Miao recalled W to his side. "This little gadget costs over 2,000, and if it were damaged, these players couldn't afford to compensate for it at this stage. Everyone, your task today is to build watchtowers and simple walls within the area I've designated, continuing to fortify our stronghold to prevent it from being breached by enemies. If the remaining resources in the town are not enough, you can also walk up along the road. There are a few abandoned resource points further up, but always remain vigilant, because night walkers might appear and attack us at any time, and be careful not to walk too far, otherwise it might lead to a disconnection." Side quest, the last line of defense. Quest objective, complete the construction of the agency's outer perimeter watchtowers and defensive walls. It will be the first and last line of defense. Behind us is the agency, we have no retreat. Quest reward, €500/200 GP points. Frankly speaking, this price, let alone finding players, even in Night City, there are plenty of people willing to do the work. Those vagrants even dare to take on Zetatika's ultra-hazardous scavenging jobs, paying €5 per piece of contaminated trash, and they would definitely do better than these guys who barely meet the system's passing grade. The problem was that Lin Miao had to pay professional construction teams with actual bank transfers or cash. But players were different, Lin Miao could issue empty checks. As long as they were equipped with neural connectors and external slots, how much money he gave them was just a matter of a string of code, and even their local area network system interface was distributed by Lin Miao. Even if players wanted to trade with external shops, the person paying was essentially Lin Miao, not them. As long as he could control the difference in import and export quotas, theoretically, the money Lin Miao could pay was infinite, because in the game, no NPC shop or bank would have higher credibility in the player's eyes than the in-game purchase mall itself. Of course, the result of indiscriminately issuing currency would be soaring prices and hyperinflation. To avoid having to carry a sack of money to buy soy sauce, Lin Miao had to maintain balance. In other words, the interfaces they installed were the chains Lin Miao fastened around their necks. While accepting the quest, the savage finally asked impatiently. "Then, boss, what about cybernetics and weapons? Can we buy them now?" He had wanted to ask this question before logging off yesterday, but his online time was up, and he didn't have enough money, so he didn't ask. Lin Miao also took back all the guns he had given them, so his regret was imaginable. Of course. Lin Miao bled once more to perfect the agency's structure, buying a used laptop that cost him several hundred. Besides guns and junk cyberware, those 4 poor guys yesterday only had €200 or €300 on them, dirt poor. The only valuable modified car probably only fetched about 1,000 from old Captain. The acquisition price for stolen cars is always heavily discounted, getting a quarter of the selling price is considered good. The more urgent you are, the less money you get. A ruthless middleman can drop the price to 10%, take it or leave it. Lin Miao walked to the counter and opened the computer, and a group of players immediately gathered around. All cyberware will appear on the interface after being inventoried. The system will automatically mark prices. Currently, W doubles as the salesperson. After you select and pay for cyberware, you can take and install it yourself under WS guidance, but please note that cyberware installation takes time, so please choose carefully. Saying that, Lin Miao placed the laptop on the counter and turned the screen to show the price list to these players. Only grey and white gear, hey. It's like this in the early game, how could they put high-level equipment in the shop right away? You don't know this, but most of these things were dropped by us yesterday. Hearing Potato say this, Daoji was a bit surprised. Shouldn't the dropped equipment be yours? Why are they selling it in the shop? This. Being asked this, Potato was also a bit confused. Yeah, shouldn't the dungeon equipment drops belong to the players? On the other hand, Ju Tiou had a perfectly natural expression. Hey, you don't understand this, do you? Huang Xiudong, do you remember where your gun came from? It was given by an NPC, the tactics were also from an NPC, so the equipment drops definitely have nothing to do with you. Besides, didn't we get quest rewards, and even leveled up? The few of them thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Even Lin Miao secretly nodded. This is called the self-cultivation of leaks. He hadn't even explained yet, and the players had already completed the mental gymnastics themselves. All of this is thanks to you, Miss Su, the inventor of the player as leak theory. Damn it, what you said makes some sense. Sun Yifeng, it seems your 3 points of intelligence are quite something. But the items don't seem cheap either. A grey tier pistol is 400, a white tier is 600, and a rifle is another 200 more expensive. Even if we complete this quest, we can't afford it. And bullets. $1 a shot. Didn't we waste dozens of $dollars worth of bullets during training yesterday? We actually profited. Now, no one thought about why there was no equipment after yesterday's dungeon run. Although a magazine in a typical gun store on the market generally costs only $2, Lin Miao had a lot of ammunition that old Captain had given him. The savage opened the cyberware interface and was immediately surprised by the prices. Grey tier cyberware is 600, so we can install it right away. Hurry up and get to work, holy crap. The crowd instantly dispersed, and after walking out of the agency's main door, some marveled at the air, the sun, and the messy remnants of the town ruined by those 4 scoundrels. However, this time, a civil engineering veteran whose soul would forever be bound to construction sites and 3 other players joined, so the construction efficiency and accuracy were much faster than yesterday. As for Pandora, she only needed to make sure she didn't fall while carrying screws. Chapter 19 The Fierce Tiger Girl. Who the hell are you? Why do you have my number? Impatient and impulsive was Lin Miao's first impression of the voice's owner, but he could understand given the harsh living conditions. Pan Am Palmer, right? Yes, I am Pan Am Palmer, and I'll ask again, who gave you my number? Calm down, okay? The bartender at the Sunset Motel gave it to me. He said his name was Tonks. I have a job for you old caldos. But it was clear that Ms. Pan Am, besides answering Lin Miao's call, was also arguing with others, and her voice was so loud that Lin Miao could hear it. Her voice was like a loudspeaker, deafening. Fuck you, Saul, I'm saying it again, those corporate idiots can't be trusted. You want me to help with an escort? Forget about it. Fuck. Let those idiots eat shit. After a long while, when the chaotic environment on the other end quieted down, Lin Miao heard that voice again. Speak, what do you need me for? Are your matters resolved? My matters are none of your business. Speak quickly, don't beat around the bush. I'm not in the mood for games. Damn, what a fiery temper. How do the people around this woman put up with her? Lin Miao suddenly missed Lucy. At least when she got angry, she wasn't this fierce. Sure enough, he should call her for this operation, she might be able to help. Alright, Pan Am Palmer, I have a job that might require your Aldecaldo's help. See if you're willing to take it. Name, and what do you do? Don't tell me you're involved with a corporation, or it's off the table. Lin Miao, an independent entrepreneur. At least for now, I don't plan to establish ties with any corporation. Although Lin Miao had heard from Tonks that the Aldecaldos disliked corporations, he didn't expect such a strong aversion. Perhaps he didn't know enough about this world. After a rare few seconds of silence on the call, Pan Am finally replied. I'll give you coordinates, but only one person can come. Understand? Alright. Lin Miao hadn't planned on bringing anyone anyway. After returning from Japantown last night, he specifically went to ask about the Aldecaldos. The answers he received were mostly positive, at least better than the reputation of most gangs in Night City. It seemed corporations disliked these people, but it shouldn't go as far as killing a visiting client. The location Pan Am gave wasn't remote. The Aldecaldos encampment was in a mountain hollow a few kilometers behind the Sunset Motel. There was a relatively wide flat area, hidden by the mountains on both sides, offering good concealment and protection from the occasional dust storms in the Badlands. The hollow was dotted with many military green tents and mobile homes. Heavy machine guns were mounted on the outer watchtowers, their finger-thick ammunition capable of easily piercing the bulletproof shells of most vehicles. Inside, there were also a dozen armored vehicles and modified armed vehicles, some equipped with machine guns, and even multi-barreled rocket launchers. This drastically changed Lin Miao's impression of the Aldecaldos. This wasn't some group of nomads at all, they were outright armed smugglers. His car was stopped by the guards at the entrance, and the heavy machine gun on the outpost was aimed directly at him. Stop, name. Lin Miao got out of the car and placed his hands in a visible position to show he had no ill intent. Lin Miao. I've already spoken with a nomad named Pan. Are you kidding? If that heavy machine gun misfired, even if his bones were titanium alloy, let alone his entire body being solid titanium alloy, he wouldn't survive a single burst. After waiting a few seconds at the entrance, the person moved aside, signaling for the machine gun to lower its guard. As Lin Miao was about to enter, the person kindly reminded him. Go on in, but just a heads up, both Pan Palmer and Saul are in a bad mood right now. You'd best watch what you say. Tisk. They're still arguing after all this time? It feels like I've come at the wrong time. Indeed, Lin Miao had barely walked a few steps when he saw a Latina woman in a jacket and jeans shouting at a shirtless muscular man in a tent in front of a mobile home. Many people were gathered around, watching the two argue. I just don't understand, Saul. Why abandon a perfectly good smuggling business to lead everyone to be corporate dogs? Facing the aggressive Pan, Saul clearly didn't want to argue on this topic, so his expression was very helpless. It's not being dogs, it's cooperation, Pan. Can't you be a little more mature? We have to consider the interests of the entire tribe. Ever since Kurt Hansen entered Pacifica and didn't leave, his wraiths have taken over 70% of Night City's smuggling business. What's left isn't much, and we still have to compete with the Night Walkers. The tribe's day is already tough, we have to find a new way out. Pan also knew she was in the wrong, but she just didn't want to bow down to corporations. Fuck. Then let's fight them. Fight those damned Night Walkers, fight that damned Kurt Hansen. Why are you acting like a coward now, Saul? After roaring, she threw her hands up, pushed through the crowd, and walked towards Lin Miao. This woman was even fiercer than Lin Miao had imagined. He even felt that if he handed her a grenade right now, she would unhesitatingly detonate it with that Kurt Hansen. During their argument, Lin Miao also surveyed the camp. There were over 100 people, with about 30 to 40 combat personnel. There was a separate small bar, an armory, a fuel truck, and even some children playing by throwing stones. Lin Miao even thought he saw what looked like a dedicated surgical RV. Incredible. Ripper dogs are extremely rare in the Badlands. The overall atmosphere of the camp wasn't that fierce. It felt more like a family than a smuggling camp or military base. Everyone was gathered, talking and laughing, and some even had time to play guitars, which greatly improved Lin Miao's impression. You're Lin Miao? Why are you dressed like a corporate dog? Pan looked the man up and down, clearly extending her animosity. Lin Miao shrugged. Doing business, you know, always have to dress a bit formally. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll think I look down on the Aldecaldos, and then beat me up to vent, wouldn't that be unfair? His easygoing and submissive tone slightly eased Pan's fiery expression. She crossed her arms over her chest and asked. Stop putting on airs. Tell me, what is it? Get in the car. It's not convenient here. Get in my car. Pan's words were decisive, and she acted swiftly. Without waiting for Lin Miao's agreement, she opened the door of a modified car equipped with an automatic machine gun and took the driver's seat herself. Well. Lin Miao suddenly felt some sympathy for the leader named Saul. He feigned opening his own car's trunk, took out a large black box, and placed it in Pan's car. Your car, it's pretty good. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Miao looked at the internal intelligent operating system, which could directly connect to the roof-mounted autocannon for automatic firing. To say he wasn't envious would certainly be a lie. Heh, you have good taste. Speak, where are we going? Pan's tone held a hint of pride. This Thornton was her prized possession. Tiao Yuan Mountain Ridge. Pan stomped on the accelerator, and the giant beast roared with a heavy engine sound, tires kicking up dust on the sand, as it drove out of the camp. You're also a nomad, where are you from? The Snake Gang or the Jodis? Neither. My people and I are from all over, preparing to make a name for ourselves in Night City. I'm scouting ahead. With the increase in player numbers and outpost modifications, Lin Miao knew that the changes in Stone Ridge Town couldn't be kept secret for long. At least for the Aldecaldos and Wraiths who constantly roamed the Badlands, it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Rather than finding an excuse later, it was better to openly invent one now. Clearly, Pan believed half of it. Heh, every year people like you enter Night City, and in the end, who knows how many will be left. Pan had actually considered becoming a mercenary in Night City, but for now, she couldn't abandon the Aldecaldos. If this goes smoothly, then we should be working together a lot more in the future. But Pan, what exactly are you and Saul arguing about? Lin Miao was very curious as to what could make two people argue so fiercely. Moreover, Pan seemed to have a high status in the tribe, yet she was shouting at the leader, and no one around seemed to be trying to break up the fight. It was clear that the tribe's internal factions didn't completely side with either Saul or Pan. It's all those damn corporations. Smuggling has been tough these past 2 years, so Saul wants to negotiate with Biotechnica, to make us their corporate dogs, to farm and deliver goods for them. Damn Biotechnica. Those bastards destroy our water sources, pollute our land, turn the city into a mess, and force us to wander. Now Saul wants us to be corporate dogs? What is he thinking? Pan Am cursed, slapping the steering wheel. Unlike Pan Am, Lin Miao could actually understand Saul's thoughts. Conservatives exist everywhere, but ultimately, whoever wins calls the shots. Pan Am. What do you mean? Ultimately, Saul doesn't want trouble, doesn't want to compete or fight with the Nightwalkers and Hansen's people. He's worried the tribe will suffer heavy losses and wants to bow to the corporations to secure a living space for everyone. You disagree. You believe corporations are untrustworthy and that you can only rely on yourselves. Whoever has the bigger fist is right, and whoever dares provoke the old Caldos will have their legs broken. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Damn it, you educated people really know how to talk. Why can't I say these things? I just can't stand Saul's cowardly behavior right now. After hearing Lin Miao's words, Pan Am felt much better. With one hand on the steering wheel, she grabbed a bottle of water from the back seat and tossed it to Lin Miao, who caught it and continued. So, at this critical juncture, whoever can lead the tribe to pull off something big will be able to convince the others, right? It's not that easy. Pan Am's face fell when she heard this. That bastard Kurt Hansen has blocked off more than half of Night City's smuggling business. Our goods can't get a good price in Night City, and if we do business in Dogtown's black market in Pacifica, Hansen will still fleece us. We can't make any money. What a coincidence. Lin Miao chuckled. I happen to have a job that, if completed, will net us at least 100,000. Over 100,000? Pan Am looked at Lin Miao in surprise. She had thought this trip would only be a small business of a few thousand or 10,000. Over 100,000 was almost the tribe's profit for over a month. Are you messing with me? You'll find out when we see. I won't let you lose out. At worst, I'll pay you for a tank of fuel. Diaoyuan mountain ridge is tens of kilometers away from Night City. If at first, leaving the city, you could still see some mobile homes and signs of human habitation, by now, there wasn't even a single feather to be seen, only barren mountains and cacti. After driving for a while, Pan Am, who had been focused on the road, suddenly saw several vehicles parked by the roadside. There were also some heavily armed guys staring suspiciously at every passing car until they disappeared from their sight, but they didn't make a move. Pan Am quickly swerved the car into a ditch by the road, using large rocks for cover. Nightwalkers? What are those bastards doing here? Heh, it seems we've come to the right place. Lin Miao felt it was indeed the right decision to find someone who knew the way to gather intelligence. He had expected to search for a while longer, but he didn't expect to encounter Nightwalkers on guard so quickly. What do you mean? You're not saying the Nightwalkers are after your cargo, are you? Quite the opposite, Pan Am. It's not the Nightwalkers who want to rob me, it's me who wants to rob the Nightwalkers. Hide the car. You don't need to tell me that. Pan Am shifted gears and reversed in one fluid motion, quickly hiding the car in a haystack by the road. The two got out of the car, and Lin Miao took out his belongings from the trunk, placing them on the ground and opening them. A brand new four-wing optical stealth drone lay quietly in the box, and Pan Am's eyes widened. Holy crap, where did you get this thing? Mitch got a second-hand Mealy-Tech drone and was so cocky about it, he wouldn't even let me touch it. This thing is incredibly expensive on the black market, costing 3 or 4 tens of thousands, double the price of a regular flat top. Of course, I bought it through legitimate channels. Lin Miao said casually, then inserted the operating chip into the back of his neck and synchronized the visual signal with Pan Am. The drone's 4 rotors in the box began to spin faster. The specially designed blade material reduced the sound of air and blade vibration to a minimum, and it began to slowly ascend. The optical camouflage coating activated, and the entire drone disappeared from its original spot. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even notice it. Lin Miao and Pan Am's vision also changed, synchronizing with the drone. As their view shifted to a high altitude overlooking, the scene on Diaoyuan mountain ridge came into their view. They saw that many hidden spots on the mountain road were occupied by Nightwalker personnel. At a glance, there were at least 30 or 40 of them, making Pan Am click her tongue. So many people? Are the Nightwalkers changing their ways and planning to build a new stronghold here? As far as she knew, this god-forsaken place, Diaoyuan mountain ridge, was even more desolate than Stone Ridge Mountain, with hardly any traffic. There was no reason for the Nightwalkers to deploy on such a large scale here. There were even several camouflage tents and vehicles in the shaded areas of the mountain. If they hadn't switched to infrared vision, they might have truly missed them. Wait, let me listen to what they're saying. This drone had many functions. Although he hadn't seen the Mealy-Tech drone Pan Am mentioned, Lin Miao thought it shouldn't be too different. Even if it couldn't descend directly onto the camp, it could still openly eavesdrop using other methods. A laser beam shot from the drone's nose, landing on the window of one of the vehicles. This was an old technology, shooting a laser, invisible to the human eye, onto glass or other objects, then amplifying, filtering, and enhancing the power of the light signal reflected back by the glass's sonic vibrations to restore it to an audio signal. This also allowed Lin Miao to hear what was being said inside the tent. It was a pity he wasn't a hacker, otherwise, he might have been able to tap into the Night Wraith's internal network signal. However, after half an hour of listening, it was all nonsense, either talking about which store's brain dance was exciting or chatting about sex dolls. It wasn't until Lin Miao became impatient that one guy finally got to the point. Has the operation time been confirmed? Just confirmed. They said this oil pipeline will be activated on Saturday noon. We'll have a few hours of window to act. I'm telling you, brother, we're going to make a ton of money. Then, if you fancy any girl, just take her. I think it's risky. Those corporate dogs have noses sharper than anything. I'm just afraid that as soon as we start drilling here, Petrochem's action squad will come rushing over and kill us. Don't worry, I heard from the boss that the expert coming to drill this time is an expert. Yes, expert. A bunch of expert die every year. Who cares? As long as there's money to be made. My son keeps nagging me about wanting to open a car repair shop in the city. My ears are practically calloused from hearing it. After a few sentences, the group of night walkers started chatting about family and dirty jokes again. Lin Miao removed the chip and looked at Pan Am. Did you hear that? These night walkers want to steal Petrochem's oil. Have they finally gone crazy? What do you mean? Mitch told me before that Petrochem's oil pipelines are equipped with cathodic protection. As long as there's damage to the anti-corrosion layer or a pipe connection, the current at the cathodic protection station will increase by several amperes. The people at the workstation aren't blind, they'll see it. And their vibration detection is so sensitive that it can even detect a passing vehicle. At the slightest disturbance, the nearest Petrochem action squad will be airlifted directly to investigate. These few night walkers aren't even enough to fill a tooth gap. But what if the people at the workstation don't see it? You heard it too, the ones doing it are Petrochem's own people. I think it has potential. Pan Am's interest was piqued by this. If it were just the night walkers going crazy, Pan Am, no matter how slow-witted, wouldn't get involved in this mess. But if it was corporate infighting, deliberately tripping up competitors, that would be perfectly normal. After much thought, Pan Am still said, I need to go back and discuss this with the tribe. Also, I suggest you find a reliable hacker to see if you can get some more convincing intelligence. Otherwise, everyone will end up getting buried with the night walkers. Although Pan Am had a fiery temper, she wasn't foolish, she could weigh the importance of things. A reliable hacker, Lin Miao didn't know if that guy was reliable or what his skill level was. Pan Am saw his expression, thought for a moment, and said, Here, I'll give you a number. It's Dakota's, a Badlands fixer. She's half Aldcaldo's. If you can't find a hacker, call her and ask her to find one for you. The price will be fair. Alright, it's a deal then. Chapter 20, Cause some trouble for the old boss. As expected, when Pan Am Palmer explained the situation to Saul, he sternly refused the seemingly unreliable operation after a few seconds of thought. In his words, the Aldcaldos couldn't risk going to war with the Wraiths for a stranger's job, especially with unclear intelligence. He didn't believe the Wraiths alone could pull off the oil theft, there had to be something fishy going on, and the Aldcaldos couldn't get involved in such a mess. Moreover, if they accidentally ran into Petrochem's operational forces, the outcome would surely be disastrous. Then, the two of them argued again. Lin Miao could see that if this continued, the Aldcaldos would eventually break up due to their differing philosophies. But to say Saul was wrong was not necessarily true, because being conservative doesn't mean being wrong, and being aggressive doesn't mean being right. With Pan Am Palmer's fierce personality, she would probably offend everyone around her within a year. Still fuming, Pan Am Palmer saw Lin Miao leaning against the car and asked, What about your side? I called my people over. Lin Miao was a bit surprised, he had expected Lucy to not answer his call or be sarcastic because of last night's events, but Lucy didn't refuse. Instead, she readily agreed and said she would be there soon. Your people? You have a hacker under you. Pan Am Palmer was very surprised, hackers are not like solo mercenaries. Anyone with a gun can call themselves a solo, but hackers must have sufficiently specialized network technology and deep dive equipment. Since Bart Moss blew up the old net, the Fourth Corporate War saw hundreds of thousands of hackers die globally. Now, control of the regional net and network technology training has almost entirely fallen into the hands of corporations. From then on, wild hackers were practically a rarity, most of those seen in bars were corporate runaways, and not everyone could command them. Strictly speaking, we have a cooperative relationship. I pay, she does the work, but what about your side? Saul doesn't seem to agree. If Pan Am Palmer couldn't convince Saul to have the Aldcaldos join this fight, then he would have to talk to the other party himself. Pan Am Palmer glared angrily at Saul inside the tent. Forget him, I'm going to fight this battle, even if the King of Heaven comes, I don't care. Just you. No, there's also Mitch, Scorpion, Carol, about 30 people will come. 30 people. Lin Miao was quite surprised. That was roughly his estimate of the combatants in this camp, which meant that most of the combat-oriented members supported Pan Am Palmer's idea. He had underestimated her influence here. Maybe he could do a little side business. Saying that, Lin Miao gestured to Pan Am Palmer to look at a corner of the camp. Are those 2 tank trucks your water reserves? Where do you get your water from? Players haven't been online for long, and the Badlands environment is harsh. Bathing, drinking, and using the toilet all require water. The town has a water plant supply, but Lin Miao tried to bang on it a couple of times with no response, unable to get any water. He planned to find someone from the water plant later to open a valve or something. Of course, it's drawn from the river. Sometimes when it rains, we also collect it in advance. We can't always go buy it from those stupid water plants in Night City, can we? Night City doesn't have clean groundwater, including those water plants. What they sell is actually all dirty water. Not only is sterilization incomplete, but it also contains phenolic compounds, mercury compounds, and heavy metal ions. It's only slightly better than directly licking sewage off the ground. Theoretically, drinking alcohol in Night City is safer than drinking water, at least it doesn't have that taste. Governance? It's like the garbage mountain outside the city, if they don't cause you organ failure, who will buy those bionic kidneys? And outside the city, it's even worse. Lin Miao had seen what Pan Am Palmer called a river. It couldn't be called a river, it should be called a stinking ditch. Under the sunlight, a layer of colorful oil slick floated on the water, which emitted a foul odor and was extremely turbid. If you tasted it, you'd probably taste the entire periodic table of elements. Pan Am Palmer, watched by Lin Miao's strange gaze, was also a bit annoyed. What the hell are you looking at me for? Do you think we want this? And we do treat it before we use it, okay? The treatment Pan Am Palmer mentioned was actually just sedimentation, filtering out oil and garbage, then adding some chlorine to sterilize, and filtering again with charcoal. Most of the time, they even skipped the chlorine and charcoal, just boiling the water and making do. This is Night City, where the average life expectancy is 40. Lin Miao did have a water purifier design, but what good was a design without raw materials and assembly components? He didn't even know where to get the mesh-structured supramolecular material inside that absorbed heavy metal particles and pollutants. It would be useless to show this to a chemical plant, a complete chemical process would be needed to produce it. Should Lin Miao sell this to a corporation? Putting aside the fact that aiding the enemy is unacceptable, it wasn't even advanced technology to begin with. Forget it, it's a headache. Edge of the town. Clang, clang, clang. The savage knocked on the iron barrel in front of him with a wrench, only to hear an empty echo. He stood up helplessly and said to the potato and Ju behind him, "No water, it's empty." "Then what do we do? Damn it, I haven't showered in 3 days, I'm covered in sweat." The group had been busy all morning, drenched in sweat. Some of them, like Potato, couldn't stand it anymore and searched for water sources near the town, but after searching for a long time, they only found an undemolished water pipe and storage tank on the edge of the town. But unfortunately, it was empty, and even opening the valve didn't produce any water. This game is too realistic, it's not good. It's like Red Dead Redemption. Nige was also speechless. The sun in this game was also fierce, if he didn't shower soon, he wouldn't be Nige, he'd become a real Nige. On the other side, Red Bucket, who had finished laying the lines, saw the group gathered together, talking about something, and his soul, forever confined to the construction site, immediately reacted. It's well known that construction managers can't stand workers slacking off. A concrete pouring process that could end at 10 o'clock, workers would drag it out until past 12. "What are you doing here?" "Ju, looking for water, of course. The house is built, it can't be without water, right? I'm even planning to build a toilet and a bathroom." Upon hearing this, Red Bucket immediately rolled up his sleeves. "Get out of the way, let me take a look." The others quickly moved aside, professional matters should be left to professionals. "What? You ask why a construction manager would inspect a water pump? It's well known that on a construction site, a construction manager is a jack of all trades, from pouring concrete and carpentry to mechanics and even electricians, there's nothing he doesn't know. As for why, don't ask." Red Bucket pressed his ear against the water pipe wall, took the wrench from the savage's hand, tapped it a few times, then quickly and deftly removed several pipe elbows with the wrench. He sniffed it, then listened, and finally tapped it. Finally, he stated with certainty, "It's blocked inside. It might be rust, mud, or calcium deposits, anyway, it's hard. It needs to be removed and replaced with a new pipe." Then he casually measured the size and said to Nige, "You need to get a stainless steel pipe with an outer diameter of 40 mm and a length of 80 cm and replace it. Then open the valve, and it should work." Nige, hearing this, immediately scurried off to roll one out on the workbench. He didn't have a professional welding torch, but he had cobbled together a manual one yesterday. Using carbon rods from discarded batteries as welding rods, and a few metal rods and copper wires to make a welding torch. As for power, the manual platform also had a hand-cranked generator. Although the power wasn't high, what more could you ask for? In a short while, a steel pipe that had undergone crimping, welding, weld grinding, annealing, polishing, and would absolutely not pass quality inspection, was delivered to Red Bucket's hand. Both ends were also threaded using a manual lathe, the machining precision of that thing was not bad. Sure enough, after Red Bucket replaced the elbows and fittings and opened the valve, gurgling sounds could be heard continuously from the pipe. Soon, the sound of water gushing into the tank echoed. "Holy crap! Awesome, brother Red Bucket." Hearing this sound, the savage happily hugged Red Bucket and jumped up. The savage even turned on the faucet, waited for the rusty red water to flow out, then scooped up a handful of water and drank it, saying with some surprise, "Damn, it's even sweet, could it be spring water?" Potato, hearing this, also took a sip. "It really is sweet, but the taste isn't right. Spring water shouldn't be this sweet." Brother Blade, who had been observing from the side, looked at the water twice, then dipped a finger in and tasted it, immediately saying, "This water has excessive lead, and it's severely excessive. It tastes just like the groundwater I tasted near the chemical plant when I was an intern reporter. What are the water plants here doing? New century lousy warrior, it's cyberpunk, so this kind of water is normal. Remember that new garbage dump map? Don't expect to have clean water to use." Seeing everyone a bit disappointed, Brother Blade added, "It's fine for short-term use, but it's best not to drink it directly. We can use some plant ash and charcoal to filter it, it can kill some bacteria and filter out some metal ions. We can talk to the boss about this when he gets back. However, while everyone was still considering lead content, cleanliness, and so on, Zhu Tiaoyu had already found an empty beer can, filled it with water, and was drinking it in large gulps. Then, in the tone of an experienced elder educating his juniors, he said, I think you guys are too stressed. This isn't raising fish, if it contains lead, it contains lead. At most, you'll get a temporary debuff. It's just a game, you won't die, what are you afraid of? Maybe you can even get an artificial stomach later or something. Everyone suddenly felt a sense of humiliation, as if their intelligence was being crushed by an imbecile. Only Potato went up and patted Zhu Tiaoyu on the shoulder. It's okay, then drink a lot, hey. I used to hear that drinking too much leaded water lowers intelligence, but anyway, Sun Yifeng, you don't have much intelligence to lose. A motorcycle sped across the barren plains, a wine-red coat flapping in the wind. Kiwi leaned forward, vigilantly observing the Badlands, which was very unfamiliar to her. What this world had given her most was not cherished memories, but, like every person at the bottom, only pain and misery. It was only when Kiwi accidentally discovered her exceptional talent in the hacker industry that she finally escaped from that cage after enduring years of torment. After several twists and turns, she joined Main's crew through Rebecca's introduction. It was funny, Rebecca was originally on a mission to kill her, but that overly compassionate young girl actually saved Kiwi, despite Pila's objections. And now, another person was sitting on her motorcycle. Lucy, why do you listen to that person? I told you if you need money, you can join our crew. Main wouldn't refuse an elite hacker. This wasn't the first time she had tried to recruit Lucy into Main's crew. Even Kiwi, who rarely trusted people, could feel a rare sense of family warmth in this crew. Who knows, maybe because that guy is quite generous. Lucy, sitting on the back seat, was a bit distracted. She also didn't know why she agreed to take this job, even though many people had offered her higher prices before, and Lucy hadn't agreed. She closed her eyes and leaned back against the motorcycle seat, letting half her body hang out of the vehicle. This sense of weightlessness was somewhat addictive to her. She recalled the scene 2 nights ago when Lin Miao, holding a hammer, asked her to chisel bullets out of his arm, and that inexplicable full-body titanium alloy skeleton. Even she couldn't find the serial number or origin of that cyberware. Mysterious, interesting, and that Chiyunibio-like declaration last night. He said he was naive and ignorant, but when he acted and spoke, he was so realistic. His entire being was full of unfathomable mysteries. Maybe it's because it's interesting. Guys like this are rare in Night City, and since I've already taken the money, it wouldn't do not to show up. Interesting. Kiwi looked back meaningfully at Lucy, who was deep in thought with her eyes closed. She seemed to be pondering something but said no more. If she hadn't been worried about Lucy being scammed, she wouldn't have bothered to escort Lucy out of Night City, but now it looked like Lucy was already close to being scammed. With the coordinates Lin Miao sent, Kiwi quickly arrived at the entrance of the old Caldo's camp. Seeing the machine guns mounted on the guard posts, she quickly braked at the entrance. The guard asked, "Are you looking for someone?" Kiwi didn't speak, and just as Lucy was about to contact Lin Miao, he himself came jogging out of the camp and told the guard. "They're my friends." The guard's wary expression softened when Lin Miao said that, and he directly cleared the way. But when Kiwi saw Lin Miao, her pupils contracted. How could he be here? "Lucy, the person you mentioned, it wouldn't be him, would it?" You know him." Lucy was a little surprised why Kiwi would ask this question. Could it be that Kiwi's crew was the bounty hunter crew Lin Miao mentioned? Main's crew took on a job yesterday. What a coincidence. The two exchanged glances, unsure whether to call it luck or something else, but having a familiar face on the mission would certainly add an extra layer of security. Meanwhile, Lin Miao walked towards them with an overly enthusiastic smile. "Lucy, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I was wondering if I should drive out to pick you up." Lucy merely chuckled, pulled out a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a thick plume of smoke from her cherry-red lips, blowing it into Lin Miao's face. "Oh, I couldn't impose. What if I got your car dirty? Someone would complain. After all, I don't have money to compensate you. I was just joking yesterday, don't take it so seriously, Lucy. Have you forgotten? We had a near-death experience the day before yesterday." As Lin Miao said this, he walked towards Lucy with a forced smile, as if he had completely forgotten about last night's events, wearing an expression that treated her like a close friend. Lucy had wanted to flick a cigarette at his forehead for revenge, but on second thought, she held the cigarette dangling from her lips between two slender, jade-like fingers and extended it towards Lin Miao, giving him a meaningful look. "Aren't you a clean freak and non-smoker? Take a puff and I'll believe you." Was this what they called shooting oneself in the foot? Despite his utter reluctance, he could only take the cigarette, still faintly damp with a lip mark, close his eyes, and take a harsh drag, swallowing all the smoke into his stomach. A strong, pungent, spicy taste rushed straight to his brain and lungs, making his face change color, turning visibly red. Immediately, tears welled up in his cybernetic eyes, and smoke leaked from his nose, mouth everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. I cough. He coughed so hard he couldn't stand straight, unable to utter a word for a long time, only able to appeal to the guard for help. Water, water. This stuff was definitely not the same as the tobacco leaves he had seen before, it was chemically synthesized tobacco, and its potency was incredibly high. You idiot! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Who would swallow nicotine and tar like that, you moron? Seeing Lin Miao like this, Lucy leaned against Kiwi's shoulder, laughing until tears streamed down her face. She hadn't expected Lin Miao to be telling the truth yesterday. He really couldn't smoke or use brain dance. It wasn't until Lin Miao took the water offered by the guard and gulped it down that he finally managed to recover. His throat still had a faint stinging sensation as he gasped, asking. Is that enough, Lucy? Kiwi, are you coming with us or going back to Night City? Let's go take a look. While the two of them were playfully bickering, Kiwi had already reported the situation to Maine. Staying now was partly for reconnaissance and partly to prevent any accidents from happening to Lucy. The two walked past Lin Miao, shoulder to shoulder. Lucy didn't forget to take back the cigarette that he had taken a puff from. She had originally intended to take a puff in front of Lin Miao to tease him, but seeing his tear-streaked face, she dropped the idea. If it weren't for his cybernetic eyes, Lin Miao suspected he would have gotten pink eye. Are you all right, buddy? The guard who brought the water asked with some concern. I'm fine. Lin Miao looked at the water cup in his hand. The water he had just drunk, while not sweet, at least didn't have that strange taste anymore. It seemed the water purification tablet worked quite well. It was his first time using it. Indeed, upon returning to the camp, the bearded strongman Saul came up and gave Lin Miao a big hug. Thank you for your help. The water purification tablets you gave will provide clean drinking water for the family's children for a long time. From now on, you are a friend of the Aldcaldos. Clean water was more valuable than oil. Nomads living in the Badlands knew this best. Most importantly, water purification tablets were priceless in Night City because they affected the sales of water purifier companies. Consider it a welcome gift between neighbors. We might need your help in the future. Lin Miao didn't push his luck by bringing up the matter of robbing the wraiths. Pan Am Palmer had already agreed. It was just a little medicine, not enough to sway someone like Saul. It was just a small favor, making a friend. However, the seemingly familiar conversation between the two surprised Lucy and Kiwi. They hadn't expected Lin Miao to actually have a connection with the Aldcaldos. It seemed to be more than just a business transaction. After the three got into Lin Miao's car, Lin Miao took out the drone chip and handed it to Lucy in the passenger seat. The drone is still at the scene. You can connect to it to see the specific situation and try to hack in to find more information. That depends on whether your drone has the relevant hacking functions. Hackers aren't supermen who can kill with a glance. It's impossible to hack someone's brain from dozens of kilometers away. Without a physical connection, both parties must be very close for a hacker to align their signal frequencies and upload a daemon to hack the target's cyberware. For more precise operations, such as stealing data from a database, a wired connection is necessary to hack into the target's internal network. Of course, if you're a top-tier hacker genius like Bart Moss or Alt, you can do anything you want in the network world. Even the databases of megacorporations like Arasaka and Mealytech are your playthings. As she spoke, Lucy inserted the chip into her cranial port. Binary code began to flow in her iridescent pupils, a sign that the hacker was entering her work state. The smoothness of the data connection exceeded her expectations. There was almost no delay. Lucy immediately connected to the optical drone at Diaoyuan Mountain Ridge. Interesting. This drone even has an arbitrary waveform generator. Although its power isn't great, it can barely serve as a signal bridge for a hacker. I need to lower its altitude to 50 meters, no problem. Lin Miao glanced at the battery level. It was still half full. It's fine. It has optical stealth and low flight noise. He himself couldn't see or hear this thing flying 20 meters in the air. Kiwi. Got it. Kiwi, who had been sitting in the back row with her legs crossed, watching the show, could only connect herself to Lucy with a data cable when Lucy called her. There were no hacker chairs or ice baths here, and a wired connection wasn't possible, so the two of them had to share the computational load to cool down. Lin Miao didn't understand the working principles of hacking. He could only watch as the drone's screen slowly descended, its emitted microwave signals constantly correcting frequencies. After several minutes, several red data boxes suddenly popped up on the screen. A large stream of data broke through a firewall, extracting a call recording. Immediately, a strange man's voice simultaneously sounded in the minds of all three. You want me to stab Petrochem's oil pipeline? Hands, you're pushing me into a fire pit. The wraiths won't take this job, and Pacifica has plenty of fools for you to command. Why come to me? Kurt Hansen can't be running out of oil. Then, a slow, slightly hoarse voice spoke. Paul, a good mercenary doesn't ask too many questions. Just get the job done for the money, and it's better for everyone. Someone wants to cause trouble for Angus. As for the reason, you'd best not ask. Just know that the client has already taken care of things. People at the transfer station and the shadow security station will cover for you, and there will be professional technicians to assist. Plus, all the stolen dials are yours. All mine. Hands, you're not joking with me. Even though it was a recording, Lin Miao could hear the shock in the other party's voice. I didn't even know my reputation in Pacifica was so bad that even the wraiths would question me. Why don't you go to Kurt Hansen for such a good deal? That bastard has been on a roll in Pacifica these past 2 years, stealing all our jobs. It was clear that Paul had a considerable opinion of this Hansen. And Hans' answer was even more direct. A monopoly will affect Dogtown's political situation. It's not just me, many people feel that Kurt Hansen, that Night Walker, and his pups have eaten too much. Hans. This name made a flicker of surprise flash in Lucy and Kiwi's eyes. You know this Hans? There's only one Hans in Pacifica, he's the most famous fixer there. And Angus, that guy became heir to the shares by being a sex doll for over a decade for Alan, a former major shareholder of the company at the Crystal Palace, completely charming her. After that woman died, all the shares went to Angus. A pretty boy transformed into a corporate board member and major shareholder. This whole thing is a mess. Petrochem even split because of it. Many people dislike him, so it might be related to this matter. Kiwi suddenly felt that this job was probably not as simple as just robbing the wraiths, it most likely involved corporate infighting. Lin Miao, however, found it very interesting. This was completely different from what he had heard at Garbage Mountain. It seemed that Paul hadn't told his subordinates the truth, and the incredible abilities of these hackers also exceeded his expectations, to be able to secretly pull out a call recording from a computer. Lucy removed the drone chip and held her left hand up in front of Lin Miao. Her soft, uncalloused palm made one want to bite into it immediately. Lin, my mission is complete. Can I get the final payment now? Lin Miao also smiled faintly. This is just the preliminary reconnaissance mission, we haven't gotten to the real action yet, but I can give you a partial payment. With that, he took back the chip, then pulled out a long, black item from his pants and placed it in her hand. The black tinfoil packaging and solid feel almost made Lucy think it was a gold bar or something, but the weight was wrong. When she opened the package, she saw it was still long and black, but it emitted a sweet scent. Cocoa butter substitute. Pure natural cocoa, ladies. You should smoke less. Saying this, Lin Miao took out another one and handed it to Kiwi. Although natural cocoa might not taste better than cocoa butter substitute chocolate, it was definitely more expensive. Chapter 21 He can be replaced. Today, Lin Miao, who returned to the agency from Aldcaldos, could be considered to have made some gains. Besides the Nightwalker intelligence, he also borrowed a batch of solar panels from Aldcaldos, and they didn't cost anything, they just needed to be returned in good condition. They had plenty of these, gathering dust in their warehouse. Nomadic tribes aren't suited for solar panels, Aldcaldos has its own generators. These items were all recovered from Stone Ridge Town or other settlements. There were several hundred square meters of them, and given California's sunlight conditions, they could generate 1 to 2,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity a day. This would certainly be enough to support the agency's early development. What Lin Miao didn't expect was that before he even brought the electricity back, these players had already gotten the water running. Not only did they build a toilet, but they even built separate male and female bathrooms, and were heating water using chopped weeds and dead trees. Holy crap, what kind of terrifying initiative do these people have? The key was that he hadn't even assigned the tasks, the players just started building on their own. Even the small Nige, who was less than 1.4 meters tall, was grunting and pushing a small cart to help. Of course, Pandora was mostly chasing W. The nomads who came to Stone Ridge Town with him were also stunned for a moment when they saw the newly built agency. Only after confirming they hadn't come to the wrong place did they unload the solar panels. We're heading back now, Mr. Linear. Aren't you staying for a meal? No, no. Oh, then I won't see you off. One pretended to persuade, the other pretended to decline. In the end, Lin Miao's skin was a bit thicker, so Bob could only curse MMP in his heart, then got in the car and took his buddies back. Nige, these people can't be new NPCs, can they? Chajin Warrior, sending so many things, they should be neutral or friendly NPCs. When we go offline later, the official website might update their profiles. Pandora. Potato, little one, don't look. That might not be a wild monster. Killing it might get your game qualifications revoked. Pandora, eager to try. Ever since they learned that killing wild monsters could drop equipment, everyone here was eager to try, constantly hoping to encounter a wave of night walkers. When Lin Miao returned to the agency, facing the players who surrounded him, he announced a major piece of good news. My dear brothers and sisters, I just had a meeting with our friendly neighbors, the Aldcaldos tribe. After learning of our difficulties, Saul, the leader of the local tribe, decided to gift us a batch of solar power panels and battery packs. This means that once we install the photovoltaic power generation system and connect it to power and lighting equipment, we will be able to move freely in the town during future nights. Savage, does this mean extending our game time? Nige, I don't think so. It should mean that after the power is connected, we can go online during the day, which is their night. Jujiu, well, that's good news. Damn it, my wife has been complaining these past 2 days that I wear a helmet to sleep, and she wakes up in the middle of the night thinking I'm dead. Silver hair Tian Ranwan, don't think we can't tell you're showing off your wife this way. Apologize to those who don't have wives. Jujiu, are you all single and have no nightlife of your own? Red Bucket, if you keep talking, we might have to drive another pile when we build the wall tomorrow. Brother Blade, I suggest that after the solar panels are fixed, we tie this guy up and make him sunbathe. Jujiu, damn it, you guys get away from me, holy crap. Lin Miao didn't even need to give them tasks. When they speculated that in the future, only playtime would be limited, not login time, the 8 male players rushed to move the solar panels as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Lin Miao, plan successful. Most of them here were engineering students. After working for 2 or 3 days, even without instruction, installing solar panels wasn't difficult. After all, it didn't require any photosensitive CNC system to make the solar panels track the sun. They just needed to be laid out and connected to the agency's existing power system. Never underestimate the hands-on ability of hardcore players. Even if they don't know how, they can go offline and search on Baidu or CNKI. Only Pandora didn't follow along. Instead, she stood in front of Lin Miao, reached out and tugged at his sleeve, pointing with her other hand to the computer on the agency counter. Damn. What's with this deja vu of a neighbor's kid visiting and wanting to play computer games? However, Lin Miao looked at Pandora's 6 intelligence points and then thought about the capabilities of Lucy and Kiwi, 2 hackers he saw today, who could infiltrate a computer from dozens of kilometers away, and felt extremely envious. Pandora's game slot was also given by Lin Miao. According to the official website backend, this guy was very restless, constantly trying to find the official website's IP address and domain name, and even conducting a flood network attack, trying to paralyze the official website's server. But Lin Miao himself didn't even know where the server was, let alone her. So he thought, instead of letting this guy cause trouble, it's better to bring her in and beat her up. But he didn't expect her identity information to show she was 18 years old, just an adult. An 18-year-old female with that physique, that's truly pitiful. Generally speaking, bodies molded by enhancement pods are based on real bodies, only the appearance is random and the physique is youthful, but normal body changes won't be too significant. It's absolutely impossible for a real-life Yao Ming to become a Guo Jingming in the game or for a transgender account to appear. Take her to try it. Even if Lin Miao didn't interfere, hackers would appear among the players sooner or later. Demand determines supply, and the professional system could be classified once the number of players grew. And in a place Lin Miao couldn't see, after the Aldcaldo's convoy left the town, another motorcycle drove along the road to the edge of the town. But the bike didn't go in, instead, it stopped on a high mountain slope from which the town's agency could be clearly seen. The silver-haired girl stood at the top of the slope, holding binoculars and peeking at every move in the town, including the players who were moving solar panels. That guy, he actually told the truth. In her other hand, she held the chocolate bar he had given her. The sweet, rich taste was much better than the cocoa butter substitutes sold in Night City supermarkets. The last time Lucy had a chance to eat proper chocolate was in her childhood, before her father sold her to Arasaka as a data miner. As for Kiwi, she had already removed her jaw and had no chewing or eating function, so she planned to take this back to Rebecca, to keep her from constantly arguing with Pilar. Aren't you going to go in and say hello to them after coming all this way? Kiwi, leaning against the motorcycle, glanced at the agency. Although a bit surprised, she didn't think too much of it. How much impact could changes in outside forces have on Night City? It was just another local tyrant. Lucy, who had originally had that thought, refused when Kiwi said that. Forget it, don't you see they're busy? Maybe next time. Players worked much more efficiently than hired temporary workers who occasionally slacked off. Under Red Bucket's leadership and command, over 201*1.5M photovoltaic panels were quickly laid out in the town. Although the engineering was a bit rough, and there was no quality, the photovoltaic panels were simply laid flat on the ground, without even a support frame. But none of that mattered. Things could be improved slowly, getting electricity was the priority. Many old cables in the town's buildings could still be utilized, and the rough installation of photovoltaic panels didn't require much technical skill. The agency, after information integration, also had a lighting system, which appeared to be repurposed from the former bar's original lighting. Fortunately, half of the photovoltaic panels were installed before the players went offline, and the agency's lights were turned on, which truly excited the players. After going offline, they eagerly rushed to the official website forum. And someone had already beaten them to it, posting a thread on the forum and pinning it. Shui Hen Duo, thank you, players, for your diligent work. The jointly built agency has completed its power connection and lighting, and defensive facilities are taking initial shape. This is a step forward in player cooperation, and to reward the players' enthusiasm, we will simultaneously conduct a small update, entering version 0.21. This version will open up game login time and change the game time from the original 8 hours per day to 10 hours. However, players please note that the Badlands at night will be more dangerous than during the day. Therefore, we will add positions in the agency night watchman and a medical system. Novice players can receive free treatment once. Specific details will need to be understood upon logging in. No matter how much construction happened during the day, no one would spare a glance at those bare mountain ridges. But at night, with lights on, especially in the Badlands, it was like a firefly in the dark visible from a great distance. It was impossible not to attract attention. Lin Miao was already preparing to order a batch of infrared surveillance equipment and weapons from Old Captain. On one hand, it was to prepare for the upcoming battles, and on the other, to strengthen the agency's defenses. And sure enough, less than 1 second after the post went live, the forum users swarmed in like group members sniffing out explicit images, instantly creating 3 floors of comments. Great Britain Sword Saint, Sofa, and Catching the Dog Planner. Lu Xian R Yuzo, 2nd floor for a grandson's bow, time to jerk off, Jai +3. Yuzo Kitchen Get Out, Planner, please give me a spot, I'll do anything, hips thrusting, Chalo, Omega. Shui Yu Dongtian, the planner said, let there be light, and there was light. New Century Lousy Warrior, this game is awesome. When I logged in today, I thought I was dreaming. Damn, it's so f***ing real. I feel like I'm really moving bricks. When can I pilot an EVA? Please, production team, let's have a crossover. If there's no money, we can crowdfund, Hideaki Anno would definitely agree. Soul imprisoned by Red Bucket, is there a possibility that you are really moving bricks? I moved bricks all day today and unlocked a skill construction engineering LV2. The sense of accomplishment is immense, a million times better than those crappy concrete pouring sites. DOGE, the combination of player progress and version updates is truly brilliant. I feel like I'm genuinely participating in the game's development. The immersion is unprecedented. Silver-haired natural curl, but I feel like something's not quite right. Why does playing a game online feel like working on a construction site? Aren't I here to relax? Assassin couldn't be NIGE, it's normal for a game to have insufficient content in the early stages. Plus, now that night activities and night watchers have been enabled, what does that mean? It means there's definitely a chance to trigger night monster spawns or extra storylines, perhaps even a monster siege mode and hidden quests. Building houses during the day and fighting monsters at night is a common trope in many games. I think it's most likely related to the Nightwalker organization we interrogated at the junkyard with the boss yesterday. Maybe the early game opponents for new players will be these Nightwalkers. Are you Sien are you Zo? Big Bro has many words, I'll follow Big Bro. Yuzo Kitchen get out, what's the point of saying so much? Planner, give me an account already. Zhao Yang crying over Zhou Yu. Lin Miao secretly nodded at NIGE's analysis. After only 2 or 3 days of experience, this guy could speak so eloquently. If it weren't for the fact that none of the 4 players that day knew English, he might have even revealed the big operation planned for Saturday. However, the only disappointment today was that even though he completed the power system side quest, he didn't know if it was because the 300 square meters of photovoltaic power only met the minimum requirement for quest completion, or if there was a problem with the 5 gacha tickets awarded by the side quest itself. He drew 3 cans of food, a pistol, and a scrap recycling separator, but not a single cyberware. Anyway, it couldn't be because of his bad luck. Only today's salary offered him some comfort, the employee dormitory blueprint. It could be used to increase the number of logged-in players, but not the number of modification pods. It wasn't completely useless, but it was barely better than nothing. Moreover, unlike equipment cards, blueprints have no usage limit, he could build as many as he wanted, as long as he wished. But every player who logs in is a hungry mouth and a heart eager for slaughter. If he let too many in, and Lin Miao couldn't support them and threw them all out to fend for themselves, then the fun would really begin. Spare some change for an old veteran, please. In front of a stinking homeless man huddled by the roadside, there was a cardboard box and several cardboard signs covered in text, mostly describing the wars he had participated in and how the government had abandoned them. These people were everywhere in Night City, mostly remnants from the First Unification War, but their origins varied. There were soldiers abandoned by the new United States after it failed to capture Night City, as well as those from the Free States government, and even Night City's own. Military compensation became a dead letter, they couldn't return home, and valuable cyberware had long been removed and sold due to lack of maintenance, leaving only a body hollowed out by various stimulants and special medicines, a wreck that even scavengers wouldn't bother with. No one could help them, because they didn't even qualify for cyberpsychosis. Lin Miao walked past these beggars without looking back. This city refreshed his lowest expectations of it every day, now he was used to it. Rather than being a bleeding heart, Lin Miao was more concerned with money right now. Starting a business was very short on cash. In the early stages, he could rely on robbery, smuggling, or other methods to maintain the situation, but that couldn't last forever. Moreover, in real industry, he simply didn't have the capital to compete with large corporations. This wasn't a problem that could be solved by the system giving him a few high-tech items. The brutality of business competition in this world far exceeded his understanding from his previous life. In his previous life, the most outrageous business battles involved snatching company seals, scalding your money tree with boiling water, or smearing your reputation with a special service provider that no one with eyes would ever choose. But here, airstrikes, assassinating corporate executives, blowing up buildings, and even dropping nuclear bombs and world wars were all part of business warfare. Lin Miao flaunting high-tech in front of these people was like an 8-year-old child entering a monastery, with older sister nuns on both sides and an elderly priest on the stage, all eyes fixed on him. A giant danger sign was practically hovering over his head. So he had to find an inconspicuous industry that could make money and wouldn't be targeted by large corporations. But where the hell was such a good business? Lost in thought, Lin Miao suddenly felt his foot sink, as if he had stepped on something. He looked down. Damn it. A half-eaten slice of pizza that had fallen from a dumpster was now completely squashed under his foot, as disgusting as could be. Lin Miao just couldn't understand it. He was currently strolling in Corpo Plaza, the most prosperous place in all of Night City, at the foot of corporate towers. The streets shouldn't be spotless, but they shouldn't be like Santo Domingo either, with garbage piled everywhere. He was about to curse, asking if Night City didn't have a single garbage collection station or sewage treatment plant. Then it clicked. It seems there really isn't one. Suddenly feeling a flash of inspiration, Lin Miao quickly found a park bench and sat down, trying to grasp the idea that had just flitted through his mind. The chaotic state of Night City, both inside and out, was simply because there was no profit in dealing with garbage. The most the city government could do was collect it and dump it outside the city. The cost of recycling a discarded steel component was often greater than its production cost, and the same applied to garbage. Sorting and recycling the massive amounts of mixed urban waste was a thankless task, not to mention the large quantities of toxic substances within. Even if your body was made of iron, 2 years of working there would rot you from the inside out. So, whether from the perspective of labor costs, material costs, or technological costs, this was a losing business. No company would do it. After all, how could there be people who aren't afraid of pain, sickness, or stench, who would go to a junkyard to do such a dirty, smelly job with extremely low wages and no medical insurance? Yes. How could such people exist in this world? But what a coincidence, Lin Miao actually knew such people, and in large numbers. He just needed to figure out a way to get hundreds or thousands of players to flock to the junkyard and work for him. Technology wasn't an issue either. At least, he clearly saw similar technologies in the construction tech tree. Although he had almost returned all his engineering knowledge to the school, he could still tell that the entire construction tech tree was a complete industrial cycle system. From smelting and production to consumption and use, and finally to waste gas recycling, everything was included. Furthermore, the related building blueprints only went up to intermediate level at most. Coupled with contemporary highly intelligent factory designs, with a bit of effort, it might be possible to get things up and running in 1 or 2 years. But none of this could be settled now. To gain an industrial foothold in the dangerous night city, he first had to establish a military one. Nightwalker, Kurt Hansen, and his Dogtown might all be good choices. Chapter 22 New Copy. Yesterday was uneventful, arguably Lin Miao's quietest night in the past 2 days. He slept soundly, and by the time he arrived at the agency, the players were already hard at work. Basically, these guys couldn't wait to get online and work as soon as their 16-hour cooldown was over, and they had already completed half of the surrounding walls. Where in the world could you find such enthusiastic employees? Lin Miao had observed people working at Arasaka Tower. Each of them wore a poker face, as if everyone owed them €2 million. Their faces practically screamed 2 lines, "I'll endure a few more months, just a few more months, then I'm quitting, and then, damn it, if it weren't for this pathetic salary, I would have left long ago." Seriously, even the lowest level corporate drone earns at least €10,000 a month, which is more than what an ordinary bounty hunter risks his life for, and enough to support a large family. Otherwise, not so many people would be scrambling to get in. Of course, their expenses were also high, various insurances, trauma team packages, high rent in the Charter Hill area, transportation costs, cyberware maintenance. After a month, they wouldn't have much left. Unlike these diligent and selfless players in front of Lin Miao. Boss. Zhu Tiaoyu was the first to rush over, rubbing his hands together incessantly in front of Lin Miao, his slightly lewd expression making him look like a fly rubbing its legs on a cake. The houses and scrap cars on the hill have all been dismantled. Are there any other resource points nearby? Or, I can drive people to that garbage mountain from 2 days ago to scavenge, too. Although Zhu Tiaoyu himself wasn't a speed demon, and the Nightwalker modified car wasn't anything special, the simulated driving in the game was definitely awesome. There weren't even traffic police here, so on the road, he could drive however he wanted. And in the forum this morning, many people were discussing the game, and there were a few points that Cloud players universally agreed on. First, new maps would definitely have new quests, and perhaps even hidden quests. Second, new maps had a chance to spawn monsters, and monsters would drop equipment. Third, Garbage Mountain, as such a large resource point, might randomly spawn treasure chests like a dungeon maze. It was fine before because there was no excuse, but now that the resources around the spawn point were used up, wasn't it the perfect time to trigger new quests? New quest. Get. Lin Miao looked at the excited Zhu Tiaoyu and the players in the distance also looking his way, their eyes full of eager anticipation, and his heart bloomed with joy. Damn it, how could he let these adorable players make a trip for nothing? So, Lin Miao deliberately put on a slightly troubled expression. I've been thinking about this too, but the problem is that our current fuel supply is not abundant. If we use it frequently, the camp might face an energy shortage, so. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up, except for Pandora, who was guarding the computer. Are they going to issue a quest to collect energy? Lin Miao then said. Therefore, if you need to use a vehicle, you must pay a €100 usage fee, and you must ensure the vehicle's integrity, as well as transport at least 1 ton of materials that meet the screening requirements in a single trip, no making up the numbers with inferior goods. Daily quest, scavenging, repeatable. Quest acceptance condition, €100 vehicle usage fee. Quest objective, within 5 hours, collect at least 1 ton of materials in return. Basic quest reward, €100 to €200 plus 50 GP points. Quest failure penalty, if the vehicle is lost, damaged, and cannot be recovered, full compensation must be paid or a suitable replacement vehicle found until compensated. Holy cow! The reward is too little, isn't it? It's not even as good as a beginner's main quest. And there's a chance of losing money on this quest? This car must be worth several €1,000 at market price, right? How could beginner players afford to compensate for it? If one gets lost, that's at least a week of wasted effort, enough to ruin one's liver. Zhu Tiaoyu didn't dare to babble anymore in front of Lin Miao and quickly returned to the player group to hold a meeting. NIGE, see? What did I tell you? The new map is a resource point. Zhu Tiaoyu, damn, how are we going to do this? The profit for this quest is too little. Even if we do 2 trips a day, we'd only earn a maximum of €200, which is less than half of the beginner quest rewards from the past 2 days. Potato, if the escort quest fails, and the car is gone, we still have to pay? Is it really that realistic? Veteran players complained, and new players also complained. New Century lousy warrior, what's going on? We new players haven't even completed a single quest yet. How do we have the money to accept this quest? It's not about whether we can afford to lose, we don't even have the qualifications to lose. Red bucket, exactly, exactly. The mixer and pump trucks at the construction site don't ask me for money. While they were complaining, the knowledgeable Nige was deep in thought. After a moment, he raised his head and said to everyone. I think this daily quest has potential. Doge, what potential? This kind of money-losing business has potential. Nige, you didn't participate in that new map quest, so you don't know. The Garbage Mountain resource point has monsters spawning, and these monsters also drop equipment, guns, cyberware, and even cars. So I suspect this daily quest dungeon has additional drops, and whatever drops belongs to the players, unlike last time when everything was confiscated. Moreover, this quest should be a group dungeon, not meant for us to solo. Otherwise, 1 ton of materials could never be moved by one person. So, $100 is actually money pooled by everyone entering the dungeon, equivalent to an admission ticket. And we can bring new players along to enter the dungeon together. The 4 veteran players who had completed quests before, except for Savage who bought a pistol and bullets, each had $500. Together, they could enter the dungeon a total of 17 times. As long as they could ensure the car didn't break down, they would definitely earn a lot. And Savage also added at this time. I think you missed a point. Besides the potential for wild monsters to spawn, the scavenging quest itself should also be profitable. Such a large garbage mountain might have something to pick up inside, like health potions, mana potions, or equipment fragments. The boss wants 1 ton, so theoretically there's still about 500 kilograms of payload that can be utilized. The cargo capacity of that truck was clearly marked, 1.8 t. After deducting the weight of the passengers, there was still a lot of payload left. Only then did the others realize that what he said made some sense. They had always viewed Eurodollars as mere currency, but they forgot that there was also such a thing as dungeon passes in the game. Looking at it this way, these Eurodollars probably have many more functions than conventional in-game currency. The 8 people looked at each other. Doge, so, let's do it. Nige, let's do it. We'll split into 2 groups for pioneering, 2 veterans with 2 new players. The money will be advanced by the veteran players first, and then uniformly shared after the quest settlement. Silver Hair Tien Ran Wan, it feels a bit dangerous. Pioneering is the easiest way to die. We don't even have weapons. If we encounter wild monsters, won't we just be cannon fodder? Ju Tiu, the weapon problem isn't hard to solve, is it? Just have Nige make some out of the remaining scraps. I have some. I made a few rough blanks yesterday. Now I just need to sharpen the edges. Nige, whose name was called, immediately turned to process the leftover materials. A single job was limited to 5 hours. If they hurried, they might even be able to run a second dungeon today. Lin Miao was very lenient about this. Players could use the cut-off scraps for whatever they wanted, perhaps they could even give him a surprise. Players are always a group that acts immediately. They immediately paid Lin Miao $200 to rent 2 cars, accepted 2 quests, and the 2 bumblebee drones that should be equipped for the quests, and also spent money to buy 2 pistols and ammunition. And with the solar panels providing power, the efficiency of the grinding wheel on the processing table and the gun washing platform increased significantly. Nige only took less than half an hour to produce 4 straight-handled knives and iron armor. Although these 2 pieces of equipment weren't even considered grey tier, they were purely an iron knife and an iron plate hanging on the chest. But it didn't prevent the players from exuding an astonishing aura after donning this scrap metal. Go. 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 Kill them. Kill the men, leave the women. Hehehe. Loudness is superior. Good luck. Except for Ju Tiu and Doge who were driving, the other 6 players, including Silver Hair Tien Ran Wan, directly leaned out of the passenger seats, holding iron chains or long knives, letting out strange uu cries. In the game world, these people didn't care about their self-image at all, they completely let loose. The apocalyptic style Lin Miao least wanted to see still appeared, only it wasn't on the enemies, but on the players. He couldn't even imagine what these players would turn into once vehicle paint jobs and modifications were unlocked in the future. Mad Max? After the 8 players drove away in 2 cars, the originally lively town suddenly became quiet. Only Lin Miao and Pandora, who was clacking away at the keyboard in the agency, remained. Previously, some players were curious about what Pandora was doing, but the endless strings of code and characters almost made them faint. Even Knife, Nige, and Potato, with their 5 to 6 intelligence, couldn't understand what she was doing. Lin Miao crossed his arms and asked the internet-addicted girl, "How is it? Did you find anything? What could a computer with no internet connection possibly find?" Only after he finished speaking did Pandora's hands stop. She looked up at Lin Miao. It's all unfamiliar code and operating logic, an unknown programming language, and the computational load is greater than anything I've seen before. She tilted her small head. Did you create it yourselves? AI generated. When in doubt, just hand it over to AI. The growth of modern AI has long surpassed the processing limits of programmers. No one knows how these electronic gods grow. Do you think everyone is a monster like Bart Moss? Upon hearing this, Pandora immediately deflated, shrinking into a ball in her chair. Hacker. Lin Miao really had no solution for this. He didn't understand it at all. This kind of thing could only be handled by other hackers, like Lucy. But the problem was, How could he lure Lucy here? Thinking too much about buying books or chips. You should know that hacker training tutorials are contraband on the market. No one would bat an eye if you bought 100 guns, but if you dared to publicly reveal your hacker talent, chances are a company's people would come knocking on your door. You can continue playing. I still have things to do. The 8 players drove away, leaving Pandora, whose physical strength was only 3, unable to do any work, so he let her be. Installing surveillance, mounting machine guns on the sentry posts, these tasks could only be done by him alone. Good heavens, what kind of game producer and planner personally gets involved in manual labor? As the destination drew nearer, Savage also turned back to remind the 2 new players in the back of the car. Let me remind you first, remember to block your sense of smell and lower your pain perception, otherwise, don't blame me if you are suffocated by the stench when we get there. Also, don't bring in experience from other games, the health bar here is realistic. The day before yesterday, I was slashed twice by a wild monster, and if I hadn't been treated in time and brought back, I might have achieved the server's first death. Red Bucket subconsciously touched his body. 2 slashes? Did it hurt? Savage savored the feeling at the time. It wasn't very painful, just like being cut by a piece of paper, a stinging sensation. But after being cut, I kept bleeding, and my whole body felt weak, and it got colder and colder. In the end, Potato and Jutio carried me into the cabin for treatment. Perhaps it's compensation for going through a tutorial dungeon with an important NPC and not getting any gear drops. Not only are injuries treated for free, but they also provide a specific plan for weapons and equipment. In short, we just had to coast through it. If we had gone head to head, the 4 of us would have definitely been instantly killed. Hearing about coasting through, Red Bucket and Chajin Warrior were so envious. That was the first battle, and Nige and Jutio had been bragging about it on the forum for 2 days, almost describing the battle as the Normandy landings, as tragic as could be. Upon hearing that Savage was also severely wounded and almost kicked the bucket, their understanding of the game's realism went up another level. However, there were still some who didn't believe in evil and didn't turn off their sense of smell. Silver-haired Tien Ranwan couldn't hold back. He opened the car window and stuck his head out, and the foul stench that hit him directly taught him a lesson. Ugh. After completely emptying his already empty stomach, he finally remembered to turn off his sense of smell. Returning to the car, he was both angry and annoyed. What the hell are the people in this world doing? Don't they have any environmental awareness at all? Game setting, who told you not to listen to advice? Knife, who was driving, had turned off his sense of smell early, so he didn't suffer a major blow. He held the steering wheel with both hands, but his eyes had already drifted to the dark mountain and the occasional scavengers, muttering. This place looks even worse than Bangladesh, where I went a few years ago. Nige asked curiously, you've been to Bangladesh? Many Chinese people, let alone going to such small countries, may not even have heard of their names. To shoot a documentary. As if recalling that unforgettable time, Knife's voice became much deeper. The world's largest ship-breaking yard is there. Tens of thousands of workers go to work every day, without any protective gear, working barefoot on muddy decks. One wrong move and they could get tetanus. On average, 1 person dies every half a month, and workers earn less than $2 a day. There are no cranes or tow trucks. Several tons of steel cables are all carried on people's shoulders and pulled by hand. I felt suffocated just standing on the beach and watching. Like the Volga boatman. When Nige was in elementary school, the school organized him to participate in an art exhibition, and the boatman in that painting left a deep impression on him. He only learned when he grew up that, in fact, a long time ago, most of the people on this land were boatmen, but the boats they pulled were different, some were physical, and some were abstract. Roughly, but they didn't have the October Revolution, and they won't have the chance now. After entering the Garbage Mountain area, due to the bumpy road conditions, Knife and Jutio had to slow down and drive slowly inside. One careless mistake and a tire could be punctured. Where should we park the car? Nige pointed to a fork in the road ahead and said, last time we came here, the boss hit a large tarp. We can cover the car and hide it. After stopping the vehicle, covering it with a black camouflage tarp, and throwing a few bags of garbage on top, it was impossible to tell that a car was hidden there without looking closely. The 8 people gathered and successively took all the tools out of the car, then asked W. So what materials are we looking for? 2 bumblebee drones flew around the group and said. High-quality steel, rubber, synthetic fibers, and some high-molecular polymer materials. I will mark qualified materials on your optical implants or retinas after scanning. Of course, if you find any valuable items, you can also bring them, but they will not be included in the mission settlement. It was a standard robot synthetic voice. Although the drones came with multiple voice options, Lin Miao felt it was unnecessary. Sci-Fi Works needed that synthetic voice to be authentic. To avoid conflicts of interest within the pioneering team, the group had already discussed the dungeon profit distribution on the way here. The 4 veteran players who paid for guns and rented cars each got 15%, with priority in choosing loot, and the remaining 4 players split the other 40%. As for work distribution, Potato was to take Knife to keep watch around the area. If anyone approached, they would immediately alert the others to hide. After undergoing basic cybernetic implant surgery, even without phones, the veteran players could communicate short distances by establishing a local network. However, they underestimated the difficulty of dismantling garbage. Not just physically, but psychologically as well. Savage bent down and lifted a piece of iron plate, and a dense swarm immediately scattered, making the 1.85-meter tall man scream like an 18-year-old girl. Damn it! There are cockroaches! Ah! He stomped his foot, and they burst with a squishy sound. Zhu Tiaoyu, who was closest to him, laughed at Savage's embarrassed state. Holy hell, Li Peinan, you scared the crap out of me. Is it necessary to make such a fuss just because you've saved up money? And Savage tremblingly pointed at his face. On your face, it's on your face. What's on my face? Feeling an itch on his cheek, Zhu Tiaoyu thought it was a mosquito and slapped it. Squish! A strange sensation made his whole body freeze. He brought his hand to his face and saw half a cockroach, bursting with goo, lying in his palm, its broken dark brown hind legs still twitching. Zhu Tiaoyu, who had just been mocking Savage, immediately started shaking as if he had been electrocuted. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he fell backward, collapsing. Damn, does this game really need to be so detailed in such places? Savage, still shaken, took off his water bottle and washed Zhu Tiaoyu's face, complaining, realism isn't supposed to be like this. I say, you guys should at least use your tools. Silver-hair Tian Ranwan on the other side was very skilled. He first tapped the target with his iron knife, and after the cockroaches scattered, he picked open the garbage bag and moved the iron sheets. Several people grumbled inwardly, why are you so skilled? Chapter 23, Killing Monsters and Dropping Equipment. The same thing, in some people's eyes, is trash, but in the eyes of another group, it's a valuable treasure. Nige's side kept letting out exclamations. Oh my god! Fishing line! How can there be something like this here? Oh my god! Aluminum alloy door panel! Oh my god, a tent! Piles upon piles of scrap metal and household garbage formed a mountain. It wasn't that no vagrants or gangs had rummaged through these places before, but apart from cybernetics, firearms, or damaged drones and car parts, they didn't care for anything else. At most, they'd pick up 2 pieces of clothing that weren't completely rotten. Those large metal objects, if taken back, lacked processing capabilities, took up space, and had no value. The boss might even beat you up if he saw you bringing back a broken door panel. Are you turning the house into a scrap recycling station or something? But for a DIY enthusiast, this place was simply paradise, even better if the household garbage flowing with black water, US military, and putrid stench could be discarded. The others weren't so lucky. After all, they weren't connoisseurs, and apart from following W to transport and disassemble things, they didn't see anything that seemed valuable. The Savage once again lifted a damaged mattress, and a sky-high stench assailed him. However, this was useless for players who had their sense of smell blocked, it just made the visual a bit more stimulating. Because underneath the mattress lay a rotting corpse in a suit, its yellowish, oozing flesh covered in maggots, its eyeballs fallen out of its skull. But the Savage didn't feel particularly disgusted, in fact, the visual impact was even less than the nest of cockroaches from before. This was the terrifying aspect of the cognitive barrier. Players have empathy, but simply killing and moving corpses wouldn't affect their empathy in the slightest. The Savage poked the corpse with the rebar in his hand. With this movement, the corpse fluid flowed out like a broken dam, and some rotten muscle tissue also detached. Damn, it's so rotten, I probably can't even recycle biomass if I take it back. The corpse was also missing a hand, and its chest cavity was empty, clearly indicating that someone had gotten there first, stripped all the cybernetics, leaving only a pile of rotten flesh. The somewhat disappointed Savage was about to leave, but as his peripheral vision swept over the gap in the garbage pile beneath the corpse, he seemed to spot something suspicious. He quickly moved the corpse aside. The item was stuck between 2 broken containers. He leaned his head into the gap and peered carefully for a long time before reaching his hand down to try and retrieve it. After fumbling for a while, he felt he had grabbed something. The Savage pulled and tugged, managing to wrench the item out of the interlayer. Good stuff. The Savage held up his retrieved loot to the sun. It was a pistol with a rusted hammer, covered in murky corpse fluid. Worth it, worth it. This one gun alone made back the rent for 2 cars. Although some parts were rusted and he didn't know if it still worked, it was a defective product that wouldn't grow if touched too much. But after going back, if Nige could fix it up at the workbench, replace the recoil spring and hammer, it might still be usable. What is it? Zhu Tiaoyu also found something, but it was just a completely rusted prosthetic limb that fell apart before he could even pick it up. Damn it. He looked at Nige walking past him, the other person holding a torn piece of cloth that had just been ripped from a tent. What are you doing with that thing? Nige said as if he had found a treasure. I had W scan it. It's made of composite nylon. Plus, I just found something that looks like fishing line and other materials. When we go back, we might be able to craft a few composite crossbows for everyone to use. Nige wasn't so low as to charge everyone for weapons at this point. The equipment belonged to the boss, the materials were collected by everyone, and the spoils were for all. At most, he would only count as labor cost. Zhu Tiaoyu patted his shoulder, that's awesome, brother. If I ever get rich, I'll never forget you. Just be careful, man. I don't want to hear about any players getting caught by the law someday. Composite crossbows, which were as lethal as firearms to civilians, were absolutely illegal in reality. A group of people worked for more than 3 hours, and just as they were about to fill the second car, Potato, who had been on lookout, suddenly reported. Spawning, 3. There are 3. Everyone's hearts jumped. They quickly stopped their clanging sounds and stealthily moved towards Potato's direction. Terry, who got out of the car first, glanced at the obvious tire tracks on the ground but didn't think much of it. Dump trucks came here every day to dispose of garbage, so tire tracks were normal. Drag the people out and deal with them. He then looked around again. He remembered this area was under Ixis's jurisdiction, but he didn't see anyone. So he cursed. That bastard Ixis hasn't replied to messages all day. The boss won't kill him when we get back. The subordinate who stopped his motorcycle behind him also said with a chuckle, "Heh, who knows if he found something valuable and went back to the city to gamble again. That idiot has been scammed so many times by the tiger claws, he's already seeing red. Maybe he lost money, caused trouble, got cut down, and now his body's already on the operating table." They didn't show even a hint of worry or pity for their companion's disappearance. Whether inside or outside Night City, death was a common occurrence. Gang fights happened every day. Don't listen to Stan on the news channel saying that 20 or 30 people die in daily firefights. The actual number of deaths from firefights is more than 10 times that. Ordinary people. Just the Maelstrom alone, the death dance bar averages 6 deaths a day. Including the entire Watson district, it already exceeds the number he reported. This doesn't even count natural deaths and those killed by gangs like the Scavengers. The NCPD and city government's corpse collection teams are busy from morning till night every day. Because Night City's population is composed of 10% corporate dogs, 30% gang members, and 60% ordinary people. The subordinates opened the car's trunk, dragged a couple, tied up like zongzi, out of the car, threw them on the ground, and ripped off the tape sealing their mouths. The kidnapped couple was covered in injuries, clearly having been tortured extensively. One person's hand had even been severed at the root. The man cried and begged for mercy, while the woman had already fainted from excessive blood loss. "You've taken our things and money. I beg you, please let us go. We still have a child at home. If we die, he'll be ruined." Terry couldn't be bothered to listen to these people beg for mercy, he even found their pleas annoying. After the subordinate shot the hostages dead with 2 bullets, he still felt it wasn't enough, so he snatched the submachine gun from the subordinate's hand and sprayed bullets at the corpses on the ground. He only stopped when the magazine was empty and the firing pin made a dry click, muttering curses. "Shut up with your babbling, your whining is driving me crazy. Your whole family isn't worth 3,000 euros, UFW, trying to be a delivery person. Who told you to tear the bandages? Throw these 2 piles of rotten meat far away and let's go." He finished cursing and was about to turn and get into the car when he heard several consecutive gunshots. And they clearly weren't his subordinates, because the direction of the gunshots was wrong, and several bullets hit the car's steel plates, sending sparks flying. Frightened, Terry quickly hid behind the car, using the engine as a shield, and cursed a few times. "Who the hell is that?" Then he heard a group of people shouting from 2 different directions. "Kill them all. Kill monsters, get equipment. Although I don't understand, I think these bastards are not good people." However, despite their loud shouts, their marksmanship was clearly terrible. Even with 3 pistols launching a surprise attack and firing first, they only injured one subordinate, who lay on the ground screaming. The other 2 hid behind the car. Zhu Jiuyu was purely shooting with his eyes closed. After emptying his magazine, he found someone had fallen to the ground, so he shouted with joy. "I hit him. 1 shot, heavily wounded." Potato retorted, "That was me who shot him down, okay? You shot the dead man's thigh." Zhu Jiuyu's old face flushed, and he stubbornly said, "Anyway, I don't care, I definitely hit him. You dog ass are trying to steal my credit again." Potato, knowing the other's habits, didn't bother to argue with him. There were still 2 more wild monsters below, and besides, killing people didn't add points. But the players clearly hadn't received training in alternating fire, cover, or suppression. The result of 3 guns firing at once was that they all went silent together. The 2 night walkers immediately found an opportunity to counterattack. Terry, with a reloaded submachine gun, directly stood up and fired at Zhu Jiuyu, who was closest to him. The bullets directly pierced through the garbage pile and hit Zhu Jiuyu. Zhu Jiuyu looked at the 2 fingers shot off his left hand and his continuously bleeding palm, screaming while running down the mountain quickly. "Holy crap! I'm critically wounded and down. Only a sliver of health left, retreating first. You guys hurry up and finish him." Although it didn't hurt, the feeling of losing fingers on one hand was still quite strange. The entire channel erupted in chaos. "I'm reloading. Soon, almost done." The 2 night walkers also realized that these 3 people were pure noobs, probably vagrants from somewhere trying to ambush them for an easy win. Terry was originally planning to get in the car and escape while suppressing the enemy, but suddenly he got the idea to toy with them. However, he thought better of it and prepared to have his subordinate drag the injured person into the car. But it was this 1 or 2 seconds of hesitation that 2 standing steel plates suddenly rushed out from both sides behind them, blocking the 2 people. The subordinate quickly turned and fired, his rifle emptying a magazine, directly shooting through the steel plates that Doge and his group were using as cover. Silver-haired Natural Curl personally saw his left arm get shot through, blood gushing out. Damn it. So using iron plates to block bullets in TV shows was all a lie, those misleading bastard screenwriters. Generally speaking, no matter if it's an arm or any other part, as long as it's hit by a bullet, the recipient will immediately lose most of their mobility, making it difficult to mount an effective counterattack. But unfortunately, players are not normal people. 2 steel plates toppled, and all 5 players were injured, but the good news was that no bullets hit their foreheads. Although the steel plates were thin, they did reduce the bullet's power a bit, and with the iron plates hanging on their chests, none of the injuries were fatal. Not fatal meant they still had mobility. Under the midday sun, 5 bleeding men, armed with long knives, blocked the only escape route for the 2 night walkers. Their wounds seemed to have no effect on them at all, they even revealed bloodthirsty smiles. Did you have fun shooting just now? Now, it's our turn. The night walker's subordinate was dumbfounded by the scene, continuously pulling the trigger, having forgotten that his bullets had run out. Tyre, frantically reloading, also noticed that Potato and Savage, who had been suppressed, had also reloaded. Silver-haired Natural Curl, leading the charge, moved at an astonishing speed. Also having 6 points in physique, his explosive power surpassed even Savage's, his movements agile and decisive. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Tyre, his remaining right hand holding a knife, instantly severing Tyre's hand, which had just finished reloading, at the joint. The black man's right palm was cut off at the joint, even his cybernetic limb couldn't block it. Then, Silver-haired Natural Curl kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying directly into the garbage mountain. Having successfully retaliated, Silver-haired Natural Curl reversed his grip on the knife handle and threw it. The knife plunged straight into Tyre's chest. His set of actions was swift, accurate, and ruthless. He was already done, while the other 4 were still ganging up on the subordinate. I told you to fire your damn gun. I told you to shoot my thigh. Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Even the construction site supervisor wouldn't dare hit me. I, the dignified 38th generation direct disciple of Assassin Master Ezio, almost died by your hand. The poor subordinate's hands were clearly cybernetic, giving him great strength, but he couldn't withstand the onslaught of multiple knives. Under the 4 men's vengeful assault, he accidentally stumbled and fell to the ground, then was immediately hacked beyond recognition. But precisely because they hadn't killed anyone before, their knives avoided vital points and they didn't use much force, so much so that even as his blood was almost drained, he was still gasping for breath, blood bubbles gurgling from his mouth. It was unclear whether he wanted a quick death or was cursing these insane people for their inhumanity. In the end, he died with his eyes wide open, glaring furiously at the sky before his death, as if to question why he had encountered such a group of cybernetic lunatics. Once they confirmed all the wild monsters were killed and the players had loaded their bodies onto the vehicle, Brother Deo once again sighed. This game, the combat scenes are truly awesome. When that bullet grazed my ear just now, I almost thought I was really dead, my ear was ringing, but it only hurt a little. What nonsense, Red Bucket said, sitting in the passenger seat, covering his bleeding right thigh with his hand. If it had been a little more off, I would have just committed suicide. Only Nige and Chajin Warrior surrounded Silver-haired Natural Curl. Chajin Warrior, holy crap, buddy, what do you do in real life to kill so efficiently? Nige, although I don't want to admit it, you were indeed a little cooler than me just now. A knife precisely hitting the wrist joint, and a thrown flying knife piercing the opponent's chest without deviation. Even if Silverhair said he had killed people in real life, they would believe him. Silver-haired Natural Curl rolled his eyes, reverting to his dead fish-eye expression. I graduated from a martial arts school, then became a martial arts choreographer in Hongdian. Recently, I'm preparing to go back to my hometown to be a sword instructor at a martial arts gym. Awesome, old brother, when can you teach me a few moves? Please, this is the future world, learning swordsmanship is pointless. Didn't you see the huge hole in my left hand? Now, it's still better to practice the Kamehameha. You don't understand this. Melee skills will definitely have a place in the future. Nige remained persistent, saying, the day before yesterday when we came here to ambush wild monsters, I personally saw that monster use an acceleration skill. Although he ended up falling to his death, that only shows he was weak, having skills is a fact. So, having skills means more specialization, just like Overwatch. Relying on certain skills, such as super acceleration or advanced armor, to quickly close in those situations, a knife would definitely be more effective than a gun. Silver-haired Natural Curl looked at this guy suspiciously, but after thinking about it, it seemed he wouldn't lose anything, so he said. Then let's see about skills later, learning martial arts isn't an overnight thing. He glanced at his left arm again. It's more important to figure out how to get all this stuff back first, and if we wait any longer, you might have to carry a few more bodies. I'm going to die. Do you know that, idiot? The players' harvest this trip still exceeded Lin Miao's expectations. 2 cars of goods, 3 bodies, 4 guns, 1 modified car plus 1 motorcycle. Lin Miao had originally intended for them to be laborers and never expected this group to encounter night walkers. After all, the Badlands are vast, and the garbage mountain is also quite large, following the prearranged main road route should have avoided night walkers. Therefore, their encounter was completely an accident. However, Lin Miao was still able to obtain real-time battlefield information through W and the player's own cybernetic eyes. He also wanted to know what the players could achieve without his help. 8 against 3, plus the players' fearlessness of death or pain, as long as they didn't charge forward in a line like idiots, taking down the night walkers after 2 or 3 players died shouldn't be a big problem. These were originally a group of stray dogs who couldn't make it in the city. Otherwise, Lin Miao would have prohibited them from firing at the night walkers from the beginning, instead telling them to hide and wait for the enemies to leave. But the final result was 6 injured, 0 dead, taking down 3 wild monsters, returning victorious. Although the coordination between the decoy gunman and the 2 groups flanking from behind was a bit shoddy, the effect was ultimately achieved. It was a battle between rookies, after all. The bodies of the 2 remaining kidnapped people were casually buried by the players in a pit. There was no intention of bringing them back. After returning to the town, several people first moved the injured into the agency basement for treatment. Anyway, after the minor version update, everyone gets 1 free treatment surgery during the novice period, beginner period, and they can log out of the game during treatment, which doesn't count towards game time. No reason not to use it. The seriously injured Red Bucket and silver-haired Natural Curl were directly thrown into log off. Then came the mission settlement for the players. Lin Miao directly gave the players 300 euros as the basic reward for this mission. Although he really wanted to completely monopolize the players' achievements, reason told him it was better not to do so. After the biomass recycling was done, he sat aside, watching how these young players planned to distribute the spoils of war. Damn, that's black, too damn black. If this crooked merchant were in Skyrim 5, I'd load a save and kill him a dozen times over. Nige, who had returned from the counter, was grumbling, his ear still bandaged, looking like a one-eared man. Potato, sitting on the sofa and bandaging Zhu Tiaoyu's right hand, asked, "What's wrong?" Nige, that modified car can only be sold for 1,000 euros, and the cargo truck's buying price is 4,000. Other cybernetic limbs are also roughly 4 or 5 times the price. What a crooked merchant, damn it. Brother Deo, games are usually like this. How could they buy and sell at original price? I accidentally dropped some equipment in a shop back then and only sold it for a few thousand, but it cost tens of thousands to buy back. Savage, then what do we do? Keep these cars for ourselves. Chajin Warrior, how about this? We calculate the total value of the spoils at the shop's acquisition price, then assign points to each person proportionally. Everyone then uses their points to bid on what they want. If something remains unsold, we'll sell it to an NPC, and the settled money will be cashed out according to each person's remaining points. This way, fairness can be largely ensured. Lin Miao listened from the side, nodding inwardly. The method this guy described was very similar to the settlement methods of DKP and G groups in old Merpage raids, except that factors like G swallowing or the raid leader running off with equipment might occur. Therefore, a representative with sufficient credibility was needed as the auctioneer. In old MMORPGs, this role was usually filled by a guild leader or raid leader, but now, Lin Miao felt he needed to take this on. Write down what they said. We can try to implement this raid settlement method in the future. Understood. 4 cybernetic limbs 800 points, 2 right hands, 1 left hand, 1 right leg. There should have been 5, but 1 right hand was dismembered at the joint by silver-haired Natural Curl. While not completely scrapped, it was close. 3 pairs of neck sockets and neural connectors 300. 1 pair of cybernetic eyes was destroyed by the players, leaving 2 pairs 200. 2 sets of reinforced leg tendons 400. 2 sets of bionic joints 200. 2 submachine guns plus 2 pistols 800. There were very few bullets, so they were bundled with the guns. 1 motorcycle 800. Modified car 1200. In addition, there were some artificial organs, bionic muscle fibers, and bone implant metals, totaling 500. Total, 4400. Old players each get 660, new players 440. Undoubtedly, bidding would be disadvantageous for new players, but old players' targets were all cybernetic limbs. New players who hadn't completed basic modifications didn't need to buy cybernetic limbs because they didn't even have enough GP points for the surgery, instead, they would focus on guns. Moreover, bidding would have to wait until the injured players completed the system's free treatment. Chapter 24 What a delicious chicken drumstick! It was an hour later when the seriously injured came out of the basement. Zhu Tiaoyu should have gone in and rested too, but he wanted to replace his right hand immediately after getting the prosthetic, rather than waste that one treatment opportunity. Tu Do exclaimed that he was indeed half the owner of Westlake, although his intelligence wasn't high, he calculated everything clearly. The recovered injured also had no objection to the distribution plan proposed by Chajin Warrior. Although they were all grey tier equipment, it didn't dampen the players' enthusiasm. The few times there were ripples during the bidding process were for the 2 right-hand prosthetics and the reinforced tendons. After all, no one here was left-handed. All 4 veteran players wanted the 2 right hands, but in the end, Yeren and Zhu Tiaoyu won them for 350 and 330 points respectively. Yeren also spent 250 to buy a right leg. The reinforced tendons, along with the matching bionic joints, were acquired by Nige and Tu Do for 400 each. Conversely, no one wanted the left hand. The auction for the 4 guns was uneventful, with no competition. Veteran players mostly had a pistol, and Nige, who had no gun, initially wanted to buy one but eventually gave up, letting the new players each take one for the base price of 200. However, when it came to auctioning internal organs and brain components, players were noticeably more cautious. Unlike visible limbs, these things were inside their bodies and brains, and their quality was clearly not good. Only Nige took a bionic lung for 200, and all the rest went unsold. As for cybernetic eyes and neural connectors, no one even bothered. A 500 euro modification surgery already includes cybernetic eyes and neural connectors. If you buy them yourself, they won't lower the price, so why waste money? As for the car, that was something no single player could afford. After several rounds of discussion, Zhu Tiaoyu borrowed points from the other 3 veteran players, raising a total of 800 to buy the motorcycle. The unsold items, plus the modified car, sold for 1,600. The money was divided among the 4 new players, 400 each. Tu Do, I just don't understand, why didn't you borrow another 300 to buy the big car? What's the point of buying a motorcycle? Jutiu, what do you know? Don't cars burn gas? I drove that car the day before yesterday, and it guzzles gas, I tell you. Our money is only enough for 1 tank of gas, and we still need to buy bullets. There might be a big mission on Saturday, do you understand big missions? It's a waste to buy a big car and not drive it. If we drive it to a fight and it blows up, it's a huge loss. After saying that, he muttered. Damn it, the front windshield and hood were both smashed by me. I'm not an idiot, why would I buy it? The 4 veteran players who received cyberware were already impatient, running back to the basement to spend GP points on their modifications. The new players who got guns went to the temporary shooting range to practice. Although bullets were a bit expensive, with 400 euros in hand, they could still afford it. However, the recoil of the guns still caused a bit of trouble for those without cyberware. Meanwhile, Lin Miao still had to clean up the mess for the players. He placed the cyberware into special sterilized pouches filled with biomass and then sealed them. While cleaning up the modified car, he also found a few small items overlooked by the players. 3 braindance rings and 2 data shards. They probably thought they were just some parts and ignored them. Lin Miao wasn't the kind of idiot who would just shove braindance of unknown origin into his head. Instead, he shooed the internet-addicted girl away from the computer desk, sat down himself, opened the computer, and inserted the data shard. But when the computer emitted hazy moans and unspeakable images, his face changed drastically. He quickly slammed shut the computer panel, turned his head, and sternly reprimanded the observing Pandora. Children shouldn't be exposed to this kind of information, it's harmful to physical and mental health. Pandora, however, looked confused, somewhat at a loss. What's wrong? Phew. Thankfully, the cognitive barrier blocked the player's perception of R18 lewd information. Otherwise, he, as the boss, would never be able to clear his name. The forum would immediately be flooded with posts about him pushing Pandora away, grabbing the computer, and secretly watching porn. His reputation, built over a lifetime, would be ruined in an instant. Damn it, those accursed night walkers, even in death, they had to screw him over. After a moment of hesitation, no, there was no hesitation. Lin Miao immediately deleted the content of the data shard. He was a true gentleman. How could he watch such things? When he had leisure later, he would go to Lizzie's bar and thoroughly criticize the content produced by these guys. Yeren, who had jogged all the way from the basement, was like a monkey discovering a new continent, hopping and jumping, constantly waving his right hand. Holy crap, I feel strong enough to punch a cow to death right now. But his running was noticeably uncoordinated, the strength in his right leg was much higher than before, and his cerebellum, responsible for coordinating body balance, hadn't gotten used to this added right leg, leading to an imbalance. As Yeren spoke, he ran to the material pile, effortlessly lifted a 40+ kilogram iron plate with one hand, held his right hand level with his shoulder, and then gently put it down. With his original 6 points in physique, lifting an item of this weight with one hand was somewhat strenuous. Now, after installing the cyberware, he clearly felt much more relaxed. This was only grey tier equipment, what if he switched to orange tier? Wouldn't he be unstoppable? Seeing this, Doge put down his gun and walked over to pat Yeren's shoulder. Brother, it's a real shame your physique isn't being used on a construction site to move bricks. 200 bricks per trip, that's real money. Red Bucket rolled his eyes, what are you talking about? Construction sites don't even use bricklayers anymore. We use trolleys and cranes, alright? That's just your stereotype. Doge looked at Yeren's right hand, which showed no signs of modification, and asked, somewhat confused, is that cyberware just a simple attribute boosting item, or is it really a modification? Why does your hand still look the same as before? Yeren directly extended his arm in front of him, feel it. Doge, not believing it, reached out and squeezed the muscles and joints on the arm. The metallic sensation beneath the muscle, distinctly different from bone, astonished him. Holy crap, it really is. He even used both hands, pushed up the sleeve on Yeren's arm, and examined it closely. What a deadly fragrant chicken wing. Get lost, get lost. Yeren pulled his hand back, annoyed, and kicked the guy. This is Shao Invade palm. As he spoke, he struck several poses on the spot. Doge was so envious. It was a pity that their GP points and money were insufficient, making it impossible for them to install basic cyberware, which was why they hadn't even considered bidding against the veteran players for prosthetics earlier. Since that was the case. Now that you've got new arms, get to work moving bricks. Try to finish repairing the remaining 2 walls before quitting time. Due to the installation of cyberware, the players' work efficiency increased a bit, but unfortunately, the time lost due to injuries and treatment meant they couldn't rent a car to take on another mission to Garbage Mountain to collect materials. In the end, even after using all 2 tons of materials they brought back, they were still far from done. Even simple walls made of reinforced steel and composite panels required a lot of material when the area was large. With 2 hours left until the end of game time, the 9 players still agreed to log on at night, or what they called daytime, to stand guard here. Because in addition to the daily task of collecting materials, Lin Miao had issued another daily task called Night Watchman. 10 euros per hour, and the right to use the machine gun mounted on the watchtower to counter enemy units. Hourly wage. Machine gun. Enemy units. Any of these 3 words alone was enough to excite the players. 9 players and 1 NPC, 2 hours, 2 people per group could guard for 10 hours, which was 190. Rounding up, that's 200. Each person could get 20 euros, which means 20 bullets. What a great deal, right? If monsters spawned, using the public gun might even allow them to make a small fortune. How delightful. Some players even started to feel regret, wishing they could all 9 stay up all night together. They could exploit the NPC for money and simultaneously work on building the house, earning 2 incomes at once. Even better if there were some monster sieges, that would be even more exhilarating. The first to volunteer to stay and work with Lin Miao was Yao Shi. He stood on the watchtower, caressing every inch of iron on the machine gun as if a pervert caressing his lover's skin. Such was the ultimate man's decelerator. And this thing was simply too big, so big that Yao Shi simply didn't believe the boss when he said it was a light machine gun. If this was a light machine gun, he'd be damned. The size of this thing was no less than the medium machine guns he'd seen in newspapers. It was 1.3 meters long, and Yao Shi tried it. The weight alone was at least 15 kilograms. Without cyberware, an ordinary person simply couldn't withstand the recoil of this thing firing. Belt-fed .338 Norma Magnum bullets. Although the overall design was a bit ugly, the bullets it fired were definitely powerful enough. While Chajin Warrior was practically making love to the machine gun, Lin Miao was still pondering the future layout around the agency. Currently, the space within the walls is about 1 hectare, roughly half the area of the original small town. The agency only occupies 1/10 of that space, leaving plenty of empty land for use. The problem, however, was that 2 of the architectural blueprints he had were useless. Only one for an employee dormitory could be built. Building a hydroponic workshop was pointless without seeds, and it wouldn't generate profit in the short term. Running it on a large scale would only waste money and effort. While organic food in Night City was expensive, there were specialized buildings for growing vegetables. Meat was expensive, but vegetables and fruits, while a high-consumption item, weren't yet a luxury. For a few tens of euros, one could still order a small plate of vegetarian dishes and fruits in some restaurants. What would be the point of growing them? For players to eat? Why give them such good food? Haven't they had enough of eating vegetables and meat every day in reality? If they want to eat, they can log off and buy a melon to munch on. Coming to play the game is definitely for synthetic food. It's the novelty thereafter. Although the water purifier seemed to generate economic benefits, it couldn't be built in the town because of its large area, high cost, and complex work, requiring it to be near a river. The vast majority of players would certainly not be willing to do such boring work. If he really wanted to build one, he would have to ask the alcaldos for help. But the relationship between the two sides was not yet at that point. So, Lin Miao either had to build 3 employee dormitories in a row, or he could only wait for a lucky draw. Just as he was contemplating whether to bring up another batch of players as cannon fodder before Saturday, a communication interrupted Lin Miao's thoughts. Lin, are you free now? Tisk. Why would you suddenly think of contacting me at this time, Miss Lucy? Do you have any questions about the mission in a couple of days? What's wrong? Can't I contact you for a chat even if there's nothing wrong? Lucy's voice sounded a little displeased. You're not going to ask me for another piece of chocolate, are you? I wouldn't mind if you have any. Lucy leaned against the railing, smoking, her solitary figure a stark contrast to the noisy, colorful, and decadent bar environment around her. Time is limited, I've sent you the location. It's fine if you don't want to come. After speaking, as a few Tiger Claws members noticed her, she extinguished the cigarette in her hand and turned to walk out of the bar, disappearing into the crowd before they could approach her. Phoenix Club. Lin Miao frowned, looking at the location Lucy sent him. She spoke without beginning or end, like a riddle, and he had no idea what she wanted. Watson, Lin Miao hadn't even visited that area yet, so why would Lucy want to meet him there? Lin Miao wasn't so conceited as to think that a few meetings with him would make someone fall head over heels. This woman definitely had something tricky she was hiding from him. Got it, I'll be right there. But as for someone trying to kidnap him, Lin Miao didn't think it would come to that. From beginning to end, she had never actively probed his background, nor had she attempted to hack him. Yesterday, she even brought her companions out of the city to the Alcaldo's camp. Lin Miao stroked his chin, then looked at the box of grenades and other military supplies behind him. Bring them all, just to be safe. Although non-system items couldn't be put into the backpack, it was always right to bring more. As he drove, preparing to exit the gate, Chajin Warrior, seeing that the boss had arrived, quickly climbed down from the machine gun and stood at attention. Lin Miao was amused by his appearance, so he poked his head out of the car window and said in a tone very familiar to laborers. Keep up the good work, young man. I've always been watching your work ethic. Work hard, and when the agency develops, your contributions will be a part of its success. Although Chajin Warrior wasn't young, it was his first time being spoken to like this in the game, and his mindset was a bit subtle. But, an NPC wouldn't pua a player, would they? Perhaps this was a sign of increased NPC favorability? Thinking of this, Chajin Warrior immediately straightened his back and said, like in a TV show. Please rest assured, boss, I guarantee the completion of the mission. As for why the boss would leave work before the scheduled time. Have you never worked in a private company? Flexible working hours, understand? Watson is located in the northern part of Night City, an old industrial area, and Maelstrom territory. Kabuki. If Santo Domingo was the worst industrial area, then Kabuki was the poorest and most crowded place in all of Night City. The narrow, intertwined alleys were filled with general stores, shoddy cosmetics shops, and cheap second-hand stores, all adorned with Chinese-style lanterns and flickering neon lights. Nightclubs, bars, and casinos of all sizes were hidden in every corner, and occasionally, one could even spot the famous Arasaka sleep pods. Coffin rooms measuring 1.5 m*, 1.5 m*, 2 m, stacked like beehives, for €10 a day, with the only appliance being an overhead light, which had a 50% chance of losing power. If you didn't want it to, you had to pay more. For €1,000, the Arasaka manager here could erase your information directly from the internet, making you untraceable even by a melee tech operations director. If you expressed interest in working for melee tech, Arasaka could even provide a certain degree of assistance. Therefore, hackers, lone wolf mercenaries, street kids who betrayed gangs, and unlicensed ripper docs, in short, people from all walks of life like to live here. It's interesting to note that despite being the Japanese-themed Kabuki district, it was predominantly inhabited by Chinese people. Even the Phoenix Club that Lucy sent him was marked with a large, red neon sign in Chinese characters. It was very flashy. I'm here, where are you? Upstairs. Lin Miao, standing on the street, looked up. She was in the side building of the Phoenix Sign Alley. Following her instructions, Lin Miao, carrying a long bag, took the fire escape upstairs. The buildings here were interconnected in all directions, windowsills with iron railings and corrugated steel sheets formed walkways. Partition walls between houses were knocked down to connect them, clothes hung on scaffolding, the light was dim, and the environment was damp. Within the small spaces were mahjong parlors, small restaurants, shops, and even red light districts, filled with smoke and fire. In short, it was a chaotic maze. For anyone with a poor sense of direction, getting out of the building without a guide would be an impossible task. Lin Miao struggled for a long time before finally climbing to the third floor and finding her on the balcony. He leaned against the balcony, taking a deep breath of the plastic-scented fresh air, and asked the person beside him. All right, tell me, why did you suddenly decide to meet me here? But Lucy didn't answer. She continued to lean on the balcony, taking intermittent puffs from her cigarette. The irritating smell and her disregard for him made Lin Miao slightly annoyed. He raised an eyebrow, directly reaching out and snatching the cigarette butt from her mouth. After glancing at it in his hand, he flicked it off the building. Lucy, whose cigarette had been taken, was momentarily stunned. Before she could speak, a roar came from downstairs. Where did that scumbag come from, littering cigarette butts? May your whole family be wiped out. Don't let me find you. If I find you, I'll chop you to death. Lin Miao peered down and saw that someone's head downstairs seemed to be on fire, with white smoke still rising from his hair. Could it be such a coincidence? Let's go, let's go. He frantically pulled Lucy, who was still stifling a laugh, and ran upstairs. They didn't stop until they reached the rooftop. Lucy, pulling her hand from Lin Miao's, asked with a half smile, the cigarette butt was yours, so if there's a fight, it's against you. Why did you drag me along? You were the one smoking it. If you had just spoken earlier, none of this would have happened, right? Did you ever consider that maybe I was concentrating on trying to break through their firewall at that moment? Really? Of course I'm lying to you. Lucy laughed at the somewhat embarrassed Lin Miao. You didn't actually believe that, did you? Lin Miao rolled his eyes, not in the mood to banter with her. Now, can you tell me why you called me? Lucy didn't answer, but instead extended her hand towards Lin Miao. Down payment. Lin Miao curled his lip, pulled out a chocolate from his pocket, and handed it over. Only after taking it did Lucy walk contentedly to the edge of the rooftop, motioning for Lin Miao to follow. See that large flat on the third floor across the way? There were no guardrails on the rooftops of Kabuki. Lin Miao followed Lucy's gaze. Across from them was the third floor of the Phoenix Club, and through the half-open windows, he could see a messy large bed and pink ambient lights inside. There were also people patrolling the corridors. From the tattoos on their half-bare arms, it was clear this was Tiger Claw's territory. I see it, what about it? An Arasaka employee made a deal with Jotaro of the Tiger Claws. The deal involves a batch of military training data chips. Are you interested? Chapter 25 Men are the most vulnerable creatures. Military training shards from legitimate channels, these things can fetch thousands of eddies apiece on the black market. Especially Arasaka. Unlike melee tech, which originated from military manufacturing, Arasaka itself started in the security industry. Heavily trained Arasaka agents are top tier everywhere, highly favored by the upper class. So it's understandable that its employees would sell these items. Selling them to the Tiger Claws is even more understandable. Neon corporations and neon gangs, he wouldn't believe it if you said the two weren't connected at the hip. How did you know about this? Lucy pulled out a shard. Clearly, this was intelligence she'd acquired from her old line of work. If it were before, Lucy might have just glanced at it and tossed it aside. What did Arasaka employees doing business with the Tiger Claws have to do with her? At most, she'd find a middleman to sell the information. You don't want it. Saying he didn't want it would be a lie. This thing was like an experience book, although it couldn't train a player's muscle memory, it could make a player proficient in operating firearms or other skills. He'd be crazy not to want it. But he was afraid there might be a trap. Lin Miao glanced down. From the neon sign leading into the alley all the way to the club entrance, it was swarming with Tiger Claw's subordinates. There was also a repair shop nearby, which, without even looking, was clearly part of the same group. If the outside was guarded so strictly, let alone inside the club. It was a V-shaped passage, with the club at the innermost layer. Both paths were watched by Tiger Claw's members, and who knew how many more subordinates were lurking nearby. He could get in, but he wouldn't be able to get out. Even if he called all 9 players to act as cannon fodder, they'd all die before they could breach the main entrance. Why are you telling me this? If you want your client dead, you can just push me off here. That would be faster. Are you scared? You can always give up, you know. Lucy had Kiwi take her to see the town of Stone Ridge Mountain from afar. A bunch of greenhorns repairing houses with their bare hands, plus Lin Miao, an old relic seemingly dug out of the ground, pursuing a reckless dream. It was like flooring the accelerator and driving straight towards a cliff. She didn't know what she wanted to do, nor why she actively contacted him after learning this news. She just felt he might need this item. Of course, if you ask me to. She turned her head, and he had already put on a bulletproof helmet, pulled 2 pistols from his long bag and holstered them at his waist, and had a shotgun strapped to his back. He was clearly preparing for a frontal assault. Do you know? Men are the most easily provoked creatures in this world, especially by challenges of winning and losing. Wait. Lucy quickly grabbed the guy who was about to cosplay an American Federation soldier saving the world. Are you trying to die? Lin Miao spread his hands, an innocent look on his face. Didn't you tell me to go die? Lucy realized she had no way of dealing with the guy in front of her. After gritting her teeth, she could only ask, do you want to do this or not? Do it, why not? It's practically being handed to us, there's no reason not to do it. After confirming Lucy wasn't trying to trick him, Lin Miao looked at the heavily guarded bar below and asked, but the question is, how do we do it? Then listen to me. After it's done, we split it 50-50. Lucy glared at Lin Miao, then pulled out a data cable and plugged it into the back of Lin Miao's neck. Lin Miao's vision blurred, and his perspective shifted from his own body to a corner, looking down at the Phoenix Club's vibrant nightlife from an oblique angle. I left a backdoor in the club's surveillance system. Can you see it? Yes. Such reconnaissance ability. Lin Miao was so envious. If there really were professional classifications in this world, hacker would definitely be a T0 level daddy. Lucy explained seriously, listen carefully. The item is in Jotaro's bedroom on the 3rd floor. The 1st floor's security is the tightest, a frontal assault by the 2 of us has no chance. The only way is to enter Jotaro's bedroom directly from the 3rd floor balcony, but you must quietly take care of the guard on the stairwell balcony. Arasaka employees are basically trauma team members, even a minor scratch would have trauma team flying in an AV to rescue them. And this was Tiger Claw's territory. Trying to rob them openly would be suicide. Just from this limited perspective, there were 6 security guards standing in the small club, pistols clearly holstered at their waists. 2 of them were tall and clearly had a lot of cyberware installed. What about the surveillance? Someone should be watching this 24/7, right? Even if you turn it off, someone will immediately notice the anomaly. Humph. Lucy seemed to think Lin Miao underestimated the so-called hacker. I'll hack into their surveillance program and loop a piece of routine footage. They won't notice anything unusual for a while. Over the next few minutes, the scene before them continuously changed, from the 1st floor to the 2nd, then to the 3rd. All of the Phoenix Club's security forces, guests, and rooms were completely exposed to Lucy and Lin Miao's eyes. The 3rd floor had the fewest people but was equipped with 2 or 3 warning turrets and numerous cameras. The footage was particularly gruesome. 2 disemboweled corpses lay on an operating table, their internal organs removed, and their limbs reduced to mere skin. Clearly, the deceased's organs and prosthetics had become commodities for the Tiger Claws. What a bunch of scumbags among scumbags. What? You're saying I'm doing it too? I'm just making these evildoers into useful people for the new world to atone for their sins, and they don't even need to buy indulgences. They should thank me. And hacker skills are so powerful. What kind of cyber god is this? I want to be a hacker. I want to be a hacker. Where's the main guy? Where's that Jotaro? The VIP lounge on the 2nd floor. He and that Arasaka employee just went in recently. They might be watching a brain dance or playing with a sex doll, but it doesn't matter, he has no combat ability. Next, I'll help you take down the patrolling guard on that stairwell balcony. But remember, keep it quiet. Absolutely do not attract anyone else's attention. If there's a risk of exposure, I'll create a distraction on the 1st floor. You get out quickly, understood? Understood. Without further ado, the 2 stepped onto a huge sealed pipe, carefully crossed the buildings, and jumped onto the roof of the Phoenix Club's 4th floor. Below was the 3rd floor outer balcony, where the guard was still leaning against the railing, smoking. Then Lin Miao carefully held a dagger in his mouth and stepped on the outdoor air conditioner units from the edge, hopping little by little to the 3rd floor. He hugged the window ledge, approaching the corner. It was fortunate that the area was messy. Looking up from below, it was either metal sheets or air conditioners, making it difficult to spot him. After confirming Lin Miao was in position, Lucy on the rooftop flung her monowire towards the balcony below, drawing a strange, curved arc. At the same time, her pupils turned golden red, and a large stream of data flashed rapidly in her eyes. The smoking guard seemed to notice something, but the monowire had already plunged into the slot at the back of his neck. All his cyberware stiffened, rendering him unable to move. Realizing he had been hacked, he tried to scream for help, but no matter how hard he tried, his lips wouldn't open a fraction. Hurry up! Upon receiving Lucy's prompt, he quickly rounded the corner, took 2 leaps, and jumped onto the balcony railing. He slit the opponent's throat with one knife, then stabbed another into his temple. He then supported the body as it tilted backward and dragged it to a blind spot on the balcony. The entire process was fluid. Just as Lin Miao was wondering if he could apply to be an assassin, he turned his head. Holy crap! An opened warning turret's barrel was already aimed at him through the open roller shutter window. The good news was that Lucy had turned off the turret beforehand, otherwise, he would have been a corpse in one more second. Besides that, the sounds of gaming and music in the room were incredibly loud, several speakers vibrated the windows. Several people were sitting motionless on the living room sofa. However, this also provided Lin Miao with excellent cover. He carefully climbed over the balcony, stepped on the outdoor air conditioner unit, and entered the bedroom through the window. For these electronically controlled industrial roller doors and windows, Lucy, who had already infiltrated the Tiger Claw's internal network, could open them at will. As soon as he stepped into the room, a strange smell assaulted Lin Miao's nostrils, forcing him to block his sense of smell. The already small room was half occupied by a bed. Women's lingerie was scattered on the messy bed, clearly indicating that a battle had just ended not long ago. Lin Miao had no time for these things. He carefully scrutinized every possible place in the room where a shard box might be hidden. Based on Lucy's previous observations at the hotel, she was certain that Jotaro had brought the item to the third floor. However, there were no cameras in the bedroom and living room, and his hands were empty when he left the third floor. However, Lin Miao searched through the bookshelf by the bed, finding nothing. The coffee table and computer desk were also empty, and there was no hidden compartment under the bed. All evidence indicated that this was merely a place where Jotaro entertained women. Lucy, it's not in the bedroom. Then it should be on the computer desk in the living room. There are people in the living room, quite a few of them. Of course, I could just walk out openly, provided they don't shoot me full of holes. 2 are watching brain dance, ignore them. I'll create a small distraction on the first floor. You quickly take out the people. 30 seconds, whether you find it or not, retreat immediately. Lin Miao pressed against the door, gun in hand, suppressor attached. Understood. Bang. The high-speed gambling machines on the second floor suddenly malfunctioned, steel balls rained down, and various slot machines flashed like DJ strobe lights, immediately attracting the attention of the entire casino. Even the guards standing on the third floor were drawn to it. Lin Miao immediately opened the door and shot 2 customers engrossed in brain dance, letting them sleep forever in their beautiful dreams, never to wake up. Then he took the brain dance headbands they were wearing and stuffed them into his bag. He then rushed to the computer desk without stopping and began ransacking it. He found a black box under the desk. Opening it, he saw 8 shards neatly arranged. Found it. This should be it. Then he pulled open a cabinet, which contained a fair amount of cash, though only about 30 to 40,000. After all, it was an underground establishment, and many illicit transactions habitually used cash to avoid being traced. Lin Miao grabbed the remaining few stacks and stuffed them into his long bag, muttering. So poor, yet they still try to run a nightclub. This couldn't be blamed on Jotaro. He usually kept 70 to 80,000 in cash, but he had just bought the shards from the Arasaka employee and hadn't had time to replenish it. Time to go, time to go. If he hadn't been short on time, he really would have dismantled the opponent's computer and those 2 corpses and taken them with him. Just as he returned to the bedroom, preparing to climb out the window and escape, a female voice, not Lucy's, suddenly echoed in his ear. Found you, you 2 little mice. At the same time, a flurry of footsteps resounded from outside. Clearly, the entire Phoenix Club's Tiger Claws were rushing upstairs. Lucy. Lucy's anxious voice came through his ear. They have a hacker. I'm caught by her puppet, Trojan virus. Get out of there quickly. Damn it. Without a second of hesitation, he immediately climbed out the window. There were quite a few Tiger Claws downstairs as well. Upon seeing Lin Miao, they drew their guns and started shooting without a word, bullets flying upwards as if they were free. And then, the hacker's voice rang out again. Humph. Trying to escape. The opponent seemed to be planning to do something to Lin Miao, but the next second, Lucy could only hear her ear-piercing screams. Jotaro, on the second floor, took a slightly panicked step back, widening the distance between himself and the Arasaka hacker. The hacker was clutching her head and screaming, her pupils filled with black and red data streams, her limbs and fingers twisting in a bizarre and counterintuitive manner. In less than 1 second, her brain and a large number of brain components were completely fried. All the prosthetic electrical components on her body were burned out along with them. The manner of her death was no less gruesome than those Jotaro usually tortured and killed in brain dance sessions on the third floor. Damn it, we've run into an expert. Call the brothers, I want those 2 taken down, no survivors. Although Jotaro was a Tiger Claws team leader, he was just a pervert with limited combat power, unable to summon Star Platinum. He could only order his subordinates to surround and kill the 2 thieves, while he sat on the sofa, praying that the expert hacker wouldn't come for him. He valued his own life more than the stolen items. If he could, Jotaro would have liked to pretend this incident never happened. At most, it would be a small loss. However, with the Arasaka elite special agent, with whom he had a pie transaction, dying in his club, he had to take action, both for personal reasons and for the sake of appearances. Otherwise, Arasaka would show him what cruelty truly meant. The Tiger Claws, who lorded over Kabuki, were not even dogs in front of Arasaka. Lin Miao, startled by the opponent's screams, asked. Lucy, did you take her out? Lucy hadn't yet shaken off the puppet the opponent had unleashed. Hearing this, she also froze. Didn't your ice defeat her? Is that so? Maybe. Lin Miao didn't say anything more. This guy died without even being able to pop up an intrusion warning interface, giving him an unreal feeling of, I didn't even try, and you're already down. Lucy had a head full of question marks. What did he mean, maybe? When Lin Miao finally climbed back to the rooftop, he found Lucy lying weakly against a pipe, her face covered in sweat. He quickly ran over to help her up. What's wrong with you? Her virus was very powerful. She uploaded data to the surveillance system, and I didn't notice it. I'm still clearing her influence. Don't worry about me, I'll find a place to hide. You go quickly, the tiger claws will be up here soon. Lucy already regretted it. She didn't know what possessed her to come to this place and ask Lin Miao to steal something with her. Not only did she fail to detect a hacker here, but she also got them both dragged into trouble. She wasn't like this before. That's easy for you to say. If you hide, who am I going to get to do my jobs tomorrow and Saturday? I don't know any other hacker. After helping her up, Lin Miao asked, can you still run? Lucy shook her head. She had always thought she ran fast, faster than anyone else, which was why she had survived. But now, her limbs were somewhat unresponsive, even walking was difficult, let alone running. This is also why hackers rarely work alone. They usually find a trustworthy team, so if something goes wrong, someone can save them. Who knows how many hackers have had their brains fried by corporate ice in basements, freezers, bathtubs, or hacker chairs, their bodies undiscovered until they started to rot. Seeing the footsteps in the stairwell grow more urgent, Lin Miao tucked his pistol into his waistband, picked up Lucy, and, using the trash cans as steps, jumped onto a huge exhaust pipe, then ran with his head down towards the other buildings. The tiger claws also climbed to the roof and immediately spotted the two fleeing figures in the distance. There they are. Don't let those two get away. These gang members didn't care about anything else, they just drew their guns and shot. Violent gunfire erupted behind him, submachine gun and pistol bullets whizzing past Lin Miao's ears, occasionally punctuated by dull thuds of impact that made his back ache terribly. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof suit and vest, and had even replaced his skeleton with a titanium alloy frame. Otherwise, he would already be riddled with holes and meeting Jesus. But in Lucy's ears, Lin Miao had indeed been shot in the back. She didn't know how bad the injury was, but the only thing she could do was snuggle honestly in his arms, reducing his physical exertion. Through the thick suit and bulletproof vest, Lucy could still hear his pounding heartbeat. The rooftops of Kabuki were also interconnected, with paths made of corrugated steel and makeshift shacks everywhere. Inside were either arcade machines or gambling machines, all Tiger Claw's territory. So, no matter which direction Lin Miao ran, several armed gang members with guns or knives would always pop out. But relying on his cybernetic eye's dynamic vision and warning indicators, he could always spot dangerous individuals in the chaotic crowd and fire first, with remarkably high accuracy. No, they wouldn't escape like this. Lin Miao knew very well he was in Tiger Claw's territory. Trying to escape with just the two of them was a pipe dream. He needed to find help. I remember tomorrow is Thursday. Kabuki Phoenix Club, Tiger Claws, Rescue, 10,000. Deal. After repelling the Tiger Claws once more, Lin Miao kicked open the tightly closed stairwell door. The corridor was in chaos, filled with fleeing civilians. He placed Lucy on a stool, then quickly took off his bulletproof suit and draped it over her, handed her a reloaded pistol, and squatted down. Hold on tight, prepare to go downstairs. You. Originally, she had wanted him to humble himself and ask for her help, but in the end, she was still the one holding them back. It was then that Lucy noticed only a few white marks on his bulletproof vest, and even his suit wasn't torn. However, his face was covered in a lot of blood, whether it was his or someone else's, she didn't know. But now was not the time to ask about such trivial matters. She wrapped her arms around Lin Miao's neck, her long legs clamping his waist. The heavy suit draped over her gave her a strange sense of security due to the lingering body heat. Lin Miao no longer used the pistol, he directly took the shotgun into his hands and threw the reloaded pistol to Lucy on his back. The two began to descend the stairs. Bang! A slug hit a middle-aged tiger claw climbing the stairs, sending him flying backward to smash against the wall. A large hole remained in his chest, his ribs and internal organs shattered by the shot, a bloody mess. He racked the slide, ejecting a large, hot shell casing. The tiger claws who arrived afterward did not retreat. A bare-chested figure, leaving after images, climbed the stairs with a speed imperceptible to ordinary people. The killer revealed a bloodthirsty smile, the world in his eyes moving in slow motion. His mantis blades scraped against the wall, creating sparks, and his entire body, hanging from the wall, parkoured like a gecko, pouncing on the fool who dared to cause trouble in their territory, oblivious to his own impending death. Hey? Why were that guy's eyes constantly staring at him? Was it an illusion? This is impossible. He wasn't even using Sandevistan or Kerenzikov, so how could he keep up with his speed? The killer violently swung his mantis blades, moving incredibly fast, almost instantly closing in on Lin Miao's neck, seemingly intending to sever both his neck and Lucy's hand. But what surprised him even more was that Lin Miao actually reacted. In the slowed-down world, he slightly raised his right arm, intending to block the strike with his shoulder blade. Lucy's reaction wasn't as fast, but she still tried her best to reach out, wanting to protect Lin Miao with the suit in her arm, but she didn't have special cyberware, so she was ultimately too slow. Without the suit's protection, the blade easily tore through parts of the bulletproof vest's Kevlar fibers and tactical underwear, slashing into Lin Miao's shoulder, tearing flesh. But that was all. The silver shoulder blade blocked the strike, almost causing the mantis blade's edge to chip off. Then, the shotgun in Lin Miao's hand was already pressed against his chest. The killer, whose attack had failed, instinctively tried to flee. Bang! No matter how fast the killer ran, the muzzle was pressed against his chest. In front of the exiting bullet, he was ultimately a step too slow and didn't have time to turn aside. A shotgun's penetration power is not as good as a rifle's, but its impact force is far greater. Even though the killer had modified his body and had subdermal armor and various protective cyberware in his chest, he was still slammed against the wall, unable to move. He racked the slide. Bang! Another shot. The synthetic skin on his chest was shattered, revealing large areas of subdermal armor made of reinforced fibers. Looking at these things, Lin Miao was filled with irritation. Money. This was all money. Damn it, why do these guys always show up at the wrong time? This set of cyberware, if sold on the black market, would be at least 2,000 or 3,000. But now, he couldn't just throw Lucy on the ground and carry this killer to escape, could he? He racked the slide. The killer still tried to struggle. His right leg seemed to move, but immediately, a foot stomped heavily on his knee, directly breaking it, and the popped-out blade was stuck in mid-air, unable to move. The pained killer knelt on the ground under the force, and something thick and hard immediately pressed against him. Lin Miao held the gun with both hands and shoved the muzzle into the killer's mouth. One foot was planted on his shoulder. While Lucy fired to repel the enemies downstairs, he glanced at the exposed red-haired demon tattoo on the killer's shoulder. Still getting tattoos? A gangster, hey. He pulled the trigger. Bang. Brain matter, bone fragments, flesh, and bionic mechanical parts exploded all over the wall, painting a bloody oil painting. He racked the slide. Chapter 26 The meat in your mouth can fly away. Lucy, still holding her pistol, didn't stop, continuously firing at the tiger claws who were chasing them. Although her aim was a bit off, in the narrow space, those people didn't dare to charge forward recklessly. They were gang thugs, not suicide squads, and certainly not lunatics. Small-caliber submachine guns and pistols at close range couldn't even penetrate their suits. High-level thugs were instantly killed, and who knew what other heaven-defying cyberware those two had installed. How much money did they make in a month? Why risk their lives? Firing a couple of shots into the air to satisfy the boss was enough. They weren't like their ancestors who could charge tanks with a poop scooper. Hot-blooded idiots had long since died in countless gang wars. Only those with defensive cyberware dared to be a bit reckless. While pump-action shotguns were powerful, their sustained fire was always a weakness. After running out of bullets, the tiger claws wouldn't give them time to reload slowly. They had just descended from the 4th floor to the 2nd, and 8 shells were already empty. Lin Miao swung the gun stock, cracking one of the thugs' heads against the wall in an intimate encounter, then immediately carried Lucy and darted into the 2nd floor. Before entering, he didn't forget to throw a grenade down the stairwell behind them to cover their retreat. A thunderous explosion echoed in the stairwell, and it was unclear if anyone was hit. The continuous gunfights had caused the small shops here to either close or flee. Those with nowhere to go huddled in corners, praying. The bulletproof vest on his chest was almost scrapped. The ceramic plates were completely shattered, and the Kevlar fibers were torn into strips. The skin underneath was probably bruised and purple. If he hadn't replaced his ribs beforehand, he would probably be suffering from internal bleeding right now. After finding a hidden corner to huddle in, he reloaded while asking Lucy. Huff, huff. Are you okay? I'm fine. The virus has been cleared. Lucy reluctantly got off Lin Miao's back. She didn't know how this bulletproof suit was made, its defensive capabilities felt almost on par with heavy subcutaneous armor. Bullets hitting it, aside from being a bit painful, didn't even cause a scratch. But he had put this suit on her. It's you, though. You gave me this suit. How badly are you hurt? I'm not dead yet, am I? Lin Miao unbuttoned and tossed the several-kilogram bulletproof vest to the ground. He pulled up the lining to check, and sure enough, it was all black and bruised. The wound on his shoulder was also bleeding, but it wasn't very serious. He should have applied to a sports school back then and become an athlete. Then he wouldn't need a bulletproof vest now. Lucy reached out and touched the bruises and the wound on his shoulder. She suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Her fingers were stained with his mixed blood and sweat, but Lin Miao, who had turned off his pain receptors, felt nothing. Even in this dangerous situation, Lucy noticed that the person in front of her showed no trace of panic. His eyes were constantly scanning the surrounding terrain. Maine, how much longer until you arrive? We're surrounded on the 2nd floor. Immediately. The burly man sat in the driver's seat. The steering wheel was about the size of a donut in his hands. He ignored traffic lights, stomped on the accelerator, and forcefully cut through the gaps in the oncoming traffic. He glanced at the location Lin Miao had sent. It was on the 2nd floor a few hundred meters ahead. Pilar. The lanky middle-aged man in the back seat, whose name was called, was already impatient. Understood, haha, this is exciting. He turned and started rummaging through the car's trunk, pulling out grenades, cutters, and various explosives, one by one. This isn't right either. Aha. Found it. Maine saw the single-barrel rocket launcher the other person pulled out in the rearview mirror. He immediately retracted the car's roof and warned over the comms channel. Stay away from the wall. We're about to make a move. He extended his left hand out the window, and the casing on his arm opened, revealing a projectile launcher. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, knocking the obstructing Tiger Claws vehicles askew. Pilar in the back seat aimed the rocket launcher directly at the target on the second floor. Taste Pila's little Pilar. R. P. G. Although what he fired wasn't an RPG, it didn't stop the public from loving the slogan. Hearing Main's words, Lin Miao instinctively felt something was wrong. After Lucy used her monowire to sever the neck of a Tiger Claws assassin who tried to ambush Lin Miao from behind, he immediately pulled her close and wrapped both of them in his suit. The rocket, trailing white smoke, instantly accelerated to 300 meters/second with the help of its booster. So by the time the Tiger Claws surrounding the building heard the whistling sound, the rocket had already made intimate contact with the building. The fierce explosion shattered the wall, and shrapnel flying through the flames scared everyone present stiff. I had a blast shooting that. Watching the rocket hit its target, Pilar slumped back into his seat as if he had just finished something. Main's car, like him, was unreasonable, forcefully plowing a path through the pile of Tiger Claws vehicles. Dorio and Rebecca followed closely behind, their pistols and rifles firing in a volley. The 5-person firing net temporarily suppressed the surrounding Tiger Claws, preventing them from raising their heads. Jump down quickly. 2 figures immediately leaped out of the smoke-filled second floor, landing precisely on Main's and Dorio's cars. After picking up their targets, the 2 muscular lovers acted with surprising synchronicity, engaging reverse gear and stomping on the accelerator, their tires screeching as they rapidly backed out of the battlefield. Before leaving, Pilar didn't forget to toss out a handful of grenades and smoke bombs, turning the scene into a chaotic mess of smoke and explosions. Lin Miao, who had fallen from the sky into Main's back seat, was still a bit shaken. Although Gloria had told him about Main's crew many times, he hadn't expected them to be so aggressive, directly blowing up the outer wall of the second floor. Just as he recovered, he heard a ghost-like voice from beside him. Hey, little boss, our performance just now wasn't bad, right? Hey? Ah. Lin Miao realized that the person was the juggling middle-aged man he had seen a few days ago in Japantown, and he was also part of Main's crew. Very impressive. I didn't expect you to force your way in like that. He was telling the truth. If players were this fierce, how much less would Lin Miao have to worry? He also hadn't expected this stealth mission to escalate so much, almost costing him his life. Once his players were more developed in a while, he planned to bring people back to properly repay these Hakimi. Keycaps needed to be taught a lesson with a beating stick. Meanwhile, Pilar had already sidled up, making a very vulgar gesture with a modified hand in front of Lin Miao, saying in a sickeningly sweet voice. Boss, I bled heavily to save you just now. All my reserves for this week are shot. You say, right, right. Pilar. Main stopped his rude behavior. All right, I get it. Pilar was just joking. Haggling after the fact was bad for business. He simply propped both legs up on the passenger seat, rested his arms, and started snoring. After receiving Lin Miao's transfer, Main put on his sunglasses and leaned against the car window, asking, is tomorrow's plan confirmed? Kiwi told me that this mission is a multi-party collaboration, and the enemy's firepower might be intense. Kiwi, wasn't that the hacker who came with Lucy yesterday? She was Main's crew's hacker? How, after all this roundabout, did he end up back with these same people? However, after this incident, Main's crew's strength and credibility earned some trust from Lin Miao. At least they wouldn't abandon their employer and run away just because they saw the enemy outnumbered them. We'll gather at the Sunset Motel tomorrow at noon. The Aldecaldos will join us for reconnaissance. Once we figure out the Nightwalkers' movement routes, troop distribution, and the reinforcement time of the Petrochem action unit closest to the incident site, we can prepare to make our move. However, based on my and the Aldecaldos' estimates, while this job is worth hundreds of thousands, it's not enough for the Nightwalker to go all out, as they still have their smuggling business to run. The enemy numbers are probably between 50 to 100, which is a bit challenging, but not impossible. Main was, after all, a major mercenary from Afterlife. He had seen many storms and had been to the dance of death more than once. If they couldn't defeat over 100 Nightwalkers, they could at least outrun them. What he said was also not far off from the reconnaissance intel Kiwi had brought back. He checked the rearview mirror, no Tiger Claws were chasing them. It seemed they had shaken them off. Then it settled. Main was in a good mood after settling the deal. He had just earned another 10,000 in a short while. He always had a good temper with generous and concise bosses. Main also knew about Lucy. Kiwi had recommended this hacker to him more than once, but Lucy herself wasn't keen on being a mercenary, so nothing ever came of it. Lin Miao's willingness to take Lucy with him and not abandon her to save himself showed that he was somewhat reliable. Much better than those double-dealing brokers and middlemen, and he was decisive and didn't waste time with unnecessary chatter. So, how about it? Want to come with us to the bar to unwind? He then lowered his head, giving a knowing look from beneath his triangular sunglasses. Exciting entertainment, right? If it were a normal nightclub, Lin Miao might have been interested, but the diverse aesthetics of this world were a bit too much for him to accept. He was a straight-laced guy. He couldn't stand such things. Therefore, regarding Main's invitation, he had to find an excuse to decline. Let's skip it this time. I still have to prepare for tomorrow's matters. After this is over, it won't be too late for me to treat you guys to a drink. Faced with his refusal, Maine didn't insist. Instead, he generously escorted the two back to skyscraper H4. This was 6th Street gang territory, so even Tiger Claws couldn't overstep their bounds here. As for Lucy's home, it was best she didn't return for a while. It was hard to say if it wasn't a Tiger Claws stronghold. Watching the two cars drive away, the two who had narrowly escaped death finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, compared to the bustling commercial area of Japantown, the industrial zone of Santo Domingo was visually much less impressive. As far as the eye could see, there were countless storage tanks, cooling towers, factories, and the unfinished Pacifica. The entire area was grey, hazy/grey, with only the distant neon lights of the city center proving that this place was still within Night City. Lin Miao was in a rather pleasant mood now. Although his car was left in Kabuki, such a minor issue could easily be resolved by finding someone to drive it back. There were plenty of people in Night City who would take such a job. Moreover, unless someone was desperate, no one would bother with a regular cargo truck. Today's gains were indeed substantial. Even after paying Maine's commission, he still had 15 or 16,000 left, plus a box of training chips, and all he had given up was a bulletproof vest. What do you say, want to find a Ripper Doc? It's possible the virus that hacker planted in you hasn't been completely cleaned out. Don't leave yourself with future troubles. Lin Miao's words carried a hint of teasing. It was clear that Lucy had been at a disadvantage in the previous hacker confrontation, taking a big fall. It formed an interesting contrast with Lucy's confident demeanor in front of him earlier. Facing Lin Miao's taunt and question, Lucy didn't respond. She lowered her head expressionlessly, seemingly lost in thought. Then, without a word, she turned and walked in another direction. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and she walked slowly, almost as if the words "hurry up and follow me" were etched on her face. Lin Miao indulged her, following silently behind her. The two of them, and the pedestrians and traffic passing by, seemed to be from two different worlds. Only their shadows, constantly lengthening and shortening under the dim streetlights, accompanied them. Level, LV4-LV5. Occupation, Agency Administrator. Reputation, minorly famous. Body, 5'6". Tech, 5. Cool, 7. Reflexes, 6. Intelligence, 7. Skills, Firearms Mastery LV1. Tisk, it took so much effort just to level up once, and the skill went from basic to mastery. Lin Miao felt that he had dealt with 20 or 30 people today, counting those he injured. Not leveling up twice was truly impolite of this system. But at least he wasn't an unknown now. It seemed that today's incident with the Tiger Claws had a significant impact, most likely raising his rating with the fixers by 1 tier. Just as Lin Miao was carefully considering the implications of this matter, he felt his body bump into someone. He looked closely. It turned out Lucy had suddenly stopped. Unbeknownst to them, they had walked to the coastal area of Santo Domingo, the coast view. Across from them was the Glen district of Haywood. Leaning against the seaside railing, Lucy pulled out a cigarette pack, but after a moment of hesitation, she put it back, only to lean on the railing looking dejected. You, why did you save me that time? Weren't you afraid of death? Are you talking about today? Although there were 2 instances if counted, Lin Miao felt that even without him, Lucy could have escaped by herself the first time they met. You can talk about both times. Seemingly uncomfortable without something to fidget with, Lucy finally took out the chocolate bar from her pocket. Even though it had broken into pieces during the previous fight, Lucy carefully opened the wrapper, picked up a piece, and popped it into her mouth. The bittersweet taste perfectly matched her current mood. Today, due to a lapse in judgment, she almost got Lin Miao and herself killed in Kabuki. She hadn't expected there to be an expert hacker hidden in the club. Lin Miao bought 2 cans of water from a small shop and leaned next to Lucy, saying, "The first time was because I felt like I was being used as a scapegoat to take the bullet, and I felt it necessary to get an explanation from you. Later, I heard them say you were a hacker, and I thought you might be useful to me, so I decided to help you out. And today." He handed the drink in his hand to Lucy. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Is there a difference?" "Of course there is, but it depends on what you think." A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Lucy's mouth. "Then I want to hear the lie first." "Ahem. The lie is that I'm infatuated with you, I love you. From the first moment I saw you, I was madly in love. You, like a moon, occupied my entire heart, even willing to offer my life for you. Even if I died, I would save you." His words were sickeningly sweet and vulgar, even delivered in a pretentious tone that made one feel nauseous. Lucy imagined the scene, and goosebumps rose on her skin. She instantly felt both amused and annoyed. The knot in her heart had dissipated quite a bit. Then what's the truth? Lucy secretly still hoped that he would really say that, even though her final response would definitely be a rejection. The truth? The truth is, even if Maine hadn't come, I would have found a way to save you. It's just that making too much of a fuss wouldn't be worth it for me. And it's not easy to find such a beautiful hacker lady. If I abandoned her for a few tens of thousands of eddies, I'd lose my pants off. That's truly direct, to the point of not hiding anything. I'm always a straightforward person, please bear with me." But just as Lin Miao himself said it was the truth, Lucy also believed what he said was true. He really might have a way to lead them out, or make a call to some big shot to make all the Tiger Claws retreat and abandon the pursuit. When she was on his back, she truly felt that this person possessed an elusive madness. Lucy couldn't guess Lin Miao's true identity. Everything about him exuded a sense of mystery completely unlike Night City. As for Lin Miao, he had long forgotten what sweet romance was. Let the young boys and girls pursue such things, he only knew to go after a girl he found attractive. Whether he would succeed in catching her was another matter. Lucy turned her head to look at the shimmering water. In the now night, the moon lay quietly at the bottom of the water, emitting a faint silver glow. As for stars, they were extremely difficult to see in the light-polluted Night City. She crushed the empty kin in her hand and then threw it forcefully. The kin drew an arc in mid-air, lightly landing on the bright moon on the water's surface. The perfectly formed moon instantly shattered, turning into countless broken fragments, flickering with the rising and falling waves. It wasn't until the small kin sank into the water, out of sight, under the beating of the waves, that the moon reappeared on the water's surface. After a short silence, Lucy suddenly asked. Then, what you told me that night, was it the truth or a lie? Of course it was the truth. Lin Miao looked at the kin in his hand and decided it was better not to imitate Lucy and litter. He would honestly find a trash can to throw it in. When he turned around, a silver figure had already crashed into his arms, her hands pulling at his collar, standing on tiptoe. Lin Miao only felt a flash of silver light before his eyes, and two soft lips, carrying a faint chocolate taste, touched his. Just as he was happily preparing to savor the moment and proceed to the next step, opening his arms to embrace her, he found them empty. The person in front of him had already retreated several steps, a mischievous grin on her face, successful in her prank. Then consider this my return gift for saving me today. Keep up the good work later, okay? No way, you're doing this. Seeing Lin Miao's plan fall through, standing stunned in place, Lucy became even happier. Her smile was like a cunning fox demon who had successfully hunted, disappearing into the crowd with light steps. Lin Miao's mood was subtle, he had a premonition that he wouldn't sleep well tonight. Lucy's actions were, for him, akin to a cooked duck being served on the table. Just as he was about to dig in, it suddenly grew wings and flew away. Even Main knew to drive the car to his building to assist. But he wasn't angry either. He touched his lips, where there was still lingering warmth and chocolate. He chuckled softly, then turned and walked towards his residence. P.S. Official setting, Lucy's emotional development is underage. Chapter 27 Sigma Man. He returned to his dwelling and switched on the lights. The thin wire pulled from the bottom of the door frame showed no signs of being broken and reconnected, and the room's furnishings were exactly as he had left them. The only problem was that he was alone when he left, and still alone when he returned. He had thought today's life would hold some different kind of fun, but in the end, it was still the same single dog, work-life routine. It truly was a bitter existence. Upon entering the room, Lin Miao didn't open his computer as usual. Instead, he sat on the sofa, took the braindance headset he had never used from his backpack, and placed it on the table. Then, he reached to the back of his neck, his optical implants blue light flashing, and a chip popped directly out of the slot in his neck and into his hand. Lin Miao held the chip up to the room's light, examining it. This little device was the data chip many people used to record brain dances. Lin Miao had won it in a system lottery along with the braindance headset. It recorded everything Lin Miao experienced today, from meeting Lucy, infiltrating, being discovered, engaging in combat, to finally escaping, and it was incredibly detailed. But he hadn't actually tested how effective it was yet. Lucy. Now it was his turn to be restless, scratching his ears and cheeks in anticipation. Ever since he had tried that brain dance at Lucy's place, he had been obsessed with it, believing it could quickly cultivate a large number of players with basic combat skills. Even if Lucy hadn't contacted him today, he would have found time to insert a recording chip, gather a few players, and try filming 1 or 2 sessions at some night walker camps with weak combat power. And Lucy's invitation this time was indeed a pleasant surprise for him. But just filming wasn't enough, he also needed to be able to edit, adjust sensory input, and condense a large amount of exciting footage into an acceptable time frame, ideally between 10 to 30 minutes. Otherwise, who could endure watching a brain dance for several hours at a time? Moreover, the person had to be trustworthy. Otherwise, if you gave this to a stranger, the stranger would immediately know you were behind it. The person he had in mind was Lucy, because Lucy had said she knew how to handle these things, and they were currently accomplices. After all, Lin Miao wasn't some pervert who couldn't walk straight upon seeing a beautiful girl, fawning over her like a dog. Ability was the most important thing. Yet, he hadn't gotten the meat and the person had run off. Lin Miao even had a misconception that he had been strung along and taken advantage of. Oh, almighty system, can you moonlight as a braindance editor? Oh, incompetent host, no matter how much you plead, I cannot transform into a silver-hair mischievous female hacker, satisfying your reproductive desires while also working for you. After all, you don't pay me. If there must be an employment relationship between us, then I should be the boss who pays the wages and assigns tasks. Have you ever heard of a boss asking an employee to work overtime? Degree. Just as Lin Miao, being mocked by the system, was about to retort, the system's taunt took an unexpected turn. Editing is a creative, inspirational job, which I cannot undertake. However, I can optimize already edited brain dances by enabling semi-intelligent independent characters, restoring scene information with precise modeling, and achieving scene activity liberalization. Lin Miao processed the system's statement and then asked. You mean, turn a movie into a linear game? Like the environmental brain dance I watched at Lucy's house. That's one way to understand it, but there are still some limitations. Areas outside the range of your information collector cannot be interfered with. For example, a book if you haven't read it from beginning to end, it will only be a book-shaped block. Rooms you haven't entered will always remain inaccessible, and so on. No problem, even like this, it's great. Even if you can't turn into a silver-hair mischievous female hacker now, I'm still very satisfied. This was fantastic news. He was already very satisfied that the system could do these things. Why ask for more? After ending his conversation with the system, he took out his biggest haul from the long bag and placed it on the table. The box didn't use any password lock mechanism, it was simply a magnetic clasp. Upon opening the box, the 8 chips inside had no special markings and all looked identical. He randomly took one out and inserted it into the braindance headset. To prevent it from containing black braindance or some other weird stuff, Lin Miao specifically activated his optical implants protection mode. Lin Miao recalled Lucy's previous actions, connecting the braindance headset's cable to the back of his neck. After adjusting the wearing position, he pressed the activation button on the head-mounted device. As a strong flash of light crossed his vision, his consciousness entered another world. He spent 4 hours trying out each of the so-called military training chips in the box. He could only say that today's encounter was incredibly worth it. If Lucy hadn't been absent, he would have truly wanted to pick her up and cheer, and open a few bottles of champagne. Party all night long. Although the chip training content was basic, it was diverse and similar to Lucy's environmental simulation brain dance, rather than a personal sensory brain dance. Shooting, melee combat, infiltration, swordsmanship, hacking, assault, reconnaissance, cyberware usage. It truly lived up to its reputation as a military training chip promoted by Arasaka, the world's third largest megacorporation, for its frontline combat personnel. This thing was clearly aimed at building an army. Lin Miao estimated that if one fully mastered the training content of these chips, they could probably raise their basic skills to LV6, which was Lin Miao's level before his firearm mastery advanced, considered amateur level. If players were already skilled in certain abilities in reality, they could rapidly bring those skills up to the same standard in the game through similar practice. For example, Nige's crafting, Jutio's driving skills, silver-haired natural curl swordsmanship, and so on. Not to mention, these were just the most basic things. Going deeper, there were things like vehicle training, harsh environment combat, psychological analysis, environmental recognition and judgment, squad tactical planning, etc., and even the legendary Arasaka exclusive ninja training. Of course, these things were highly encrypted by Arasaka hackers, and normal people could hardly find a way to record or copy their content. Although Lin Miao knew that these so-called ninjas couldn't perform absurd skills like shadow clones or raise Nan, it didn't stop the legends of these top Arasaka agents from circulating all over Night City. It was said that even the top solo punks in Night City wouldn't dare to easily provoke these ninja leaders. He just didn't know how many lives they had, and if they had enough time and resources to contend with the players. However, Lin Miao didn't plan to open this item to players without restriction. Because he disliked internet-addicted teenagers, Lin Miao would bet that if he didn't impose certain restrictions, these players would definitely spend all their time in there. Then who would repair the agency's walls? Who would repair the staff dormitories? Are they still going to work? Electricity isn't free. The next morning. Today's player login count, -1. Red Bucket was absent, but not because he had quit the game. Instead he had to work the night shift, pouring concrete. This was the burden of life that every construction worker had to bear. However, they could still form 2 teams. Although Pandora, with her small physique, would only be tagging along and couldn't contribute much, the players didn't care. If it weren't for the lack of a third vehicle, the need to leave 2 people to guard the base, and the time limit on the mission, this greedy bunch, having already tasted success, would have loved to take on one mission 8 times simultaneously. Maybe that way, they could increase the monster spawn rate. Watching the 2 cargo vehicles carrying players leave the agency for Garbage Mountain to inspect materials, Lin Miao sighed. He followed them out the door shortly after. He had an appointment for a reconnaissance mission today. The problem of insufficient manpower was still too severe. Chajin warrior, standing at the outpost, watched the departing vehicles with an aggrieved look, like a young wife abandoned by her laborer husband. Only Nige, who had been busy at the workbench, was ecstatic. After logging off yesterday, he had spent the entire day reviewing the compound crossbow manufacturing process, and now it was time to put it into practice. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was usually harmless and didn't even visit small websites much, he probably would have already received a call from the police asking about his situation. First, the aluminum materials brought back yesterday were cut and placed into the recycling furnace to be remelted into aluminum blocks. Then, according to the instructions on the CNC panel, the aluminum blocks and other materials were placed back into the recycling furnace to be remelted into a special aluminum alloy. Next, the aluminum alloy was pressed into sheets with a pressing machine. Then, following the drawn design, it was cut into the desired parts for secondary grinding. The main structure of the crossbow body also needed to be hollowed out, otherwise, it would be too heavy and affect the feel. As for the carbon fiber used to make the bow limbs, there was currently no way to produce it, but there was a significant amount of it in the junkyard. And because of its high strength and corrosion resistance, most of it still maintained good quality, it was just unwanted. Nige had picked up a lot yesterday, and now he could select suitable pieces from them for cutting. Then came the bowstring. 2 metal rods were fixed in a straight line, and then the suspected fishing line or other synthetic fiber found yesterday was woven into a bowstring of appropriate length. Then, the the string was wrapped with composite nylon. After cutting it, hollow needles, made on the fly, were used to create elastic loops at both ends of the bowstring, leaving a thumb-sized hole. Finally, the loops were secured with synthetic fiber, and 3 such strings were made consecutively. The bow frame was slotted and fixed to the crossbow body, then secured with glue and screws. Large and small eccentric wheels interlocked to form a compound wheel set, which was then fixed to both sides of the bow limbs with screws and washers. 2 auxiliary strings and 1 main string were attached to the eccentric wheels with tools, and the bow limbs were tightened. The compound crossbow made this way was, in a word, ugly and rudimentary. The crossbow's main body was covered in unpolished burrs, just touching it felt incredibly prickly. It had no paint or acrylic coating, only the silver of aluminum alloy and the haphazard colors of carbon fiber material. As for things like the scope, buttstock, and string stopper, they were completely absent. But that didn't stop NIGE from making a few more aluminum alloy arrows and taking it to the shooting range to go wild. Regardless of its accuracy or appearance, the fact that an arrow could pierce a board was enough to prove its considerable lethality. Although the advent of guns replaced bows, and their power and range far exceeded that of bows and crossbows, ranged weapons that had existed for thousands of years in some aspects, the crossbow still retained its advantages and was not completely phased out. It's flameless, silent, unaffected by external environments, and with a scope, it can be used for sniping at short distances. Different arrowheads can also serve different purposes. Next, NIGE only needed to optimize it based on the existing design, make a few more, and his proficiency would naturally increase. The initial reconnaissance mission for the Taoyuan Mountain Ridge battlefield, though important, was not troublesome. With the Aldecaldos and Lin Miao's optical drones, coupled with the assistance of 2 hackers, they quickly mapped out the Night Walkers' deployments and general routes in the surrounding areas. Although Petrochem's electronic defense system prevented drones from getting close due to the risk of interference and detection, manual scouting was barely enough to ascertain the reinforcement routes and shortest arrival times between them and the incident site. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, people would need to be specifically assigned to monitor Petrochem from near the substation. Upon returning to the Aldecaldos, their computer technicians were responsible for consolidating the drone and other personnel's intelligence into a data chip. Of course, everything was done secretly, hidden from Saul. Even if some people in the camp didn't fully support Pan Am Palmer's actions, it didn't mean they would actively inform Saul. After all, the route Saul had decided on didn't sit well with many Aldecaldos. No one wanted to be a corporate dog. Meanwhile, Lin Miao, as one of the outsiders in the camp, was currently hunched over next to the computer technician, watching how the technician edited data, trying to learn a thing or two from the dizzying screen full of information. Although he spent over an hour, he was still disoriented and understood nothing. And because he provided the water purification tablets, the people in the camp were quite friendly towards him. On the other side, Maine and his crew were sitting with the camp members, drinking and chatting to build rapport. After all, despite the harsh environment of the Badlands, it had a lot of heavy firepower unavailable in the city. Building good relations with the Aldecaldos might open doors in the future. Only Kiwi and Lucy were sitting in the camp's outer parking area, enjoying the breeze. Kiwi leaned against a large rock, bored, inserting her cigarette holder into the air filter of her metal mask, using negative pressure to sharply inhale air, consuming nicotine and tar, then exhaling through the mask's exhaust valve. She looked at Lucy, who was lying on the vehicle's engine hood, sunbathing, and asked, "How was last night?" "What are you asking? What do you think?" "Nothing happened. I couldn't be bothered with him. We went our separate ways as soon as we got out of the car." "Liar." Kiwi flicked the ash from her cigarette with her finger, then glanced sideways at the guy crouching in the tent. "Your eyes have been glued to him all day whenever you had a moment. And you should really pay attention to your facial expressions. Are you afraid people won't see how happy you are today?" "Shut up. None of your business." After staring at someone else's computer for several hours until the other party tossed the data chip into his hand, Lin Miao finally understood one thing. That was, he knew absolutely nothing about computers. The screen full of code made him drowsy. Without the system's help in this area, he was useless. The path of self-study was definitely cut off. He could understand not being able to learn other things, but it was truly absurd for someone in a cyberpunk world to fail so spectacularly at this. Is this reasonable? This is not reasonable. Lucy. Save me. Lucy, lying on the engine hood, seemed to sense something. She turned her head and saw Lin Miao already walking towards them. Kiwi also saw him. She casually tossed her cigarette butt to the ground and stomped it out, then walked towards Maine, avoiding being a third wheel here. Although she wanted to warn Lucy not to trust this man whose background was unclear, Lucy couldn't handle someone like him. She knew that even if she said it, Lucy wouldn't listen. It was better not to meddle. Once Lucy stumbled, she would know the pain herself. Lucy. Mr. Lin, are you looking for me for something? Facing Lin Miao, who had walked closer, Lucy tried hard to control the corners of her mouth, fiddling with her fingers, making herself appear aloof and not very interested in the newcomer. Her legs, encased in purple hollow-out stockings, were deliberately straightened on the engine hood, appearing very long. Combined with a high-cut swimsuit reminiscent of a Japanese school-style swimsuit, she was very alluring even with a straight face. But Lin Miao knew very well this girl was teasing him. How could he fall for it? He pulled a chip from his bag and held it in his hand. I need your help with something. I remember you said last time you could edit brain dance, right? I have some material here, help me make one. Try to shorten the time, focus on combat, and ideally keep it under half an hour. Lucy listened with disinterest. That's not within the scope of work we agreed upon before. If you have an idea, why don't you go to the Aldecaldos technicians? They should know how to do it too. This is my personal stuff. If too many people know the content, it might cause some trouble. Lin Miao sighed. It recorded the entire process from our infiltration of the Phoenix Club yesterday to fighting our way out. I want to make it into a combat. Before he could finish, an orange light band flashed past Lin Miao, snatching the chip from his hand with lightning speed. The next moment, the item had appeared in Lucy's hand. As if afraid Lin Miao would regret it and snatch the item back, Lucy directly slipped the chip into her clothes from her chest, into some unknown, mysterious space, then looked towards the distant Badlands with a guilty conscience, not daring to meet Lin Miao's gaze, and kept talking. This, well, considering you saved me yesterday, I suppose I can help. But it will take some time. How about this, I'll give you the edited braindance data chip after the mission ends this Saturday. It's going to take that long? Lin Miao asked, feigning skepticism. But I just saw the Aldecaldos technician finish it in a few hours. Cough, cough. Lucy, having shot herself in the foot, was somewhat annoyed and embarrassed. Don't you know about striving for perfection? Do you think I'm like those second-rate editors who just muddle through? If you think I'm too much trouble or take too long, you can go find someone else. She said that, but she hugged her chest, protecting the chip tightly, showing no intention of giving it up. Women. Lin Miao seized the opportunity, flipped onto the car, lay horizontally beside Lucy, propping his head with his hand, and asked with a mischievous look. Honestly, are you planning to copy my chip and sell it for money? Just like you usually do. Because the two were so close, Lucy's exposed shoulder shivered when a warm breeze hit it. She subtly shifted her butt, trying to move away from him, but unexpectedly, his other hand had already reached her face and was moving towards the hair at the back of her head. Also, did you forget something, Lucy? Is there? With them so close, Lucy's mind was a bit muddled. She felt like something was about to happen, but should she close her eyes and accept it? Or politely refuse? Or play hard to get? She couldn't make up her mind in such a short time. Looking at his increasingly close face, her mind was a jumble. Lucy simply closed her eyes, ready to give up resistance. However, the next second, the hand that had been caressing the back of her head suddenly pulled back. What she expected didn't seem to happen. When Lucy opened her eyes, she saw that hand, as if by magic, pull out 3 chocolates from behind her head, shaking them between them. Ta-da! Lin Miao's face was full of the same mischievous, successful grin as Lucy's yesterday. You forgot to discuss my payment, Miss Lucy. I'm never one to take things for free. This is my payment, please accept it. After saying that, he slipped the 3 chocolates along her neck, inserting them into the junction between her tight suit and skin, then leaned in and whispered in her ear. That should be enough, right? I remember these things are quite expensive in Night City. Don't lose them. Then he jumped off the car's engine hood, leaving Lucy alone, dumbfounded, just like that day at her place. You. Lucy couldn't believe she had been so compliant, yet he still played this trick on her? He must be retaliating for last night. This man is such a ghost. Chapter 28 I suspect you possess weapons of mass destruction. Today, the team that went out to the dungeon clearly had worse luck than yesterday. Not only did they not encounter any wild monsters, but they didn't even pick up a single gun. All their time was spent gathering materials. However, because no wild monsters delayed them, even though there were fewer people and they had a tag along, the 6 players in this dungeon still managed to clear it 3 times in 8 hours. They then had 2 hours left to take turns on night watch. Because some people had to stay behind for rotating guard duty, the 4 new players each ended up with exactly 150 GP points. They had enough money for the modification surgery, but it was useless without GP points. They could only sigh and use the collected materials to repair the fence. Before Lin Miao left, he kindly added a new task for them. Side quest, Employee Lodge. Quest objective, the great and benevolent agency administrator has allocated a plot of land within the limited space as your habitat and has prepared the blueprints for you. What are you waiting for? Get to it. Quest reward, for each small lodge completed, receive €200/50 GP points, 0/5. Quest hint, after the next version update, the modification pod will no longer provide sleeping services. Furthermore, if players do not have suitable accommodation for sleep, they may log in the next day with debuffs such as fatigue, aches and pains, cold, etc. That's right, it's a lodge, not a dormitory. Once the lodge is built, players can rent a bed in a 4-person dormitory for €50 a day. As for why they have to pay to live in a house they found materials for and built themselves? This is precisely what reflects the realism of this game, my friend. When the means of production are not in your hands, you can only become the leeks planted in the vegetable garden by the wicked, harvested again and again under various pretexts, and you don't even have the right to choose. If someone were to find Lin Miao's game development log and read it in its entirety, they would find that every crooked page of the log was covered with the words player experience, diligent planning. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and after carefully rereading it for half the night, he finally made out 3 words hidden between the lines: harvesting leeks. Sleeping costs money. Eating costs money. Cyberware costs money. Equipment and weapons cost money. Equipment maintenance also costs money. Electricity bills, water bills, property fees, medical insurance, car insurance, cyberware insurance. No money? No problem. I can also offer loan services, a one-time offer, lifelong service, with an annual interest rate of only 25%. Presumably, this will give players a strong boost, igniting their passion for the game. He. And when players saw this task, they felt no discomfort, but rather took it for granted. They were even excited to have glimpsed the planner's intentions, and after logging off, they didn't forget to post their opinions on the forum. NIGE, a 4-person lodge, building 5 of them, excluding the 9 of us, will increase the number of playable slots by at least 10. Lucien Ruzo, 10? If the foreigners next door saw that, they'd think we couldn't afford to play. How could such a small amount be enough for anyone to play? We need another 10,000 slots. 1 for each person. May you bozi to 2 do, 10 is quite a lot. The first 2 times it was only single digits. It's impossible for a game in closed beta to release too many slots. Dog, I suggest your company buy a few more pounds of potatoes on the market for the server. Huang by ci nan, you dog. You're just showing off. You must have some unspeakable pie deal with the planner. May you bozi to 2 do, that's slander. I'm warning you, the planner might be browsing the forum, so be careful he doesn't hold a grudge and specifically target you. Xi hu shui chan ju tou, I can testify, Shui is the most petty person. You're in big trouble. Shui hen duo, hey? Is that really how you see me? 2 do and ju tou? Oh crap, this is bad. The dog-brained planner is actually lurking. Huang by ci nan / lucien ruzo, you offended the planner and still want to leave? Not so easy. Mantu, everyone, let's go. Take down these 2 guys who spoke ill of the great and sacred planner, and divide their 6 closed beta accounts. Demingju Zhongguanjun, may I ask which 6? Is it you're hearing anger and you're hearing anger and you're hearing anger and you're hearing anger? Watching the players fawn over him so much, Lin Miao almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shui Henduo, thank you all for your enthusiastic support, but as some players have said, a new test version is coming soon, expected to be online this Sunday, and will once again release 10 closed beta slots. Future Vision, Cyberpunk version 0.3 Midnight Haunting. As players explore the Badlands under the guidance of the agency administrator, this world also reveals its cruel and chaotic side to us. Image. A force known as Night Walkers has appeared, composed of heinous criminals. Image. Kidnapping, smuggling, murder, robbery. Each Night Walker carries at least 6 charges, and as players' activity expands, they will eventually have to come into contact with these murderers. To fight, or to surrender. The enemy is powerful and cruel, but we also have reinforcements. New neutral faction Aldcaldos. They are a branch of a powerful nomad tribe. Image, simple and resilient, like the tenacious cacti growing in the desert. Every person is a member of this family, they will protect their kin to the death. Likewise, they also belong to the Night Walkers' hostile faction. And to counter the illegal criminal activities of the Night Walkers, our agency administrator is also preparing to open up more permissions to players to enhance their strength. Lodging system players no longer have to lie in the cramped space of the modification pod, but will have their own bed in-house. Feel free to decorate your little nest. Braindon's training players can choose appropriate chips based on their strengths or needs. After paying a certain amount of currency, they can unlock it for a limited time. After use, players will undergo training in a simulated environment, not only with professional instructors providing one-on-one guidance, but also gaining single skill experience. Braindon's combat. For some exciting battles that everyone has experienced, the administrator may record them and conduct practical combat training in a simulated environment. This not only allows players to review and improve their previous battles but also to research new tactics with teammates. But please note that both training methods have independent daily time limits, so please consider carefully. A friendly reminder from our programmers have included some small Easter eggs that expand the worldview in this version. Interested players might want to try and find them. In addition, the battlefield mission settlement method has been updated, so players no longer have to worry about things like looting corpses or having their equipment stolen. The players' emotions surged again, and the vast majority complained about why only 10 slots were released. It had only been less than 5 days since the closed beta, and they couldn't wait for the open beta to start now, regardless of bugs or anything else. As long as it was a VR game and playable, even if it meant eating shit inside, they'd do it. Mantu, wow, what is brain dance training? Does that mean I can become a trainer and engage in an intense and exciting Pokemon battle? NIGE, I haven't seen similar descriptions in the game, but judging by the version announcement, it sounds a bit like a repeatable beginner combat dungeon. I just don't know if there are any loot drops. Dog, I think it might be a super dream? Like when we wear helmets to sleep while playing games, a dream within a dream, fighting in a dream. Lucien Ruzo, and then in one of those dreams, never waking up again, returning to the scholarly throne. New Century Lousy Warrior, Brother Kong is benevolent, righteous, and wise, and Brother Meng is wise, righteous, and benevolent, right? But I'm more concerned about that so-called worldview Easter egg. The production team's ambition is not small, but it would be ridiculous if an excellent game fell short in terms of its writing. So far, players' activity has been limited to the town and the garbage dump. It's difficult to piece together any useful information from fragmented posters and scraps of text on the trash. Gao Shao, talking so much, analyzing so eloquently, but what's the use if you don't let us play? Can someone please punch me and wake me up on the day the game is officially released? NIG, I still hope this game isn't that realistic. What if someone stands by my bed and jerks off at me while I'm lying in bed doing dream training? Witty. New century lousy warrior, get lost, get lost, get lost. Do you think you're a blonde, twin-tailed, Sundara, original beautiful girl? When the farming system opens, I'll be the first to throw you into the plantation to work. Dog, forget it, haha. That cursed place has severe desertification, you can't grow anything there. After Dog logged off on the first day, he tried to search online for information, to see if there was anything useful, but those things seemed to be of no use. This game isn't wasteland punk or wilderness survival, it has proper big cities and a complete industrial system. According to the setting, most of the science and technology are even beyond reality. While you're painstakingly crafting black powder and smelting steel with primitive methods, they might already be riding hover tanks right up to your face. When they were scavenging today, they personally saw several hovercars speeding over the top of Garbage Mountain. Although everyone thought it was a cutscene, it didn't stop it from being incredibly cool. Conventional farming ideas definitely won't work, and I don't know how the game's official team will solve this problem. By Friday noon, after 3 full days of intense work, the players finally managed to build the perimeter wall. Although the overall structure looked no better than a pasture fence, just a pile of iron-wrapped wooden boards tied together with rebar and wire, with 2 broken gates at either end, the lack of a design blueprint meant the system couldn't integrate these elements beautifully. Still, it was better than having nothing at all. The dormitory was even simpler. The blueprint made it look similar to the previous mobile homes, a square, modular building with bunk beds inside. There was no private bathroom, no appliances, and even the lights were salvaged from demolished houses. The good news was that it had good ventilation, and many areas could be redecorated later by the players themselves. But as long as they could sleep, it was fine. If it weren't for the mission requirement to use blueprints for construction, Lin Miao would have considered building a beehive-like structure with 1.5*2m coffin rooms, mimicking Arasaka's sleeping pods, and throwing them to the players. The players themselves weren't too concerned. After all, they built the houses themselves. When they logged off, who would care about their sleeping arrangements? As long as they didn't wake up with a debuff the next day, it was fine. As for the €50 rent, the players, having just completed 2 side quests, didn't care. They were sitting on a fortune of nearly €2,000 and were eager to spend big at the shop. While 5 new players happily purchased cyberware modification qualifications and headed to the basement, NIG and his crew were hunched over the computer, browsing the trade page. This braindance headset? What's this for? €2,000 each seems a bit too expensive. Even Dog, the player with the most savings, only had €2,100. After deducting the surgery fee, he couldn't afford this item. This wasn't Lin Miao intentionally scamming players, rather, the actual selling price of this item in Night City was indeed 2,000. Otherwise, Gloria wouldn't have made David use an old model headset from over 20 years ago, unwilling to replace it with a new one. It was almost equivalent to her month's salary. Of course, how could Lin Miao not have anticipated that players couldn't afford the headsets? Clap, clap, clap. Lin Miao's claps drew the players' attention away from the computer and towards the tactical command table, where 4 braindance headsets were laid out before him. All stolen. NIGE approached for a closer look. Holy crap, they had seen these before. But they thought they were just some random parts and ignored them. Could this be a clue for some hidden side quest? The thought that this item was worth €2,000, and they had overlooked it, tossing it to an NPC as trash, filled the players with regret and anguish. However, this also served as a reminder to the players, this game wasn't just about realism, there were many small details that could be deeply explored. Lin Miao first demonstrated the usage and purpose of the braindance headsets to the players, eliciting gasps of amazement. Everyone then realized that this was a preview of the content before the version update. However, players certainly wouldn't be as lucky as Lin Miao to find a Lucy to download and install the package for them. And the difference between players and others was immediately apparent here. If players were sub-servers, then Lin Miao was the main server. As long as he wished, he could send any installation package simultaneously to every player and enable multiplayer. They inherently possessed a special local area network independent of this world's internet, though the exact location of the system server remained a mystery. Furthermore, the so-called training chip encryption from the megacorporations was meaningless to them. If one person saw it, everyone could see it. After all, the true meaning of the internet lies in sharing, provided there are no evil people setting up barriers. After the players put on their headsets under Lin Miao's instruction, he uploaded the intelligence chip data, which he had acquired from the Aldcaldos yesterday, to the player system network. Simultaneously, he used the braindance headsets to pull the player's consciousness into the data. A flash of strong light passed, and the 4 players were astonished to find their vision had moved to 1,000 meters above ground, looking down at the roads and ridges below. NIG, holy crap. I have acrophobia. There isn't even a haystack below, I won't fall to my death, will I? Mantu, don't be afraid. Even if there were a haystack below, you'd still die if you fell. After a brief panic, they quickly realized it was just an overhead view, their bodies weren't actually there. At this moment, Lin Miao's explanatory voice also sounded from the side. Do you remember the person we caught at Garbage Mountain a few days ago? Remember. *4. These days, Lin Miao would just meet the players at the agency and then leave, never telling them what he was going to do. Although the players were curious, they didn't press him. After all, how could curiosity be more important than mission rewards? You weren't going to track an NPC's movements 24 hours a day, were you? Based on the clues I extracted through interrogation, I went to Tiaoyuan Mountain Ridge for reconnaissance. Sure enough, I found traces of extensive night walker activity there. They plan to steal a large amount of fuel by breaking open Petrochem's oil pipeline. The night walkers are an unbelievably despicable bunch. If they get these resources, it will inevitably pose a greater threat to the surrounding civilians. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let these guys succeed. We must maintain peace in this region and protect the lives and property of its people. Even if it means sacrificing our own lives. First, he labeled the night walkers as terrorists, then used the slogan of maintaining peace and counter-terrorism. Cough, cough. You know, this is the new United States, so he was just doing as the Romans do. After hyping up the players, Lin Miao began to explain the tactical plan, which was the result of discussions between him, the Aldecaldos, and Main's crew. The entire Tiaoyuan mountain ridge stretches for hundreds of kilometers, starting from the outskirts of Night City in the west and extending southeast to the Santiago border. South of that is Mexico. And the night walkers' target is at the foot of the Tiaoyuan mountain ridge's starting point, on a shaded slope facing away from Night City. Petrochem's oil pipelines are usually buried tens of meters underground, but due to geological activity, there's an underground cavern there, making it the shallowest point in the entire pipeline's path, only about 10 meters deep. This news was nothing short of astonishing. It would be absolutely impossible to obtain such detailed intelligence without being a mid to high-level Petrochem employee. Moreover, Lin Miao's intuition told him that Petrochem had no reason to let an intermediary, namely Hans, handle this matter. The entire drone footage shifted and changed with Lin Miao's explanation, accompanied by animated models representing enemies and allies. To avoid detection, the night walkers work during the day and transport soil at night. According to intelligence stolen by our hacker, construction has already been completed. Furthermore, specialists will arrive tomorrow to breach the pipeline wall. Around 2 p.m., Petrochem will begin transporting 60,000 tons of methanol to Night City as scheduled, which will take 4 hours. This pipeline is one of Petrochem's 3 main pipelines in Night City, with a diameter of 2 meters and an hourly methanol transport volume of up to 16,000 tons. The area around the opening is heavily guarded. There are over a dozen marked hidden sentries, and there would be even more if they weren't afraid of attracting attention. Their firepower is strong, and we also need to be careful of Petrochem. So, we decided to abandon a direct assault and instead intercept the night walkers when they finish loading and retreat towards the northern highway. The south of the highway leads to Night City, specifically towards Petrochem's cathodic protection station and Militica's anti-smuggling efforts. The night walkers wouldn't dare retreat openly in that direction even if they had 10 times the courage. The night walkers have prepared 5 behemoth heavy fuel tankers, each with a 40-ton capacity. Additionally, there are 20 modified capsules, 4 of which have large caliber machine guns welded to their roofs. Along the retreat route, there's a night walker patrol every 5 kilometers. Any situation could cause the night walker convoy to change its retreat route. Therefore, we have prepared a total of 3 checkpoints. Once the tankers pass the first checkpoint, the concealed Aldecaldos will immediately cut off their trailing convoy. To protect the tankers, the night walkers will surely not choose to stop and engage the Aldecaldos. A mercenary squad I arranged will be stationed at a nearby main road fork, disguised as a road construction crew, to force the night walkers convoy onto the auxiliary road. At the final checkpoint, where we will be guarding, we must block the entire convoy here and hold out until the Aldecaldos and the mercenary squad arrive as reinforcements, eliminating all the night walkers. If unexpected circumstances arise, we'll improvise. What? You ask, what if Petrochem discovers it midway? The answer is, it's a cold dish. If their normal operation is discovered by Petrochem, then no matter whose hands the oil ends up in, he's dead. No one would think his 20 wheels could outrun an armed hovercar traveling at 600 km per hour, ignoring terrain and equipped with large caliber weapons and vector engines, right? Hundreds of thousands of Eurodollars are nothing to Petrochem. Even if all the oil spills on the ground, they wouldn't care. A multinational giant like them has daily revenues in the tens of billions. A loss of hundreds of thousands is truly a drop in the ocean for them. But the oil thieves must die, otherwise, more people will follow suit. Moreover, it involves a major issue of an internal mole within their company, which is why Lin Miao chose an ambush rather than a pursuit strategy. If something went wrong, they would still have time to pull out and escape. I was just passing by, it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 29 Where is the planned horse? I have a question. Like a student asking a question in class, Zhu Tiaoyu raised his hand, and after Lin Miao gestured for him to speak, he said. What if we shoot the oil tanker and it explodes? Which one of Zhu Tiaoyu's generation didn't grow up watching American Federation blockbusters? Oil tankers or barrels exploding after a few shots are classic scenes. But Lin Miao said, that's not possible. Although ethanol is flammable and explosive, an empty oil tanker weighs 35 tons. The tank body is thickened with special steel, and the inner compartment has reinforced baffles. Unless anti-materiel weapons are used, it's impossible to penetrate the tank. And even if the tank is penetrated, the material of the inner splint will not produce sparks, and the friction temperature between the bullet and the tank is not enough to ignite ethanol. So you can fire with confidence, but be careful to keep an eye on those night walkers. If they really go crazy and try to throw grenades or other explosives into the tank, that would indeed cause the oil tank to explode. Although Lin Miao didn't think an organization that had been involved in smuggling crimes in the Badlands for years would really be determined to go all out. This possibility was small, but not non-existent. Nige then asked. What if the mission fails and we can't stop the convoy and they escape? That's a good question. Lin Miao looked at the 4 players and slowly said, if it fails, it will inevitably cause a major blow to the future development of the agency. Not only will it lower our regional reputation, but it will also cause the Aldecaldo's favorability towards us to deteriorate to indifference or even hostility. Therefore, success is the only option, failure is not allowed. The 4 were immediately shocked. Does it have to be this serious? Why does it sound like the fate of the Empire rests on this one battle kind of momentum? They immediately realized that this mission might be the first branching point in the game's story. If they chose wrong, or lost, it would at best lead to a bad ending, and at worst, the game's closed beta progress would be stalled. How could they not fight with their lives for this? Lin Miao's choice to do this was also out of helplessness. Benefits are always linked to risks, there's no business on this earth that's guaranteed to make a profit without loss. If he followed the usual path, he might die in this city one day. The stubbornness of this city far exceeded what normal people could imagine. He didn't want to become one of those mercenaries who only thought about one big score, either becoming a legend and dying on the streets, or getting rich overnight. So, he could only take risks and leverage his investments. After all, opportunities don't always come, and even when you encounter one, you have to seize it. If you win, you get tender models at the club, if you lose, you also get tender models at the club. And after the stick, of course, comes the carrot. Of course, the rewards after the mission will naturally be very generous, and they will definitely be worth everyone's effort. After speaking, he issued the same mission to the 4 players in front of him and the 5 players in the basement. Main mission, not only US military are interested in oil. Mission objective, eliminate or repel all night walkers, make them pay the price for their illegal criminal activities, and reclaim the ethanol fuel they stole to contribute to our great cause. Mission rewards, the system will calculate points based on the player's contribution to the entire operation. Points can be exchanged for weapons, cyberware, vehicles, fuel, Eurodollars, increased regional reputation, and increased Aldecaldos, neutral faction, favorability after the operation. Mission failure penalty, game progress suspended, version will be stalled at 0.3, Aldecaldos, neutral faction, favorability decreased, regional reputation decreased. P.S. This mission is a high-risk main quest with an extremely high probability of death. Therefore, the player death penalty is reduced to the minimum, which is 1 day, limited to direct combat. Holy crap! Even a fool could see that the importance of this mission far exceeded the sum of all the novice missions they had received before. Excitement, apprehension, exhilaration. All sorts of emotions appeared on their faces, but there was no fear of death. Didn't you hear the mission description? The death penalty time has been reduced to 1 day. If side quests aren't counted, they could at most earn 200 to 300 Eurodollars a day by grinding, but this mission's minimum income would definitely be over 1000 Eurodollars. The rewards were even secondary, the key was the grand scene. Intense gunfights. And finally, saving the day like a hero. Damn. Nige couldn't help but get excited just thinking about it. He had made 3 compound crossbows in the past 2 days, but most people thought his efforts were pointless and a waste of time. After all, who would use a crossbow when they had guns? But Nige just wouldn't believe it. He wanted to prove to these guys that crossbows could be useful. Lin Miao waved his hand, and the 4 braindance rings stopped working simultaneously, waking the players from their illusions back to reality, and he said to them. I will keep this data chip here. You can use the braindance headset to browse it freely, but you cannot take the braindance headset out of the agency. The remaining time should be used for training and preparations for tomorrow's mission. Even Lin Miao himself didn't plan to return to Night City today. As soon as he finished speaking, these people eagerly reactivated braindance. This kind of virtual reality-like technology, which could be turned on and off at will, was just like their helmets. However, they quickly discovered the problem. This data chip could only be used to view the full video recorded by the drone. Although it could be accelerated, rewound, and zoomed in to view details like a player, it had no other use beyond that. Essentially, it was a holographic JAD map, plus a performance animation, which was only 10 minutes long. After watching it 2 or 3 times and noting the details, several players quickly lost interest and turned back to the store. Originally, this was content that would only be heavily promoted in the next version. This animation was actually a preview for the end of the current version. What's better than readily available equipment? Holy crap, they even sell a 4-piece set. When Zhu Tiaoyu saw the 4-piece set priced at 100 Eurodollars and the mattress at 50 Eurodollars on the screen, his eyes nearly popped out. I know you're realistic, but please don't be so realistic. But what could be done? This planner was simply shameless, forcing people to rent housing. Look at what kind of monsters this damn accommodation system was. Staff in, are you still suffering from back and leg pain and fatigue due to travel? Successful individuals, peak residences, charming courtyards, enjoying waterfront views, fully experiencing player fun. What are you waiting for? Quickly rent a dormitory of your own and enjoy the game. 20 Eurodollars/1 day. Accommodation system. An excellent accommodation environment allows players to quickly recover from a day's fatigue and return to the battlefield as quickly as possible. Current comfort, 0, playtime increase, 0h. Yes, the better you lived, the longer you could stay in the game, theoretically up to 16 hours. Otherwise, no matter what, you had to log off after 10 hours, and sleeping in the wild would even give you a debuff. And on the suffix of that 4-piece set and mattress, it clearly stated +5 comfort. What the hell? Are you kidding me? They originally thought that bunk beds and wooden beds were fine, since they would log off as soon as they lay down, so who cared about comfort? But it turned out this was forcing players to buy. NIGE could even imagine the detached luxury houses and large flats that might appear in the game's future. Does it have to be this realistic? Fortunately, the planner's shamelessness only reached the troposphere, not yet the stratosphere, because the rest of the items seemed quite normal. Especially the most eye-catching green set. Agency Agent Uniform Set, green $200. Item description, woven with nano-gold space cotton technology, mixed with various composite fibers, it is warm, cold-resistant, radiation-proof, cut-resistant, and corrosion-resistant, making it the preferred choice for home travel, murder, and robbery. Employee overcoat, inner lining, trousers, leather boots, baseball cap, gloves, modular tactical vest, tactical waist seal. The pure black set was exactly the same as the one Lin Miao wore when they first woke up in the basement that day. The overcoat's chest and the baseball cap also had the Horizon Games icon, a black hole. The green equipment, although it didn't show any attribute bonuses, players who weren't military enthusiasts didn't care about that much, they only knew it looked cool. For players, only two values are ever pursued. Namely stats and aesthetics. Fortunately, players had nothing else but money saved from completing a few missions these past 2 days. They didn't care about anything else first, the uniform had to be acquired as a priority. Aside from the initial 4 sets issued upon completing the system mission, all other uniforms were employee uniforms that came with the repaired employee dormitory, but Lin Miao confiscated them all. You want clothes without paying? Lin Miao also got a lot of goods from Old Captain these past 2 days. Second-hand firearms and ammunition, grenades, and flashbangs were all fully stocked. It's a pity that Gloria never had the chance to get better cyberware. After all, the good stuff always went to the doctors first, and she, as a nurse, rarely had the opportunity to fish in troubled waters for excellent cyberware. Lin Miao also had his own considerations when he took out these items at this time. Otherwise, if his teammates saw him with a group of subordinates dressed in ill-fitting plaid shirts and tattered jackets, looking like vagrants, it would be a loss of face for him. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. After changing into their uniforms, the players' entire demeanor and spirit were different. They stood tall, a rifle slung across their chests, looking sharp and professional. Compared to their previous wasteland wandering style, they now looked more like employees of some security company. At this moment, the 5 young players, who had been offline for half an hour, also came online. Seeing the new clothes others had just bought, they were shocked and envious, then immediately pulled out money to buy a set for themselves. Moreover, the clothes were generated to fit the player's body type, so even Pandora had a well-fitting employee uniform. After all this, the players, who had originally planned to buy more prosthetics to arm themselves, didn't have much money left. And hearing that there was a tough battle tomorrow, they had to save that money for ammunition and grenades. For a time, everyone sighed repeatedly, only able to gaze at the grey-tier prosthetics with longing. Only Pandora took out money to buy a basic network access port Arasaka Model 1 because it was labeled as hacker-exclusive equipment. However, just a network access port wasn't enough. To become a qualified hacker, one also needed a deep dive interface. With a deep dive interface, one could enter cyberspace for information warfare and data searching. This item was basically not sold on the market, it only circulated in the black market, costing at least 5,000 or 6,000 euro. But after inserting the access port, Pandora's cybernetic eyes flashed blue, and her personal panel prominently displayed many active skills that other players didn't have, along with a passive skill hacker LV1. Program cracking. Daemon upload. Network roaming. Program creation. Personal firewall. Red Bucket saw Pandora standing expressionlessly in place, her cybernetic eyes glowing like light bulbs, and thought she had crashed or overloaded. He quickly went over and patted her on the shoulder. Moreover, the silent radish in military uniform was also eye-catching enough. And when Pandora articulated her changes word for word, everyone went crazy. Hidden class. Doge, I want to change classes. I want to change classes. Is it still too late to become a hacker now? NIGE, holy crap. We haven't even touched an active skill yet, and you suddenly have 5? What kind of class discrimination is this? Tuto, brother Sun, weren't you a computer science major? Why don't you try it out? Jutio, forget it, a real man fights with real blades and guns, okay? I disdain such petty tricks as hacking. Yeren, I knew she was always tapping away at the computer when she was idle, turns out she took on a hidden quest. Devs. I'll hate you forever. Silver-haired natural curl felt that everyone's bickering was meaningless. While picking his earwax, he said. Such a powerful hidden class must have significant limitations. Not everyone can be one. A chef has a chef's talents, and a king has a king's talents. Think about it, the developers aren't really stupid. And Chajin Warrior chimed in, that's right, it would be problematic for Cyberpunk not to have hackers. But as far as I know, in all related works, becoming a hacker requires excellent computer talent, and their bodies are very fragile, basically one-shot kills. And when the players swarmed Lin Miao, asking about the hidden class, Lin Miao directly shut them up with money. You mean hacker? It's quite simple. Basic deep dive interface €8,000, basic hacker chair €25,000, computing power auxiliary host €40,000 per unit, neural cooling system modification €60,000, memory, external drives, RAM upgrades, bioconductors, tyrosine injectors. Who wants to try it? I can find someone to pull strings and get you a set. Although Lin Miao had no connections, the players also had no money. The players were stunned. According to Lin Miao, a complete set would cost at least €300,000 to €400,000. Even Lin Miao himself didn't have that much money for a complete set. Most wild hackers only had a deep dive interface, and the more advanced ones had their own hacker chairs. The latter two items were basically company exclusive, and custom-made ones would be even more expensive. The few who were originally clamoring to change classes immediately shut up. It's expensive, and naturally, there's a reason for its expense. And Lin Miao knew that not just hackers, but any profession that wanted to reach its peak would inevitably involve spending a lot of money. Even the facial cyberware modifications for Cloud's dolls cost tens of thousands, and don't think that the tiger claws modifying you is a good thing. This money isn't free. A low-tier Cloud's doll costs €500 per session. Theoretically, you need to serve over 1,000 clients to buy your freedom from Clouds. Of course, that's just theoretically, because your cyberware maintenance and medical treatments also cost money. The reality is that no one who has sold themselves to Clouds has ever been able to buy their freedom. You might even serve 1,000 times, and when you do the math, find that you have nothing left and still owe the tiger claws a few €1,000. So, the vast majority of dolls end up being played to death and then discarded to the scavengers. So the players looked at the guns in their hands, and their minds immediately found balance. Just a late-game class, probably a money-eating beast. I'm not jealous, really, not at all jealous, crying cat face. The players' enthusiasm came and went quickly. After giggling and asking Pandora a few questions, they quickly went back to what they were doing. After all, tomorrow's matters were the big deal. How long would it take for a hacker to mature? Perhaps Pandora was even counting on other players to chip in and cultivate her. Otherwise, did you expect this little stick figure to scrounge for money and scavenge trash to buy equipment on her own? Silver-haired Natural Curl asked Nige to forge a handy long saber. As a martial arts instructor, he could give Nige some pointers on the balance of certain weapons, though he certainly wouldn't pay to buy a crossbow from Nige. Red Bucket and the other 6 were noisily practicing shooting at the firing range. Compared to their initial wild misses and shooting with their eyes closed, their basic firearms mastery skill had generally reached LV2, and they at least had some accuracy now. Besides Pandora and Tudo, Natural Curl also had special skills. This guy's basic blade mastery and basic combat were practically jumping up levels with his eyes closed, reaching LV3 in just 2 or 3 days. And this didn't even represent his true skill level. During this time, Natural Curl had been practicing shooting and had barely touched a blade, only practicing a punch or two when sparring with other players. This meant his blade and combat skills were at least at a proficient LV3 or higher, professional level. Meanwhile, Lin Miao took advantage of the players being busy preparing for battle to draw rewards from the 2 completed side quests, plus 2 days' salary, for a total of 12 draws. Medical kit. Compressed rations box. Tier 3 bulletproof vest. Rifle flash hider. Scrap recycling separator. Water purification tablets *100. Employee contract *1. Shiva super bacteria storage tank. Future vision molten marrow. Biomass extractor. Good news, no old pistols this time, and the items drawn seemed pretty good. Bad news, the remaining 2 were canned goods, this time yellow croaker and preserved pork with salted vegetables. Damn it. Although Lin Miao knew the basic gacha pool was unfathomably deep, this was simply too deep. How many different things were in there? Even bacteria could be drawn. Could this stuff be eaten? They couldn't possibly be giving me a full Manchu Han imperial feast, could they? However, this time there were some new, unfamiliar items. Molten marrow. Modifies the red and yellow bone marrow in the bones, allowing their stem cells to differentiate into red blood cells, platelets, lymphocytes, etc., with stronger efficacy, specifically manifested as enhanced immunity, increased hematopoietic capacity, higher blood oxygen content, and improved wound healing. He looked at the description of this new cyberware for a moment, then asked somewhat suspiciously. This thing won't just kill me, will it? Like oxygen poisoning, high blood pressure, leukemia, or something. This cyberware is part of the body modification system, uniformly regulated by the central nervous system. Its differentiated cells will gradually increase their upper limit with the progression of body modification. P.S. The host's energy consumption will also increase accordingly. Alright, so the gacha has been giving me food all along because it was afraid I'd starve to death, right? Thanks a lot, then. Chapter 30 Stealing is a skill. Where there are saints, there are thieves. Where there are high mountains, there are deep abysses. The struggle between thieves and police has been playing out in various fields for thousands of years, and the techniques of theft and anti-theft have continuously evolved through this war. And oil theft, from any perspective, is the pinnacle of the thieving world's technical skills. Saturday, nearing noon. Diaoyuan Mountain Ridge, which should have only been frequented by earthworms and insects, now had some human activity. 6 super heavy trucks were parked along the compacted road outside a mountain hollow in the shade. Around them, there were 20 modified cars of various sizes, 70 to 80 people on patrol, and even a winged dragon drone hovering in midair for reconnaissance. Nightwalker had clearly invested heavily in this operation. Within their tight encirclement, there was only a hole less than 3 meters in diameter. The hole was over 2 meters deep, and below that was an underground cavern. The Nightwalkers had set up a ladder inside for easy access. Their boss was pacing back and forth along the edge of the huge pipeline at the bottom of the underground cavern, the sound of his leather boots echoing continuously in the quiet, enclosed environment. Paul Jones, known in the underworld as Doggler, or Hunter. As for why he had this name, one only needed to look at the coat he was wearing. 100% pure human skin, not a single fake, traditionally hand-stitched, processed through 22 ancient American Federation Star-Spangled Banner traditional procedures, soft and lustrous in texture. Seriously, Paul, just with this coat, could shamelessly claim to be the spiritual descendant of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Lincoln. As the saying goes in ancient times, Native Americans used scalps for boots, today, nomads use human skin for coats. Not to mention, he was currently engaged in the traditional Star-Spangled Banner industry oil theft. The flavor was simply as authentic as it could get. Therefore, Paul's mood at this moment was one of joy mixed with a hint of apprehension, and apprehension mixed with a hint of delight. A few $100,000 was a small sum for Petrochem, but for the Nightwalkers, whose living environment was being squeezed by Kurt Hansen, it was a month's worth of business. He looked down at his watch, it was almost 10 o'clock, but the people he had agreed to meet hadn't arrived yet. He wanted to call Hans several times to urge him, but reason held him back. Suddenly, a commotion came from above the camp. "Boss, they're here, 3 of them, and they brought a lot of stuff." Paul took a deep breath, then said calmly. "Got it, bring them in." Soon, Nightwalker's subordinates led 3 engineers, who were completely covered and had not even revealed their faces, down the ladder into the cavern. Large and small toolboxes were also specially escorted by others. They were practically treating these 3 like their fathers. Paul spread his arms in a welcoming gesture and walked up to them. "Be careful, gentlemen, this is an underground cavern, and the ground is slippery. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to Hans." The 3 engineers were startled by this burly, fierce-looking fellow who was deliberately putting on a friendly demeanor, not to mention the unwashed bloodstains still on his coat. If it weren't for the fact that their superiors had caught them using their positions to illegally trade waste oil, they truly wouldn't have wanted to deal with these Badlands smugglers, even if it meant death. The leader among them finally mustered the courage, picked up his toolbox, bypassed Paul, and ignored his overtures. Their mission was only one: drill holes, release the oil, and when the time came, shut it down and leave. Who does the oil belong to? Where does it go? Who is it sold to? None of that concerned them. Paul, having been rebuffed, said nothing more. After this job, both parties would be strangers, knowing nothing about each other. The 3 men carried several large boxes to the oil pipeline, which was over 2 meters in diameter. First, they used electronic instruments to test the pipeline's stability data, determining the drilling location. One person used an oil pen to draw 2 barrel-sized circles on the pipeline, then took out 6 huge rubber shock absorbers and tied them around both ends of the drilling location, with each shock absorber spaced approximately 5 meters apart. Every kilometer of the oil pipeline has a vibration detector, and it is exceptionally sensitive. Even with 5 or 6 meters of thick earth, it can detect a car driving over it, let alone drilling a hole. If they were to just start drilling with an impact drill without any preparation, the moment they started, the AVS would be ready to take off. Next, they connected instruments and an electric meter to the outside of the pipe wall, adjusting the pipeline's current reading. Energy companies apply an external current to pipelines to prevent corrosion and rust, making the protected structure a cathode, thereby inhibiting the electron migration that causes metal corrosion and preventing or reducing its occurrence. If the pipeline were to be damaged or corroded, the electric meter readings at the cathodic protection station would show abnormal fluctuations and instantly pinpoint the location, dispatching maintenance personnel. Even after solving these 2 problems, they weren't done. The 3 engineers then instructed the Nightwalker subordinates to carry out preparatory work as planned. 2 thick rubber hoses were carefully brought in through the hole, with great caution, for fear of dropping them. One engineer tapped the pipeline with a wrench. After his companion confirmed that the outermost shock absorber readings showed no abnormal fluctuations, he took out his tools and began working on the pipe wall. He removed his prosthetic arm, replaced it with a smart impact drill, and began drilling holes at the 4 corners of the circle. This Phi 2000 x 35 pipe wall was 35 mm thick. The engineer's exquisite skill combined with his cybernetic control of force allowed him to leave exactly 2 mm of thickness undrilled. He then switched to a grinder fitted with a diamond resin grinding wheel and began grinding along the circle. The scattered sparks added a unique brightness to the dark underground cavern until both circles on the pipe wall were ground down to 1.5 mm thick. By this time, the engineer was drenched in sweat, but he still dared not remove his helmet to wipe it, fearing being recognized. He only stopped after 2 large valves were installed. Paul, who had been watching from the side, holding his breath, noticed the engineer's movement stop and asked curiously. "Is that it? What was the 5 trucks of water for that you asked me to get?" The engineer glanced at him. Even through the helmet, Paul could feel the disdain and contempt in the other's eyes, which annoyed him. What are these corporate dogs so arrogant about? If it weren't for the money, Paul would kill all 3 of them right now, dismember them, and hang them on the camp's flagpole. The killing intent emanating from Paul made the 3 engineers shiver, reminding them that they were still on someone else's territory, and their hearts sank. One of them couldn't help but say, "The water is used to stabilize the pressure sensor. Later, one of these 2 valves will let water in, and the other will let oil out." For every amount of alcohol 2 released, the same amount of water must be sent in, otherwise the pressure sensor will alarm, and then none of us will be able to escape. Dilute with water. Paul pulled out his dagger and began to fiddle with it in his hand. He looked at the 3 engineers with ill intent. Do you think I'm stupid? If water is sent to the oil station, won't Petrochem find out? Someone there will use a hacker data override program to block the detection system. By the time they actually discover it, it will be at least 3 days later. 3 days. Even if Petrochem's Night City person in charge had extensive connections, it would be impossible to recover this batch of alcohol 2 from the night walkers. However, this would mean at least 1 more zero added to Petrochem's loss figures. Moreover, if the matter were to be exposed, Petrochem's board of directors would inevitably hold relevant personnel accountable. Therefore, the local person in charge would not only not pursue the matter but would actively use means to suppress it completely. As for the rest, it would be the higher UPS of the company fighting among themselves, which had nothing to do with the grunts below or the night walkers. Paul then dropped his menacing expression and signaled his subordinates to prepare for loading. Time passed bit by bit, and it was soon approaching 2 o'clock. The previously calm atmosphere in the underground cavern gradually became solemn. No one dared to speak anymore, it was so quiet that one could even hear the other people's heartbeats. Suddenly, the pipeline began to vibrate. Paul, hearing the sound, immediately stood up from his stool. Is it here? The engineer, however, was exceptionally calm. Not yet. This is just the fluctuation caused by volatile alcohol 2 gas passing through. The main flow is still behind. After waiting for another minute, the engineer guarding the 2 valves suddenly activated the program. 8 pneumatic valve bolts engaged, forcefully breaking through the remaining 2 mm of pipe wall and sealing the 2 valves tightly against the pipe wall. Transparent, colorless solution surged through the pipeline, its speed even more rapid than the most turbulent river. As it passed through the weakened spot ground by the engineer, the suddenly increased pressure instantly broke through the pipe wall, spontaneously overcoming the obstruction. Now! Quick, quick, quick! Open the water valve, fill the oil, and inject water. 2 valves activated simultaneously. On one end, turbid river water was sucked into the pipes under air pressure, while on the other end, methanol 2, priced at €3.7 per liter 3 times the cost of gasoline flowed out. Each of their large tankers could hold 40,000 liters, and 5 trucks combined, at market price, amounted to a staggering €740,000. Night City, Petrochem Building, 17th floor, Central Server Room. Rows of mainframes were filled with countless jumper wires, like a spider web woven through countless layers. Just a glance was enough to drive a network hardware engineer insane. And take away the few natural hairs he had left. The person responsible for maintaining this server room was Ron Exxon, a hardware engineer who had diligently worked at Petrochem for a full 60 years. Anyone who could survive multiple rounds of purges and still remain could be said to have dedicated their entire life's work to this Texas-based company. No one knew better than Ron where each cable in the server room should be connected, nor did anyone know better which areas of the server room were blind spots for cameras, or how to bypass Petrochem's ice firewall without triggering any alarms. After his colleague left the server room, he had 30 seconds to complete his task. Unplugging cables, connecting the USB drive Hans had given him, uploading the virus, using someone else's employee card to erase his login information, then reconnecting. By the time that colleague returned, Ron was still standing in a corner of the server room, checking cables, just as he had done every day for 60 years. 10 minutes later, the colleague looked at today's program detection report, sighed in relief, and said to Ron, "Everything's normal on my end, no unusual fluctuations in the server. Can you?" Ron smiled, his face, deeply edged with wrinkles by time, appeared very peaceful. "Everything's normal on my end too." Under such high pressure injection, the tankers filled up very quickly, typically reaching their 40,000 liter capacity in 40 to 50 minutes, then the next one would be brought in. As for the engineers, they had already driven off. And from beginning to end, Petrochem showed not even a flicker of activity. Everyone seemed blind, watching as dirty water mixed with methanol 2 flowed into the storage tanks. After all 5 tankers were full, Paul didn't dare to delay, immediately ordering his subordinates to close the gates and prepare to drive off. The convoy headed north, not south directly back to the Nightwalker camp, because that route would pass melee tech monitoring stations, and getting caught would be troublesome. The sight of 5 large tankers and 20 modified vehicles speeding down the Badlands highway was spectacular. Occasionally, private cars driving in the opposite direction would gaze at them with surprise. It wasn't that Paul insisted on grouping the vehicles together for evacuation, but rather that he didn't have enough manpower to escort them individually, so they had to run together. In fact, even if he split them up, it wouldn't matter. For Lin Miao and the Aldcaldos, it was all the same. All routes were being watched. No matter which way they went, or how many vehicles, they were determined to seize these trucks. Not even Jesus could stop them. Nightwalker convoy, 3 kilometers ahead on the highway. First checkpoint. Pan Am Palmer, crouching behind a rock, was already growing impatient. "Mitch, how much longer?" The middle-aged man with a receding hairline removed his drone control chip and said, "Their convoy is moving fast, but they're heading towards the planned route. They'll be here in 2 minutes at most. 12 in front, 8 in back. You should have some patience, Pan Am Palmer. Hackers are truly the most unreasonable profession in this world. In this era of highly developed networks, no one and nothing has any privacy. As cyberspace travelers, as long as they find a network interface to infiltrate a local area network, they can practically access anything. Provided they haven't had their brains fried by hostile hackers, ICE, or rogue AI. While a second-rate gang like the Nightwalkers, who roam outside the city, also has hackers, their technical capabilities aren't very strong, at least for now, they can't compare to Lucy and Kiwi. After all, who with real skill would wander around in the Badlands? Isn't life in the city more appealing? Within a few moments, traces of the convoy appeared on the horizon. The Aldecaldos quickly fell silent and concealed themselves. Finding a place to hide a convoy on the Badlands plains was not easy. Pan Am Palmer and her people's vehicles were hidden in the mountain hollows behind them. The Nightwalkers were very vigilant. Not only were there armed guards standing on the moving tankers, but even the vehicle-mounted machine guns on the modified cars were manned. If there was any rustling by the roadside, a .50 caliber machine cannon would immediately be deployed. Paul sat in the armored vehicle at the center of the lead convoy, his optical implants constantly scanning every corner of both sides of the road where enemies might emerge. But in the vast Badlands, everything looked so normal. The Nightwalkers might not be good at fighting, but when it came to the Badlands, few could claim to be more familiar with the terrain than them. He picked up the radio transceiver. There's a breach ahead, connecting to the riverbed. Everyone, stay alert, be careful. Due to severe pollution, garbage blockages, flood seasons, and a series of other problems, California's rivers often change course, leaving behind numerous riverbeds of varying sizes. These winding waterways are ideal for hiding people and launching ambushes. However, perhaps he was overly nervous, as nothing unusual happened until the lead convoy passed the breach. Everything was fine. Just as he thought this, an unexpected event occurred. 4 or 5 cargo trucks suddenly burst out from the slopes on both sides of the highway, violently crashing into the modified vehicle trailing the last tanker, like a sharp knife piercing the tail of this long snake, splitting it in two. Bang! The jarring, tearing sound of metal twisting and deforming upon impact, the shattering sound of glass reaching its stress limit, the friction of rubber tires on the ground from emergency braking, and dense gunfire. All sorts of sounds erupted simultaneously, almost stunning the Nightwalkers. It wasn't until the pitter-patter of bullets hitting the thickened steel plates of the vehicles that many came to their senses, immediately grabbing their weapons and dismounting to prepare for a counterattack. Some even shouted, "Under attack! Under attack! Kill them! It's those Aldecaldos bitches!" Paul, sitting in his vehicle, had already pulled out his submachine gun and roared at the driver. "Ignore them, keep going." God knows how many Aldecaldos had come. Getting entangled with them now was not a wise move. He looked in the rearview mirror of the vehicle and saw at least 20 or 30 nomads pouring out of the passes on both sides, all heavily armed and with fierce firepower. No matter how angry he was, he had to hold it in now. "When I get back, I'll settle scores with you bastards." Paul wasn't very surprised by how the Aldecaldos knew about this. The two sides not getting along wasn't a one-day or two-day affair. They both operated in the Badlands, so they probably found out about the commotion from somewhere. Of the 8 modified vehicles that were stopped, excluding the lead vehicle that was completely wrecked, people and vehicle alike, the remaining Nightwalkers quickly dismounted and used the reinforced vehicle bodies as cover, engaging in a furious firefight with the Aldecaldos, a firefight in every sense of the word. Bullets flew everywhere from both sides, and all sorts of obscenities were hurled. One Nightwalker jumped onto the roof of a car, dragged down a machine gunner whose head had been blown off by bullets, and prepared to take his place to suppress the enemy with heavy firepower. Then his own head exploded. "Good shot, Pan Am Palmer." "Thanks for the compliment, Mitch." Pan Am Palmer, lying on a large rock nearby with a sniper rifle, used her overwatch to pick off the Nightwalkers who were trying to seize firing positions one by one. "But do you think those guys can stop the vehicles?" "I think it'll be tough." "I don't know." Mitch was hunkered down behind a stone pillar, the Nightwalker's bullets keeping his head down. "But once you're on the battlefield, you have to trust your allies." Pan Am Palmer said, "I'm just worried that guy is trying to take the lion's share, taking on the heavy work and messing things up. Saul will eat us alive when we get back. Don't let the intense fighting here fool you, there won't be much in the way of casualties. If these Nightwalkers realize they can't hold out, they'll immediately drive off. Instead, the second and third checkpoints might have to face Paul and his subordinates, who would be prepared to fight to the death. Then we'd better finish things here quickly and go support him." Chapter 31, Poison Explosion Rolls. Or Speed Airdrop. Pilar, the Aldecaldos have already engaged the Nightwalkers. Quickly, set up. After receiving the Aldecaldos message, Maine dared not delay for a moment. According to the intelligence from their side, a total of 12 modified vehicles plus 5 large oil tankers were heading their way. Their combined weight could crush their entire crew into minced meat, not leaving a single bone fragment. "Understood. You can rest assured when it's in my hands." Pilar gave Maine a thumbs up. Although he was usually a slacker, as the crew's technical expert, his work was always reliable. He took several iron boxes from the trunk and tossed them onto the highway ahead, spacing them every 6 meters. Then he activated them, and from each side of every iron box, 2 rows of hollow spikes popped out. He also scattered a few handfuls of loose nails. These were specifically designed to puncture tires. Even if the tires had liquid inner tubes, it wouldn't matter, they would stick to the tires and continuously deflate them. Of course, these alone weren't enough to stop the convoy, they needed the big guns. He drove 2 dilapidated cars, on the verge of being scrapped, which he had acquired from Old Captain, into the middle of the road. He then pulled up several barricades, hung a road maintenance sign to divert traffic, and the setup looked pretty complete. Besides these, a vehicle with its cargo area covered by a tarp was parked by the roadside. No one knew what was inside. The Nightwalkers' convoy was divided into 4 sections, the rear, which the Aldecaldos had cut off, the middle section of oil tankers, the vanguard ahead, and 4 vehicles running at the very front to scout and trigger traps. The scout team saw the crash barriers and warning signs on the main road at the fork ahead from a long distance. Boss, the road ahead has signs up. It looks like they're doing roadwork. Roadwork my ass. Ram through it directly. Crash into them. Paul nearly wanted to pry open the head of the subordinate who reported the news to see if it was filled with shit. They had scouted this road when planning their retreat route before the operation, and there were no problems with it. And which Night City company would be so kind as to repair a road dozens of kilometers away from the city? Were the patrol team members all dead? Why was there no news at all? It must be the Aldecaldos doing. Seeing the 4 modified vehicles rushing forward with no intention of slowing down, seemingly ready to crash through the barriers, Maine's crew, who had been hiding behind their vehicle observing, didn't hold back. Little Rebecca set up her heavy machine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets, her loud laughter echoing after the shell casings and muzzle flashes. The bullets struck the windshield, instantly covering it with cracks. The Nightwalkers also returned fire without hesitation, but given the 100-meter distance between them, both sides shot at nothing. A Nightwalker, half his body sticking out of the vehicle, firing at Maine and his crew, suddenly saw the rows of long spikes on the road. Tire spikes. God damn it, brake. Brake. But it was too late. The sharp spikes pierced the outer tires. After several consecutive explosions, the lead vehicle blew 3 tires, causing the entire car to directly flip over. It skidded and rolled for more than 10 meters on the highway, sparking and flashing, finally stopping after crashing into a utility pole. The 3 vehicles behind, having the lead car clear the path, were less affected, mostly blowing only 1 tire. But even with that, they dared not drive forward, quickly braking to a stop and getting out to engage Maine's crew at close range. The vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun roared deafeningly. .50 caliber bullets easily pierced the vehicle's armor, and even the concrete crash barriers were shattered. Without a sniper to help take out the machine gunner, even Maine didn't want to return fire against such firepower, let alone the fact that the opponent's machine gun had bulletproof steel plates welded next to it. Rebecca, suppressed by the enemy's firepower, yelled in frustration, "Kiwi! All right, I know." Kiwi unhurriedly unplugged the data cable connected to the Nightwalkers patrol team. After all, if the patrol team didn't send all clear messages to Paul on time, he would definitely become suspicious. Now that they were in combat, this guy was useless. After disconnecting, through a gap in the car window, Kiwi turned her attention to the machine gunner who was suppressing the crew members with his machine gun. Perhaps Kiwi's talent was not as good as Lucy's, but her combat experience and equipment were undoubtedly superior to hers. In just 1 second, she breached the opponent's virtually non-existent firewall, uploaded a daemon, and overloaded their optical implant. The machine gunner suddenly felt as if he had stared directly into a flashbang, his entire field of vision turning white, let alone being able to shoot steadily. At the same time, Kiwi's virus spread through the network connections between the Nightwalkers, causing an optical implant to overload and restart every now and then. Coupled with the flashbangs Pilar threw, a gap immediately appeared in the suppressive fire. The few people seized this fleeting opportunity and immediately stood up to return fire. A Nightwalker attempting to accelerate an approach was directly knocked down by Dorio's 2 punches. Maine stood up, opened his left-hand projectile launcher, and fired 3 shots, blowing 3 Nightwalkers into minced meat. Rebecca's machine gun was a death sentence for anyone it touched, as she unleashed a furious spray of bullets at the machine gunner. Their strength was indeed formidable, and their coordination was excellent. But if that was all, Paul, who had already appeared in their line of sight, wouldn't care. At worst, he would just crash into his own people and Maine's crew, killing them all, and push through, directly ordering the driver to floor the accelerator. Seeing the convoy, Pilar walked with a cheerful stride to the vehicle covered with a tarp. With a pull of his large hands, the tarp fell, revealing what was hidden underneath. Pilar didn't forget to add music, dong 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 dong. Look at Pila's new toy. Multi-barrel rocket launcher. Multi-barrel rocket launcher. Seeing that monstrous thing, Paul, sitting in the passenger seat, even screamed himself. That terrifying thing could definitely pierce the oil tanker's tank and directly cause an explosion. God damn it, Dieter. Everyone, get on the service road. Paul, his head buzzing, saw Pilar activate the weapon. The white smoke rising from the tail of the launch tube scared him so much that he directly snatched the steering wheel and swerved hard to the right. The advancing convoy split again. 5 modified vehicles and 5 oil tankers forcibly turned onto the service road, while the 3 modified vehicles that couldn't turn in time saw the multi-barrel rocket launcher fire. A series of fire flashes erupted from the muzzles, striking near their vehicles and then violently exploding. The sound and light effects were maximized, scaring the drivers and gunners out of their wits. They didn't know whether to hit the accelerator, yank the steering wheel, or brake. In short, it was chaos. Some flipped over, some crashed into their teammates' vehicles, and 2 cars stopped together by the roadside after a collision. But not a single vehicle was destroyed by a rocket. Because they weren't rockets at all, they were just fireworks launched from iron pipes welded together. On the outside, there was only a shell resembling a rocket. Their power, let alone a grenade, couldn't even compare to a single bullet. Watching the chaotic scene, Pilar burst into laughter, ha 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 ha. I bet those guys will be furious if they find out it was fireworks. The person who came up with this idea is a genius. If Paul had truly been reckless and charged forward, ignoring the weapon that looked like a rocket beehive, then even if Main and his crew were brave, they would have no choice but to yield the road, and then everyone would engage in a chase on the highway. Either the night walkers would successfully escape, or they would seize some of the oil tankers. However, the success of the plan did not mean everything would go smoothly. The 10 vehicles that went down still had at least 30 people, and these were loyal elites accompanying Paul, not easy to deal with. Looking at the more than 20 night walkers who had already emerged from their vehicles, it was going to be a tough fight. Main's projectile launcher was empty, so he had to switch to his pistol. Quickly finish them off and prepare to flank and support the boss. Although Main's job was officially done, in the spirit of since we're already here, if they pushed a little harder, maybe they could earn another sum of money? Paul, who had already turned onto the service road and was heading downhill, felt a sense of relief hearing the earth-shattering explosions behind him. It was a good thing he reacted quickly, otherwise, if the rockets had hit, his convoy would most likely have been completely wiped out. However, Paul racked his brain but couldn't understand how the other side had the guts to use such a thing against 5 large oil tankers. Weren't they afraid of dying together? And buddy, what's the point of blowing up the oil tankers? Now Paul felt that the target of these people was not the oil tankers at all, but himself. These sons of bitches just wanted his life. As for the loss of his subordinates, Paul didn't care much. As long as Night City still existed, there would always be a continuous stream of losers emerging from the city to join the Night Walkers. Not to mention, the Wraiths were behind the Night Walkers. However, he had, after all, escaped from the opponent's inescapable net. Even rockets couldn't kill him, which meant that even Heaven didn't want him to die. If Heaven wouldn't take him, what could a bunch of Aldcaldos and mercenaries do to him? If he could dream back to 1800 years ago, the great Han Chancellor Cao Mend, renowned throughout the land, would surely laugh and say, "This child is like me." And then he saw several truckloads of trash dumped in the middle of the service road, he didn't know by whom. All steel plates, rebar, steel slag, and a large pile of things that looked like 4-pronged tire spikes. He didn't know if the cars would be alright hitting them. But you could definitely forget about your tires. And behind the pile of trash, 4 vehicles were conspicuously parked side by side. The exterior paint of the front 2 vehicles looked very familiar. Attacked repeatedly, Paul also knew that he had been completely outmaneuvered. From his retreat route to his defensive deployments, everything had been thoroughly understood by the enemy. He looked closely. There were only 6 or 7 people in front, dressed very formally, looking like a security force from some company. At this point, even a mud figurine would have some anger. The Night Walkers hadn't suffered such a great loss in years. 10 vehicles successively hit the brakes, and the Night Walkers jumped out, spread out, and advanced to surround them. Vehicle-mounted machine guns also opened fire without hesitation, bullets piercing the car's body panels and striking the ground with resounding noises. The players, who had been somewhat carefree, were instantly stunned by the sudden, intense firepower. This was the first time they had encountered enemies with such overwhelming firepower, especially Yao Shi, who was standing outside the cover. His left arm was directly blown off, and he barely avoided being shot dead on the spot. Holy crap, these guys have insane firepower. Yao Shi, pulled back into cover by Red Bucket, stared blankly at his half-severed left arm. Blood gushed out, and bone fragments and minced flesh were clearly visible. Yet, he felt no pain, not even fear, instead, he was unusually excited. Among the 6 players, some were stunned, while others reacted quickly. What are you standing around for? Counterattack, damn it. Those monsters are coming closer. Wildman grabbed his rifle, looked up, and emptied a magazine, but he was quickly suppressed by concentrated fire. The other players followed suit, organizing a counterattack, but the 2 sides' firepower was not on the same level. Nightwalker bullets rained down on the vehicle like a storm. If one side of the car hadn't been temporarily reinforced to 40 mm yesterday, the 6 of them would have been riddled with holes by now. Even so, they could only resort to firing blindly over their heads like African uncles, a common tactic in urban warfare called suppressive fire. When you know the enemy's position, you try to shoot without exposing yourself. It's rare to actually see the enemy and engage in a direct gunfight, otherwise, thousands, even tens of thousands of bullets wouldn't be exchanged for a single life. 6 versus 30. Unless everyone was Rambo, even a 1-for-1 trade would be difficult. The heavily suppressed Chajin warrior cursed furiously in the channel. Damn it, Potato, where's your support? You pathetic bastards, do you even know how to play? I can barely lift my head. Hurry up and provide suppressive fire. How are these oil-stealing scumbags' weapons more powerful than smugglers on speedboats? Among the few, his marksmanship was the best, taking down one night walker, though he seemed only accustomed to using a pistol. Of course, they weren't the only decoys in the operation. Bang! 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 A rapid burst of gunfire came from behind the tanker. The vehicle-mounted machine gun fell silent, the gunner was hit twice in the back and lay motionless on the gun mount. Enemies behind us. Hearing the gunfire from behind the oil tanker, several night walkers immediately turned to organize their defense. Submachine gun fire suppressed Lin Miao and Lucy, pushing them back, but at the same time, fierce machine gun fire erupted from the high slope on the left. They're here. What are you so anxious about? The sudden burst of gunfire instantly killed 3 or 4 night walkers who hadn't reacted in time. Haha. Die, all of you. Ju Tiu and Potato, who had been ambushed under the main road, jumped out from behind the supporting concrete pillars and set up their machine guns, sweeping the crowd below. After getting their prosthetics, they weren't necessarily much stronger, but they could at least wield machine guns. Feeling the constant vibration of the gun body in his hands, the flames spewing from the muzzle, and the hot shell casings falling at his feet, Zhu Tiaoyu felt like he was Sylvester Stallone incarnate. It was exhilarating, like being pumped full of adrenaline. On the side, Potato held a basket full of grenades, continuously lobbing them into the Nightwalker convoy, not caring if they were frag or flashbangs, just throw them. Blow up these bastards. Attacked simultaneously from 3 directions, and with exceptionally fierce firepower, the Nightwalkers, who had an overwhelming numerical advantage, suddenly had the illusion that they were surrounded by a large army. Lucy, by Lin Miao's side, was a bit surprised. When she first saw so many Nightwalkers, her heart sank, but she never expected such an effect, and he even had a hacker working for him, though he looked like a tender, new kid. What she didn't know was that Lin Miao had been using an optical drone in the sky to follow and observe the battlefield from the moment the enemy set out. He simultaneously synchronized this information to all players, displaying a small map in the upper right corner of their field of vision, clearly marking all Nightwalker and friendly movements. Cyber information warfare, kid. No matter what you do, mastering information is always the most important thing. Throw, 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 be more sneaky, even sneakier. On the opposite side of the road from Zhu Tiaoyu and Potato, Nige, holding his self-made compound crossbow, bent down and, while the Nightwalker's attention was drawn by the other 3 directions, slowly approached their backs. Then he aimed at a Nightwalker's head. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt, unlike a bullet, only makes a low whooshing sound, completely inaudible amidst the intense gunfire. Ah! The Nightwalker let out a scream because the crossbow bolt had pierced his chest from the back, with the arrowhead embedded in the car door in front of him. Damn it, there's someone else behind us. But when his comrades looked back in panic, there was only a pile of weeds and desert. They had no idea where the crossbow bolt had come from, so they could only shoot wildly, but they gained nothing except kicking up dust. Whoosh! Another crossbow bolt shot out from the grass, hitting dead center. The Nightwalker looked in disbelief at the arrow embedded in his butt, and after a second or two, he fell to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Nige, hiding and firing sneak attacks, cursed under his breath. Aiming for the head, hitting the chest, aiming for the chest, hitting the butt, what kind of nonsense is this? He'd have to recalibrate it later. With the overhead mini-map, Nige wasn't afraid that these Nightwalkers could find him. The previous sweep only grazed his shoulder, a minor issue. Being attacked simultaneously from 4 directions caused the Nightwalkers to panic for a while, but they quickly realized that although they were surrounded, the gunfire wasn't dense, meaning the enemy's numbers weren't large. Under Paul's command, the Nightwalkers quickly reorganized their firepower. During the interval when Zhu Tiaoyu emptied a magazine, the Nightwalkers recaptured the machine gun position, suppressing the firepower of Wildman and his team on the main front. They then advanced in groups of 6 towards Zhu Tiaoyu and Potato's position, their continuous alternating fire preventing the 2 from rushing out from behind the concrete pillars. As for Nige, who was constantly firing sneak attacks, no one knew where he had gone. He would just occasionally shoot an arrow into your butt, incapacitating you. Lin Miao and Lucy, meanwhile, coordinated behind the 5 oil tankers. One would hack into the opponent's brainware, shutting down or short-circuiting their cyberware, creating a gap in their firepower. Lin Miao would then immediately flash out to finish them off. The enemy's small-caliber bullets had no effect on him. The 2 of them managed to suppress more than 10 Nightwalkers. Lucy looked at the precarious situation and frowned, saying, "Your people seem to be close to breaking." She had to admit, these people were completely different from the vagrant-like group she had seen from afar before. Their will to fight was indeed fierce, even though 2 or 3 were already severely wounded, they could still counterattack. But this should be the extent of it, she thought. Aside from the initial surprise attack yielding results, they hadn't managed to kill many Nightwalkers subsequently. Breaking. Lin Miao grinned. You underestimate them, this is just the beginning. In terms of difficulty, these Nightwalkers were still a long way from the Tiger Claws. While the players couldn't directly confront them, they wouldn't die so quickly either. Lucy was startled, she didn't know why this person seemed so confident in his subordinates. Wasn't he afraid they would surrender or flee? But she didn't say much. Instead, after Lin Miao's gaze signaled, she immediately understood, lightly leaped and with her agile body, stepped on Lin Miao's shoulder, then in 2 steps, jumped onto the top of the oil tanker. She leaned down, pulled out a monowire, and threw it towards a Nightwalker. This specialized weapon, in addition to providing considerable physical damage for hackers, was also a means of program intrusion. Wired connections are always more stable than wireless. Lucy's monowire seemed to have eyes. Under her calculations, it curved and inserted into the Nightwalker's subdermal neck port. Immediately, the Nightwalker's body sparked with electricity, startling the surrounding people. Only then did they realize that the female hacker had climbed onto the vehicle at some point. However, in less than a second of distraction, 2 more Nightwalkers were killed by Lin Miao, who had flashed out. Zhu Tiaoyu, hiding behind the concrete pillar, didn't even dare to stick his head out, he could only extend the machine gun barrel and spray wildly, whether it hit anything was up to fate. It wasn't until another magazine was empty that he turned around and asked. Huang Xiudong, how are you doing? I just got shot in the thigh, damn it, it seems to have hit a major artery, feels chilly. Zhu Tiaoyu gritted his teeth, looking at his motorcycle, pulled the pin on his only smoke grenade, and threw it out. I have an idea, do you want to try it? Anyway, it looks like we're dead for sure, might as well be men about it. Kill 1, break even, kill 2, profit. Potato was also fired up by Zhu Tiaoyu, damn it, what are you talking about, if we die, we die. Anyway, resurrection only takes 1 day. Good. As is well known, whenever 3 men gather, a king of ideas is born. But Zhu Tiaoyu and Potato were an exception. They only needed 2 people. Due to the obstruction of the smoke grenade, the night walkers, who lacked infrared cyberware, could only slow their pace. The 6 of them advanced steadily, in their eyes, these 2 scumbags were already trapped, with no way to escape. Vroom. Vroom. The sudden roar of an engine from within the thick fog made the 6 men's hearts stop. The next second, Zhu Tiaoyu burst out of the thick fog on his motorcycle, with Potato sitting on the back, holding a pile of grenades. Some of the climbing night walkers shot, some dodged, but they were all surprised to find that the duo wasn't charging at them, nor were they even holding guns. The motorcycle, throttled to the floor, instantly broke through the 6 men's defense. Bullets hit Zhu Tiaoyu's body, but he didn't even blink, appearing exactly like a protagonist charging out of a movie. The 2 men in the motorcycle charged downwards without looking back, their momentum comparable to 1,000 troops, stunning everyone present. Chapter 32 Many of my good brothers are dead. Zhu Tiaoyu, hit by several bullets, felt his consciousness gradually blurring, as if he could disconnect at any moment. Yet, he used his last ounce of strength to turn the motorcycle around, launching it into the air using an protruding rock on the downhill slope. The motorcycle traced a curved arc across the road, simultaneously performing a 360 degrees rotation in mid-air. Huang Xiudong. Are you ready yet? Already prepared. Potatoes, flying through the air, estimated the timing and pulled the pins from the 5 grenades he held. You all can die for this. Let me show you the prowess of the Gongsha district driving school. It's fine if the perspective is dizzying, isn't the minimap still there? Just jump into where there are many people, and it's done. As the 2 hit the ground, no one knew how many bones they broke. The motorcycle also landed in the night walker's position, and the scattered grenades exploded one after another, engulfing the bodies of 2 toxic blast oh no. Players along with over a dozen night walkers and Paul. The violent explosion instantly disrupted the night walkers' formation. Lin Miao seized their moment of distraction, rushing directly from behind the vehicle, firing his rifle with precise single shots. This was an opportunity his dear players had bought with their lives. If he wasted it, wouldn't Potatoes and Zhu Tiaoyu have died in vain? Only Lucy remained, still stunned by the courage of this group, who faced death as if returning home. Of the 6 people surrounded, or rather, only 4 now, Red Bucket and Chajin Warrior were directly blown up by the night walker's grenades. The savage, who was with them, was barely hanging on with his Con 6 physique, but he was charred black, bleeding from his mouth and nose, with not a single patch of good skin on his body, clearly suffering from internal bleeding due to the shockwave and on the verge of death. Brother Deo had already fainted, his arm broken and still bleeding profusely. What was unexpected was Pandora. She had been hiding on the side, not firing, but continuously uploading the small voodoo dolls she made to the night walkers. Although only at a beginner level, only causing the night walkers to momentarily daze or short-circuit and stumble, it could still play a significant role at critical moments. Only silver-haired Natural Curl, at this moment, suddenly flung his gun aside, drew the long blade Nige had forged for him, and charged out of cover. His speed was as fierce as a tiger, and in the blink of an eye, he pounced into the chaotic crowd of night walkers. As his long blade swung, a large head flew into the sky. Seeing this, Nige also stopped his sneak attacks, drew his pistol, and jumped out from behind the rock to deliver finishing blows, then rushed forward to help Lin Miao and Lucy encircle Paul and his subordinates. Lucy felt either she was crazy or this group of people was crazy. She had come with this group, and Lucy knew very well what they had in their hands. It definitely did not include stimulants, drugs, or other psychoactive substances. Moreover, these people were mentally very normal and healthy. This meant that this group of people was fighting entirely on their own will, against enemies several times their number, facing the tragic deaths of comrades, and even when severely injured, they could still fight to the death, even sacrificing themselves to create opportunities for their teammates. Honestly, Lin Miao's best hope for this battle was that these players, by not fearing death, could hold off the night walkers until the Aldcaldos arrived. But their performance right now was truly a bit too fierce. Potatoes and Zhu Tiaoyu alone accounted for over a dozen kills combined. Although the final round of explosions looked powerful, many people here had undergone cybernetic modifications, so regular grenades were rarely fatal from a distance, only causing severe injuries. Nige had sniped 4 people from behind and just went up to finish them off. The night walkers had no intention of treating the wounded, and with his and Lucy's kills, that made 10. In an instant, half of the 30 or 40 night walkers were gone. This level of attrition caused many night walkers to break down, including the 6 who let Zhu Tiaoyu's flying car pass. They began to scatter and flee for their lives. Only the injured Paul and a few night walker corps members were still stubbornly resisting. Bullets hitting these lunatics didn't even elicit a scream. Fighting with such madmen, what the hell am I playing? Damn it. Natural Curl, unable to dodge in time, had his waist and abdomen slashed open by the night walker's mantis blades in front of him. Because he was unaccustomed to turning off his pain inhibitors, this pain instantly distracted Natural Curl. The night walker's dual mantis blade assault became even more ferocious, a storm of blades forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The specially tempered blades even chipped Nige's steel sword, and the absolute disparity in cybernetics also put him at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Die. 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 The Nightwalker's taunts and his wound made Natural Curl increasingly agitated. He simply swung his blade wildly, the steel blade clashing with the opponent's dual blades. The already cracked blade body completely broke, and the mantis blade's momentum did not diminish, continuing to chop down, clearly intending to split the guy in front of him from shoulder to waist. Go die. You're so noisy. Can't you just shut up? But what the Nightwalker didn't expect was that the guy in front of him didn't retreat when his blade broke, instead, he hunched forward and closed in. The blade that was aimed at his shoulder ultimately only pierced his opponent's back, while the broken blade in his opponent's hand pierced through his lower jaw and out the top of his skull, effectively silencing the Nightwalker. Their battle ended, and the other side was also drawing to a close. Paul, surrounded by 4 core members, was certain he must have offended someone. Although the cybernetics of these guys in front of him were worse than the last, similar to his subordinates, this suicidal momentum was something even the notoriously crazy Maelstrom couldn't produce many of. He looked at Lin Miao and Lucy in front of him, signaling his subordinates not to shoot. The two sides faced each other across several vehicles. Paul's head was still a bit dazed from Potato's grenade, and his forehead was grazed by shrapnel, but he endured the pain and said, "Brother, I don't know what path you're on or why you're causing me trouble, but we all just want to make a living. There's no need to fight to the death like this. How about this, you let us go, and these 5 tanks of oil are all yours. I don't want them." Although Paul had many combat cybernetics installed and felt he might not necessarily lose in a fight, Lin Miao blocked his optical scanner directly. The hacker by his side was quite skilled, making it impossible to gauge the opponent's true strength, so he dared not act rashly. In his opinion, both sides were evenly matched right now, and fighting to the death would be bad for everyone. It was better to take a step back. Although saying this made his heart ache, as long as he could survive, it was better than anything else. Lucy initially thought Lin Miao would refuse. She had already prepared to act, but the firewalls of these core members and Paul were a bit troublesome to deal with and would take some time. But to her surprise, Lin Miao nodded and smiled as he said to the Nightwalkers, "All right, I agree. You guys leave, and leave the oil for me." After saying that, he even cleared a path. Paul hadn't expected the other party to agree so readily. While pleased, he also became secretly wary. He signaled with his eyes for a core member to start the only car behind them that still seemed intact. Lin Miao just watched the core member get into the car and start it, without making any move or even saying a word. Paul was somewhat disbelieving. He stared at Lin Miao and the female hacker beside him. The 4 of them slowly moved towards the car. If either of them made any unusual movement, even just a blue communication light appearing in their optical implants, Paul and his subordinates would immediately retaliate. But until he got into the car, Lin Miao hadn't said a word, nor had his eyes left Paul, his gaze terrifyingly calm. The car, carrying 6 people, sped away, leaving a trail of bodies. Sitting in the back seat, Paul looked back at Lin Miao, who was getting further and further away, and secretly vowed to get revenge. He would gather everyone to wipe out all Aldecaldo's branches in Night City. Lucy watched the exploding vehicle in the distance, the flames consuming the lives of everyone inside, and took a long time to recover. When all 5 Nightwalkers' attention was focused on Lin Miao and herself, only Lucy saw it. She saw that agency member, who had been using sneak attacks, quietly crawl into the trunk of the only good car on the scene with a few grenades. Lin Miao had not given an order. At least, in Lucy's opinion, he hadn't. She was a hacker after all. If there had been any information transmission at that distance, she had no reason not to know. This meant that person acted on his own, spontaneously choosing to die with those 5 Nightwalkers. Such a person, who dared not fight head-on on the battlefield and only dared to snipe from afar, was actually so brave. He must have been avenging his dead brothers. Of course, the reality was that Lin Miao had given Nige a side quest, but whether to accept it was the player's own business. It had nothing to do with Lin Miao, he hadn't even said what the quest reward was. Just for fun. "Hey, I'm just playing around." But Nige was very perceptive. He climbed into the car's trunk with the grenades, without making a sound from beginning to end. When the vehicle exploded, Lin Miao's face also showed just the right amount of shock and confusion. He looked around, as if only just realizing Nige was missing. Regret, incomprehension, and melancholy, a mix of emotions played out on his face. It was just like a proud and spirited stock investor who rushes into the A-share market with capital, adds 10 times leverage, then gets a reality check, finally letting out a mournful sigh. Lucy didn't know how to comfort him and could only keep reminding herself that this was why she wanted to escape this dreadful place. This world is hell. It will devour everyone who holds onto a sliver of hope. By the time the Aldecaldos and Main's crew arrived, only Lin Miao, Lucy, and 2 players, 1 big, 1 small, were left. Chajin Warrior ultimately couldn't hold on and died. Silver-haired Natural Curl, however, possessed incredibly tenacious vitality. He was more severely injured than Chajin Warrior, yet he was still clinging to life after the fight. The Aldecaldos field medic took only 2 glances and shook his head. Beyond saving, goodbye. Then he went to bandage Silver-haired Natural Curl's back wound. Surrounded by everyone, the dying silver-haired Natural Curl appeared particularly tragic. He mumbled, as if trying to say something. Lin Miao knelt halfway, leaning down with his ear close to silver-haired Natural Curl's mouth. His voice was very soft. Although others couldn't hear clearly, Lin Miao could. "Boss, finish me off. Remember to give me a big CG close-up on the official website, a cool one. Lin Miao, in front of everyone, solemnly said, I will. I promise you. Everyone heard this, and coupled with silver-haired natural curls' heroic and sacrificing gaze and expression, everyone roughly guessed what he had said. Lin Miao stood up. People noticed his eyes were slightly red, and his facial muscles twitched slightly, as if he was trying to suppress his emotions. He pulled out the pistol from his waist. Bang! A shot hit silver-haired natural curls' forehead. His expression before death was so content, with a faint smile on his lips, as if his last wish had been fulfilled. Pan Palmer, always straightforward, watched this scene, held back her tears, stepped forward, and patted Lin Miao's shoulder, saying with a choked voice. You have a group of good brothers, no less than us alcaldos. They are all real men. Mitch also sighed, when I was on the battlefield, I often watched my brothers die in front of me. After a long time, it became like a habit. Even Pilar, usually the most irreverent, no longer made any comical expressions. The atmosphere became somewhat somber. Lin Miao turned his back and composed himself, fearing he might laugh aloud in public and damage his image. Many alcaldos were still gathered around Silver Hair Natural Curl and Pandora, constantly comforting them, which left them bewildered. Especially Pandora, who had the best English among the players and could understand what these NPCs were saying, but her indifferent expression made others think the child was scared senseless. Even Silver Hair Natural Curl, who couldn't understand what they were saying, could roughly grasp it, but he wanted to complain, are these NPCs too sentimental? Is this the first time someone died? First. Next was Lin Miao's favorite part, loot distribution. Originally, Pan Palmer and the Alcaldos wanted the lion's share. They planned to quickly deal with the Nightwalkers' pursuing forces and then immediately go to support Main and Lin Miao. As long as any part of the plan went awry, the rest would be their main show, and there was no reason not to take a large portion. At least 60%. But what happened? They, with 7 lives, managed to kill Paul and over 20 Nightwalkers. When the Alcaldos and Main's crew arrived, they didn't even see a soul. How could they even open their mouths? They did suffer some losses, 2 seriously injured and 7 lightly injured. How could that compare? Finally, both sides tallied up. The biggest loot this time, 5 fuel tankers, the Alcaldos drove one away, half a tank of methanol was converted to cash, and the remaining 4 fuel tankers plus 3.5 tanks of methanol all went to Lin Miao. However, all remaining parts from the Nightwalker vehicles went to the Alcaldos, and firearms went to Lin Miao. Of course, there were also the bodies, but this wasn't something to discuss openly. Lin Miao simply said he would move all the bodies to his side for burial. The Alcaldos wouldn't ask why, everyone in the Badlands wasn't a fool. But if these bodies were of ordinary passers-by, Pan Palmer would certainly speak up. But for Nightwalkers, Pan Palmer herself would be giving them face by not tearing them apart. Although everyone always talked about how the scavengers were, in reality, everyone secretly engaged in dismantling dead people's cyberware. It was just not as blatant as the scavengers, nor did they randomly target innocent people. They probably just didn't realize that even the Nightwalker bodies were Lin Miao's property. Oh ho! A windfall. The market price of methanol is 5 times that of gasoline, and its calorific value is 1.8 times the latter. Just 3.5 tanks of methanol were worth 518,000, plus 4 used fuel tankers would easily push it to 550,000. This doesn't even count the money from 40 to 50 bodies, the firearms. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Raining money. In high spirits, Lin Miao generously gave Main 40,000, an extra 10,000 as a tip, and of course, for confidentiality. This made Main's crew, who already had a good impression of Lin Miao, like him even more. After collecting the loot, it was dusk. Everyone departed, preparing to rendezvous at the Aldecaldos camp. The scene was left with a pile of abandoned vehicle wreckage, black marks from explosives, and a ground covered in blood, narrating the fierce battle that had once taken place here. This was the daily life of the Badlands, and also the daily life of Night City. Pan Palmer, what is this? At the camp entrance, Saul looked at the 5 imposing fuel tankers parked there, completely dumbfounded. Saul. When she called out his name, Pan Palmer's tone rose a few notches. Excited, she spoke with full confidence, how about it? Not only did we make a big deal this trip, but we also killed that idiot Nightwalker leader, Paul Jones. The Nightwalkers suffered a huge defeat at our hands this time. Even if Pan Palmer didn't say anything, Saul could tell how intense the deal had been by looking at the bullet holes and gun marks on the fuel tankers. His tone was serious. How many of our people died? Pan Palmer pouted, her tone a little unnatural. None of us died, 9 were injured. 9. Saul didn't believe this nonsense, but he scanned the people getting out of the vehicles. All the familiar faces were there, he didn't feel anyone was missing. Even Main's crew returned fully intact. Yes, just 9. Mitch came over to smooth things over. It's just that our friends suffered heavy losses. They clashed head-on with Paul's main force. By the time we arrived, only 4 of them were left, but all the Nightwalkers were dead. This was undoubtedly good news for Saul. It was enough that no Aldcaldos died, nothing was more important than the lives of family. As for profits, that could be discussed later, at worst, the tribe would take a little less. He had originally wanted to tell Pan Palmer to discuss such matters with him next time, but seeing the current situation, he knew it would be useless to say anything. Saul himself would not agree to the tribe members risking their lives, and Pan Palmer disagreed with his view. So, he decided not to say anything that would make everyone unhappy, and instead turned to the people in the camp, saying, "Since that's the case, let's all have a feast to celebrate the success of Pan Palmer and our friends, and to thank them for their contributions, and to mourn the fallen." He didn't ask about the loot distribution. Discussing profits at such a time would certainly be a mood killer. The festive atmosphere should dilute the sorrow for the dead. Although the person who should have been the most sorrowful was actually inwardly grinning, as for Natural Curl and Pandora, Pan Palmer repeatedly insisted they stay for the feast, but they still insisted on returning to the agency to recover and rest, because they had accepted the side quest to retrieve bodies, and game time was running out. Pan Palmer could only arrange for someone to send the two of them and some of the loot back. Although it was called a feast, it certainly couldn't compare to the established hotels in Night City. The Aldecaldos didn't have opulent decorations or beautiful maids serving them, but they had family gathered around a bonfire, playing guitars and singing, free-flowing drinks, and the stars above. It was the height of summer in California, and in the outskirts far from Night City, the stars were particularly abundant. To liven things up, Lin Miao even took out a batch of canned goods from the back seat of the car, mostly fruit cans and a small amount of meat cans. The Aldecaldos were somewhat surprised, but only to a limited extent. This actually confirmed that Lin Miao's group likely came from a nomad tribe. Because large nomad tribes, including the Aldecaldos, all have their own planting bases and a small number of breeding bases. They would cultivate their own fruits, vegetables, and meats, making them into canned goods for sale or long-term storage, which was very common. However, in recent years, large corporations like Biotechnology and Continental Food Factory have repeatedly used various methods to force nomad tribes to sell their farming land, making the nomads' survival increasingly difficult. Large corporations would use force, cut off water sources, or even deliberately dump toxic waste to turn your farmland into poisoned land and groundwater into toxic pools. If you don't sell, then no one gets to farm. It's no wonder Pan Palmer dislikes big corporations so much, as the birth of the nomads is inseparable from corporate persecution. Chapter 33, Doing Business Must Be Legitimate. Pan Palmer, overestimating herself, challenged Dorio to an arm wrestle. A crowd of Aldecaldos cheered Pan Palmer on, but she still lost decisively. Dorio's arms were like an ox's. Pilar and Rebecca, after fighting over canned fruit, ran off to discuss cyberware modifications with Mitch. Lucy and Kiwi whispered on the hillside, their conversation unknown. Maine found an Aldecaldo's ripperdoc, hoping he could help with his old ailment. Everyone at the banquet had a great time, except for Saul. Lin Miao could tell that this burly man was always worried about something. Even Pan Palmer's successful venture hadn't eased his concerns. He carried more burdens than Pan Palmer could imagine. After all, dozens, even hundreds, of mouths depended on him. It would be a miracle if he didn't have many worries. Lin Miao gave him a look, Saul nodded, and the two walked together towards the hillside behind the camp. Standing on the quiet hillside, only the gentle night wind could be heard. From here, they could overlook the entire camp. In the vast night of the Badlands, apart from Night City, only a few motels in this camp had any light. The flickering bonfires cast a warm glow on the mobile homes. Though not wealthy, this place had more human warmth than Night City. "Listen, Pan Palmer told me about your situation. I'm sorry. If I had agreed then, perhaps you would have suffered fewer casualties. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask us. The Aldecaldos never default on a favor. And regarding the spoils, whatever you and Pan Palmer agreed upon, I won't interfere." Saul stood with his arms crossed. He didn't know whether to comfort Lin Miao or what to do. The first group of his men who followed him to Night City almost died out in a few days. If it were him, he'd probably be heavily affected by such an event. It wasn't about the money. So, even if Lin Miao said he wanted to join the Aldecaldos at this moment, Saul wouldn't be unable to accept it. You actually guessed right, Saul. I do have some things I need your help with." Lin Miao's speed in seizing an opportunity was faster than Saul had imagined. Saul suddenly had the illusion that it might still be possible to back out, but he gritted his teeth and endured. "Tell me. As long as it's not too outrageous, we Aldecaldos will help if we can. I heard Pan Palmer and Mitch say earlier today that you are looking to partner with a company recently. Is that true?" "Yes, I do have intentions of partnering with a company." Saul felt there was nothing to be ashamed of in admitting this. Smuggling and crime are not long-term solutions. Every time, the tribe members risk their lives to earn money. Children need a stable living environment. I am the leader of the tribe and must provide a sufficiently stable future for our people. I don't think doing this is wrong, even if others don't understand. Lin Miao listened to Saul's words in silence, then replied. "But you must also admit that even the Aldecaldos have no bargaining chips in front of megacorporations, let alone that your tribe is just a small branch. To them, Aldecaldos and people from Night City are not that different. Moreover, there's an old grudge between nomads and these corporations. Even if everyone tolerates it for a while out of respect for you, eventually someone will be unable to bear the situation. They will either leave or fight the corporations until the last Aldecaldos willing to resist dies, and the remaining people will become like any other employee. I know this isn't what you want to see, Saul. You just want everyone to live a better life, not to fight for survival every day, wondering where their next meal will come from. But often, people have no other choice. Thank you for understanding. So, what is your business?" Although he somewhat doubted Lin Miao's motives, Saul felt that if Pan Palmer had a different mindset, the two of them might get along better. "Look, you want the Aldcaldos to have a stable life, but the megacorporations don't see you as people. As for me, I recently want to start a company. Although it's small, it has great prospects. I think we can totally compromise with each other. You provide some manpower, all Aldcaldos will own 10% of the shares. I will provide technology, some capital, as well as security and construction, owning 51%. What about the other 4%? Saul didn't mock Lin Miao's overestimation of himself in wanting to start a business, nor did he ask why it was only 10% and owned by all Aldcaldos, rather than exclusively by him. Of course, it's for attracting external investment, my friend. Starting a business is very expensive. You can't expect me to get through the initial stages alone. Lin Miao looked innocent. Don't be fooled by the 500,000 euro he just earned, it seems like a lot, but there will definitely be discounts when selling. This amount of money invested in a physical business wouldn't even make a splash. A fully automated intelligent lathe in Night City starts at 40,000 to 50,000 euro. With factory space, materials, and labor, it would be even more. Even if he were to harvest players' organs and sell them by weight, he wouldn't be able to raise the startup capital for a physical industry. And he couldn't do it alone. In a place like Night City, to grow big, you need backing. Lin Miao had considered the Aldcaldos, but they weren't enough, even with Saul's larger tribe behind them. It would be best to have someone famous from Corpo Plaza. It's too early to discuss these things. The Aldcaldos might not be willing to join. You should first tell me what you plan to do before I can consider joining. His impression was good, but he wouldn't stake the tribe's interests based on a few words from the other party. Moreover, you can know a person's face but not their heart. This guy had set his sights on the Aldcaldos in just a few days. One step at a time. To survive in Night City, you need some tricks up your sleeve. Civilian first, then military. How does that sound? Civilian, you mean, this? Saul took out a pill-like object from his bag. Even at night, it shimmered faintly under the moonlight. This was the water purification tablet Lin Miao had given to the Aldcaldos a few days ago. Although it was called that, it wasn't a traditional chemical flocculant or disinfectant. Lin Miao raised an eyebrow. You guessed it. Or do you have an opinion? I had this analyzed by Dakota's people. They told me it's a supermolecular compound that expands in water. When it encounters water, it quickly spreads out, forming a layer of molecular sieve similar to a reverse osmosis membrane on the water surface, about 0.2 mm thick. But this thing is different from the filters and purification tablets on the market. Its molecular structure is very strange, a bit like a combination of zeolite and a reverse osmosis membrane. Regardless of the effect, at least drinking it won't make you sick. So you want to sell this? Saul originally wanted to continue, but he only remembered these details from Dakota's analysis results. The rest was a jumble of microorganisms, heavy metal ions, hydrogen bond disruption, and so on, which he didn't understand. However, what was certain was that this item wasn't sold on the market, so Saul guessed that Lin Miao might have found this technology from the old net or wilderness ruins. The collapse of the old net led to the loss of a massive amount of technology, so it wouldn't be strange to find anything from it. These things were all written in the instructions on the medicine bottle, and they were indeed related to Lin Miao's business, but not entirely. Yes, and no. Lin Miao first spoke in riddles, then said. Instead of selling water purification tablets, why don't I just sell water? Saul was stunned, then frowned, and said. Building a water plant in Night City? You're asking for trouble. Tell me why. Lin Miao didn't rush to refute, but gestured for Saul to continue. Cost. Now, not just Night City, a century of continuous industrial pollution has made even the snow on the Himalayas dirty. There isn't a single clean water source anywhere in the world. Purification costs are constantly rising. Many water plants have either gone out of business or switched to selling beverages or providing absurdly expensive purified water for the so-called upper class. Even the water we Aldcaldos use for farming is very expensive. Every household in Night City has a water purifier. If you don't have one, even the water utility probably doesn't know what color comes out of the tap. The municipal water plant only guarantees that what flows out of your pipes looks like a liquid, meaning it's a product that has been flocculated, settled, and filtered. But it could be cola, alcohol, mixed with large amounts of drug residue, or industrial wastewater. In any case, it's definitely not clean water. And are the beverages on the market clean and hygienic? Haha. Guess why Noodle Monkey is so sweet? It uses a large amount of additives and strong flavors to mask the fact that the water is unclean. Of course, at least the water used to make drinks and alcohol is definitely cleaner than tap water, and with alcohol and high sugar content inhibiting bacteria, it's ultimately better. If that were all, it might be possible to lower the production cost of purified water by expanding the scale of purification, but you'd have to first ask those beverage corporations if they're willing to share their water sources with you. This is because the few relatively clean water sources in Night City have been directly bought out by beverage companies like Continental Food Company, which then continuously discharge sewage into other water sources to control them. This ultimately led to a situation where a 0.3 L drink sells for $2 to $4, and 3.8 L of real water can sell for €99 in Night City. By the way, this real water doesn't mean it's genuinely clean water, but rather water produced by a water plant called really. It barely meets drinking water standards and is far from purified water. This is also why Saul wasn't optimistic about Lin Miao's idea of opening a water plant to sell water. Lin Miao coughed, interrupting Saul, and retorted, I know all that you've said, but do you know what my cost for purifying water is? What's the selling price, and what's the business model for this water plant? Saul was momentarily speechless. He realized he hadn't actually asked that question. How much? Lin Miao had a set of water purifier blueprints. Although it shared the same name as the device installed in people's homes, the actual size of the structure based on these blueprints would likely be no smaller than a two-story building covering 300 square meters. Coupled with the construction of a small sewage treatment plant as a supporting wastewater treatment facility, it could theoretically process about 5,000 tons of wastewater daily without issue. I asked an old acquaintance in Night City to help me with a water plant survey. According to his reply, the total water treatment cost for Continental Food Company's beverage factory in Santo Domingo is roughly 40 to 60 euro dollars per ton, ignoring the sludge coefficient. After adding costs for syrup, caffeine, and kin packaging, the total is between 0.8 and 2 euro dollars. The typical selling price is 3 times the cost, while real water sells for about 30 euro dollars per gallon, 3.8 L. It's somewhat amusing, but the efficiency of Night City factories is far higher than those in another world. However, due to the collapse of the old net and the problem of rogue ace, the sea is full of AI-controlled unmanned submarines, directly halting sea transport. And as for land transport, the American Federation's railways, calling them flatland roller coasters would be a compliment. The biggest problem is that ever since the American Federation split into 3, with a bunch of free states, the interstate railways have been unmaintained. They were largely abandoned, shut down, and optimized back in the Red Era. Wars then led to the collapse of many cities, eliminating transfer stations. Now, cargo transport between cities relies on nuclear-powered hovercraft, and they only transport raw materials. Night City's consumables are all produced locally, which paradoxically keeps costs from coming down. Once my water purification plant is built, I can control costs to around 25 euro dollars per gallon, giving me a price advantage over the real water company. Lin Miao was lying to Saul. What nonsense about 25 euro dollars? He had calculated the cost to be at most 10 euro dollars. And the profits weren't just from water. Once this thing was built, Lin Miao could make the electricity meter run backward, and the sludge byproduct could be sold as fertilizer chemicals. Finally, if he could add a little political maneuvering, he could extract some money from the city government under the guise of environmental governance, and then get some tax breaks. Then profits would surely soar. As for how to extract it, Lin Miao heard that a new mayor was to be elected in 2077, and he thought the candidates wouldn't mind using a bit of city government money in exchange for environmental improvement, some jobs, and votes. But he certainly couldn't tell Saul this. And theoretically, besides recycling wastewater, recycling waste materials would be the same principle as surefire profitable business. Saul was still muttering, 25 euro dollars. 30. Saul thought for a long time, almost counting on his fingers. Lin Miao also felt that this rough man wouldn't figure it out anytime soon, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, compared to the old Caldos, finding a powerful patron was more important. Only by finding a patron with enough influence could he implement his subsequent plans. So, where could he find such a powerful patron who was rich, naive, and didn't meddle too much? Lin Miao patted his shoulder. You think about it slowly. Let me know when you've decided. I'm going to go calculate the money. Outside the camp. When Reyes heard Lin Miao say he had a batch of methanol to sell, he didn't think much of it, but when he heard 30,000 gallons, he nearly lost control of the steering wheel and crashed. Regardless of whether it was true, he brought over a dozen subordinates and rushed to the Aldecaldos overnight. When he saw 5 fully loaded tanker trucks, he didn't even wait for his car to stop before eagerly running out. My goodness, brother, no. God of wealth, tell me honestly, where did all this come from? Did you rob an oil depot? 5 full tanker trucks. Even a typical gas station could at most hold the reserves of one. Reyes racked his brain but couldn't understand how Lin Miao, after only a few days out of the city, first smashed the Tiger Claw's territory, then pulled off such a big score. He even started to doubt where this stuff came from. Just a small amount of money I intercepted from the Night Walkers. In the future, we'll surely get rich together, brother. Lin Miao straightforwardly explained the whole story to Reyes. Before it was done, it was a secret, after it was done, it was nothing. Don't say another word. I don't know anything, haven't heard anything. I'm just a businessman, other messy affairs have nothing to do with me. Old Captain, after listening, wished he could wash his brain and forget everything he had just heard. This matter very likely involved infighting among Petrochem's higher UPS. When gods fight, mortals suffer. If Reyes dared to report it, the first person to die wouldn't be Lin Miao, but himself. After pacing back and forth for a while, Reyes moistened his dry lips before speaking to Lin Miao and Pan Am Palmer. All right, 3 tanks of methanol plus 4 vehicles, I'll offer 350,000. Is that a fair price? Lin Miao and Pan Am Palmer exchanged glances, somewhat surprised that the other party had uncharacteristically not haggled. The figure he mentioned was close to what they had discussed earlier, 70% of the market price. If Reyes's trip went smoothly, he could probably earn around 80,000 to 90,000. Of course, if he had his own channels, he could earn even more. For example, the NCPD. Public money is money to be earned. However, let me say this up front, I don't have that much liquid cash on hand right now, only 220,000. The rest I'll have to raise. If you trust me, old captain, we can settle up now. If not, I'll take 2 vehicles first, and we'll complete the rest of the transaction later. Reyes wasn't without thoughts of haggling, but the Aldecaldos themselves were smugglers, they just didn't have methanol sales channels. Trying to severely undercut them on price was wishful thinking. Not to mention, he still couldn't figure out Lin Miao's background. One moment he was fighting his way out of Tiger Claw's territory, the next he was taking such a big chunk of meat from the Nightwalkers. He didn't want to offend him, nor did he want to cut off a source of wealth. Alright, how about this, you pay the Aldecaldo's share first. I'm just about to buy a batch of vehicles from you. For a physical offset, you should give your brother a discount, right? Absolutely no problem, a 5% discount. The vehicle market in Europe and America is different from East Asia. In East Asia, cars over 10 years old are practically scrap metal, unwanted by anyone. But here, you can see old relics from 10, 20, or even 50 or 60 years ago on the road. Old Captain made his fortune relying on this, though at least 20 soul rings were embedded in the 10 black market cars he owned. But Lin Miao didn't care. It wasn't like he was driving them, so who cared? Players? Don't joke. In the future, who knows how many cars will have soul rings added by their own hands. In Old Captain's car, Reyes meticulously calculated the accounts with Lin Miao. Brothers settle accounts clearly. 10 cargo vehicles, 4 small trucks, rounding off the change, I'll credit you 70,000 in total. I'll pay you the remaining 60,000 later, and then we'll be even, alright. Lin Miao smiled and put his arm around Reyes's shoulder, saying, who are we to each other? Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry for that 60,000. I won't rush you. No, no. Business is business, and friendship is friendship. We have to keep them separate in business, or things will go wrong. Reyes's eyelids twitched when he heard that. From his years of experience, whatever came next was definitely not good news. And hadn't they only done 2 deals? Why did it sound like they were very close? Let me say this first, I, Old Captain, never engage in illegal activities. Lin Miao rolled his eyes. Damn it, a crime boss acting all high and mighty. It's like this, you know the Santo Domingo area best, don't you? Could you help me figure something out? I want to start a company. Its main business scope would be military security, water plant food, steel chemicals, plus a bit of smuggling. Do you think there's any potential? Goodbye. Chapter 34 Post-race summary, aiming for S65, the author fights the elderly Feek in the ICU. Late night in Night City was midday on the other side. Because of today's battle, 7 players died, and the high casualty rate of 80% led to a wave of mockery from onlookers on the forum. No matter how Rainy Knight without a knife and his team described the intensity of the battlefield and the intelligence of the enemy NPCs, to other players who didn't have accounts, if so many people could die in PvE, it just meant they were bad. As they were arguing fiercely, the official website not only announced the players who received reservation slots but also uploaded a promotional video, which diverted the players' attention. The first scene was a high-altitude view. A convoy of dozens of vehicles drove on a road overgrown with weeds, with vehicle-mounted machine guns, graffiti on the car bodies, and the roar of engines, all set to a mellow western tune, giving it a strong road movie feel. Then, as the BGM began to change, from the overhead perspective, 2 distinct convoys suddenly appeared in the riverbeds on either side of the advancing convoy's path, and as the music gradually swelled, the distance between the 3 convoys continuously closed. Finally, silence. The sound of the screen suddenly disappeared, the BGM stopped, and the 3 convoys crashed violently into each other. The Aldecaldo's convoy, like a sharp knife, plunged into the rear 2/3 of the enemy convoy. In a slow-motion sequence, the hard bodies of the colliding vehicles were slowly compressed and deformed. The 2 sides exchanged gunfire, and the sparks from bullets hitting steel plates, along with the stirring melody of brass instruments, played out together. The escaping lead convoy, in its panic, then crashed into the tire-puncturing spikes laid by Pilar. The overturned vehicles tumbled repeatedly on the highway, sending sparks flying. Standing ahead was Main's crew, uniquely styled and cool. After the 2 sides engaged, the sudden appearance of a multi-barrel rocket launcher caused the trailing convoy to swerve in alarm. However, the explosions were merely fireworks, adding a touch of unique humor to the intense battle. But this humor made the final battle seem particularly tragic. The 6 people acting as bait were so suppressed by the advancing Nightwalkers that they couldn't even lift their heads. Rainy Knight without a knife reacted a little too slowly, and his left arm was directly severed, bleeding profusely, leaving him in an extremely sorry state. Although Jutiu and Mandu were fierce for a short while, they were immediately pinned behind a pillar and shot at. Nige, constantly sneaking and ambushing, had poor aim with his crossbow, but it was sinister enough, with arrows consistently targeting the lower body, causing phantom pain in the rear. Meanwhile, Lin Miao and Lucy, who appeared behind the Nightwalkers, moved much more smoothly and gracefully than the flustered players. Even when surrounded by a double-digit number of Nightwalkers, they could easily pick them off one by one. Oh, and in the overhead shot, players had their IDs displayed above their heads, which suddenly reduced the horror of the realistic and brutal scenes. The footage was, of course, blurred for R18 content. The tide of battle suddenly turned with Jutiu and Mandu's suicidal attacks and motorcycle skills. Natural Curl rushed out of cover, using fluid swordplay to cut down enemies, and the final glorious bullet from Lin Miao that took down the savage, witnessed by everyone, gave the video a tragic yet inspiring emotional atmosphere. New Century Lousy Warrior, the way I died was so undignified. I was in the middle of a heated fight when I was suddenly kicked offline. Turns out I was blown up by lightning. Red bucket, +1, I didn't even react. I felt dizzy for a moment, and then I was gone. I don't even know how I died. Rainy night without a knife, I finally experienced what the savage said about getting colder and colder, more and more sleepy, until I couldn't even lift my eyelids. Savage, haha, I died at the hands of the boss in the end. It counts as a heroic sacrifice. Maybe I can even get an achievement for being the first to be killed by a friendly NPC. Rainy night without a knife, so, pulls up pants. Egyptian queen, damn, the graphics are so realistic. Why am I still playing COD, which gets worse with each iteration? Stupid Activision, go die. NIGE, the MVP was definitely me. Most kills, and I took down the boss in one go. Jutio you dog, ambushing with a crossbow from the side, are you even a man? A real man should be as manly as me. NIGE, this is called the self-cultivation of an assassin. Don't you understand the stealth style? Lucien Ruzo, Master Kong, get out of the Brotherhood. You have no assassin's soul. A true assassin should wield dual axes, shout blood sacrifice to Confucius God, and charge into the crowd to mow down enemies. Natural Curl is more like an assassin than you. Shichiafa Buletin Shigui, him? I can only say he's average. He's definitely not as strong as me. Mantu, isn't anyone paying attention to the friendly NPCs? Oh my god, they're way too cool. Can I get an autograph from him? Compared to the players' chaotic and flustered fighting, Lin Miao and Lucy's actions were much more precise. Every step they took, they knew their objective, and even when bullets flew past their ears, they didn't lose their composure. In such an environment, the more panicked you are, the faster you die. However, in the intense battlefield at the time, apart from the few who survived until the end of the battle, no one else noticed Lin Miao and Lucy. They even thought until the very end that they, the players, were fighting alone, and the NPCs only appeared after the battle. Rainy night without a knife, yeah, didn't you say NPCs wouldn't participate in the battle, and it was just for a story CG? Red Bucket, our boss must be at least level 20, right? And doesn't this count as NPCs stealing our kills? NIGE, maybe it was an accident. The first time we fought, the NPC didn't make a move, he only came over after we finished. Shui Yu Dongtian, give it up, guys. Without these two expert NPCs participating and diverting combat power, you probably would have been wiped out by the monster horde. Gao Shao Gao Shao Gao Gao Shao, you wouldn't even have been able to start this raid without them. I estimate these monsters are at least 2 or 3 levels higher than you. This time, it's like Snow White and the Hunter leading 9 little dwarfs to raid the palace dungeon. Many people on the forum were discussing the promotional video, and some players were complaining that the game's revive cooldown was too long. If Lin Miao hadn't extended the time to 1 day, they might not have been willing to be suicide squads. Lin Miao was also helpless about this. If there were no penalties for death, these players would likely use various methods to test the game's limits and bugs, so it was a necessary measure. After bidding farewell to Old Captain and Old Caldos, Lin Miao didn't return to Night City. Instead, he took a batch of tools he'd acquired from the Old Caldos, said goodbye to Main's crew, and stayed alone at the agency for the night to tally player points from the operation and check inventory. Although he was in an excellent mood, in the eyes of Lucy and Main, Lin Miao was simply in low spirits due to the death of his comrades and thus needed solitude. Natural Curl and Pandora were quick, and by the time Lin Miao returned, they had already finished recovering the bodies and had been offline for a long time. Now, Lin Miao only hoped that these night walkers, who had committed evil all their lives and finally met players, would become new people who contributed to society tomorrow. Player points were calculated based on kills and battlefield contribution and settled uniformly by the system. The player with the highest points was NIGE, with 9 kills plus the task of taking down the boss with a self-destruct, totaling around 3,200. Mantu and Jutio also had many kills, but the machine gun and grenades were borrowed from Lin Miao, so the points earned would be discounted, putting them both at around 2,400. Natural Curl solo killed an elite and 2 small fry, plus the body recovery mission, also earning 2,200. The rest were between 1,800 and 2,000. Pandora also just barely completed a mission, otherwise, she would probably have been at the bottom. Although it didn't seem like much, all their bodies were recovered, and no equipment was lost. If you included the auction to be held tomorrow after players revived and logged in, it was a huge profit. The only one who took a slight loss was Jutio, because his motorcycle exploded, and there was no compensation. After recovering the bodies, the number of cyberware drops was also extremely high. Excluding those damaged in battle, there were over 70 limbs, 33 sets of reinforced tendons and bionic joints, as well as internal organs, optical implants, and a small amount of brain components. Most could be considered common grade, with only 5 or 6 green grade items. There were over 60 firearms and more than 2,000 rounds of various ammunition. They even dismantled 4 vehicle-mounted machine guns, so calling it a great harvest was no exaggeration. What surprised Lin Miao was that there was even a hacker among these night walkers, but Lucy had taken him out, so he had no presence, leaving behind a deep dive interface and some hacker cyberware. He really didn't know if her previous mishap was due to a stronger opponent or if this one was just too weak. However, this meant the agency's warehouse was no longer big enough. Some internal organs and brain components needed to be preserved in biomass to prevent spoilage. Tomorrow, he would have to give the players a new mission to build 2 new warehouses, and also find something for them to do. Regarding the players, Lin Miao had to admit that these people had greater potential than he imagined. What they accomplished today was probably beyond even low-level mercenaries in Night City. Perhaps he could be bolder in his future actions. Currently, in this part of the Badlands, if corporations are excluded, the biggest local power is still the Night Walkers. Don't let the dozens who died today fool you, there are at least 300 or 400 Night Walkers in the outskirts of Night City, otherwise Saul wouldn't be so wary of them. But Paul's death will inevitably cause turmoil within the Night Walkers. Besides their main strongholds, Stone Ridge Tunnel and the factory, there are many smaller outposts. Perhaps this is an opportunity to scout them out and occasionally let players go out to raid and level up. Moreover, as the quantity and variety of equipment increase, and channels for player and external information exchange widen, the prices of grey market cyberware and bullets must be lowered to prevent players from engaging in anti-dumping and profiting from price differences. It would be best to set up his own ammunition production line. Of course, what Lin Miao coveted most wasn't people or experience, but the smuggling operations of these Night Walkers. Smuggling is a highly profitable business, aimed at transporting goods across national borders through certain channels to avoid tariffs. Those who engage in this business are respectfully known in the underworld as international trade duty-free specialists. Lin Miao definitely had no chance with the Night Walkers' channels. Even if he killed all the Night Walkers in the area, their upstream connection was the Wraiths. The two sides would undoubtedly fight to the death upon meeting, so getting goods was out of the question. Their downstream connections wouldn't recognize him either, he'd still have to kill them all. But if I can't get the channels, I can still take your goods. The Night Walkers have been operating in the Badlands for so many years, they must have accumulated a lot of good stuff. Just thinking about it, Lin Miao almost couldn't resist calling the players to kill and plunder, or rather, to seize illegal goods and illicit gains. After all, he and the junior players were still in a phase of struggling to survive in the Badlands. To develop quickly, they could only rely on rob in the short term. Making the Night Walkers drop gold was a sustainable, yet ultimately self-defeating, strategy. After deciding to visit this wicked neighbor more often in the future, Lin Miao turned his attention back to himself. After this battle, he had leveled up again, as had the players, but they couldn't see their own panels when they died. Level, LV5 LV6. Profession, Agency Administrator. Reputation, minorly famous. Body, 6-7. Tech, 5. Cool, 7. Reflexes, 6. Intelligence, 7. Skills, Firearms Mastery LV1 Basic Melee LV2. His attributes increased by 1 point again. As for the extra skill, he had learned it last night by watching an Arasaka melee shard all night with a braindance headset. While Lin Miao's panel looked similar to a player's, the difference was that players had skill points. Theoretically, as long as they had skill points, they could level up their skills. But he didn't have such a thing as skill points, he could only learn skills himself. Attribute points were the opposite, players seemed to have a much harder time gaining attribute points than Lin Miao. Skills could be learned or leveled up, but the system had no answer for the specific principles. This was utterly ridiculous. Lin Miao suspected it might be related to players being able to resurrect while he couldn't. And the next main quest given by the system made his head ache even more, even running counter to his ideas to some extent. Main quest, Factory Construction. Quest description, if you're going to farm, act like a farmer. What kind of behavior is constant fighting and killing? You're a mature host, I shouldn't have to teach you everything. Look at Jimmy, it was so hard for him to go straight after selling porn DVDs. Brother, you're still young, don't ever go down the path of crime. Quest objective, construct a factory. Location unlimited, type unlimited. Total production line power must be at least 100 kilowatts, and it must conform to society's broad definition of a factory. Quest rewards, Junior Gotcha Ticket *10, Biological Modification Pod *5. In Lin Miao's opinion, now was not the time for peaceful farming. The Night Walkers could raid the agency for revenge at any moment, so the area near the agency was not a good construction environment for now. An industrial land within Night City was prohibitively expensive. If he just rented a small room and equipped it with 250 kilowatt CNC machine tools, wouldn't that be a pure waste of time and money? And what would he produce? Lin Miao and Saul discussed building a water plant, but that was for the future. Just getting land for the water source, land for the factory, a qualification certificate, and sales channels would take immense effort and couldn't be done in a short time, let alone building it. He stroked his chin, deeply troubled, then a flash of inspiration struck him. Why am I racking my brain over this? Just throw this problem to the players. Aren't they here to share my burdens? Besides that, there were two side quests. One was to get legal documents for the agency, which was the company registration Lin Miao wanted old Captain to handle. The other was to expand the number of players to 50, which was something that could be done easily. After thinking about these important matters, Lin Miao took out the shard Lucy had given him when they parted. He held it in his hand and looked. Well, that woman had indeed tampered with it. This wasn't the data shard he had given her, but a copy. Clearly, Lucy had kept the original for herself. After plugging the shard into the brain dance, the view shifted to directly across the road from the Phoenix Club. Looking up, Lucy was on the balcony upstairs, watching him. System, when updating the data shard, replace Lucy's model. Just put in a random NPC. Chilling possessiveness. Do you even have a spine? And chilling? Shut up and get to work. The next day, when the junior players came online, as per their daily routine, they first expressed shock mixed with awe. Lin Miao also followed the rules, he waited at the entrance for the new players to put on their clothes under Natural Curl's guidance before he would go in and repeat lines even he found awkward. Holy crap! N. Suddenly, several expletives came from inside the door. Lin Miao was curious, so he walked in. Close call, he almost said holy crap too. It wasn't a big deal, really, just a blonde among a bunch of black-haired people. Jian Shui Wuming, bro, what country are you from? Me? The blonde Egyptian queen looked around, as if he indeed stood out, and then explained, my ancestors were proper English from the Union Jack. Later, after World War II, they immigrated to the American Federation. My old man went to Jinling when he was young and never came back. I returned to the country last year after finishing my studies in America. After he finished, the people around still didn't believe him, so he let out a mouthful of authentic Jinling dialect. A genuine Jinling native, what's wrong? Do you bunch of jerks want to revoke my nationality or something? Awesome, a white dragon is still a dragon. Lin Miao never checked real identities when giving out slots. He didn't even know this guy's ancestry was so bizarre. The modification pod also generated random appearances that would be somewhat similar to reality, but height, three-dimensional measurements and such wouldn't differ too much. However, Lin Miao was only surprised for a moment before calming down. In Night City, this was nothing, even if you dyed your hair all sorts of colors, you wouldn't stand out in a crowd. Natural Curl was still picking his earwax, urging, hurry up, don't waste our game time. Making a fuss over nothing. Forget golden hair, I even chopped down someone with no hair yesterday. Everyone was startled to hear this and realized the person in front of them was one of the two survivors from yesterday's battle, and also the boss. A short-haired female player who had just finished dressing had her eyes glued to Lin Miao when she saw him. She quickly walked up to him, her eyes wide, and was about to touch his chest with both hands. Lin Miao quickly swatted her hand away and glared. What are you doing? My apologies, boss, I couldn't help myself for a moment. Mantu, rejected, gave two awkward laughs, quickly bowed in apology, then scurried back into the player crowd, excitedly telling Natural Curl, he actually rejected me. He's so intelligent. Oh my god. Does this game have a favorability system? Can I romance him? The two were acquaintances, Natural Curl had even introduced the game to her. Natural Curl looked at this woman lost in fantasy with dead fish eyes and disdainfully said, who would like a tomboy like you, ah. Natural Curl once again clutched his stomach and dry heaved on the ground, while Mantu extended her right hand, clenching a fierce fist in front of him, her knuckles cracking, her eyes glinting menacingly. Understand. 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 Your body stat is definitely 7 points. Damn. The other player's eyelids twitched. Where did this female tyrant come from? She dared to hit even a seasoned veteran player? Watching this scene, Lin Miao felt exhausted, even forgetting his line about numbering them. He could only clear his throat and say, alright, once you're dressed, come out with me. This new world is waiting to welcome everyone. According to the 24-hour penalty, the wildlings and the other 7 still had to wait until the afternoon to log in. For now, Natural Curl had to lead this batch of new players. As for Pandora, Lin Miao felt that if he left her outside, she would probably get lost on her own, she simply didn't know how to communicate effectively with people. Hey! Wait, there's suddenly so much more stuff. Natural Curl was originally planning to just glance at the shop and then take the other players to collect materials, but then he discovered that the shop had 2 new categories of purchasable content in a new section. Braindon's Training, €40/HR. Braindon's Combat, €60/HR. The newly added quest board had many available quests. Aside from the daily garbage mountain material scavenging, the Night Watchman quest had become a permanent guard duty and warehouse construction. There was also the Defense Line Reinforcement quest, which had poor results due to the lack of architectural blueprints. Machine gun bunker modification. Install yesterday's spoils, the vehicle-mounted machine guns, onto the watchtowers and agency machine gun positions, and reconstruct the machine gun bunkers. Besides these seemingly ordinary quests, there was also a special quest. Main quest, design a product exclusive to the agency. Quest description, the administrator is considering building a factory for the agency, but doesn't know what to produce. Can anyone solve this problem? Quest objective, submit your work or design blueprint on the official website or hand it to the administrator in-game. The more detailed the submission, the higher the chance of winning the bid. Quest reward, the winning bidder will receive a mysterious grand prize from the administrator himself. Come on, dear players, show me your limits. Give me some stats, boss. Chapter 35 Meeting New and Old Users. After the number of players began to increase, Lin Miao made unlocking the panel a beginner's quest reward for thoroughly reading the agency manual. They no longer had to learn how to use equipment like Mantu and his group did when they first arrived. Amazing. Perfect. After leaving the agency, the players didn't know how to describe this new world with words. The dust that entered their noses felt so real. If it weren't for the various panels in their horizon, they might have even thought this was a real world. Egyptian Queen ran all the way to the bathroom, ready to turn on the faucet to see how well the game's fluids were made. He turned on the faucet, and the gushing water and icy touch directly shocked glamorous woman. Then he wiggled his nose, something seemed off. He scooped up a handful, looked at it suspiciously in his palm for a few moments, then stuck out his tongue and licked it. Man! WTF! His scream attracted several surrounding players. What are you up to now? Natural Curl watched the 10 new players, each digging and licking here and there, and finally understood what Lin Miao must have felt when he first saw them. A whole troop of Boy Scouts. And today, he had to be the Boy Scout leader for a day, with no quest rewards to boot. Damn. Egyptian Queen held a bit of water in his hand, brought it to Natural Curl's face, and asked with wide eyes. Is this our daily water? Natural Curl remembered Rainy Night without a knife saying that this water had excessive lead ions. Yeah, what's the problem? It's just a little polluted, it doesn't stop us from using it. It's a game, this is a game. A little. Egyptian Queen's voice became much sharper. Do you know how serious the pollution in this stuff is? Lead, silver, aluminum. I suspect this handful of water could make the EPA directly execute all the employees of this water treatment plant. And the bacteria count is definitely excessive. Drinking too much will definitely lead to viral arthritis, fetal deformities, and even YWNC. Natural Curl's scalp tingled at his words. He touched his crotch. Is it that serious? We've been using this water for the past few days, and I haven't felt any problems. What the hell are you talking about? It'll take at least over a month for you to show clear clinical symptoms. Then you don't have to worry. Natural Curl finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He patted Egyptian Queen's shoulder and said solemnly, because you'll probably die at least once within a month, and the buff will disappear when you die. Shit. So, does that mean as long as I die fast enough, chronic diseases can't catch up to me? The player who had followed along, Duo asked curiously, No, what do you do, buddy? You can tell there's something wrong with the water just by looking. I majored in water supply and drainage engineering when I studied in the American Federation. The water quality in that crappy place was terrible, and the local government wasn't willing to pay for repairs. They argued for several years and accomplished nothing. It's not as good as our own country. Awesome. Seeing a blonde white person say our own country made other players feel a bit subtle inside. However, at this stage, even if the players knew the water was dirty, there was nothing they could do. They still had to use it. Besides, the boss hadn't even spoken yet, so why should they worry? Natural Curl rented a light truck that old captain had sent over, with a load capacity of 3.5 tons, but the rent had doubled accordingly. After he drove the car over, he knocked on the car door and said to the players who were still chattering together. Alright, accept the quest and let's go. I paid 200 euros for you guys. If you don't want to log in tomorrow with a cold and sore back and legs buff, then get to work. Because Mantu and his group wouldn't be able to log in until the afternoon, Natural Curl planned to take 5 new players to Garbage Mountain to collect materials first. Also, with too many people, he wouldn't be able to look after everyone. Of the remaining 5 smaller players, 2 took on guard quests, and 2 or 3 took on machine gun turret modification quests. But the interesting thing was that, apart from group quests, if a player accepted a solo quest, others wouldn't know about it unless he revealed it. And how could that so-called main quest and mysterious gift not be tempting? Hey, what do you guys think about that main quest? Sitting in the swaying back of the truck, Duo was the first to can't help it and started to get acquainted with the others. Due to the difficulty of spreading information on the official website, early dissemination relied on game QQ groups or forums like Lugia. There was a good chance players knew each other. For example, Mantu was attracted to and pre-ordered the game after Natural Curl posted the website in a QQ group. She had initially thought her childhood friend was posting on his childhood friend website again, but it turned out to be a game website. What could there be to say? Egyptian Queen seemed indifferent. What kind of product could he, a water supply and drainage major, design? A sewage system or a water purifier? According to the game's official website setting, it's 2075 now. There are even flying cars. What useful thing can a bunch of country bumpkins from 2024 design? I don't think so. Rainy Night without a knife crossed his arms, gesturing for everyone to look into the driver's cab. See that? Manual transmission. It's 2075 and they're still driving gasoline cars with manual transmission. The promotional video on the official website, and the guns in the armory, they're all still using gunpowder propulsion. This indicates that in the game's setting, the world's technological development is severely lopsided, you know. Duo immediately became interested. You mean we should make bid or TSL? Are you daydreaming, buddy? Rainy Night without a knife rolled his eyes. That's a production line made up of millions of workers, from motors to batteries to control systems. Which one of those do you know? I mean, let's make something simple. If any player knew these things and could get design blueprints, he could go work for any electric car company today or happily receive a pair of silver hand bracelets. Everything you're saying now is useless. Egyptian Queen shook his head. The boss wants a product that can sell in the market. The problem is, do you know what the market in this game is like? So far, the map is still limited to Garbage Mountain and Stone Ridge Town, and an old Caldo's camp. We don't even have a place to conduct research. What can we make? No one will give you a main quest that can't be completed, unless the game designer is incompetent. At this point, Jian Shuiwuming, who had been silent, said, in this situation, clues to the main quest are often hidden in side quests or in certain corners of the game. Perhaps this is even a test from the game company for us. A test. Everyone was surprised. Yes, it's a test. Jian Shuiwuming picked up a long wooden pole from somewhere and held it in his arms. His shoulder-length hair combined with his calm tone made him seem particularly pretentious. I pre-ordered on the official website quite early. I don't know if you've noticed, but most of the things on the surface of this agency were built by us players. The degree of freedom is remarkably high. But the technologies developed so far are not very advanced, just like MC's Redstone technology. Various modules and Redstone building systems are all developed and created by players themselves. Perhaps the Future Vision game company wants to use this opportunity to see our players' creativity and then decide the future development direction. And whether there's a market or not, ultimately isn't it up to the game developers? It's just a few lines of data for them. The city system hasn't even been developed, and there are only a few NPCs. Where would you even conduct market research? Hey! Rainy Knight without a knife's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed Egyptian Queen's arm and said, perhaps the problem with the water you discovered earlier is a clue. Aren't you a water supply and drainage major? Can you design a water purifier? Maybe it'll be competitive. I advise you to give up on that idea. Egyptian Queen shook his head. You might not have paid attention to relevant news in the American Federation. Unclean water is common. The main reasons are aging pipelines and high purification costs, and weak grassroots control leading to policies not being implemented. However, they have always been working on household water purifiers, and they are very advanced. Since Night City is set in California, it should be a similar situation. Unless we build a large water purification plant, it's not going to happen. Egyptian Queen's words dampened the players' enthusiasm a bit, but they quickly started throwing out one bad idea after another. How about a mortar? Or a grenade launcher? Don't bring out old stuff from the last century to embarrass yourselves. Electrothermal chemical rifle. If you can make one, the National University of Defense Technology will invite you to be a professor. Smart fleshlight. I'm afraid your mold won't be as good as their prosthetics. That's not necessarily true. You're acting strange. After Natural Curl left the agency with the 5 younger players, the remaining 6 were still incredibly busy. Although there was an old player on standby here, seeing Pandora's naturally clear eyes, the few of them gave up the idea of asking her questions. On the other hand, Mantu, after teasing Pandora for a while until she became hostile, finally stopped. Then, when she saw the multifunctional workbench and the press machine, her eyes lit up. After getting Lin Miao's permission, she tried it for half an hour and actually became proficient in operating it. She directly followed NIGE's composite crossbow design blueprint, which he had left nearby, and completed NIGE's half-finished product for him. The details of the finished product even looked better than the one NIGE used yesterday, which surprised the other players. Mantu was too different from the women they usually saw who struggled to even twist open a bottle cap. One veteran Band-Aid victim and model kit enthusiast couldn't help but ask. Sis, what do you do? You're so skilled at this. Mechanical engineering, surprising, right? Mantu flexed her biceps in front of them. This body had even more strength than her real-life body, no wonder she could knock out that dead-eyed guy with one punch. All the players were shocked. Female mechanical engineering students, those were rare. They were always surrounded by sycophants, let alone hands-on work, some even had their theses written for them. To see someone like Mantu wielding a welding torch and wrench, clanking away, was as rare as a nationally protected animal. It was already past 6 in the evening when Zhu Jiu and the others logged in. Hey, what the hell, Tudo, why has your face changed? Zhu Jiu, climbing out of the modification pod, looked at Mayu Boziai Tudo, who was getting up beside him, with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Although Mayu Boziai Tudo was still displayed above his head, and his physique and height hadn't changed, his face was noticeably different from before, his nose bridge was a little higher, and his lips were a bit thicker. Yours too. You're just talking about me. The 7 veteran players who had just logged in looked at each other and realized that everyone's appearance had undergone slight changes. NIGE thought for a moment, then looked at everyone and said, I understand. Everyone else also gave him a you understand again look, and then listened as NIGE slowly explained. Remember that diary we found in the basement last time? It said that the boss and we are all androids. And we didn't have a character creation option when we logged in, which means androids' appearances are randomly generated. The previous one died, and the revived body is also randomly generated. Isn't it normal for them to look a little different? Chajin Warrior's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Does that mean that if I die enough times, I might randomly get a handsome and manly face like a big shot? Everyone was startled, then ecstatic. Holy cow, isn't this like reloading a save file? That makes sense. Sometimes, Lin Miao couldn't help but admire the player's ability to imagine things. It was true that appearances were randomly generated, but existing data could be regenerated. He was purely worried that revived players would be recognized by familiar NPCs, which would be difficult to explain. He couldn't very well say they were twins, could he? Then there would be an awful lot of twins here. And later there would be triplets, quadruplets, quintuplets, even an idiot would know something was wrong. After the veteran players revived, it was time for their long-awaited equipment auction. Although only relatively rare equipment would be auctioned, the common grey prosthetics wouldn't join the fun, they could be purchased at the base price. Moreover, this time it wasn't just players enjoying themselves, it was W, representing the agency. Players gathered in the hall, over 20 people filling the sofas. Although the new players didn't have points to bid, it didn't stop them from gathering to watch the excitement and see what cyberware actually was. After the solar power was connected, the projection function of the command table in the hall could also be activated. The tabletop glowed with a faint blue light, and a transparent bionic arm was projected in front of everyone, accompanied by WS mechanical female voice explaining. Mantis blades, green, combat type deep cybernetic modification. The blades are made of high-temperature alloy, with an engineering plastic subframe for excellent strength. Motor-driven, slashing force can be amplified to 4 knots. Special note, equipping Mantis blades requires replacing the entire arm. Skin, muscles, blood vessels, nerves, and bones will undergo high-intensity modification. Non-player units equipping them may have a certain chance of experiencing immune system rejection, and equipping multiple high-power cyberware simultaneously may lead to insufficient bioenergy, requiring additional reinforced core batteries. Starting bid 1,500, each increment no less than 50. Wow! As soon as the item appeared, it drew exclamations from the players. One by one, they crowded around the table, practically pressing their faces against it to see the details of the cyberware. Oh my god, this thing is too cool. It's like Karsa's arm blades, right? High-temperature alloy should be very hard. The details are so realistic, the blades and motor joints even have signs of wear and tear. Are those red parts bionic muscles? Why didn't our previous prosthetics have them? They did, they were just called leg reinforcement tendons. You just didn't look closely. If it sells for 1,500 here, won't it be 7 or 8,000 when it's put on the market? 7 or 8,000. That's almost 2 cars. Players marveled at its design and exquisite modeling, and also at its price. But this was actually the lowest version of second-hand Mantis blades. The top-tier goods sold in big company cyberware stores used tungsten-based alloys, elastic metal wire muscles, and pure battery power, capable of tearing through 50mm armor plates with one strike. Of course, the price would definitely start at 6 figures. Some players were eager to try, while others were distracted. For example, Natural Curl didn't think much of this item. After all, he had killed its original owner. If he had spare money, he would rather forge a more useful knife or prosthetic. But Mantu nudged Natural Curl's waist with her elbow and whispered. Buy it. Natural Curl looked at Mantu, a little confused. Hey. Seeing that the barbarians in front had already started bidding, Mantu urged anxiously. Oh, quickly buy it. No matter how much it costs, I'll give you cash, or I'll pay you back later. Then, fearing misunderstanding, she mumbled in a voice only the two of them could hear. This thing might help me with that main quest. If not, I'll find someone to help. After it's done, we'll split it 3-7. If it's not completed, I'll grind myself to death to compensate you. Main quest, those new players had been chattering about it in the back of the carriage for a long time, but Natural Curl hadn't paid attention. This quest had nothing to do with him, a martial arts school graduate. NIGE had even eagerly submitted the design for his recurve compound crossbow, but Lin Miao only hesitated for a moment before rejecting it. It was undeniably useful if made, and quite powerful, but it wouldn't have much market among Night City gangs. They would only buy guns, so it wasn't worth the investment. In a short while, the item was bid up to 1,800. Let me make this clear, I only have 2,200 contribution points. If you can't make it work, you'll have to pay me back even if it means blacksmithing. Faced with the urging, Natural Curl could only reluctantly bid 1,900. He knew very well that if this item fell into Mantu's hands, it would surely be disassembled. If there were no results, he would lose everything. I know. If I can't handle it, I'll go ask my Lao Do for help. That's fine, right? When everyone saw that Natural Curl was bidding, they exchanged glances and gave up the idea of competing. After all, he was the one who carried their bodies back, otherwise, their cyberware would have been for nothing. It was good to return the favor. W waited for 15 seconds. No one continued to bid, and he breathed a sigh of relief when the item fell into Natural Curl's pocket. At least he still had 300 points left, which should be enough to exchange for some money or cyberware. Deep Dive Interface, Green Hacker Deep Modification Cyberware, essential for diving into cyberspace. Micron-level neural network connection, 3 implantable plug-in slots. Special note, when entering deep dive mode, external perception is blocked, the brain operates under high load, and body temperature rises rapidly. You can choose to equip a coolant pipeline cyberware or an external water cooling device. This greatly increases network computation, but also significantly increases the probability of network attacks, and may even lead to getting lost in cyberspace. Starting bid 1,800, each increment no less than 50. 1,800. As soon as W finished speaking, a voice rang out in the crowd, calm yet soft and delicate. Everyone turned to look, glancing at each other, but couldn't find the person who had made the bid. It wasn't until Pandora, tiny as she was lifted up by Mantu that everyone saw her face. It turned out to be Pandora, who couldn't squeeze into the crowd and couldn't see over anyone's heads. 1,800. As if afraid no one heard her, she emphasized it again. However, no one competed with her for the hacker equipment. Lucy's brilliant performance yesterday had given hackers a moment in the spotlight, and everyone was hoping to nurture Pandora to be a strong asset. Compared to the equipment, Pandora's small size was even cuter. Brute Force, Green A modified weapon of Nightwalker leader Paul Jones. Original version is a Saratoga kinetic submachine gun, 85-round magazine, .45 caliber. Special note, after modification, this gun's rate of fire and recoil have reached an astonishing level. If you do not have sufficient financial resources or wrist strength, please choose with caution. Starting bid 1,500, each increment no less than 50. What? Financial resources. And it's a boss item? How could Brother Sun tolerate that? He immediately overpowered the competition, forcefully winning it for 1,700. There were several more green-tier cyberware items afterwards, but their starting bids were all 1,200, clearly a notch below the first few. However, the veteran players with ample pockets unhesitatingly added them to their collection, much to the envy, jealousy, and hatred of the new players. Chapter 36. Maybe we can make it big. Oh, wow, that's impressive. I didn't know you could do that. Under the bright room lights, a Mantu had already disassembled a left-hand mantis blade into its components, laying them on the table. Although he couldn't use the workbench when other players were working, he had a dormitory, and Lin Miao had also taken Mitch's toolbox when he left the old Caldos. Fortunately, Mantu had worked during the day, and with $80 in her hand, she could afford the rent and the $20 tool rental fee. So, what's the verdict? Natural Curl wasn't even in the mood to work, he just lay on the bed, watching Mantu tinker with the several thousand-euro knife he had bought. This thing is motor-driven, but I can't figure out where the electricity comes from. It might be converted from bioenergy, a game setting. The material of this motor and the engineering plastic used as a subframe are quite impressive, they have high strength and can achieve an output of 4 knots. Natural Curl didn't understand any of that, so he asked idly, so? What do you plan to make? If the materials science isn't an issue, I might be able to design a simple exoskeleton. But the specific output, load, and battery life will depend on the game's battery and material settings. Like that broken piece of junk you made for the university robot competition that didn't even pass the preliminary round? I remember you cried for 2 days after that. Are you looking for a beating? As for the control method, I don't understand how the neural interface in this game works. I'll need a more skilled programmer to help, or I'll have to design a separate driver program, but I can't do that. Cutting-edge physics has actually advanced further than most people imagine, with materials science being the biggest obstacle limiting human progress. But since this is a game, it's probably just a matter of a few lines of code, and perhaps they could even test the limits of this game's physics engine. Pandora. She might not be up to it. Pandora clearly hadn't figured out the game's programming methods yet, she would need a long time to learn. Mantu didn't think she could handle the job, but maybe it wasn't impossible. Could real-world program code run in the game? Mantu suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. If my design blueprint can impress the boss, maybe he can help me find that female hacker who fought with him yesterday to design the program. What kind of mysterious reward would that be? Just thinking about it makes me excited. It's still a long way off. Get to work. Do you think my $1,900 were so easily lent? Natural Curl rolled his eyes at Mantu, who was already lost in fantasy. He really hadn't expected this woman to snatch a spot from over 9,000 reservation numbers. He didn't know if she'd stepped in dog shit or was just plain lucky. And he had figured it out, all the players who came in were highly skilled, and many were eyeing this main quest. It would surely be a fierce competition. As night fell, the new players, who had been grinding all day, logged off, still wanting more. Each with their own hidden agenda, they prepared to look for some punishable things, to see if they could meet the main quest's requirements. Meanwhile, the nightlife for the veteran players was just beginning. Although it was night and they couldn't take on daily material gathering quests, now was the perfect time to spend. After the auction settlement, they each had nearly €1,000 in their hands. And Lin Miao enthusiastically launched a new round of consumption activities for them. Food and drink were available, but they had to be purchased, and they were mostly Night City's synthetic fast food, priced slightly higher than Night City's retail prices. In addition, some limited edition canned goods were also available, all priced at €100 and above. The players scoffed after seeing them. Are we here to eat these canned goods that we wouldn't even bother looking at on a normal day? We came for the synthetic fast food. If it's not synthetic, we won't eat it. 7 veteran players who had been resurrected sat in the agency lobby, their table piled with snacks and drinks, but their main focus was on the newly introduced braindance experience. Agency players had their own system intranet. By spending some Eurodollars on their account, they could access the headring for a limited-time braindance experience. Training could only be done solo, while actual combat allowed multiple players to enter a dungeon together. The maximum number of players for a dungeon was determined by Lin Miao. Players could restart infinitely before the game time ended, and even if the time ran out, they wouldn't be immediately forced out, they would be given a 15-minute countdown. Additionally, after successfully clearing a dungeon, players could decide whether to upload the recording to the official website for display. However, currently, there was only one option in the braindance combat section, Phoenix Club, a 4-player maximum dungeon. Lin Miao still had several data shards left over from yesterday's operation, but those shards had been inserted into the players' neck slots. He'd find a time to have Lucy edit them. This braindance headring is pretty impressive, as expected of a €2,000 high-end item. With the headring connected to his neck, and the installation package downloaded, Zhu Tiaoyu fiddled with the optical lens in front of him. And then? How do I use it? As he spoke, several data columns appeared in his cybernetic eye's field of vision. Phoenix Club Combat Room established, 1/4. Invite player. Start braindance experience, yes/no. Naruhodo. Alright, I get it. After a series of operations, Zhu Tiaoyu pulled in Tiaoyu and the other 2, preparing to enter the dungeon for a first clear, while Daoji and his 2 companions underwent braindance training separately. After all, sharpening the axe doesn't delay chopping wood, and pioneering is the most strenuous task. Everyone's here, let's start the dungeon. Let me see what this club is all about. Zhu Tiaoyu eagerly activated the brain dance. Immediately, a bright flash of light appeared in front of him. He instinctively tried to raise his hand to block it, but when he came to his senses, he found himself on a bustling street, filled with neon lights and noisy crowds. Tiaoyu Do and the other two stood beside him, each carrying a long bag. The sky was somewhat dim, and the time clearly didn't match the night outside the agency. Nige looked at the surrounding scenery with some shock. This wouldn't be the night city mentioned on the official website, would it? This is just too awesome, even cooler than our little wilderness town. Tiaoyu Do, it might be test content, made into a dungeon for us to find bugs or something. But it's definitely cool. Nige, it's more than cool, I think the art design of this scene could win an award. Yeren looked at his hands, he could clearly feel the presence of his newly installed green right arm. The long bag also contained the newly bought shotgun and ammunition. He then reached out to try and stop a pedestrian, but his hand passed directly through the person's body. The NPC merely cursed at him and then went on their way. It wasn't just this NPC, they stopped many people in succession, and the same went for cars on the road. No interaction, no braking, and no turning. Lin Miao did this to reduce the possibility of exploitative playstyles, such as pushing NPCs to act as bulletproof vests, or driving low-intelligence NPCs into the Phoenix Club as cannon fodder, or luring enemies onto the road to be run over, and so on. Zhu Tiaoyu, let's get to the point, alright? We only have an hour in total, don't worry about these minor details. Nige, watch me shine this time, one life clear. As he spoke, he already had the power bricks fly he had bought in his hand. The gun's magazine was a bit longer than a rifle's, and Zhu Tiaoyu had even specifically bought a red dot sight to mount on the rail to show off. Mission objective, obtain the data shard box and evacuate along the designated route. Means are not limited. The four of them looked at the massive Phoenix Club sign ahead and walked up to it with great swagger. As for some details, such as someone watching them from the second floor of the adjacent building, or the tiger claws at the alley entrance already eyeing the four with ill intent, they paid no attention to any of it. So far, players hadn't tried to communicate with hostile NPCs. Lin Miao had already launched a 6-language translation pack in the store, each language costing €5, which would bring in some money. Watching the four approach the alley, and with long bags in their hands, the tiger claws thugs on watch immediately stepped forward with unfriendly expressions to block them. You guys, coming here, what are you doing? The simultaneous translation had a distinctly Japanese accented Chinese, absolutely authentic. When Zhu Tiaoyu heard this accent, he was immediately shocked. Holy shit, it's a bunch of little Japanese people. But little did he know that his words were also translated to the tiger claws thugs. Although they were semi-intelligent, they were much better than the NPCs in old online games who could only say one or two phrases, so they reacted immediately. When the thug pulled out a pistol from his back waistband, preparing to teach the people in front of him a lesson, Nige, who had noticed it first, shot an arrow through his throat. However, Nige's action had stirred up a hornet's nest. Even Lin Miao didn't dare to charge in head-on, yet these foolish players dared to directly engage. The other tiger claws immediately pulled out their guns and returned fire, and even many enforcers rushed out from inside the club. In less than 3 minutes, all 4 players were successively killed and kicked out of the game. They took off their braindance head rings and looked at each other, unable to believe what had just happened. Tiaoyu Do, holy crap, what's the point of fighting? I feel like this dungeon is even scarier than the Night Walker we fought yesterday, it's hellish. The level design is eating me alive, alright. Zhu Tiaoyu, these little Japanese people are harder to fight than those Night Walkers yesterday. There are more of them, and they react so fast. Yeren, you're talking? If you hadn't cursed them as little Japanese, they wouldn't have attacked. Zhu Tiaoyu, damn it, we're here to clear a dungeon, alright? We were going to kill these little Japanese people anyway. Nige, stop talking, hurry up and start the next round, let's try again. However, even after an entire hour was used up, the 4-person team failed to break through the alley and reach the Phoenix Club's entrance. Their best performance was barely making it halfway through the alley before being surrounded and killed by Tiger Claws thugs swarming from all directions. Even Nige, whose stealth skill was at level 4, was dragged out and beaten to death by the Tiger Claws. He didn't know how he was found when he was hiding so well. His death was truly tragic. Unlike the dungeon clearing team, who frequently woke up and restarted the instance again and again, the training team next to them was much quieter, only waking up after the time limit expired. Nige eagerly asked Daoji, how was your experience? Was it exciting? It was all right. The instructor was very professional, but his Neon Dasa-style translation sounded a bit strange. Daoji frowned. He had chosen shooting training, and the content was standard. The coach would first let you choose a firearm and then conduct a brief simulated combat test to assess your level before starting the instruction. Although Daoji's shooting was at LV2, his understanding of firearms was clearly insufficient. The coach even gave him theoretical lessons and demonstrated actions, such as how to correct the aiming baseline, adjust the sights, and various stances for holding a gun kneeling, prone, and standing. It felt like a professional military training class. Is this really something a game should have? Are you sure no one will come looking for trouble because of this? What a coincidence, we also fought against the little neons, but those little neons are quite skilled and not easy to deal with. You'd best be careful. Zhu Tiaoyu was too embarrassed to say that the four of them had been repeatedly beaten down by Tiger Claw's thugs 17 times. Instead, Nige kindly reminded them, never try a frontal assault, it absolutely won't work, at least not for us right now. Perhaps you could try other approaches, like stealth. Daoji nodded, then pulled Red Bucket and Chajin Warrior to open a room. Opening a room to enter a dungeon, nothing else. Another hour passed, and both sides had completed their experiences. The savage, who had just come to, was a bit disoriented, subconsciously touching his face and body. Nige, who had come out of the stealth training, saw his actions and asked curiously, what's wrong? You look a bit distraught. The savage shook his head. I chose melee combat. That damn coach beat me badly, and in there, you can't even turn off the pain, only slightly reduce it. It's messed up. That neon coach didn't teach anything like Kyokushin karate, ninjutsu, or taekwondo, as the savage had expected. Damn it, he taught free combat, and it was unrestricted free combat, with no limits on elbows, joint locks, wrestling, or a series of other techniques. The only goal was to beat the enemy to death. And the fastest way to improve was through sparring. So, Nige became a punching bag. The coach would teach him 2 moves, then they would spar. If he didn't learn it well, they would keep fighting until he did. What's more, in that environment, stamina recovered infinitely, and injuries healed instantly, so you didn't even have time to catch your breath. An hour of getting beaten resulted in basic melee combat LV1. Nige clicked his tongue. His stealth training wasn't that bad. It was about sound localization, identifying obstacles, cover, distinguishing possible hidden passages, and judging surveillance range and blind spots. If he was discovered, he could just restart, at least he wouldn't get beaten. Zhu Tiaoyu looked at Daoji and the others, who had woken up together, and asked somewhat impatiently, what about you guys? How many times did you die? Red Bucket scratched the back of his head. 3 times, I guess. The 4th time, the countdown started, and we figured we probably couldn't get in, so we just gave up. Damn, how did you guys do that? Zhu Tiaoyu was greatly shocked. So Daoji recounted, didn't you guys say not to force a frontal assault at first? So we wondered if there were other ways, and then Red Bucket suggested if we could just walk in without fighting. After all, it's obvious this isn't a proper establishment. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on this civil engineering guy. You could smell the chicken before even entering, an expert indeed. Ahem. I used to accompany leaders for entertainment, I didn't do anything, really. Red Bucket was a bit embarrassed. When we went over, we threw our bags on the side of the road. Anyway, those NPCs are virtualized, so no one would pick them up. When the thugs stopped us, we said we just wanted to go in and have some fun. After frisking us and confirming we had no weapons, they let us in. Hey? That works too. Todo and the others were almost losing their minds. They had fought desperately, died dozens of times, and hadn't even touched the door, yet these few unconventional guys just walked into the Phoenix Club so brazenly. Nige gave a knowing look. Hey, tell us, what's inside? Are there any exciting shows? It was all right, a bit stimulating, but not too explicit, Daoji coughed. We could only move around in the lobby on the 1st floor. The scene was quite ambiguous. There were women pole dancing and even, many people were watching brain dance, but we tried it, and there was nothing when we put it on. And there was nothing we were looking for on the 1st floor. The security guards prohibited us from going to the 2nd floor, saying we didn't have VIP cards. If we forced our way in, we'd be directly killed. Plus, there were cameras everywhere, so stealth was useless. We wiped out like that the 1st time. The 2nd time, we tried to find a breakthrough elsewhere, entering the tenement buildings on both sides to look for clues. And guess what? We found a female hacker on the 2nd floor. That hacker seemed to recognize us. After taking us to the rooftop, she not only helped us hack the Phoenix Club's surveillance but also instructed us on how to stealthily steal, which significantly lowered the difficulty. The savage asked somewhat excitedly, so, what happened? Did you steal the item? Chajin Warrior gave an embarrassed laugh. No, I missed a step when jumping off the building and fell from the 3rd floor to the 1st, dying. That place was narrow and high, and we had to step on window ledges to get across and kill people. Ordinary people couldn't do it at all. We tried twice in a row and failed. But that scene designer is truly amazing. The details are mind-blowing. I suggest that after we go offline, we find a blueprint or use 3D software to draw out that Phoenix Club and the general terrain, then deduce a strategy. Everyone now understood. This dungeon's difficulty was unusually high, and it would probably take a long time to clear it. What the players didn't know was that one day, Lin Miao would bring them to the entrance of the real Phoenix Club, and at that time, they could only wish Chengtaro good luck. By the way, why haven't I seen the boss? He said he had something to do. I don't think I've ever seen him at night. Taking off her helmet, Li Jiangang took a deep breath of fresh air. Although she had been busy in the game all day, she was now exceptionally energetic, feeling as comfortable as waking up naturally on a weekend without her mother pulling off her blanket to call her. When she went out to wash up, her mother, who was cooking, saw her enter the bathroom, then looked at the time on her phone and was immediately surprised. Why are you up so early today? Did you make plans with friends? The end of the world isn't coming, is it? Why do you make me sound like a little pig? Do I only ever sleep in? Li Jiangang grumbled unhappily. After washing up, she fearlessly grabbed a mantu directly from the steamer her mother had placed on the table, blew on it, and popped it into her mouth. Her Lao Do, sitting on the sofa wearing reading glasses and reading a newspaper, saw his daughter come in and asked without looking up, "You got scammed, didn't you? I told you long ago that there's no such thing as virtual reality technology. Those are just gimmicks for financial speculators to hype stocks. I don't know how much money you spent on that big helmet." "Humph, what if I told you it was real, would you believe me?" Li Jiangang sat next to her Lao Do and put a small mantu into his mouth. "Stubborn," her Lao Do said, eating the mantu and putting down his newspaper. "After you finish your master's degree, choose to stay and work at the university, and honestly stay in the research institute. Don't spend all day messing around playing games." "I know, can you please not talk about this so early in the morning?" Li Jiangang was initially a bit impatient, then asked curiously, "Lao Do, do you believe there's really another world out there, but because of a change at a certain point in history, it took a completely different path from ours?" "Yes, of course, I believe it. But I think you'd better go wash your face, because I don't think you are fully awake yet." "Humph. I'm not talking to you anymore, old fogey." Li Jiangang snorted at him exasperatedly, grabbed 3 or 4 mantu from the plate with one hand, and walked towards her room. Her mother, carrying porridge from the kitchen, called out to her, "Hey, where are you going?" "Work. Modeling." Her mother looked at her husband somewhat strangely. "Isn't it summer vacation now? Who knows what she's up to? Maybe she got scammed and is going to cry in bed. I think it's more likely she'll smash that helmet with a wrench and throw it out." Chapter 37 David, have you ever considered letting me be your mother's new? This is News 54. Violence continues to spread in the Badlands. The day before yesterday, vicious gunfights occurred on highways 118 and 133. It is suspected that nomads and the Night Walker gang clashed over interests, resulting in a battle involving over 100 participants. The scene was a brutal fight. Returning to Night City after a day's absence, Lin Miao was in a rather good mood listening to the car radio. Although the players might not actually find a suitable product, Lin Miao could always postpone the main quest, there was no rush. Lin Miao had already decided, if the factory couldn't be repaired, he would close it down and let the players blow up the Night Walker. After accumulating enough resources, he would expand his army, repair the water plant, build up military supplies, and establish sales channels in the city. Just as he was thinking about how to make the Night Walker drop Eurodollars, he spotted a familiar figure on the streets of Santo Domingo. "Aha, look who I found." Checking the time, it was indeed after school. Lin Miao pulled the car over and honked twice at the person. Beep. Beep. The neat black and red uniform of Arasaka Academy was highly recognizable on the street, so much so that David often felt people's strange gazes on him as he walked. Jealousy, disgust, envy, hostility, sarcasm, whether on the streets or at school, David always felt like an outcast, never fitting in anywhere. If not for his mother, he probably wouldn't have been willing to study at that seemingly glamorous school. He walked home with his head down, ignoring everyone as usual, until a harsh car horn startled David. It was someone he knew. "Mr. Linear. Get in, I'll drive you home." David hesitated. Although the other party had saved him from some thugs, and his mother had money for rent and bought him a new braindance headset, David instinctively felt that the other party was a very dangerous person. This level of danger far exceeded any mercenaries or school administrators he had ever met. Even though this danger wasn't directed at him or his mother, David instinctively wanted to avoid Lin Miao, so he refused. "No. Hurry up." With a voice that brooked no refusal, David's instinct surrendered at that moment, and he obediently got into the other person's car. "What's wrong, like I'm going to eat you or something?" Lin Miao smiled and started the engine, and the car was back on the road. "Always looking so glum every day. Why does going to Arasaka Academy seem like going to an execution ground for you? As if you've ever studied at Arasaka Academy," David muttered to himself. "Is someone bullying you at school? But I remember your mother saying your grades at school are excellent." Lin Miao could only think of this. But it didn't make sense. If David's grades were good enough, then he was unlikely to be the target of bullying. This was a commonality in most schools, no matter how bad a top student's family background was, those troublemakers and rich kids wouldn't target them first, and Arasaka Academy was no exception. Lin Miao believed that people like David, who went to Arasaka Academy while in debt, were definitely not a minority, otherwise, where would Arasaka get so many ordinary employees? David himself didn't seem to be a troublemaker, unless he was lying to Gloria about his good grades, but a report card couldn't be faked. "No one is bullying me." David looked at the rusty landscape of Santo Domingo outside the window. It was a world apart from Corpo Plaza, but he preferred it here. Tisk. Arrogant kid. Lin Miao abruptly turned the steering wheel, and the car took a different road. "Mr. Lin." David was a bit nervous because this wasn't the way home. He was even thinking about jumping out of the car and running away. "Taking you somewhere fun. Japantown, H8 Plaza." According to Main and Old Captain, the Tiger Claws hadn't continued searching for him and Lucy, so he dared to show his face here. Westbrook's Japanese style, so different from Santo Domingo, amazed David, who rarely ventured out. What interested him most were the mercenaries drinking and celebrating in the plaza. Previously, David only dared to watch such large gatherings of mercenaries from afar, never having been this close. However, before getting out of the car, Lin Miao threw one of his employee uniforms to David to change into. Otherwise, if he went to a mercenary gathering in an Arasaka uniform, he would surely be beaten into a pulp, and Lin Miao wouldn't be able to explain it to Gloria. Aha, I can smell a very, very strong scent of money from a mile away. Let me see who's here. Even without looking at the person, Lin Miao knew who had arrived from the lewd voice. Pilar pushed through the crowd and squeezed in front of Lin Miao, with a lewd smile, lustful eyes, and utterly repulsive actions. He could totally apply to be one of the head four for the ultimate insult to the emperor. Isn't this Boss Lin? Do you have another job for us? Don't worry, leave it to me. I just need a little more money to buy some new gear. Once I put it on, I guarantee it'll make you sky high, boss. Where's Maine? Pilar made a hole with one hand and repeatedly poked his index finger of the other hand into it, saying with an extremely lewd expression. Haha, our captain is doing business with Dorio, you know, that kind of business. He then saw David next to Lin Miao, an unfamiliar face, new, and that outfit. Pilar paused, then became a bit nervous, dropping his inappropriate expression. Boss Lin, you're not planning to clash with the tiger claws in the city, are you? It's not time yet. He's my friend's son and is very interested in you guys, so I brought him here to play. You guys go have your fun. There might be a job for you in a while. Understood. Pilar, knowing better than to disturb them further, turned and rejoined the mercenaries, telling crude jokes. Lin Miao led David to a small bar counter, ordered a bottle of beer and 2 glasses, and poured a glass for the somewhat excited David. Just this one bottle. And don't tell your mom about today, or she'll definitely come looking for trouble with me. He wouldn't doubt Gloria's determination to protect her son. Thank you. The noisy, lively environment made David a bit excited. He took the beer and nodded repeatedly. In his opinion, this was the other person's approval of him, and his previous worries were thrown to the back of his mind. Mr. Lin, are you very familiar with these people? I've had some dealings with them, but I wouldn't say very familiar, Lin Miao said, leaning on the bar after pouring himself a glass. I heard others say you seem to yearn for these mercenaries. Why? If you diligently graduated from school with excellent grades, you could live a much better life than these people. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, David took a deep breath, then looked down at his empty glass and said, I envy them. They do whatever they want, don't care about what others think, aren't short on money, and are free and at ease. And maybe one day they can even become legends admired by many. I'm just from an ordinary family in Santo Domingo, with not much money, but my mom insisted that I attend Arasaka Academy and work at Arasaka, even if it meant getting into a lot of debt. At school, even though the children of corporate employees don't say it, I know they look down on me. The students from ordinary families don't like me either, thinking my good grades mean I'm trying to show off. So you feel like you don't belong anywhere, and that's why you don't want to go to school? Is that what you mean? Yes, if it weren't for my mother, I wouldn't study so hard. David had never told Gloria these things, keeping them buried in his heart. Now that he had spoken them, he felt a bit better. Seeing this, Lin Miao poured him another glass, then gestured for him to look at the mercenaries. Do you think their lives are happy? David asked somewhat strangely, aren't they? Cyberpunk is super cool. Living and dying with brothers during the day, partying in bars at night, how free and unrestrained. David, Lin Miao said earnestly, their lives have nothing to do with cool. They're just partying in a burning hell. I don't really like to call them cyberpunks. I think edgerunners or, rather, precarious proletariat is a more fitting term. Lin Miao emphasized those 6 words, afraid the voice translation wouldn't be accurate. Proletariat, David seemed to have heard this word somewhere, perhaps in that PART1 collectivist system, but that website was full of neurotic people making groundless complaints. Could Lin Miao also be such a person? But the Lin Miao he saw was calm and rational. This term is a very old one, used to refer to groups who have lost full-time jobs, are forced to take odd jobs to make a living, and do not own means of production. David was still confused. He understood the first part, but what were means of production? Lin Miao didn't intend to explain too much to him, but continued. Take the person you just saw, for example. In the past 3 days, I paid their 5-person crew a total of $40,000. That's a lot. David was extremely surprised. 3 days, 40,000. His mother's entire year's salary might not even add up to that much. Right? If they were frugal with that money, they could live peacefully for several months, taking on less dangerous jobs to get by. But even so, they would still choose to live on the edge, quickly spending their money to get stronger cyberware, and continue taking high-risk, high-reward contracts, not caring even if there's a high chance of death. How could that be? David didn't understand why anyone would deliberately court death. Was it really just for money? Of course, they would. Lin Miao raised his wine glass to his eyes, the figures of those mercenaries stretched long and distorted through the wine and glass. Then, he said earnestly, because what they want isn't higher wages or benefits, but a sense of security, stability, and dignity. Do you understand? To accept more dangerous work for safety and stability, wasn't that a contradiction? But none of that can be provided by a normal life. These societal outcasts can only hope to get rich overnight or become a legend by licking blood from the knife's edge, using vast sums of money to compensate for that missing sense of security, and using the title of a Night City mercenary legend to gain the respect of others. After all, no one wants to live day to day, becoming an ant no one cares about even if they die. If one only wanted to survive, there were many ways in Night City, making a living wasn't difficult. But people don't just live to survive. But, David remembered his Arasaka Academy uniform. Those mercenaries are so powerful, why don't they apply for jobs at corporations? With their skills, they should easily find work. That brings us to another matter: why they became unstable proletarians. A long time ago, corporations, under pressure from governments, society, unions, and other parties, had to provide sufficient labor protection for workers, maintain a safe employment rate, and abide by labor laws, at least on the surface. David nodded thoughtfully, and Lin Miao continued. But all of this collapsed during the financial storm of the last century. Those multinational corporations completed their war against governments, and no government in any country could restrain their expansion anymore. Everything that hindered corporate capital expansion was eliminated one by one in this process. They heavily touted so-called free competition, liberalism, the core argument of which was society should make every effort to maximize free competition, and any obstacles detrimental to market mechanisms must be removed. Maximized free competition meant that no one needed to be responsible for anything. Labor organizations, social security policies, unemployment benefits, professional communities, everything in their way was crushed. And with the maturity of intelligent industrialization and cyberware, everyone except the top technical workers became replaceable parts at any time. David murmured, then, us, those Arasaka employees. Yes, you can be replaced at any time. Do you know how many ordinary employees died at those big corporations last year? In Night City alone, it was over 3 digits. Killed by mercenaries, overworked to death, and countless secretly executed by corporate special agencies. But none of this causes even a tiny loss for the corporations. So how can you expect these mercenaries to feel secure working for those big corporations? So why do you think Arasaka recruits so many new employees every year? Actually, Lin Miao didn't voice an even more brutal truth: the mercenaries' so-called resistance against corporations and opposition to enterprises, in his eyes, was nothing but an illusion. Even those seemingly glamorous, influential mid-level corporate executives, their lives weren't necessarily secure. If you had the right channels, you could take their lives for a few $1,000. Because only another collective can resist a collective. However, just like Kiwi, the hacker, believed, don't trust anyone but yourself. This is also one of the underlying structures of Night City and even this world. Because trust only exists in stable, long-term communities. In an always unsafe environment like Night City, any cooperative consciousness or moral consensus cannot endure for long. Mercenaries betrayed by comrades, killed by middlemen, corporate employees discarded as pawns by superiors, betrayed by colleagues. The examples are countless. Suspicion and distrust of others have become the norm in this world, preventing the formation of strong collectives capable of resisting corporations. The biggest thing they could probably do was blow up the Arasaka building again, but for these multinational corporations, it would be just like being bitten by an ant. Lin Miao bet that even if a manual for slaying dragons were stuffed into the minds of every mercenary worldwide, it would be useless. Because in such a highly developed society, people like Maine would not be constrained by so-called stable and high-welfare jobs. They had passed the time of merely seeking subsistence. The current society's productivity, even just a bit of its scraps and garbage, could fill a person's stomach. What they now pursued were avenues for self-development and self-realization. And this society couldn't provide them with these, so this world was already ruined. Lin Miao looked at David, who was deep in thought. Do you still want to be a mercenary? David was speechless for a moment, feeling increasingly bitter. He took another large gulp of wine before saying. But, if it's as Mr. Lin says, then won't I still end up as an Arasaka employee who can be replaced at any time? Who said that? Lin Miao laughed heartily, then shook his head and said, you're just studying at Arasaka Academy. Why must you become their employee? Does Arasaka Academy's rules forcibly stipulate that students must be cannon fodder for Arasaka after graduation? David blinked, seemingly not quite understanding what Lin Miao meant. Lin Miao patted his shoulder. Although I don't like Arasaka, it doesn't stop Arasaka Academy from being Night City's top educational institution. The most valuable thing there isn't the so-called Arasaka employee contract, but this. He pointed to his own head. It's knowledge. Knowledge is priceless. You just need to study hard at Arasaka Academy, diligently acquire more knowledge. I believe that no matter how much the professors at Arasaka Academy favor the rich and disdain the poor, or how much they exploit their graduate students, they will never dislike a good student eager for knowledge, as long as it doesn't go against their own interests. As for those who isolate you, they don't want to be your friend because you can't bring them benefits, and they feel you don't deserve to join their circle. But conversely, if you are dedicated to learning not for profit, why should you care about what those people think? From now on, you are not studying for your mother's dream, not studying to be an Arasaka employee. You are only studying for the sake of learning, for yourself, understand. Knowledge is power. In this world, only those with power can decide their own path, whether you want to be an employee or a mercenary technician, it's the same. Without using your brain, you'll be a thug your whole life, the brainless will always just float at the bottom. Even if you don't want to apply for a job at Arasaka after graduation, it's fine. Come work for me. As long as you have ability and talent, I guarantee your treatment won't be lower than what Arasaka offers. But David still wanted to talk about his mother. In fact, he had told her more than once that he would quit school and get a job to help with the family's financial pressure, but Gloria would never agree. Lin Miao could see through David's thoughts at a glance. He smiled, like a devil whose cunning plan had succeeded and whose fool had finally taken the bait. You should think about this from a different perspective, David. Your mom always wants you to succeed, hoping you can climb high in Arasaka. So why can't you think about your mom succeeding? Wouldn't it be better for her to climb to the top herself? David was dumbfounded. Mr. Lin, are you saying, let my mom quit her job and work at Arasaka? No, what I mean is, instead of working so hard for Rio, leaving early and coming home late every day, working 14 hours, and still not earning €3,000 a month, why not come work for me? I can guarantee that if you can persuade your mother, I can offer her an irresistible condition and a sufficiently decent job, at least enough to ensure your family a comfortable life, and you won't have to worry about rent, utilities, or tuition anymore. David even wondered if he had drunk too much and misheard. He blinked, asking incredulously, you, work? Yes, I'm planning to open a company in Night City, and it's a time when I need people. If you can persuade your mother, she could even be considered a founding member. Although he hadn't yet registered the company at the Night City registration office, this matter was already set in stone. Whether Gloria agreed or not, he would do it. He valued her entirely because he was satisfied with Maine's crew's efficiency. He believed that to steal enough valuable cyberware right under the noses of so many people at Rio, and to find a reliable enough buyer among the vast mercenary community, required not only luck but also discernment and ability. Most importantly, he needed to find someone he knew well and could trust. Gloria, with nothing to her name, a clean background, sufficiently cautious, and a son she cherished like her life, she was easy to control. Most importantly, she fit his aesthetic. Was there anyone more suitable than Gloria? Lucy? She wasn't suitable to be a front desk spokesperson. Chapter 39. I started to like this woman. Even though Gloria Martinez didn't get home from work until 1 a.m., and David had come home early to change, shower, brush his teeth, and rinse his mouth, he still couldn't escape his mother, who had fought on the front lines of life and death in the medical field for years. She looked angrily at her son, who was usually very obedient and never dared to defy her, and asked with her hands on her hips, David, did you drink alcohol? David, who hadn't expected that all his efforts to wash away the smell would fail, looked a bit embarrassed. Seeing that her son didn't refute, Gloria Martinez grew even angrier. Don't you know you're not yet 18? I told you not to touch these things before you're an adult. You're still a student. Do you want to become one of those good-for-nothings on the street who only know how to numb their nerves with alcohol all day? Do you know what I work so hard for? As she spoke, David felt like his mother was about to spiral into believing he was on the verge of becoming a complete degenerate, indulging in all 5 vices of drinking, whoring, gambling, smoking, and drugs. And it sounded like she was about to cry, so he quickly interrupted, it's not like that, Mom. I ran into Mr. Lin on my way home from school. Lin Miao? He took you drinking. Where did you go? Gloria Martinez's voice immediately rose several octaves. David suddenly realized that Lin Miao had specifically emphasized not telling his mother about taking him drinking. Facing his mother's approaching fury, he could only bite the bullet and explain, No. It's not like that. Mr. Lin didn't take me drinking, and we didn't go to any shady places. He just took me to a shop for a casual meal on the way home, and someone accidentally spilled alcohol on my clothes. Gloria Martinez was skeptical. Really? David said with certainty. Mr. Lin also told me a lot of things and specifically encouraged me to study hard in the future. I definitely won't disappoint you. I won't complain about you making me study at Arasaka Academy anymore. Gloria Martinez didn't believe David's claim that he hadn't drunk alcohol, but seeing her son suddenly so obedient, she decided not to pursue the matter further. She pulled her son to sit on the sofa. What else did he tell you? Don't try to lie to your mother. Gloria Martinez was a smart woman. Although she didn't know why Lin Miao would suddenly approach David, it certainly wasn't just out of pure kindness to guide David. He must have wanted something, and David had I have something on my mind that I don't know whether to tell Mom written all over his face. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, David could only honestly tell Gloria Martinez everything Lin Miao had said to him. To be honest, even he knew that both he and his mother didn't know much about Lin Miao, and the choices Lin Miao offered were full of risks. Just hearing what the mercenary Pilar and Lin Miao said made it clear that following him would definitely involve adventure. Sigh. Gloria Martinez looked at her son with a hint of helplessness. It was hard to say whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Just as Lin Miao had told her before, opportunities in Night City often came with high risks, and seizing them might lead to soaring success. However, a greater possibility was dying without a trace. But did Gloria Martinez have a choice? Looking at the monthly bills, if it weren't for Lin Miao, she wouldn't be so relaxed. She might even have to risk stealing high-end cyberware to sell on the black market domain. I'll go talk to him about this, David. Don't get involved in these things. Just study hard, okay? Even if you don't want to join Arasaka, you absolutely cannot become one of those mercenaries. I understand. Regardless, the profession of a cyberpunk, at least in David's mind, had dropped from admiration and longing to mere friendliness, and the importance of studying hard had slightly increased. The player's efficiency was probably enough to make 99% of corporate employees blush. He had just gotten home, and his butt hadn't even warmed the seat yet, when several new player submissions for main quests appeared on the official website. Let me see what good stuff the players have prepared. Jian Shui Wu Ming. PETN remote-controlled explosives. Semtex plastic explosive manufacturing process. Detonation device. Lin Miao hadn't heard of this, so he could only search online. Remember our 101 book network? Mossad recently used this to blow up thousands of walkie-talkies, killing many people. Awesome. That's really awesome. You're starting me off with a big one, huh? This young player's idea is good, but no, Lin Miao can't do this, at least not mass-produce it. Making this kind of stuff to sell would easily attract the attention of bad guys, and he'd be in deep trouble. But he could collect it for players to use, just not sell it. Next, fellow villagers' gas cannon, can be built. Although TT and RDX explosives are hard to buy through legitimate channels, they can be made as long as there are raw materials. He could even directly use the submission from the player above. But, buddy, do you really want me dead? Mass-producing this thing, let alone selling it, even using it himself could cause trouble. At that point, it wouldn't be Nightwalkers knocking on his door, but melee tech. In Night City, megacorporations can tolerate gangs having machine guns, grenades, or some PG-type rockets, and they can even tolerate Nomad's 40mm caseless artillery. But this thing, they absolutely cannot tolerate. Next, from the blonde Egyptian queen, a household water purifier. The structure and production process are very clear. It can slightly purify the current water quality, but unfortunately, this item is already on the market, and the existing ones are more effective. If Lin Miao really intends to build this, he will most likely be completely crushed by competitors in terms of both cost and selling price. Next, from Shui Yu Dongtian. Gundam V. And he even uploaded Bandai's complete parts assembly in the Mobile Suit V Gundam design collection. Buddy, how about you go help me find Gundanium alloy and Minovsky particles first? Next, Duo Tudu, electromagnetic railgun. It's not that he's messing around, because he did come up with a set of basic theories and firing technologies that look very reasonable. From electromechanical models, magnetic field pressure, magnetic force, transient field calculation theory, to the material properties and structural design of electromagnetic railgun launchers, armature, and integrated ammunition technology, it's clear that the other party has a deep understanding of this area. They are either a related hardcore enthusiast or a professional. Manufacturing it with the current world's technology isn't too difficult. Orbital Aviation even built a tens of kilometers long electromagnetic rail on Mount Kilimanjaro, capable of accelerating rockets directly to first cosmic velocity. In 2008, the European community even launched a several-ton metal meteorite from an electromagnetic rail on the moon, precisely hitting the American Federation Army headquarters in Prince City, Colorado. Boom. A complete reversal. But unfortunately, this is not something that 250 kilowatts production lines can produce. There are already similar personal armaments on the market, called tech weapons. Their price is much higher than conventional kinetic weapons. Second only to smart weapons. Moreover, the popular tech weapons on the market are not mature, most are electrothermal chemical types. They have electromagnetic acceleration rails, but firing requires electromagnetic charging, otherwise, their power is not much greater than kinetic weapons. And what this guy brought out wasn't a gun, it was a damn cannon. If it were actually built, it would be at least 18 meters long. These players are truly not afraid of making a big deal out of things. After a whole round of browsing, the items brought out by the new players were either bland or utterly useless, with no short-term practical value. Just as he was about to close the web page and go to sleep, a design drawing from Mantu caught his attention. The MT-1 type powered exoskeleton, at least it didn't use the overused Mark I type, a tank ancestor, as its designation. Mantu's design drawing looked very rudimentary at first glance, crude stainless steel skeleton, hydraulic and electric dual drive system, unknown control system, and a power battery as an unknown energy source. Many parts were incomplete. Mantu herself even said that she hoped to learn more about the game's physics engine and mechanical materials to determine how to specifically modify it. This thing has been researched for over a decade in that world, but due to material science limitations, its effectiveness hasn't been great. Currently, the ones in service at most increase load capacity by a few dozen kilograms, not only requiring a large battery pack but also having poor battery life. But, with this world's technology, that's hard to say. Could this thing be more technologically advanced than prosthetics? Powered armor exists in this world, it's a type of single-person equipment based on a standardized humanoid frame, made with external composite armor and an internal control system. For example, Zetatika's Grasshopper series, Militika's Commando series, Arasaka's Exemplar series, the Soviet Union's Bora series, and so on. Compared to these, the NGPD's tens of thousands of dollars per unit Centaur exoskeleton is like a roadside item, only slightly criticized for its price. A basic commando power armor probably only costs 500,000 euros, not including subsequent maintenance, with an upper limit exceeding $1 million. This is undoubtedly an astronomical price for small and medium-sized companies and gangs. But Mantu's power armor, it's truly trash. Even an outsider like Lin Miao could tell it was garbage. Lin Miao roughly estimated that, based on the material list Mantu provided, ignoring the costs of steel and labor, an electric hydraulic transmission system, 16350W prosthetic motors, and a sufficient power battery, without considering the control program, would only cost about 1,500 euros to build a 120 kilograms power armor with a 600 kilograms load capacity and a 200 kilograms remote load. It was a full 2 times lighter than the lightest cricket on the market, and it was just a bunch of iron rods, with almost zero frontal defense. But it was cheap. Its output wasn't even as good as those 10-odd watt gorilla arms, with a reinforced core, their output could even reach T-class, punching through a concrete wall was no problem. But it was cheap. Its appearance was extremely ugly, and its craftsmanship was crude. But it was cheap. Did Lin Miao need this thing to attend a military exhibition? Did Lin Miao need this thing to gain the favor of capital? Neither was needed. As long as this thing was cheap enough, all its shortcomings ceased to be shortcomings. Yes, a 500 kilograms payload was inferior to a small car, or even a slightly more expensive motorcycle, but he could equip it with a 120 kilograms, 0.05*0.5*1.5 m composite shield or full-body steel plate protection, and if possible, a machine gun. He wasn't going to fight head-on with any army, he was just participating in gang brawls. Come on, want to trade battle damage? Let me see if your cyberware, which costs thousands or tens of thousands, is more expensive, or if my broken exoskeleton is more expensive. Moreover, its crude quality meant that those big companies wouldn't even give it a second glance, at most treating it as a cheap gadget cobbled together by their subordinates. It had some potential. Lin Miao didn't even need to prepare a factory, he could just buy some materials and have Mantu churn out a prototype on a workbench. That thing had a small electrified lathe on it, and although its precision wasn't high and it couldn't process large objects, it could perform milling, boring, and drilling. Checking the time, it was already past midnight. Lin Miao had planned to wait until morning to make further plans. However, the target he was looking for came knocking on his door. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Unexpectedly, it was Gloria at the door. She was still wearing that yellow corporate jacket. Lin Miao invited her in, and as they sat on the sofa, Gloria thanked Lin Miao again. Mr. Lin, I heard about today's incident from David. Honestly, I've troubled you again because of this child. This time, Lin Miao didn't pour her wine, but a glass of purified water. After all, it was late at night, and getting drunk might make some things unclear. Before both parties were psychologically prepared, deepening the relationship could only make things worse. It's just a small matter of an adult having a heart-to-heart with a child. David has great talent and shouldn't waste it on meaningless things. Gloria held the water glass without drinking, and said solemnly, No, this matter is very important to me. David's admiration for those mercenaries and lone wolves truly frightens me. In my E0 rescue work, I almost daily treat or collect the bodies of these lone wolves and gang members. Some of them are around David's age, and I have to dismantle their cyberware. Many children die without ever seeing their parents again. That year, haha. I was 277 days pregnant with David, working as usual with a big belly. During that emergency rescue, I reconnected a gang member's severed arm, but coincidentally, my water broke at that moment. In the end, I was lying on a stretcher giving birth to David, and that gang punk used a mantis blade to cut my umbilical cord. I'm truly afraid, so afraid that one day I'll see David again in an ambulance, seeing him lying bloody on a folding stretcher. My greatest hope in life is for this child to study well, live a prosperous life in a company, and make a name for himself in the future. No matter how hard or tiring it is, I'm willing to endure it. Gloria spoke of herself pitifully, even with a choked voice, tears welling in her eyes. Her son was born in a cheap ambulance, but she absolutely did not want her son to die on a cheap ambulance's stretcher. Yes, what she said was true, but Lin Miao could encounter 100 impoverished, stressed families just by going out to buy a bottle of water. Everyone had their own difficulties. Night City didn't believe in tears, and neither did Lin Miao. It was only because Gloria was telling him these domestic troubles that he could tolerate it. If it were someone he didn't know, he would have kicked them out already. Gloria picked up the water glass and took a small sip. When the clear, transparent liquid entered her mouth, she froze. Because this wasn't filtered water or a clear beverage from a tap, there was no metallic taste or strange odor in this water. The taste after adding ice cubes was refreshing, so clean that she suspected it was the real water that cost €99 a gallon, as advertised on TV every day. She had never drunk it, but she thought it must be similar. This meant that one glass of water cost more than €4. Oh, and clean ice cubes in Night City were sold by the piece, €25 for 16. This raised Gloria's perception of Lin Miao's wealth to another level. She put down the water glass, wiped away her tears, and slowly looked up at Lin Miao, this man of unknown origins but undeniably formidable, whose reputation even Maine held in ridiculously high regard. Gloria took a deep breath and bravely asked. Mr. Lin. David told me that you want me to work for you. Could you tell me more specifically? Yes. Lin Miao finished his water in 2 gulps, leaned back on the sofa, and said very relaxed, I'll give you 3 choices. How you decide is up to you. First, we maintain our current state. I pay you to buy cyberware, and beyond that, we have no other ties. But it's hard to say how long this state can last. Gloria was just a grassroots rescue worker for E0. Unless an accident occurred, the best cyberware she could get would at most be worth 10,000 on the market, and she might not even get 1 chance a year. Most of the time, she could only deal in 2 or 3,000, and having 2 deals a month was already considered good. This meant that such a relationship wouldn't last too long before Lin Miao no longer needed her help. Gloria also knew this, as Lin Miao's influence in Night City expanded, she would quickly be unable to keep up. What about the other 2? Second, you continue working for E0. I will ensure your rapid promotion within this medical company, pave all your paths, eliminate all competitors, and help you climb to the very top, even assisting you in competing against Trauma Team and Biotechnica. However, in the future, you must, under the name of the entire company, endorse my endeavors and fully support me without any hesitation. Otherwise, just as I helped you rise, I will also bring you down. E0 was a bit small in scale, but it had been around for a long time, making its utilization value considerable. The almost threatening tone, on the contrary, put Gloria at ease, because a threat sometimes represented safety. As long as she didn't do anything against Lin Miao's interests, she would be absolutely safe. Seeing Gloria remain silent, Lin Miao presented the last option. Third, I plan to establish a company in Night City in the future, but I don't want to be in the foreground for a short period. So, I'm looking for an agent to manage this company for me. If you wish, you can resign from RE0 and work for me. I can immediately buy you a Trauma Team annual platinum membership, a starting annual salary of 50,000, and after the company is established, you'll have your own office in Night City, and even a security team. Lin Miao spread his hands. Well, what do you choose? Gloria fell silent, not answering immediately. Lin Miao watched her. He could sense that David's mother actually had her own ambitions, otherwise she would never have raised such an excellent son and hoped for him to climb to the highest echelons of Arasaka. Everyone has desires, but few can achieve them. She believed her son had the ability she cultivated in him, but what about herself? Mr. Linear. Gloria clutched the water glass, tidied her chaotic thoughts, and bit her lip, seemingly having made some kind of decision in her heart. She drank the water and ice cubes in the cup all at once, the cold ice and water stimulating her throat and stomach, making her mind incredibly clear. She had to muster all the courage she had possessed since birth to answer this question. Can I choose a fourth path? Oh. Lin Miao suddenly became interested. He noticed that this woman seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. He saw desire in her eyes. I'm all ears. I want to reach the highest level of RE0, and then use the shell of RE0, this emergency medical company, to expand the business you need, becoming your company's agent. A surprising response. Lin Miao had to admit, he was starting to like this woman who had seemed so unremarkable just a few minutes ago. This path was one he hadn't even considered. She was very greedy, but Lin Miao didn't dislike such greedy people. He took out a data shard from his pocket. But I like your plan. This is our company's employee contract. As long as you sign it, everything you want will not be a problem. But I must warn you beforehand that the employment contract is for life. Once signed, there is no room for regret. Even if ahead lies a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, and the path is blocked by a vast army, you must follow whatever I want to do. Betrayal means death. He pushed the data shard towards this Aero Grassroots employee. Now make your decision, Gloria Martinez. Agree or refuse. Chapter 40, The Start of the Firm Industry. Lin Miao planned to try investing in a few small projects first, as there were still some seemingly reliable submissions from players. Semtex plastic explosive, according to Jian Shui Wuming's synthesis formula, 40.9% PETN, pentaerythritol tetranitrate, 41.2% RDX, cyclotrimethylenitronitramine, with the remaining percentage being binders, plasticizers, antioxidants, and dyes. As for making mercury fulminate for detonators, it was even simpler. React silver in approximately 68% nitric acid, and after the reaction, add no less than 92% ethanol. Be careful to pour it in slowly throughout the process, handle it gently, and once crystals precipitate, carefully wash and dry them. SHHH children shouldn't play with dangerous items. Ordering a batch of chemical instruments and importing raw materials in small batches was possible. These things aren't actually that difficult to synthesize, high school chemistry knowledge is enough. The problem is that you'd be investigated by the police just for trying to acquire the raw materials. Never underestimate the police's ears. Often, they aren't unaware, they just find the XP systems of their group chat friends very strange. Moreover, Night City lacks everything except black markets. Not to mention buying raw materials, even finished products aren't impossible to acquire. I heard Dogtown even sells missiles. If you have the money, they have anything you want. As for the police here, the efficiency of the NCPD can only be described as pathetic, and they have no jurisdiction outside the city. For the MT1 model exoskeleton, Lin Miao ordered 100 cybernetic motors from Gloria, prioritizing the main electric motors for industrial prosthetic arms and thighs. Industrial prosthetics generally have much higher output than daily use ones. Getting hydraulic oil, piston rods, and hydraulic hoses from the old Caldos, and using stainless steel for the main skeleton, wouldn't be a problem, as they have small machine tools. Lin Miao would handle the stainless steel pipes himself. The power for basic prosthetics is electric, driven by a biological solution that converts the chemical energy of the body's blood into electrical energy. Only a very few high-end cybernetics, like Gorilla Arms, have small hydraulic drives with separate batteries. Hydraulic drives are too bulky and not really suitable for prosthetics, but they are fine for exoskeletons. A bit bigger is fine, the main thing is to get it made. Oh my god, why are you calling me again? It's only been a few days. You haven't stirred up more trouble, have you? Brother, please calm down. Do you know that someone came looking for you this morning? When old Captain received Lin Miao's call, he was startled, thinking Lin Miao had robbed another gang and was looking for him to fence stolen goods. Someone was asking about me. That was both unexpected and not unexpected news. Who? You caused such a big commotion in Tiger Claw's territory, don't you know what you did? They've come knocking. Reyes sounded so aggrieved, like a little wife. Didn't that matter already pass? Lin Miao remembered he had asked yesterday, and the Tiger Claws hadn't extensively searched for Lin Miao and Lucy. Why was old Captain suddenly bringing this up? How was I supposed to know you not only trashed the Tiger Claws place but also killed an elite hacker from Arasaka's Special Operations Division? Hey? Who? An elite hacker from Arasaka's Special Operations Division? I killed him? Ah. He had thought it was just some generic Tiger Claws hacker. Lin Miao had to take this issue seriously. Arasaka's people came looking for you. No, the people who came weren't Arasaka. If Arasaka's people were looking for you, I wouldn't be chatting so leisurely with you. Reyes sighed, it was Militica's people. They heard Arasaka's hacker died by your hand, and that you'd been here, so they wanted to know if there was any valuable data or information. You know, this is 6th Street gang territory, and the two groups are in cahoots. Them knowing you came to see me means Militech knows. Then what are you so scared of? I thought Arasaka came knocking. Lin Miao rolled his eyes. Arasaka loses 100 or so employees in Night City every year, and Special Operations Division agents die the most. If they had to investigate every single one, they'd never get any work done. Especially for something like this, suspected to be killed by a mercenary group, pursuing accountability is meaningless. The ones who gave the orders are Militech, the two companies have always been at odds. Militech themselves probably wondered, did we hire someone to kill this Arasaka hacker? I'm afraid you'll cause more trouble and create a huge mess. Reyes poured out his grievances. He made money, but the trouble the other party caused was also significant. All right, what is it you want from me today? Minor matters, minor matters. Lin Miao chuckled, just looking to buy some things from you. Weapons? No, I just know you have a lot of connections, so I was hoping to buy a set of chemical reactors and lab equipment, a 200 kilowatts generator, plus some raw materials. Reyes was silent for a moment before saying, getting the stuff isn't a problem. Santo Domingo is tearing down old and building new every day, there are a lot of second-hand equipment and raw materials in factories, at reasonable prices. But you have to tell me clearly what you are planning to do. Just making some ammo and explosives myself to deal with night walkers and wraiths. As if worried Reyes would hesitate and refuse, Lin Miao repeatedly emphasized, for personal use, personal use. I promise I won't let them into the city until there's a legal channel, okay? Is that all? Also, I might need to get 2 5-axis CNC machine tools. If he really wanted to mass-produce simple exoskeletons, he couldn't just have players handcraft parts, standards and precision would be impossible to meet. Reyes choked. Was this guy messing with him? Just kill me now. Machine tools and generator and reactors, €110,000. Hey, brother, it's not about the money. The reactors and generator are fine, but the company keeps a very close eye on machine tools. €120,000. Don't push me. €140,000. I'm begging you. €150,000. These things can only be found in Dogtown, but you know the people there are very shady. Not only is entry and exit troublesome, but they also charge a huge road toll. €170,000. But old Captain never disappoints his business partners. I have a connection there who can help you keep an eye out. I'll notify you as soon as I have news. That's more like it. In the world of capital, there's nothing money can't do, only when you don't have enough money. As long as you can pay, you could even get Arasaka and Militech to fight a 5th corporate war just for your entertainment. After all, they've done it before, only to get too heated in the end and couldn't stop. What's more, 2 machine tools that are almost retired from second-line service, with a second-hand price of about €40,000 to €50,000 each. The total for what Lin Miao wanted was €110,000 at the base price. But as Reyes said, machine tools flowing through irregular channels are not like other things, companies won't let go of them so easily. Even if the company has plenty of 32-axis automated CNC machine tools, with one main controller operating 8 coordinate systems simultaneously, achieving terrifying precision, conventional 5-axis CNC is already a common commodity. Although complex doesn't necessarily mean good, it's definitely precise and expensive, starting at several tens of millions of euros per unit. If an operator with less than a postgraduate degree even touches a button, their hand would be broken. The investment was a bit large, but Lin Miao believed it was worth it. Even if he couldn't build exoskeletons in the end, he could still make guns, bullets, or other things. He wouldn't lack things to build. Old Captain's efficiency in Santo Domingo was decent. Although his reputation as a middleman wasn't as high as Faraday's, ordinary people below him respected him. He always had small jobs, and factories were full of his informants. The call to Reyes in the morning resulted in a complete set of small electric heating carbon steel reactors, a generator, and the first batch of raw materials like fuming nitric acid, sodium perchlorate, penterythritol, and butantetrol, delivered to Stone Ridge Mountain by the afternoon. They even sent people to help install the equipment. The chemical workshop's location was chosen behind the small town's road, where there used to be a few mobile homes. But they had all been dismantled for materials, so the empty space should be utilized. Moreover, the things these people produced were too dangerous. At most, they could run a power line. Lin Miao didn't dare to put them inside the perimeter wall. If an explosion killed a few players, it would be acceptable, but it might also affect others, which would make him uncomfortable. There was some progress on the CNC machine tools. A batch of Metagroup goods would be shipped to Dogtown in a week and then smuggled to Indonesia. Since someone in Night City wanted them, they wouldn't have to pay for shipping. The other party had obviously also inquired with the chemical factory people about what these things could make, repeatedly cautioning them not to make a big fuss. If things got out of hand, neither he nor Lin Miao would be able to control the situation. And the players once again witnessed the boss's connections and methods. Sword Snow had only posted his submission on the official website yesterday with a trial mindset, and today, the production tools and raw materials were already procured. This flattered Jian Shui Wuming. He was just a chemical production technician and had never been taken so seriously before. But unfortunately, Jian Shui Wuming had not completed the main quest. This was a small chemical workshop that the boss had independently funded $20,000 to build. He held 90% of the shares, and Sword Snow held 10%, as a technical investment. The reason was that the player's suggestion was excellent, but the products could not enter the market and could only be used by players within a limited scope. Did the players have any objections? What objections could they possibly have? Holy cow! Just being able to make RDX and PETN explosives in the game was already awesome enough. The boss even funded him to open a factory and gave him shares. Jian Shui Wuming almost hugged the boss's leg and sang songs of gratitude. It was just a main quest, it wasn't a loss at all. Other players were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Chajin Warrior pounded his chest and stomped his feet. I'm not convinced. What's wrong with my V Gundam? It was actually rejected. I haven't even uploaded the design for Unit 01 yet. Daoji squinted. I think you're not interested in the Gundam or Unit 01, you want Bikini Big Sisters and REI Anime, don't you? Chajin Warrior, you saw right through me. Daoji, sorry, I'm an Asuka fan. Shui Yudong Tian and Erduo Tutu also sighed. They both thought their submissions were pretty good, and they didn't know why they were rejected. One was a rustic style, the other sci-fi, but neither considered whether the agency could use them now. They could only continue to repair warehouses and scavenge for materials together. As for Egyptian Queen, he wasn't too surprised that his item was rejected. After all, it was something made according to a conventional water purifier, with no novelty. He wasn't even an environmental science major to begin with. No matter what, explosives can kill people, whether it's nitroglycerin, TNT, or RDX, throwing them at someone would probably have no difference. But if a water purifier is outdated, then it's truly outdated, with no competitiveness whatsoever. Among the 3 batches of players, only the first batch, including Tutu, had no ideas for this main quest. NIGE, the only one with manufacturing capability, showed Lin Miao his crossbow that same day, only for it to be rejected. The others simply weren't cut out for it and would be better off practicing their skills in clearing the Phoenix Club. Meanwhile, Mantu, who Lin Miao was truly focused on, was still busy at the workbench. I say, what's the difference between this and a prosthetic limb? Natural Curl propped his cheek, staring blankly at the intensely busy Mantu. It's still a mechanical arm. Will making it like this allow you to lift an extra 2 kilograms? The other party had dismantled the 4 motors from the double-arm mantis blades to create 2 incredibly ugly mechanical arms. They were just 2 motors connected to 2 stainless steel rods, showing no impressive features whatsoever. It felt like dismantling a Rolls-Royce and converting it into a tractor. This was money he had risked his life to earn. Others used theirs to buy new cyberware and equipment, but not only were his hard-earned mantis blades ruined, the remaining $300 were also exchanged for 4 grey prosthetics to serve as materials for Mantu. Of course, it's different, Mantu could only say in a pleasant tone, as she was beholden to him. Don't look at these motors, when installed on a prosthetic, they only produce less than a few dozen kilograms of force. But in reality, it's due to energy conversion efficiency and the human skeleton's tolerance limits that the prosthetic's output has to be downgraded. In full power operation, the efficiency could increase by at least 50 percentage points, and with other motors sharing the load, it could be even higher. No matter what, arms are attached to the shoulders. Unless there's deep full-body cyberware modification, the arm's output limit must consider the connection points tolerance. Exceeding it can easily cause damage, even breakage, harming the body. Exoskeletons, however, are different. Their greatest feature is that their structural mechanics design transfers most of the load to the ground, rather than the wearer themselves. Moreover, exoskeletons are divided into 2 categories. One is mechanical assistance for humans, where humans remain the primary source of force and bear, simply converting localized stress to full body stress. The other is the active type I'm designing, where humans only need to perform movements, and the force and load are borne by the machinery. Similar products already exist in our country, but battery issues lead to poor endurance, and due to material problems, the output isn't high, and the range of motion is also limited. At this moment, Lin Miao walked in and asked, what materials do you roughly need to make the prototype? The quality shouldn't be too poor. It would be best if it could improve upon your basic design by 20 percentage points. Seeing the boss walk in, both of them quickly stood up. Mantu also stopped her work and, after a long moment, realized he was asking her a question. She could only reply with an embarrassed smile, this. I'm not too sure about the quality of materials here, or what's available. Despite her confident demeanor in front of Natural Curl, Mantu actually felt quite uncertain inside. After all, this game was still in closed beta. God knows how the programmers designed the material properties. At best, they could create something like adamantium alloy, indestructible and super tough. At worst, it might not even be as good as real-world tungsten steel. After all, programmers and industry are 2 different paths, separated by a mountain. Who knows, even if it's the same stainless steel, the toughness and hardness in the game and reality might be different. Although now, when she processed it, it felt the same. Lin Miao thought for a moment before saying, how about this, make a list of the materials and parts you need. You can be a bit bold, but don't be too detached from reality. I'll have others bring back a batch from different places. If the quality isn't up to par, I'll figure something else out. Only if a prototype is made and its quality meets Lin Miao's requirements will it be worth mass producing, otherwise, it would be a waste. I'll go write one right away. Mantu became excited at the mention of this. She had locked herself in her room all day yesterday, and whenever she didn't understand something, she would go ask Lao Do. Although that old traditionalist always disliked her doing these things, no matter how much he grumbled, as long as she acted cute and pestered him a bit, the old man would still give her considerable help. 2 hours later, Natural Curl received a special pass. Following the location Lin Miao gave him, he drove with Mantu to the old Caldo's camp. He had earned enough Eurodollars yesterday by moving bricks for the modifications, and now he just needed to buy a translation pack. At first, the guards stopped them, not letting them in, but when they heard that Lin Miao had sent them, they enthusiastically let them pass. When Mitch saw the list of materials Mantu handed him, he was somewhat puzzled because the items on it were clearly custom-made. Although he wasn't quite sure what they were making these for, he didn't ask too many questions, given that Lin Miao had sent them with 20 water purification tablets. However, they weren't expensive or precise items. Quite the opposite, Mantu's requirements were for a simple structure and plain materials, far less precise than cyberware, with a somewhat crude Soviet feel. As Mitch helped with the processing, he gradually realized what he was making. Are you planning to make a mechanical exoskeleton? Yes. Mantu had initially just seen him as a quest NPC and hadn't thought much of it, but she hadn't expected him to figure it out. This was truly bizarre, the intelligence of the NPCs in this game was a bit too high, wasn't it? Mitch frowned, looking at the materials in his hand, and shook his head. Your exoskeleton is overly simplistic. Relying purely on myoelectric sensors and pressure sensing would inevitably be sluggish. The current active exoskeleton armors all use neural link sensing and bionic muscles, making them infinitely more flexible than yours. Active exoskeleton armor. Mantu's eyes widened. Was this a hidden setting of the game? Exoskeletons already existed in the game. However, Mantu quickly realized that it didn't concern her. She was making her own thing. She scratched her head and said, I don't know how to do that neural link sensing thing, and wouldn't adding that be very expensive? Not to mention her, even her father didn't understand that stuff. Mitch was momentarily speechless. He was somewhat confused whether the person in front of him genuinely didn't understand or was playing a trick on him. How could there be an engineer in this world who didn't understand neural link sensing? Since Germany developed the first bionic muscle in 1970, all technology in the entire world has been developed based on cybernetic neural links. From large aircraft, battle tanks, and power armor, to small guns, VR, and braindance headbands, all require neural linking. Even information storage itself is entirely dependent on cyberspace. Otherwise, the collapse of the old net caused by Bart Moss back then wouldn't have resulted in over 70% of real-world technology being lost in the old net. Even now, major corporations are desperately trying to salvage lost technology from the old net, which has further deepened the reliance of advanced technology on neural links. Someone like Mantu, who completely disregards neural links, is an absolute anomaly. In terms of power armor, various countries are competing in the high-end market. Militika's assault team took down Arasaka's Model B, so Arasaka had to create Model C to take down the assault team, and Militech would then strengthen its assault team to fight back. Other companies followed suit, competing in cutting-edge technology. In short, the competition kept driving costs higher and higher, and no one was thinking about making cheap power armor. Who would build one like the person in front of him, using a pile of scrap metal? It was like Turtle East and Obeo fighting tooth and nail for e-commerce market share, only for a Pinduoduo to emerge and gobble up the entire sunken market. Who could have predicted that? However, considering it was Lin Miao's request, Mitch decided to help the other party regardless. If it was crude, then so be it, it wasn't for the old Caldos anyway. He stroked his beard and said, you have a point. Price is an issue, and if you connect this thing to the nerves for brain control, I'm afraid you'd turn into a cyberpsychosis in a few days. Pure programmatic assistance might be a way. However, I think you could learn from cyberware construction in terms of structure, designing it as a large prosthetic limb. For example, soft joint hinges for the fingers could increase flexibility. Although it's a bit more troublesome, materials could be directly salvaged from discarded cyberware, so the cost shouldn't increase too much. External prosthetic? Can it move without connecting to the brain? Mitch was also a bit troubled that Mantu didn't understand this, but she had a new idea. Since direct brain control isn't possible, can the program be connected to a brain-computer interface to directly read and replicate the body's movement data for real-time imitation? Would the effect be better? After all, it's humanoid. If her own brain wasn't capable, then she'd just attach an external brain, even if that brain wasn't very clever. Of course, she was just saying it offhand, whether it could actually be done wasn't up to her. Yes. Mitch was also startled. He indeed hadn't thought of this point. Replicating neural data was almost no difficulty for cyber-enhanced individuals, only requiring the removal of part of the prosthetic's neural feedback system. This is something we might be able to try, but if we do this, we won't be able to install smart weapon systems. The old and young pair began to communicate in the workshop tent as if no one else was there. Mitch even started live modeling with industrial computer software, completely leaving Natural Curl aside. Natural Curl rolled his eyes. He had known this would happen, so he began to casually observe the camp called Aldcaldos. He had rejected their invitation to a party with Pandora last time, so this was a good opportunity to learn about this neutral faction. Early concept art for power armor in the 2077 game typically depicted large figures 2 to 3 meters tall, with direct neural two-way control. Smaller ones were all full-body cyberware modifications like Atom Smasher. Chapter 41 Greenskin Technique Master. The way things developed deviated somewhat from Lin Miao's expectations. He had only asked Mantu and Natural Curl to go to Aldcaldos to process a batch of parts, but he never expected players and NPCs to mix together and chat about technology. But chatting is fine, at least Mantu hadn't forgotten the task he gave her, and at least the production of the exoskeleton was proceeding in an orderly fashion, though the location had changed from the agency to the Aldcaldos camp, as the tools there were more complete. What Lin Miao didn't know was that Mantu was not only communicating with Mitch in the game but also constantly seeking assistance from her Laudo outside the game. Their combined efforts not only gradually perfected the exoskeleton's design but also increased its cost, though it likely didn't exceed his expectations. Relying on the developed industrial level of this world, the prices of many non-high-end industrial products were unexpectedly cheap, and combined with inexpensive prosthetics, a prototype was almost completed in 2 days. The finished product was not far from what the name exoskeleton suggested. The limbs were driven by dual motors instead of the originally designed single motors. The 12 joints of the 4 limbs had a total of 24 small motors, and the main bones of the limbs were composed of 2 parallel 12mm stainless steel rods, integrated with the bionic neural control system of the prosthetic limbs, and then covered with a 10mm thick steel plate for protection, emphasizing a simple and unadorned design. A mechanical chest plate composed of 6 composite metal plates hung on the chest, which was also the attachment point for the exoskeleton. The hands were made of 4 12-segment wide metal plates as external connecting handguards, with hinged finger bones, and came with a sensor glove. It looked somewhat clumsy and unable to perform fine movements. The only parts that resembled an exoskeleton armor were the feet and back, with heavy iron boots and engineering plastic knee pads extending up to the knees. The most expensive item was probably the 6-2V polymer battery, worth €800, removed from a car and mounted on its back. Fully charged, it could power the exoskeleton for about 6 hours and was protected by composite metal plates. Its weight increased from the original design of 120 kilograms to 160 kilograms, and its load capacity rose to 800 kilograms. With hydraulic assistance from the remote hands, it could lift 350 kilograms. Its flexibility was lacking, and overall it was still far behind those mid to high-end cyberware-enhanced individuals, and its speed was not fast, at most 12 km per hour, which was quite slow compared to those cyborgs with modified legs, let alone professional ones. The control system, as Mantu said, adopted the method of reading and replicating muscle neural information from the body rather than direct brain control. There might be a slight delay in overall movement, but with practice, one could gradually adapt. There was no fire control system or automatic weapon system, adding those two would at least triple the cost. The metal helmet only served a protective purpose, night vision, aiming assistance, and such were entirely absent. Even installing a searchlight felt like it was almost enough. Cost control was excellent. Motors, junk obtained from Gloria, averaged 80 each, battery 800, stainless steel was self-supplied, neural sensing controls were materials salvaged from prosthetics, labor and R&D design costs were negligible, keeping the total around 3,000. In terms of technical level alone, this exoskeleton was roughly equivalent to an upgraded version of grey market prosthetics. Mantu patted the exoskeleton's chest plate and asked Mitch somewhat proudly, "How does it feel?" "I think it's simply perfect." Mitch smacked his lips. "To be honest, if someone had asked me to wear this thing into battle 10 years ago, I would have drowned their head in a toilet. This is simply a large, mobile coffin." Even though part of this thing came from his hands, Mitch still looked at it with disdain and disgust. There were many prosthetics that could reach this standard, and when equipped, they wouldn't look as ugly as this thing. They offered greater flexibility, portability, and adaptability. It was just a little expensive, but at least it wouldn't run out of power after 4 hours and shut down, which in a fierce battlefield would be no different from waiting to die. Pan Am Palmer, passing by and watching with her arms crossed, said, "So you two spent 2 days making this thing?" "If I had to rate it, only an idiot with water in their brain would buy something like this. I could blow the brains out of the person inside with one shot." The Overwatch she held was a 12.7mm anti-materiel sniper rifle, capable of penetrating 15mm of homogeneous steel plate at 100 meters. At least the chest plate of this power armor would be a challenge. Even if it didn't penetrate, it could incapacitate the person inside. "Humph, what do you two know?" "This is my first work," Mantu muttered. If she could take this thing out and show it to her father, she was sure the National University of Defense Technology would cherish it like a treasure. Although her own contribution to it was basically zero, relying entirely on game technology and NPCs to guide her, and Mantu also couldn't possibly take out the truly important neural sensing system and prosthetic control system within this exoskeleton. This was just a game setting. Anyone who believed it was an idiot. Pan Am smiled. "So this is a handmade toy that Mitch and you made?" "It's not a toy." "Are you two done?" Saul, hearing the commotion, lifted the tent flap and walked in, looking curiously at the large iron lump in the tent. The texture of this thing looked very much like those cheap cyberware, but he didn't feel comfortable voicing his opinion, as this was, after all, a friendly commission. Could you two please help me relay a message to Lin? The Night Walkers have been restless lately. I'm worried they're preparing for a large-scale retaliation for the last incident. Tell him to be careful. He didn't have Lin Miao's contact information, so he could only use this method to convey the message. Got it, we'll make sure the message gets through. Natural Curl spoke weakly, having been used as a laborer by Mantu for 2 days, making him quite miserable. But it wasn't without harvest. Mantu had helped him reforge the blade of his mantis blades, creating a handy long melee weapon for him, which barely counted as a recovery. However, as the first batch of players to formally interact with neutral NPCs, the intelligence level of these NPCs had already astounded them. GPT seemed like a toddler who couldn't even speak properly in front of them. If it weren't for the panel in front of them and some obvious gamified sensory filters, they would even think these were real people. Suspicious, the two even tentatively used terms like NPC and player as pronouns in front of Mitch and the others, but Mitch and his companions showed no reaction and could even engage in fluent conversation. However, what the two didn't know was that what they said and what they thought in their minds might not be the same sentence. Ultimately, a person's reception of external information comes entirely from the 5 senses, which are electrical signals collected by organs. If Lin Miao could tamper with their vision and R18 consciousness filters, how could he possibly leave hearing and speech untouched? It's like when you curse, it gets harmonized by an unspeakable ancient god into or censored into whoosh. After having a few people help move the prototype onto the vehicle and watching Natural Curl drive away, Saul turned to Mitch. This thing reminds me of the punk chaos that gangs used to mess around with, and the Maelstrom's patchwork creations. Mitch, what do you say? If these two were acting individually, Saul wouldn't have cared too much, at most treating it as a side job Mitch took. But it was clear the other party came with Lin Miao's intentions. He was still pondering Lin Miao's water plant proposal and hadn't dared to discuss it with anyone else. But it was certain that the other party wouldn't do anything useless. He definitely had his purpose. It's hard to describe, Mitch said, somewhat confused. Although it's made of a bunch of scrap metal, it's certainly not entirely useless, but it won't be of much use in a high-intensity battlefield. It can't compare to the monsters we've seen, and if this thing were to have thick armor, it wouldn't even be able to lie down. Mitch, a veteran, had personally witnessed Militica's power armor wreak havoc on the battlefield. They often formed 5-person teams, acting like a sharp knife, piercing enemy lines or conducting infiltration operations. Infantry with rifles were crushed like chicks in front of them. The highly anticipated anti-materiel rifles or anti-tank rockets were not just difficult to hit, even locking on was a problem. Even armored vehicles might not be their match. After a battle, the casualty ratio between the two sides could often reach 1 to 100. Saul suddenly asked, what if it's used against night walkers? Mitch was also stunned, as if he realized something, and after a moment, he said, that depends on the situation. After all, those night walkers also have anti-armor weapons. If they can react in time, and if they can't win, they can run, right? If Lin Miao could hear their conversation at this moment, he would smile faintly. Buddy, ever heard of Huaqiang Bay? In the American Federation during the Information Age, tens of thousands of tons of electronic waste are discarded daily in the East. There's a group of people who specialize in recycling old electronic products, dismantling the chips and circuit boards, cleaning them, and then reassembling phones to resell them in poorer, more underdeveloped areas to earn a profit. Similar industries exist all over the world, with Africa and Latin America being the largest consumer regions. Even here in Night City, there's a similar business. They're called the Maelstrom, and they also like to haphazardly piece together cyberware for people to use. The problem is that old cyberware and old electronic products are two different concepts. If phone parts are old, at most they're not as good, and a slow response can always be tolerated, but if cyberware has problems, it can be life-threatening. Therefore, the market for old cyberware is very limited, and in most cases, it's a one-sided forced sale or for personal use. Even a cyberware doctor would rarely use outdated prosthetics for people unless there were no other options. Modifying cyberware into a cheap exoskeleton to wear? No one had ever thought of that. After all, compared to exoskeletons, people still pursued the power of endoskeleton-like cyberware, and cyberware that was too far removed from the human form would put a greater burden on the brain, leading to cyberpsychosis. Unlike Mitch, who was confused, Saul smelled a hint of gunpowder. Perhaps, he had to consider expanding cooperation with the other party. In contrast to the Aldecaldo's indifferent attitude towards this exoskeleton, the players immediately erupted when they saw what Mantu and Natural Curl brought back. What kind of people are they? They are a group of guys who would treat a straight stick like a treasure and piece together a holy sword with bolts and water pipes. Seeing such a large hunk of iron was like seeing a peerless beauty. They drooled and rushed over. What if it was a bit rough or ugly? This is what you call the hard industrial style of the old Russians. 5 or 6 players who remained at the agency surrounded Mantu in the power armor, chattering noisily. Great engineer. Mantu, you must be the reincarnation of a great engineer. Please accept me, this green-skinned boy. Perfect, it's absolutely perfect for me. WRYYYYY. No, that's not how greenskins yell, it should be WYIK. What do you know? Dio Brando, like to yell like this. This is my world. Oh. Darling, you're all sturdy muscle. The smell of this lubricant and steel is strong and powerful. So strong and powerful. With such enthusiasm, how could Mantu resist? How the hell could she resist? Watching the surrounding players getting closer and closer, startled, she had already pulled out a wrench from her clothes, preparing to give these guys a critical hit one by one, when Lin Miao appeared to stop the players' excessive behavior, and also timely saved their foreheads from the wrench. How's the item coming along? Only then did the players consciously make way for Lin Miao to walk up to this exoskeleton. After inspecting it for a while, this thing was far from exquisite. To some extent, it could even be called shabby. Compared to the photos Mealytech posted online, it was like a J35 fighting a JN4. In short, 100 years difference. But he nodded with satisfaction and asked Mantu. Can we produce it independently now? No, Mantu shook her head and said, many parts are beyond the limit of manual processing. I can't make them without professional machine tools, and I don't know how to deal with the control program either. Those were designed with the help of the Aldecaldo's computer technicians. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that she spent more time giving suggestions than actually working during the processing. Parts are not a problem, we can order them from the Aldecaldos. I believe they won't refuse an unexpected order, but we can't rely entirely on them for the control program. Lin Miao pondered for a moment before saying, how about this, I'll order 3 sets of the same parts from the Aldecaldos. When you go to pick up the goods tomorrow or the day after, bring Pandora along. Let her understand the control program programming issues on site, and after she returns, have her design a source code encryption program. With the braindance training for hackers, Pandora has made great progress these past 2 days. Then comes actual combat. As long as it passes actual combat, then this mission will be considered complete. I will establish a military-industrial department in the agency, purchase a production line, and you will be the #1 designer, with the right to name products and a share of the profits. As he spoke, Lin Miao secretly glanced at Mantu's skill list. These past 2 days, she hadn't engaged in any shooting training with other players, nor did she have time to move bricks. Her skill bar only showed a massive basic mechanical engineering LV4. It had only been 2 or 3 days, and this was far from her limit. When he was looking for players, he had already opened their boxes and confirmed that Mantu was a mechanical engineering master's student before bringing her in. The Egyptian queen was the same, she would definitely be useful in the future, belonging to those he specifically recruited and hid among ordinary players. Moreover, in these 2 days since braindance training was opened, he had also discovered something. That is, these players learn things at an incredibly fast pace. This could not simply be explained by interest, there was likely something fishy going on. #1 designer. What is this? Equipment naming rights. Faction profit sharing. Even if the players were idiots, they could guess that this was the mysterious grand prize of the mission, and it was most likely specially determined based on the player and the product. If Jian Shui Wuming was chosen, he would most likely be some kind of chemical factory manager. And even if he wasn't, he still got a slice of the pie. The other players were all heartbroken, regretting why they hadn't gotten involved, even just to get a sip of the soup. However, this feeling of dejection didn't last too long, because they quickly realized that Mantu and Jian Shui Wuming were now their ready-made big legs to cling to. Chajin Warrior made a flying leap and pounced under Mantu. Boss. Give me a test drive opportunity. I've dreamed of piloting an EVA my whole life, if I can't pilot an EVA, a power armor will do. I'm not picky. Shui Yudongtian and the others were immediately shocked to see that this bastard had gotten ahead of them, and then looked at Mantu's other big leg, eager to try. Mantu, who was originally excited, quickly waved her wrench to chase Chajin Warrior away. Are my big legs something these people can just hug whenever they want? At the very least, you guys should be as handsome as the boss. Go away, stay away from me. Nothing's even set in stone yet and you're already fighting over it. Can't you just buy it yourselves when it's available? No matter what, even if it doesn't pass the actual combat test in the end, there will still be 4 finished products. These things will definitely be sold to players to recoup Lin Miao's investment costs. Egyptian Queen, what's the use of it being in the shop? These must be high-level equipment, purple or even blue gear. Where would we get the money to buy them? The players' faces fell upon hearing this. According to her, this thing would probably cost at least 20 to 30,000. Even if they moved bricks until their hands broke, they wouldn't be able to earn that much money. One should know that in the great battle at the end of the last version, 7 of the 9 old players died, earning barely around 10,000 points. And basically all of it was exchanged for equipment, leaving very little money. Lin Miao had no intention of interfering with these matters, he would let the players resolve them themselves. He just happened to receive a call that needed to be handled separately. A group of players surrounded Mantu, making so much noise that she was overwhelmed. Finally, she frowned, put away her wrench, and said to everyone, all right, it's not impossible to test drive, but there are conditions. Shui Yudongtian immediately said, I can offer myself. Duo tutu, $, you shameless bastard. Get lost. It's still not enough until you're as handsome as the boss. Mantu scornfully glared at Shui Yudongtian before continuing, this prototype still has many problems that need improvement. After your test drive, each of you must give me a usage report. The clearer you explain the shortcomings that need improvement, the better. Otherwise, it's a no-go. Chajin Warrior immediately raised his hand and said, Me. I used to be an officer in the Kowloon police force, I'm very good at writing reports. Seeing everyone's strange gazes, Chajin Warrior smiled awkwardly, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. A blonde white dragon was one thing, but there's also a Kowloon officer here? Where the hell did this game recruit its players from? There won't be overseas servers in the future, will there? The simplified version is roughly like this. Chapter 42 Help me deal with someone. RE0 Medical Corporation is an emergency center with city government shares, established a long time ago, operating in Night City even before 2020. However, due to losing out in competition with Trauma Team, it has deteriorated over the years. Not to mention Corpo Plaza, they even sold the hospital they built in the Civic Center in their early years to Trauma Team. The entire company relocated to Haywood, where a 6-story building was converted into their new hospital. But even a broken ship has 3 gin of nails, at least from the outside, it still looks presentable, not as dirty and chaotic as those underground medical clinics. But who is cleaner than whom? The hospital's basement was brightly lit, with wide rooms and spacious corridors. However, because a large number of cyberware needed low-temperature storage, there were cold rooms, making the air very chilly, and the plain concrete floor added to the sense of cold. Some of the cyberware here was for emergency treatment of patients, while others were not. Ding! The elevator door opened, and a woman in a yellow jacket quickly stepped out, holding a cart with 2 cardboard boxes stacked on it. The guard who was supposed to be watching the cyberware storage warehouse saw her and said with a smile, "Gloria, it's almost time to get off work today, and you're still coming to check inventory. You've been really diligent lately." Then he placed his hand on the button to open the gate. Several batches of cyberware are continuously expiring and must be applied for disposal. "I'm here to move them out." Gloria hid her fatigue, returned a smile to him, and then subtly flicked a small chip from the window into the security guard's hand with her fingertip. The security guard caught the chip and pressed the button without asking a single question. "You've worked hard." The secondary warehouse gate slowly opened. In fact, just as Gloria said, the cyberware here was basically one signature away from being scrapped. But no signature meant no signature, touching them was a violation of hospital rules. However, if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who would care about a pile of junk? Gloria walked into the secondary warehouse, and a strong smell of rust assailed her. The prosthetics here were haphazardly arranged, casually stacked, year after year. All that remained were cyber eyes, limbs, and spines. God knows what generation of mechanical cyberware they were. Easily sellable items like synthetic organs wouldn't have lasted until now. She walked to a shelf displaying a batch of the most severely damaged prosthetics and casually picked out a few robust industrial-grade prosthetics. She picked up a surgical drill and a cutting machine and began to dismantle the motors inside. Gloria had worked at this hospital for nearly 20 years. From the age of 17, she had been an emergency worker here, and she still was. Years of emergency work experience meant her skills were almost on par with a chief physician. She could perform many surgeries, and her success rate was not low, but without money or connections, how could she be given a lucrative position? So she could only use this method, which even she was ashamed of, to earn tuition for David. And when Gloria had removed 20 motors and filled 2 large cardboard boxes, she prepared to push the cart, take the elevator, and use the back door to load the goods and get off work. The guard and Gloria were old acquaintances. He always managed to skim some Eurodollars from the emergency workers, so he wouldn't bother with these things. What Gloria didn't expect, however, was that as she turned to leave, an unexpected figure blocked the doorway. A pair of eyes, fitted with external cyber eye implants, looked down at Gloria through red lenses. "I knew it. I've been seeing you sneaking into the basement these past 2 days. So you're here to steal hospital property. You've got some nerve." Gloria frowned when she saw the person's face. Volsk. The newly recruited cyberware doctor for the 3rd department of the emergency center. The previous doctor was killed by a patient's family for threatening the patient. Volsk was not familiar with Gloria, who belonged to the 7th department as an emergency worker. Volsk didn't shy away, he directly reached out and lifted the cardboard box. Seeing a pile of prosthetic drive motors inside, he frowned in disgust. He had thought this female emergency worker was hiding something good in the underground warehouse. Turns out it was just this. Volsk laughed. "I say, do you know what happens if you are caught stealing company property? Fired, or stripped of your cyberware and thrown out like a useless piece of junk." Gloria gritted her teeth, stepped back a few paces, and made as if to put everything back. But then she heard Volsk say, "Is that a good idea? Let me guess, the people who would want these things must be the Maelstrom, right? After all, no one else would want this garbage besides them." He spoke as if he knew all about it. "If the Maelstrom found out you didn't bring out what they wanted, wouldn't that be a lot of trouble?" As he spoke, his 3 fingers unconsciously rubbed together in front of them. Gloria took a deep breath, put on a very unwilling expression, and took out a Eurodollar chip from her waist pouch, handing it over. Volsk was not afraid of Gloria trying anything here. He was a cyberware doctor, and he was in a hospital. 1,500 Eurodollars was quite a sum. Volsk contentedly recovered the cardboard box for her, putting on a benevolent smile. "Don't misunderstand, I was just worried if you might have missed something." "All right, now that everything is checked, Nurse Gloria, you may leave." Gloria was too annoyed to say another word to this greedy and self-important fellow. She directly pushed past him and left by elevator with her cart. Since Lin Miao had promised to promote her, and she had told him everything she knew about the company over the past 2 decades, then let's start with this guy named Volsk. ER0 had a total of 6 directors. Although Kodaski was not the largest shareholder, he held 21% of the shares and lived in a large apartment in Charter Hill, making him a wealthy man in Night City. As usual every Thursday, he had his driver take him in a luxury car to the Red Queen. He heard that a new batch of braindance and young boys had arrived from Southeast Asia yesterday, which sounded very exciting, and Kodaski was just about to try them out. Although his ancestors were not priests, their hobbies were inherited. At least in Kodaski's view, engaging with boys, especially young boys, was a symbol of refined taste. What was the point of women? The vehicle drove on the streets, with the monotonous scenery on both sides that he had seen countless times, dirty streets, never dry vomit, an endless supply of homeless people, and lawless gang members and mercenaries. All of this made Kodaski unbearable. Look at his clothes, and this Italian artisan watch worth over $12,000. How could he live among these people? Damn, NCPD takes so much of their taxes every year, yet they can't even manage basic public safety, making people like them worry about attacks every day. What? You ask him why he doesn't take an aerocar? This was not the Red Era. A compliant aerocar now cost €300,000, and a more defensive Zetatech Atlas easily exceeded $1 million, not to mention maintenance fees. A director of ER0, whose fortunes were declining and whose employee salaries had to be paid through criminal activities, could not possibly use one for daily commutes. But everything has a price. Kodaski took out a bottle of cherished red wine from the car refrigerator. This was good stuff, brewed from native European vineyards, far from what artificial wines could compare to. He poured himself a glass, looking with some disdain at the idle people on the street. Then, in a leisurely tone, he said to his driver and bodyguards, "Coster, do you see? To end up like this in Night City, a place full of gold, is the result of not working hard and giving up on oneself. So, people, you still need to be willing to endure hardship to find a way out." Driver Coster cursed inwardly, "You just rely on inheriting your father's company shares," but on his face, he obediently replied, "Haha, boss, you're right." The bodyguards on both sides remained silent, pretending not to hear anything. Kodaski shook his head, held his red wine, and began to enjoy it alone. This made him feel that only he was a refined person in the car, and the others were commoners, not worth discussing with. However, just as his luxury car was about to pass an intersection, a dilapidated van that had been parked on the roadside suddenly ignored the red light, revved its engine, and charged forward, its front end slamming hard into the front side of the luxury car. The two cars spun and crashed into the roadside. The van's hood was crushed and deformed, and shattered spider webs spread across the windows before crumbling into shards. The luxury car, however, only had a slightly deformed door, and even its bulletproof windows remained intact. It was just that the sudden collision caused the red wine in Kodaski's hand to spill all over him, making him completely drenched. Seeing the attackers' distinctive green glow masks, the bodyguards pushed Kodaski down under the car seat and shouted to the driver, "It's the scavengers. Drive." If you were to ask which gang in Night City had the worst reputation, it would definitely be the scavengers, hands down. Fortunately, the luxury car was equipped with bulletproof glass and its body was reinforced, so ordinary bullets posed no threat. The driver, who had just regained consciousness, immediately prepared to step on the gas and restart the stalled engine. However, he watched in horror as the large scavenger in the driver's seat of the van deployed a projectile launcher from his left hand. Bullets couldn't penetrate, but this definitely could. With just one shot, the passenger side window was shattered. The next instant, bullets rained down like a storm, turning the bodyguard and driver into minced meat. The other two bodyguards inside the car opened their doors and returned fire, covering their employer's retreat. However, their combat power, numbers, and the scavengers were still quite disparate, and they soon fell one after another in the fight. In just 1 minute, the driver and bodyguards were all dead, terrifying Kodaski to his core. After getting out of the car, he immediately wanted to flee for his life, completely forgetting that he himself was equipped with advanced cyberware. Throughout the entire battle, the scavengers had deliberately avoided Kodaski. He could have easily inflicted a serious wound on himself to summon the trauma team, whose firepower would have been more than enough to save him. As for why a director of Aero Corporation didn't buy his own company's medical insurance but opted for trauma teams, that's another matter entirely. The big man waved his hand, saying, "Grab him. The NCPD will be here soon. And watch out for his trauma team membership." A scrawny scavenger caught up to the fleeing Kodaski in 2 or 3 steps, severing the fat man's limbs with 2 slashes. His rotund body rolled several meters due to inertia. Kodaski, on the verge of death, suddenly erupted with a powerful will to survive. Yes, trauma team. He was already injured, and trauma team could arrive in 7 minutes. He kept wriggling backward, trying to get away from the approaching scavenger, while shouting, "Don't grab me. You just want money, right? I can give it to you, as much as you want." Money. A sharp, mocking voice came from under the scrawny scavenger's mask. "Someone wants you gone, and the money has already been paid." As the man's long hands rested on Kodaski's shoulders, preparing to drag him into the car, Kodaski immediately wet himself and let out a pig-like shriek, struggling frantically. His response was a burst of gunfire. A chaotic intersection suddenly saw an ambulance rush out. The person in the passenger seat leaned halfway out the window, with fiery red hair flowing in the wind, continuously firing a rifle at the scavenger's vehicle. The scrawny scavenger's hand seemed to have been hit. In pain, he could only release his grip on Kodaski. Meanwhile, NCPD sirens blared loudly on the other side, indicating a large number of police officers were heading to the scene. Damn it! The scrawny scavenger wanted to kill Kodaski immediately. Perhaps he was too nervous, as several shots missed vital areas. But the ambulance was already close, so he could only retreat in frustration to avoid being hit by the vehicle. The woman in the passenger seat shouted at Kodaski, "Get in the car." But Kodaski, still stunned, showed no reaction. She could only continue firing to suppress the scavengers, then got out of the car, forcefully supported him, picked up his severed limbs, returned to the ambulance, and urged her companion to drive. The scavengers, who could have easily dealt with Kodaski's bodyguards, now softened. After a brief chase, they chose to drive away to evade the NCPD. The 3 people who had escaped death were all still shaken in the ambulance. Gloria, panting, had beads of sweat on her forehead. This was probably the first time in her life she had fired a gun, and in such a situation. She looked at Kodaski, screaming on the stretcher, and Gloria's mind went blank. Her hands and feet wouldn't stop trembling until her companion, who was driving, woke her up. Gloria, this guy is rich. He might even have trauma team membership. Should we find a place to drop him off to those people? Kodaski was severely injured. Trauma team would arrive in a few minutes at most. If they didn't hand the patient over to them, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Martin didn't know if he had stepped in dog shit today. Being brought by Gloria to drink and slack off nearby first thing in the morning was one thing. But then they just happened to run into this mess. Even encountering it was one thing, but Gloria's courage to rush in and snatch someone from the scavengers, and actually succeed, was something else entirely. No. Gloria's eyes suddenly became exceptionally firm. She began to get up and stop Kodaski's bleeding. Not only had he lost his limbs, but he had also been shot several times. After calming down, she said, "We are doctors. How can we abandon a patient? We must take him back to the hospital for surgery. Do you know what you are saying?" Martin was shocked. Fighting trauma team for a client? Arrow hadn't done that in how many years? Hurry up. Follow the route I told you. Martin found Gloria today to be like a different person. Her eyes had even changed, and her voice was exceptionally sharp, fierce, as if she wanted to devour someone. Frightened, he dared not delay. This was a woman who dared to confront scavengers in a firefight. Before long, an orange and white Atlas Aerocar with trauma team livery appeared in the sky above the buildings behind the ambulance. The other party saw it and thought, "Wayot. Have the Arrow people eaten bear's gall and leopard's guts today? Daring to snatch a patient from us." They immediately gave chase. But the city was not a flat plain. It was full of tall buildings, overpasses, and countless alleys. Gloria, who had been running in this district for over 20 years, knew the roads like the back of her hand. She directed Martin to forcefully get the patient into the Arrow Hospital building right in front of trauma team. Moreover, with Gloria's rescue, Kodaski's vital signs gradually recovered, temporarily moving him out of the life-threatening stage. Since things had come to this, even trauma team couldn't say much and had to accept it. At worst, they could arrange some assassinations later, kill a few of the opposing company's middle managers, take out a few field teams, and then leak some dirt. That's all. This was Night City's corporate warfare. To be continued. Meanwhile, Gloria had already pushed Kodaski out of the ambulance and, with Martin, wheeled him into the hospital, preparing to send him to the operating room. However, at a fork in the hallway, Martin noticed that she was pushing the patient to the left and quickly shouted, "Gloria, operating room 7 is to the right. That one's in use. Operating room 3 is empty." Hey! Martin was stunned. How did he not know about this? And how did Gloria know that operating room 3 was empty? "Go quickly and call the head of the emergency department. I'll take him for her surgery." Hey! Hey! However, by the time he reacted, Gloria had already pushed Kodaski into operating room 3. Volsk had just finished surgery on a Valentino's punk when he suddenly saw Gloria furiously pushing a fat man in an expensive suit into the operating room, covered in blood. "What is going on?" Gloria hastily said only one sentence, "Emergency, the patient needs immediate surgery," then turned and pushed the Valentino's punk out of the room to make space. Volsk glanced at the fat man's attire and then did a data scan of his entire body. Kodaski Charolast. The name sounded vaguely familiar to him, but he couldn't quite recall it. Perhaps he was an executive from some company. But he was definitely a rich man, just one who hadn't bought Arrow's medical insurance. Volsk wondered where Gloria had rescued him from. However, Volsk probably understood what she was trying to do. Extort the patient. But since she didn't have the skills to save him, he would help save him and get a cut of the profits. This was standard practice at Arrow. Although Volsk was new, as a former underground black market ripperdoc, he was quite familiar with it. After confirming that Kodaski was no longer in immediate danger, he picked up a powerful blood pump injection from the operating table and administered it to the patient. This artificial blood, mixed with special drugs, was almost like a stimulant. Kodaski's tightly closed eyes suddenly shot open, his chest heaving rapidly. His heart was beating so fast that he couldn't speak, only gasping with his mouth wide open like a fish out of water. Hat. Volsk put on medical gloves and surgical instruments, then picked up a pre-prepared contract from the table. He gestured with it in front of Kodaski, "Listen up. Your injuries are very serious. If you don't get emergency treatment, you'll die. But you haven't bought our Arrow Corporation's medical insurance, so you need to pay for medical fees, surgery fees, consultation fees, hospitalization fees, and meal fees, totaling €15,000. Understand? Of course, if it's inconvenient, you can also call your family now and have them bring the money over." In an operating room, making a patient with severed limbs, covered in blood and bullet holes, sign a treatment contract, no signature, no surgery. Welcome to Night City. Chapter 43. A ghost comes to the door. Volsk was even dumber than Lin Miao and Gloria imagined. While extortion of patients was a common and blatant practice at Arrow, it was at least done when the patient was unconscious and halfway through surgery, at which point they would be woken up and blackmailed. You won't pay? Then I'll just throw you onto the street to die. Instead of like now, where Kodeski was already out of danger, and he was impatiently making threats. Gloria had been waiting silently at the operating room door, and after confirming that Volsk didn't recognize Kodeski and was just treating him as a regular fat sheep to extort, she moved. Slap. She went up and slapped Volsk across the face, then snatched the contract, tearing it to shreds. Volsk instinctively touched his cheek, a burning sting. He touched his face again, then looked at Gloria. After slapping him, she didn't even acknowledge him. Instead, with her back to him, she calmed the injured patient and began to operate on him with surgical instruments. The stinging on his face was far less than the trampling of his dignity. If Gloria had said anything, argued, or even fought over an uneven split of spoils, he would have understood. But what the hell are you doing? She pushed the patient into his operating room on her own, and he hadn't even started extorting when he got slapped. And after being slapped, this medic even dared to tear up the contract in front of him and perform surgery on someone else. He couldn't understand why this woman slapped him, nor could he understand why she dared to operate on someone else behind his back. It was complete disregard. An inexplicable and unbelievable humiliation and anger rose in his heart. Are you looking for death? Although the scalpel wasn't short enough, it was definitely sharp enough, and sufficient for killing. As a black market doctor, he had no psychological burden about killing. At worst, he would kill someone and then quit, as black market doctors in Night City never had to worry about finding work. Volsk, overcome with anger, immediately flicked out a sharp scalpel, ready to kill this woman who deliberately provoked him. Kodeski, lying on the operating table, saw this scene, but being severely injured and having just been given anesthetics and hormones, he couldn't speak. He could only desperately blink at Gloria, who had already reached into her jacket and gripped her pistol. If the other party made a move, she would immediately kill him. Just as Volsk was about to make his move, Martin, whom Gloria had called to get help, suddenly returned with people. As soon as Tonks, the head of the emergency department, entered, he saw Volsk with a knife, ready to attack. He immediately scolded, Volsk. What do you think you're doing? Then he saw the fat man's face on the operating table. Damn it. His own attending physician was about to kill a shareholder of his company. He didn't even have time to be scared, he immediately slapped Volsk across the face. It's one thing for you to mess with patients, but why are you pointing a knife at our company's shareholder? Tonks screamed after hitting him, where are the security personnel? Get this bastard out of here. Urgent footsteps immediately sounded outside the door. You can doubt the operations and technical capabilities of Capital, but you must never doubt their determination to suppress with force. Even if Arrow was in decline, they would never relax the security within the company building. Several burly security guards rushed into the operating room and, without a word, immediately escorted Volsk away. As he was being dragged out, Volsk not only spewed obscenities but also struggled. Even now, he was still furious. What the hell happened? Meanwhile, Gloria was still concentrating on Kodeski's surgery, completely ignoring this sacrificial lamb who had swindled her out of money yesterday. Because she had long dealt with various combat injuries for street punks, her scalpel control was extremely skilled. The director on the side also joined the fray in time, and in less than half an hour, Kodeski's original limbs were reattached, and the bullets inside his body were removed one by one, and the wounds stitched up. Since the injured person was a shareholder, the medical materials used were also the highest grade. It wouldn't be long before this shareholder could return to the battlefield of the bed, full of vigor. Phew, Kodeski, who had walked the line of life and death twice, let out a long breath on the sickbed. I almost thought I was going to die today. He then took the director's hand and poured out his grievances. Tonks, if it weren't for this excellent employee today, I would have been captured by those scavengers to have my organs harvested. You don't know how dangerous that scene was, dozens of scavengers were chasing me. She saved me entirely. You must promote her well. Our company lacks such excellent talent. And that damned bastard, he actually grabbed my hand and forced me to sign some ridiculous surgery contract. He didn't even recognize me. How do you manage these people? Organ harvesting, signing contracts. In fact, it could only be said that Volsk was new and didn't recognize his own company's shareholder, and he had been set up. Plus, this rich third generation spent all his time eating, drinking, and playing, rarely coming to the company even once a year. Who would recognize him without working there for some time? Don't worry, Kodeski, I've already fired that guy. Fired. Kodeski's voice became sharp. You should have killed him. At least send him to the NCPD. He was very dissatisfied with this outcome, but Tonks couldn't do anything. Arrow wasn't a big company like Trauma Team. If Volsk reported them to the NCPD and exposed their dirty laundry, he wouldn't fare well either. Sure enough, he still needed to find someone to deal with him. Since they had already offended him, they had to nip it in the bud and leave no future trouble. Having made up his mind, Tonks, after comforting the shareholder for a few moments and assuring him to rest, prepared to leave and arrange the matter. However, he was stopped at the door by Gloria, who had been waiting there for a long time. Tonks thought she was there for a reward. Somewhat impatient, he prepared to politely decline for a bit and deal with it after the matter was handled, but he didn't expect Gloria to pull something out of her waist pouch. It was an exquisite mechanical watch, and Tonks' eyes went wide. This. Gloria whispered, Director, I picked this up while saving Mr. Kodeski. I was busy with the surgery and forgot about it. Please return it to him personally. Tonks swallowed hard and, without thinking, grabbed the watch and tucked it into his pocket. Then he looked at this female medic with admiration. Not only did she know to notify him to save someone, but she also entrusted such a valuable item to him for safekeeping. She was truly well versed. If Kodaski's account was true, with such an intense battle and broken limbs, no one would know even if Gloria had kept it for herself. I will give this to Mr. Kodaski, and you will receive your deserved reward. In reality, whether he returned it or kept it for himself, or even how much the item was worth, was irrelevant. Gloria didn't care. As a rich man, Kodaski surely had valuable items on him, even a phone, a necklace, or even identification or a chip. If Volsk had recognized him and hadn't forced Kodaski to sign a contract, but instead had honestly completed the surgery, then this item would have become ironclad evidence of Volsk stealing the shareholders' property. If he hadn't recognized him, then this item would become a treasure for Tonks to claim credit or embezzle. As long as these two weren't completely insane, Volsk was dead for sure, and relatively, Gloria's rapid ascent in a short time was also a foregone conclusion. All of this stemmed from a phone call yesterday, setting up a trap and staging today's play. And this was just the beginning. Now, one can only hope that this director isn't too greedy, otherwise his position might not last too long. Because a useful trick can be used once, and it can also be used a second time. The number of players doubled, but so did the tasks. Chemical engineering, military industry, workbenches, and guard duty required a dozen people to keep busy, but even so, players still happily accepted the daily task of collecting materials from Garbage Mountain, with 2 convoys running back and forth daily. Because this was their rare opportunity for company-funded vehicles, they had to make the most of it. And often, people could find interesting trinkets in the garbage, such as broken projection devices, movable game toy models, or even inflatable dolls and some silicone adult toys. The only regret was that after several days, no monsters had spawned, which made the players quite disappointed. The price of those 2 exoskeletons was completely out of reach for current players. Even if they worked all day on daily tasks, they only earned €300. After deducting expenses for food, sleep, and brain dance, they would at most have 100 left. It would take half a year to buy one. Shui Yudongtian moved a piece of scrap car panel and threw it into the trunk, saying somewhat speechlessly, "Are all the monsters in this place cleared by you guys? It's been 2 days, and I haven't seen a single group of 3 wolves. At least spawn a river crab. Even if they spawned, you wouldn't be able to defeat them." Red Bucket said with an air of seniority, "You should be glad. You still have brain dance for training now. We had nothing back then. Originally, only 3 small wild monsters spawned here, and it took 8 of us to kill them. I almost died. Rainy night without a knife, this version is called Midnight Has Ghosts, Night Walkers, understand? There will definitely be plenty of monsters. This is your beginner's period for leveling up. We'll definitely have more intense battles than they did in the last version, so don't worry." While the players chattered, many eyes in the shadows were also watching them. Behind a garbage mountain not far away, several night walkers wearing gas masks were hiding in containers, secretly observing. What are they saying? It seems like they're talking about us. Us. It seems they're talking about why we gave up this territory. Damn it, these people actually have the nerve to ask why. When Rosen brought this up, he gritted his teeth in anger, wishing he could shove a gun barrel into these guys' mouths and ask, "Why do you think?" They had originally agreed to pull off a big job with the boss, expecting to live lavishly for the next few months, but the job turned out to be quite big indeed. The boss got himself killed, and they lost over 50 men along with him. If he hadn't run fast, Rosen himself would have been left behind by these people. Damn it, where did these powerful newcomers come from? Now that Paul was dead and the news hadn't reached the Wraiths, the Night Walkers were fighting over who would be the new boss. Several factions were on the verge of a real conflict. Their current consensus, however, was that no matter who became boss, these outsiders had to die. And that's what they were here to do. Prepare to follow them and see where their base is. With the truck loaded, Shui Yudongtian looked at the mountain before him with some emotion. The garbage materials, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, seemed endless. Even though players had scattered and hauled away dozens of tons, it still hadn't diminished by half. The distant city dumped countless waste materials here every day, with no end in sight. How much money is this? Just throwing it away here, isn't it a waste? Yesterday, Brother Deo, that idiot, tried to drive out of the map boundary and was directly disconnected by the system halfway, even receiving a yellow card warning. Red Bucket, in the passenger seat, patted his shoulder. Let's go, let's go. The fully loaded truck, its body lowered by several inches, swayed as it drove out of Garbage Mountain. The players were still chatting in the car, unaware that they were being followed. "Hey, Red Bucket." Rainy Night without a knife asked while fiddling with his pistol, "How far have you progressed in your instance?" Even with over 20 players plus a strategy team composed of cloud players from the entire forum, they still struggled greatly against Phoenix Club. A direct frontal assault was completely out of the question. Even following the official game strategy they had uncovered, sneaking in from upstairs with the help of their hacker would always lead to them being discovered by the enemy hacker. Even if both hackers were eventually traded off in later stages, the alarmed tiger claws would overwhelm them like a tide, and with surveillance cameras all over the map, even NIGE, who had the highest stealth, couldn't sneak in. After all, stealth isn't invisibility. Even if you can avoid human blind spots, you can't avoid surveillance. As one of the Tiger Claw strongholds, Kangtao had fortified it like an iron barrel. Without sufficient hard power, it was impossible to break through. Soon, I guess. Someone on the forum has already modeled the entire map using 3D software. We're planning to use 3 people as bait with that hacker to shut down surveillance and draw away others, then let NIGE sneak in alone. Chajin Warrior shook his head and said with a sigh, the intelligence of the small monsters in this instance is better than those in outside single-player games. Conventional unorthodox tactics simply won't work. It would be great if we could lure monsters to fall off a building by positioning, like in GTA V. After speaking, he subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. Amidst the bumpy ride, a fleeting car shadow caught his attention. Someone noticed his unusual behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" Chajin Warrior frowned. His past work experience made a sense of alarm rise within him. Crazy. It seems like someone is following us. What? Red Bucket was startled and immediately tried to lean out of the car to look back, but Chajin Warrior grabbed him back. Don't look. It'll be bad if they find out. Be careful, they might jump the gun. Rainy Night Without a Knife and Shui Yu Dongtian, on the other hand, were a bit excited. Are monsters spawning? Just find a place to take them out and get gold coins, wouldn't that be great? No, Chajin Warrior shook his head repeatedly. People are fine, but if the car gets into trouble, even killing the monsters might not make up for the loss. This car cost 6,000. If it blew up, they would have worked for at least a week for nothing. Then what should we do? We can't just let them follow us. They're following us to find the agency's location. Chajin Warrior quickly figured out what was going on. It must be those night walkers. We beat them last time, and now they want revenge. He glanced at the rearview mirror again. Because it was an uphill section, he could see quite far, spotting several car roofs appearing one after another. There are quite a few of them. I saw at least 4 cars, probably at least 20 people. Holy crap, that many. Red Bucket was so scared he stood up, almost hitting his head. He had fought in the last battle. The other side had less than 30 people, yet they pinned 10 of them down. If it weren't for the boss's pre-arranged ambush, they would have absolutely been no match in a head-on confrontation, let alone now when there were only 4 of them. Inferior Warrior drew his pistol from his waist and chambered around. First, notify the boss and have the agency prepare. Everyone, stay alert and get ready for battle. Night Walkers. Hat. Lin Miao didn't expect that he wouldn't go looking for them, but this group of people would come to bother him. He clapped his hands. Clap. Main quest, Ghosts Come Knocking. Quest description, because we ruined the smugglers' plans, they are now seeking revenge. Many night walkers are following our companions, preparing to attack the agency. Quest objective, repel the incoming attackers. If they flee, continue the pursuit. Quest reward, settlement based on combat achievements. 200 euros per night walker head, 500 euros for capture. Special hint, perhaps this is a good opportunity to test the exoskeleton. Note, kills made with the exoskeleton do not count towards combat achievements but will grant a 5% discount coupon for exoskeleton purchase. All players received this quest at this time, including those training in brain dance. Whoa. What training? It's monster spawning siege time. No matter where they were or what they were doing, the players noisily grabbed their gear and rushed out. Where are they? Where are they? Where are the monsters? Jian Shui Wuming, wearing a respirator and goggles, jogged along, several stick explosives strapped to his arms. His face was flushed with an inexplicable excitement, looking like a mad Ivan. Duo Tudu, following behind, was almost frantic. You damn well slow down. If those RM explode, we'll all die. Hearing this, the other players quickly hid far away. Jian Shui Wuming didn't mind, taking one from his waist into his hand. What are you afraid of? It has a desensitizer. It won't explode unless the electric detonator is activated. It's very stable. Besides, if it really did explode, you wouldn't be able to escape at this distance anyway. Duo Tudu, what are you talking about? The chips were all picked up. Who knows if they'll work? Jian Shui Wuming, didn't you pick them up? Besides, I'm from Jinling University of Technology, you know. Lin Miao's eyelids twitched wildly. He subtly shifted his feet backward, slightly increasing the distance between himself and Jian Shui Wuming, and then stopped the noisy players. All right, everyone calm down. Return to your respective posts, set up machine guns, and prepare to meet the enemy. Players who want to use the exoskeleton should report to Mantu and apply for a temporary set of equipment from W. Lin Miao licked his lips. After the other players left, he waved to Jian Shui Wuming and NIGE, signaling them to come over. Let's talk. Leave the explosives where they are, don't bring them near me. Thickened version. Chapter 44, Exoskeleton is not necessarily worse than endoskeleton. After moving the exoskeleton back to the agency, it underwent a series of localized modifications, making it generally more robust. Many parts of its body were covered with metal plates, and it gained a 35 mm, 200 kg explosion-proof alloy shield. Lin Miao tested it, and even a 12.7 mm machine gun would have a hard time penetrating this shield without using armor-piercing rounds. Of course, if it came to a real firefight, it might not be the shield that gave out first, but the person behind it. These past few days, the players have assembled a total of 4 sets of exoskeletons, 2 light-duty and 2 heavy-duty. They were listed for 15,000/20,000, but unfortunately, no one could afford them yet. The money they had wasn't even 1/10 of that amount, so they could only look on with envy. A 10% discount coupon would save at least 1,800, or even up to 2,000. And it felt great. He wasn't surprised that the night walkers had come knocking. After all, as the number of players increased and their activity range expanded, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered by those people. If it weren't for the insufficient numbers and uncertainty about the night walkers' defenses, he would have already taken the initiative to attack. Now that this group had delivered themselves to their doorstep, it was a good opportunity to test the effectiveness of the exoskeletons. The savage, hiding in cover, heard the sound of cars and gunfire. Peeking through a gap, he saw familiar vehicles, and Chajin Warrior and Red Bucket were leaning out from both sides of the car, continuously firing backward. The two sides had been fighting for a while. Bullets had riddled the car body, but the trash in the back of the compartment formed a huge cover, blocking many bullets for the players. The cars are here. Red Bucket and the others are back. Open the gate, let them in. The large gate in the perimeter wall had been modified from manual to electric. The two iron gates quickly slid open along their tracks to reveal the passage. Shui Yudongtian, who was driving, had kept his head down to avoid stray bullets. Seeing the gate open, he immediately floored the accelerator and roared inside. Rainy Knight without a knife had already been shot, but his injury wasn't serious, just a graze from a stray bullet. The car charged into the agency, and the iron gate immediately closed, but the Night Walker convoy, hot on their heels, also arrived outside the agency. Facing the over 2-meter-high wall, they brought out their solution. RPG. A white smoke erupted from the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. After propellant acceleration, it violently slammed into the rapidly closing gate. Boom! The bursting flames and air blast directly blew the gate open, sending shrapnel flying. Even the motor for opening and closing the gate was burned out. If no players had been standing behind the gate, there would likely have been heavy casualties. The temporary leader of this Night Walker group was Tarek. The reason he was called temporary was that this unit was assembled by several families, and he was the one pushed forward. If he could win this impressive battle, it would bring Tarek a lot of influence. He tossed aside the still smoking tube, raised his mechanical arm, and shouted, "Fire! Take them down! Show these corporate dogs who messed with our Night Walkers a lesson." The number of vehicles and Night Walkers was even higher than the players had imagined. To take down this suspected company stronghold, more than 50 Night Walkers had come. Damn! That fierce! Who cares? Zhu Tiaoyu didn't care about anti-armor or not. He immediately pushed open the baffle in front of him, revealing the firing port, set up the captured machine gun, and pulled the trigger on the Night Walkers. The spitting barrel and recoil made his blood boil. In a blink, several Night Walkers were blasted apart, turning into a bloody mist. But the Night Walkers were not to be trifled with. They were clearly prepared for a siege, and another rocket launcher was aimed at the bunker. Holy crap! Run! Zhu Tiaoyu shrieked, scaring even Mantu, who was preparing to reload for him. The two quickly retreated, and the machine gun and bunker turned to dust in the rocket's explosion. Players in other areas also opened fire one after another, engaging the Night Walkers. For a moment, gunfire roared, bullets flew, and explosions resounded one after another. On the other side of the battlefield, behind the Night Walkers, two stealthy figures were slowly approaching. Is this thing even going to work? Nige looked at the explosives in Jian Shui Wuming's hand with trepidation, fearing that this guy would send both himself and him sky high. Players would also look up information after going offline, so they naturally knew what Jian Shui Wuming had created. And in the past 2 days, there had been no shortage of explosions from the chemical lab. In the worst instance, Jian Shui Wuming's own hand was blown off, and his whole body was a bloody mess, barely clinging to life. If he hadn't been rushed into the modification pod for rescue, this chemical plant technician would probably have been the first casualty of his own product. It'll work, absolutely, he said, still excited, handing the tubular explosive, tied under a crossbow bolt, to Nige without any fear of death. I've already test detonated it. You shoot, I press, it'll definitely be powerful. Nige swallowed, shakily took the explosive crossbow from the other party, cocked it, aimed, and fired. The crossbow bolt, with the explosive attached, was heavier than expected, arcing through the air. It didn't hit the target group directly but fell onto a car. But that didn't matter. Jian Shui Wuming immediately dialed the detonator in his hand. This was a signal generator that Duo Tutu helped create, made from broken phones and some electronic chips. The detonators in the explosives contained receivers that would activate and pop out an electric spark when they received the signal from the generator. The electric spark activated mercury fulminate, which in turn detonated the Semtex explosive. The flames from this explosive, more powerful than TNT, instantly engulfed the two cars nearby. The three closest Night Walkers were blown sky high before they even reacted. Nige was stunned. My goodness! Jian Shui Wuming gripped the detonator tightly, incredibly excited, and shouted, "Awesome! Be careful!" Nige watched with trepidation, afraid that the other person would press the wrong button. The sudden firepower startled the Night Walkers. They quickly pulled back some of their forces to defend, and a vehicle-mounted machine gun swept towards Nige and Jian Shui Wuming. However, what they didn't expect was that the defensive wall they had largely demolished with rockets had fallen, and two of the bunkers piled up by the players had been blown up. Tarek immediately ordered several vehicles to rush in and then saw the enemies behind them. Savage and Mantu each wore a heavy exoskeleton, and both held a man-high heavy shield in their left hands. Standing side by side, they looked like a city wall. Rumble. The motors drove the mechanical joints, lifting the heavy iron feet, and they walked forward step by step. The startled Nightwalkers immediately concentrated their fire on the two, but amidst the hail of bullets, the two stood firm like Mount Tai. Bullets hitting their shields couldn't even make them pause. Through the narrow slit in her vision, Mantu saw the Nightwalkers firing at her. Her right hand easily lifted a machine gun weighing over 10 kilograms, its long ammunition belt connected to her waist. Da-da-da-da. The machine gun's powerful recoil had no effect in the hands of this exoskeleton. The mechanical arm held the machine gun firmly, and the muzzle gradually rotated with their hands. Combined with the shield, it was like a mobile armored vehicle. Regular 7.62mm rifle rounds had no effect on it except for a few sparks. Realizing that bullets were ineffective and being suppressed by two machine guns, the enemy's firepower suddenly intensified, and the Nightwalker convoy's formation immediately fell into disarray. Tarek cursed, "Damn it! Where are the rockets? Quickly take out these two exoskeletons." His subordinate was in a panic. "I'm looking, I think we just ran out." "Can't you use grenades, you idiot?" "None left." Tarek was furious, then rammed them with the cars. Whoosh! Another explosive tipped crossbow bolt shot into the crowd outside. The explosion's flash claimed lives one after another. In its light, the Nightwalkers noticed that behind the two heavy exoskeletons, there were also two smaller, light-duty ones. They also held machine guns. The monsters had turned from 2 to 4, and the latter were even more agile. Lin Miao stood on the roof of the agency, using a sniper rifle to send the Nightwalkers who rushed into the defensive wall, attempting to use heavy firepower to eliminate the exoskeletons, on their way, while observing the entire battlefield. The power armor's performance was even better than they had anticipated. After tricking the enemy into wasting their heavy firepower on the defensive wall and fortifications, it was practically unstoppable, standing like a city wall, returning fire amidst countless projectiles. Feeling the clanging sounds on her shield, Mantu couldn't be happier. She closed her eyes, hugged her gun, and wildly fired. "Ah ah ah ah! Come on, come on! I'm very powerful!" The machine gun in her hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Although it lacked precision, it could suppress in a straight line, sweeping anyone it saw, which didn't hinder its continuous reaping of Nightwalker lives. Buzz! Whoosh! The Nightwalkers floored the accelerators of their modified cars, charging forward through the gunfire. The front of a car made violent, intimate contact with the shield in Mantu's hand. The two artificial machines collided. Mantu's motors were running at full power, smoking from the strain, and her feet dug 3 inches into the ground as she was pushed back. After less than a second of stalemate, Mantu was still unwillingly knocked flying, and was even pushed several meters further by the pursuing vehicle. She wasn't seriously injured, but the car hood and shield pressing down on her body made it impossible for her to get up. All she could hear were the whooshing sounds of bullets around her. Her earlier excitement vanished, and she covered her head with her hands, frantically screaming for help. "Ah ah ah! Help, help! Someone save me!" She was the only player in this group who hadn't practiced with guns or used brain dance training. This was her maiden battle. The Egyptian queen, who was following behind her, quickly bent down and dragged Mantu out from under the car after gunning down the Nightwalker driver and gunman, then helped her up to rejoin the fight. Behind them, another driver intended to follow suit and ram other exoskeletons, but Natural Curl, after emptying a magazine, directly discarded his gun and drew his blade. As he sidestepped the collision, his nearly 1.2-meter blade swept across, and with the power of his exoskeleton, it instantly sliced open the car roof and the driver. The blade still emitted residual heat from metal friction. The slowness of light exoskeletons is relative to vehicles and highly cybernetically modified individuals. Their movements themselves are not slow. With the large steel plates deliberately welded onto his shoulders for cover, Natural Curl directly crashed into the convoy, turning it into a chaotic melee, cutting down large numbers of Nightwalkers like a wolf among sheep. Incendiary grenade. A black sphere arced from the Nightwalker position and smashed onto the Wildman's shield. Intense flames instantly engulfed the entire shield and the Wildman, and flammable liquid clung stubbornly to the shield, burning fiercely. But flames of this temperature neither reached the metal's melting point nor affected players with pain deactivated. The Wildman continued to retaliate while enduring the flames, even using the burning shield to ram the Nightwalkers, appearing terrifying like a metal demon crawled out of a burning hell, with the Egyptian queen continuously firing to cover him. The 4 exoskeletons actually managed to gradually push back the invading enemies. The Nightwalkers had come with no shortage of firepower, preparing sniper rifles, machine guns, and even rocket launchers. But gangs are gangs, and smuggling teams are smuggling teams. They were, after all, not regular troops. They hadn't received formal training. In a fight, they lacked coordination and order, didn't understand tactics, and acted purely out of hot-blooded courage and greed, using rocket launchers to suppress opponents without considering their trump card. In firefights involving 2 to 3 people, they might not be much worse than players. But the more people involved, the greater the disparity. Players are not only fearless of death. Most importantly, this group of people had died an average of 20 times at the hands of the Tiger Claws at the Phoenix Club over the past few days. The life and death battles, coupled with efficient learning and practical application of the system-modified Arasaka training chips, allowed them to gradually grow. How to aim, how to shoot, how to find cover, prone fire, dodge bullets, coordinate with each other. Even a pig would gain experience after dying so many times. A 20-person firing net managed to suppress over 50 Nightwalkers, and after spreading out, they were even forming an encirclement. 6 on the left. They're encircling us. Ahead, those 4 guys are coming again, stop them quickly. Someone behind is throwing explosives at us. From all directions came endless explosions and the sound of bullets hitting metal. Finally, after a period of stalemate, the Nightwalkers realized this bone was harder than they imagined, and fear immediately crept into their hearts. A group formed by Prophet will ultimately disperse when Prophet wavers, and will certainly not have the determination to fight to the death. How can you make money if you are fighting for your life? Lin Miao, overlooking the battle from the second floor, also noticed that the Nightwalkers, after their offensive was repelled, began to retreat, knowing that this group was preparing to flee. Come when you want, leave when you want? Do you think this is a public restroom? He immediately issued an order for the players to counterattack and pursue. Natural curl struck again, and with the added power of his exoskeleton, the Nightwalker was diagonally cut from his neck all the way to his waist, splitting him in half, blood gushing like a fountain. He was also seriously injured, at least he didn't know how many bullets he had taken. His left hand was completely numb, and bullet holes all over his body bled incessantly. But miraculously, this exoskeleton, connected to a brain-computer interface, could still move according to his neural reactions like a cybernetic body, though its movements and sensitivity were much slower. Under normal circumstances, this would be impossible, because intense pain and endocrine stimulation would cause neural system confusion, leading to mental disarray, such as being unable to control limbs or trembling hands under extreme fear. But players don't feel pain, nor do they feel fear. He pulled out the blade stuck in the bone, blood splattering from the blade. His blood-covered face looked at the surrounding Nightwalkers, who were stunned and had forgotten to shoot, revealing a benevolent smile. Time to drop the gold, you dogs. The players suffered many casualties, but no matter how many died, it didn't prevent them from charging and shouting with extremely high morale. For Azeroth. For my Sakurajima. White Emperor Sacred Sword. Follow me with your sword. Gaia. The incomprehensible strange shouts from all directions made the Nightwalkers even more panicked, and their morale began to collapse in an instant. Tarek immediately grew anxious. He could see that even at this point, the Nightwalkers still held a significant numerical advantage, but the collapse of morale isn't determined by numbers, but rather by the quality of the soldiers themselves and the organization of the unit. And you can't expect a group of smugglers to have high organizational efficiency or member quality. Now, this breach absolutely cannot be allowed. As soon as one vehicle retreats from the battlefield, the front line will truly collapse. He jumped out of the car, stopped the Nightwalkers trying to get in, punched one, knocking him to the ground, and angrily cursed, "All of you stop, damn it. If anyone dares to run, I'll kill him." As he spoke, he pulled out his gun and fired a shot into the sky. The threat from the supervisory team finally made the Nightwalkers temporarily abandon their thoughts of fleeing and re-engage in battle. Tarek knew even more that he had to eliminate those 4 corporate dogs wearing exoskeletons, otherwise, it was only a matter of time before they completely collapsed. So he prepared to enter the fray himself. Tarek was a deserter from the Wraiths. Because he had stolen many things, he had to flee to the Badlands and join the Nightwalkers to survive. Relying on his military-grade cybernetics, he managed to establish himself in this smuggling group, becoming a minor leader. His face was grim as he activated his Sandevistan. Buzz. The movements of the entire world slowed down in his eyes. The sheath drive of his legs, powered by artificial muscles and ethanol vapor, gave him nearly double the normal human's movement capability. In the blink of an eye, he surged from the middle of the Nightwalker ranks to the front, standing before Natural Curl, the most ruthless Nightwalker killer, and inserted his shotgun into a gap in the bulletproof plate, pulling the trigger. Large and small lead pellets instantly shattered the head of the already dying Natural Curl. The exoskeleton finally stopped, along with the severely wounded body, and fell to the ground. Sensing that his cybernetics were overheating, he immediately shut them down without thinking. Using this thing too much could be fatal. The Wildman saw Natural Curl so cleanly dispatched and immediately reacted, plus, it's the boss. He instantly turned his gun towards Tarek, his machine gun drawing a line of fire, sweeping across the battlefield. Up until now, the Wildman hadn't seen situations like in other games where someone could take dozens of shots and still move normally as long as their health bar wasn't empty. It emphasized realism, even a boss would die if hit in a fatal spot. But what he didn't expect was that in this world, some people really could dodge bullets. Cornered, Tarek had to activate his Sandevistan again. He felt his nervous system overheating and overloading. His blood was boiling. With almost a blink, he rushed in front of the Wildman and ended his life with a single shot. He just didn't quite understand why the Wildman, who theoretically should be an elite corporate operative, didn't have Sandevistan. Perhaps it was because of this trash exoskeleton. His act of killing 2 exoskeleton warriors successfully boosted the Nightwalkers' morale. Perhaps they could take out this corporate stronghold soon. However, the next second, sparks suddenly flew from his head, causing Tarek's rapidly moving body to abruptly halt. Damn it, there's a hacker here. He secretly cursed, but it was already too late to react. His head was blown apart by a shot from Lin Miao. Chapter 45 Cleaning up the battlefield. Your reaction is quick, but an open spear is easy to dodge, a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Sandevistan isn't some omnipotent artifact. After the Tiger Claw suffered a loss from this type of cyberware once, Lin Miao became extra cautious. He didn't want to capsize in a ditch and be taken advantage of by someone using a Sandevistan. So, even though the front lines were fiercely battling, he merely fired from the second floor. When Tarek couldn't hold back and charged out first, the battle concluded. The death of the commander and supervisory team caused the Nightwalkers' newly raised morale to collapse even more completely. With no one to stop them, they drove their vehicles, escaping one after another. The shift from a disadvantage to a rout was almost instantaneous. It's no wonder they were so afraid. Have you ever seen anyone dare to stick their head out directly under machine gun fire suppression to engage in a shootout with you? Have you ever seen someone, even after half their body was blown apart, still smiling and pulling explosives to take you down with them? There was even one guy whose forehead was shaved off by shrapnel, his scalp gone, yet he was still smiling and shooting at you. These corporate dogs, averaging 4 per squad, weren't afraid of death, covered each other, fired alternately, and unconditionally trusted their comrades, as if they had fought countless battles together. Their coordinated combat strength was far superior to the Nightwalkers' disorganized mess. A defeated army crumbles like a mountain. If the Nightwalkers had resisted stubbornly, they could have inflicted greater casualties on the players, but their choice to flee resulted in heavy casualties from the pursuing players, trampling and colliding in a chaotic heap. Finally, they left behind a field of bodies and wounded, with very few truly escaping. Of course, even if they didn't run and fought to the death, it wouldn't matter. Every player was given C4 explosives, though some hadn't made remote detonators yet and needed to detonate manually. Everyone here is a mad Yvonne. Awesome. So awesome. Shui Yudongtian burst out from the collapsed cover, cheering with his gun raised. This was his first battle, and it turned out like this intense and exciting, with full immersion and engagement. The experience felt much more powerful than a braindance combat simulation. Urine and Natural Curl died too horribly. I thought I was going to die too. It was close. Luckily, I was at the very back and didn't run into the boss. Egyptian Queen felt lingering fear. Tarek's movements just now were terrifyingly fast, taking down 2 old players with 2 shots. She had just been immersed in the thrill of being invincible, but then felt like she was about to become cannon fodder the next second. Shui Yudongtian, it couldn't have been a boss, right? Our boss blew his head off with 1 shot. I think it must have been an elite monster. Elite monster, my ass, Ju Tiu, with 1 leg blown off, limped out with the help of 2 do. That's because you don't know our boss's combat power. A small, weak boss like that is easy pickings for him, isn't it? Don't use your low potential thinking to measure our boss's strength. For Ju Tiu, sucking up was second nature, he knew no shame. I'm telling you, this boss is at most level 10. Our boss is at least level 20, okay? I could fight 10 of them. Cough. He boasted so much that even Lin Miao, who had walked to the front line, couldn't listen anymore. He was still quite far from level 20. Stop with the useless talk. First, count the casualties, see how many people we lost. Treat the seriously wounded first, then find all the Nightwalkers who aren't dead. We can put off settling the loot for now. Even if the players didn't count, Lin Miao knew clearly that the situation was 8 dead, 4 seriously wounded, and 6 lightly wounded. Almost everyone was injured except for Pandora. But the necessary procedures still had to be followed. After sending the seriously wounded players into the modification pods, they started tallying the achievements. In this battle alone, they killed 32 Nightwalkers, left 9 wounded, and 7 or 8 escaped. The harvest was only average. As time passed, the value of firearms, ammunition, and low-level cyberware would plummet. Lin Miao even designed a cyberware recycling price fluctuation curve for this. When the number of cyberware of the same part and level exceeded 50% of the number of players at the same time, the purchase and selling prices would begin to drop simultaneously. If the number exceeded 200%, it would fall below the circuit breaker, and the price would drop to a minimum of 1/5 of the original. Similarly, when reserves were insufficient, store prices would rise accordingly, up to 200%. And the price of ammunition also changed from €1 per round to 5 rounds per euro, gradually approaching market price. Only firearms maintained a higher original price. This was mainly because firearms were considered a hard currency. If there were too many, Lin Miao could sell them on the black market or give them to the nomad tribes. Subsequent equipment prices would also be actively adjusted by W according to this algorithm. The only minor problem was that there were too many models of these firearms, leading to many types of ammunition, a complete international assortment. The logistics department would suffer for a while. Mandu, who had gotten up from the ground, felt a bit muddled and dizzy, her head filled with a buzzing tinnitus. She swayed as she stood up, looking at the charred, burning battlefield before her. In her ears were the sounds of burning flames and the cries for help from wounded Nightwalkers. And before her were 2 bodies wearing the exoskeletons she had made, but both their heads had been blown off by shotguns, so she could only barely identify the names of the deceased by the exoskeleton models. Mandu knelt among them, her eyes full of confusion and helplessness. The joy of wildly sweeping with a machine gun earlier was completely gone. She reached out and pushed the 2 bodies, but there was no reaction. Her lips mumbled, they're dead. Daoji, passing by with Red Bucket's body in his arms, looked down. They're offline. They'll probably have to wait at least 2 days to log back in. Their bodies might still be recoverable. Offline? Mandu only then realized they were in a game, not reality. The ultra-realistic graphics and highly intelligent NPC interactions in Future Vision over the past 2 days had almost made her believe she was living in another reality, especially how Mitch, though not well versed in her mechanical engineering theories, could outdo Mandu by a long shot in practical application. She even thought she was consulting active engineers in some military factory. She nodded somewhat vaguely, right, Right, this is a game, they're not dead. But looking around, is this really a game? Mandu didn't know, but she decided that from now on, she wouldn't go to the battlefield unless absolutely necessary. It was too terrifying here, a completely different concept from punching people. It was completely unlike the feeling of a slice-of-life game from the past 2 days. 9 Nightwalkers were captured alive, either seriously wounded and unconscious or lightly wounded and physically sedated. In any case, they lay sprawled on the open ground outside the agency. Lin Miao had no intention of treating these people. Doing so would be a waste of medical resources. He didn't even consider using them as labor. He wasn't going to just shoot them now, he planned to extract some useful information from them. Pandora, try connecting to their neural networks, see if you can search for anything, preferably information about the Nightwalkers. You can also try out the deep dive interface you just installed. Although Lin Miao hadn't prepared a hacker chair for Pandora, or even an ice bath, she was only going to hack into a group of Nightwalkers. Forget high-level ice, whether they even had firewalls was questionable. There was no need for overload searching, so no cooling was necessary. Therefore, he only prepared a folding chair. Of course, Pandora's petite, flat figure probably wouldn't be much to look at even naked. She wiggled her tiny hands and feet, grumbling as she climbed onto the folding chair. Mandu, who didn't want to move bodies, chose to come over and help. Mandu pulled back Pandora's long hair at the back of her head and saw that the scalp beneath her hair had transformed from flesh and blood into some highly precise mechanical device. This change made her shiver, and she asked with some concern, "Does it hurt?" Pandora shook her head. "It doesn't hurt, but sometimes I can't feel the back of my head, which is a bit strange." Lin Miao, standing nearby, said, "These are some after effects of cyberware. If you wish, once the agency develops, we can arrange for cyberware doctors to graft a layer of sensory skin for you, though the price certainly won't be low." He had seen that on Lucy's scalp. That girl seemed to strongly dislike her identity as a hacker. Lin Miao had never heard her mention anything about deep diving. "Never mind," Mandu said, touching the back of her head with lingering fear. "If I modify my whole body like this, am I still human?" She swore she would never transform herself into a cyborg. This had nothing to do with vanity, it was purely a matter of personal acceptance. Even if you don't modify yourself, most of your cells will be replaced within half a year anyway. "The ship of Theseus isn't actually very accurate in this regard," Pandora said, taking the neural cable Mandu handed her. She had stayed in the hospital for so long and knew quite a lot. "Even if you say that." Mandu shook her head and connected the other end of the neural cable to the brain port of a Nightwalker via a computer as an intermediary. She liked machines, but that didn't mean she liked to transform herself into one. Pandora didn't continue speaking because she had already entered the deep network world of that Nightwalker, following the connected neural cable. This was also Pandora's first time using the equipped network deep dive device. These 9 individuals were not only for searching for Nightwalker-related intelligence but also served as tools for Pandora to practice deep diving and hacking. Cruel? Cruelty did not apply here, nor did it apply to these people. Pandora felt as if she had entered a game login interface again, except this time the surroundings were no longer a sea of red code but blue, and the quantity was much less than the animation during login. If entering the game was like swimming in the ocean, then this time it was like diving into a swimming pool. The kind in the children's section. Countless data interfaces appeared before Pandora, floating back and forth. She felt as if she could make them appear before her with a mere wave of her hand. But that wasn't the first thing Pandora wanted to do. First, this was the information world, which meant. She looked down at her own avatar, flat, just like in reality, and she wasn't even wearing clothes. Gasp. Like a leak, she forcefully stretched her height to 2 meters. Ah, how? She could still clearly see her small feet when she looked down. Flat as a pancake, nothing hidden. She then continued to stretch her height to 3, 4, 5 meters, looking like a Q-style bobblehead. Until her own information capacity couldn't sustain it, and she rebounded like a spring, compressing back to 1.38 meters. Not even here. As if completely defeated by reality, Pandora knelt on the ground, puffing out her cheeks with a look of utter despair. Fortunately, she hadn't forgotten her mission. After a brief moment of dejection, she put on an outfit identical to the one outside. After all, wearing this outfit wouldn't make her look slender. It was just suppressed, hidden. It wasn't gone. The Nightwalker's consciousness space gave Pandora an excellent opportunity to practice. Retrieving specific content from a nearly massive amount of information is a very troublesome task. For example, with a video, you can't watch it from beginning to end, you can only continuously narrow down the effective range through efficient information retrieval until you find the content you want. Without extensive training, it's impossible to develop one's own techniques. The Arasaka hacker skills she gained from brain dance training weren't complete, at least, they hadn't become her own yet. Moreover, not everyone modifies their head into a pure tool for storing information, because doing so could lead to memories being stolen by other hackers, ultimately resulting in amnesia or tampering. This also meant that the information found in the Nightwalkers' heads was incomplete, and the information they stored varied. Some even recorded videos of their visits to the red light district to rewatch repeatedly, while having shallow memories of very important matters. Furthermore, Pandora conducting high-intensity information retrieval in these people's heads was also a burden on them. Lin Miao watched Pandora's vital signs displayed on the computer and asked, "The practical effect of the exoskeleton today seems very good. What are your thoughts?" Hee. Mandu was a bit embarrassed, because she felt that the failure of her creations led to the deaths of Yuan Yuquan and Natural Curl. Lin Miao, seeing through her thoughts, smiled, I'm not comforting you. The exoskeleton's performance has already exceeded my expectations. There's no need to be embarrassed. Although it showed many flaws, such as insufficient responsiveness, difficulty reloading, and poor performance against high augmentation enemies, for this price, what more could you ask for? Mantu, with a less confident tone after receiving affirmation, said, I'll have to go back and think about this, but I think the exoskeleton could be modularized, with added modules for electric firing and automatic reloading. However, these would best be paired with a fixed weapon system, otherwise logistics would be a nightmare. But she still needed to go back and ask Lao Do, and bring in a few more fellow apprentices to help with reference, perhaps only then could the product be further optimized. Then, Lin Miao's next words startled her, I'll prepare 2 5-axis CNC machine tools and related production line equipment. They're expected to arrive at the agency this weekend, so you can prepare in advance. Ah? That fast? Mantu immediately became nervous. But I've only used these things in school, and I'll also have to program on the CNC panel individually, industrial modeling. I might not be able to handle it alone. Lin Miao didn't answer that question, I will coordinate people to help, don't worry about that. In the meantime, you can produce a few more units. Ask the Aldcaldos for more help, I'll pay. By the time Pandora had completely finished searching, it was already dusk. After collecting all relevant information as much as possible and confirming there were no omissions, Lin Miao ordered the 9 people to be shot and thrown into the biomass extractor. The demand for biomass to preserve organs and cyberware was not small. The 10 surviving players successively recovered from their injuries, collected their cyberware, dismantled damaged vehicles, and had to repair the blown-up defensive wall. There was plenty to do. But on the other hand, as time progressed, the players' money would increase. If Lin Miao didn't want capital inflation, he would have to increase player spending and circulation accordingly. So far, the agency's trading system was still limited to a secondary trading system between him and the players, which was too simple. Perhaps it was time to open up inter-player trade, as well as introduce materials into the shop, allowing players to purchase the materials they wanted to craft corresponding items for mutual trade. Lin Miao sat at the counter, holding the special cyberware combination, Sandevistan. Krashnikov. The former was a thumb-sized chip, the latter a bionic spine. Together, they could overload the user's nervous and muscular systems, multiplying reaction and movement speed within seconds. Undoubtedly, it was a very powerful combat cyberware. But Lin Miao thought about it and still put it up on the shop. Giving this to him would be a waste. Although he could also shut off pain, his immune system was still working, and there would inevitably be risks if he didn't inject immunosuppressants. But players didn't need to consider this. Even if they reached their limit, they didn't need to worry about anything. No matter how intensely they used it, in the end, they just needed to die. Silver-haired Natural Curl, what was that? A stand user? The world? I died without even reacting. Give some hints, this broken game is so unbalanced. Planner. Where's the planner? Why didn't Jintoki's Star Platinum awaken in me? Are there no stands of the same type? Yuan Yuquan, haha, I was also instantly killed by that boss. It should be the acceleration skill we first saw at Garbage Mountain, except this boss won't trip and fall to its death. Red Bucket, I died again. Why am I always the first to die? Jian Shui Wuming, because civil engineering dogs don't deserve it. Red Bucket, biochemical and environmental materials, do you deserve it then? Jian Shui Wuming, yes, that's why I died. Damn, I was headshot by the pursuing mob. I hadn't even used up all my explosives. Nige, that scoundrel, with his level 5 stealth, just ditched me and ran. What a CS. 8 people fell in one wave, it was another heavily casualties battle. However, compared to the last time, although more died, the casualty rate decreased, which was also the result of the players' training during this period. Red Bucket, you guys had a good time, some used exoskeletons, some used bombs, unlike me, who just got taken out holding a rifle. Shui Yu Dongtian, life should be fulfilling, bullets should be full. Look, didn't I survive? Jackal with congenital insensitivity to pain, what are you meowing about? Those who weren't chosen don't understand meow. Yuzu Kitchen get out, when will the next batch of game slots open? I want to play the holographic Senran Banka. I want to conquer the cybernetic beautiful girl. Jackal with congenital insensitivity to pain, Yuzu Kitchen is not welcome here meow, please Yuzu Kitchen leave voluntarily and give the slot to a good cat meow. Yuzu Kitchen get out, people who play Yuzusoft all year round have bright, confident eyes, and their IQ increases year by year, eventually becoming complete geniuses. Playing Yuzusoft can modify body structure and prevent various incurable diseases. Once a person starts playing Yuzusoft, it means that person's wisdom, character, and appearance are all top-notch, and they will be graceful and refreshing everywhere in this life. Yuzu Kitchen possesses a strong sense of social justice, makes huge contributions to public security and stability, and protects the lives of ordinary people. The players argued and squabbled, but it didn't hinder Lin Miao's idea of gradually expanding the player base. Because he couldn't afford them. This was the truth, players, with their eating, drinking, and daily needs, were a considerable expense. And only those who had managed people knew how difficult management was. Bringing in too many players at once would only make the agency unwieldy. Late night. Night City's alleys were like a vast maze, once you entered, you never knew what awaited you around the next corner. Gang gatherings, hidden bars, illegal brain dance selling points, or even body dumping sites. As long as you were familiar with this area, you could always find a place you liked. Volsk, as a black market doctor who had been in Night City for many years, loved nothing more than to have a few drinks at his familiar bar, but he rarely got drunk, because who knew if business would come knocking. But today, when he walked out of the bar, he was completely drunk, swaying as he walked, like a newspaper that could float into any gutter at any moment, still clutching a bottle of liquor. Volsk's eyes were bloodshot, and he had multiple bruises on his body. Today, he was thrown out by Arrow, and before leaving, he was severely beaten by the company's security guards, on the grounds that he blackmailed a shareholder. Damn it, how was he supposed to know that injured fat guy was a company shareholder? And that female EMT? Volsk finally understood. That woman, from the very beginning when she pushed the shareholder into his operating room, was out to get revenge on him. For this, she even informed the director in advance, all to avenge what happened 2 days ago. Bang! The enraged Volsk smashed the wine bottle in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into a pile of glass shards. The noise even startled something in the shadows, be it a homeless person or a rat, emitting a sudden sound. I've been in this line of work for so many years, and no one has ever dared to scheme against me like this. Son of a bitch, you just wait. I'm going to kill you, cut your body into pieces and sell it to the scavengers. He was a black market doctor. Mercenaries, gangs, what dark connections didn't he have? Killing an Arrow EMT would be a piece of cake. At this moment, the shadows of the alley seemed to come alive, beginning to boil, and the surging sounds grew louder. The darkness of Night City was a man-eating monster, and no one could see its true face. A mantis blade extending from the shadows severed Volsk's neck from behind. Hot blood sprayed out like a fountain after the pressure imbalance. The body, without central nervous system control, swayed and fell to the ground. Blood, corpse, head, all swallowed by the darkness. The killer wiped the blood from the mantis blade's edge, retracted the blade, and re-entered the shadows.